The Communist International Documents of 1919 to 1922, Jane Degras Part 2 extracts from an Essay Manifesto on the Kronstadt Rising. March 1921 Ki. 17. Call. 4299, June 1921. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The policies of war communism, in particular the requisitioning of grain, had aroused deep discontent among the peasants, and the severe shortage of food and fuel supplies was felt in the towns, where real wages had fallen far below the March 1921 pre-war level. With the ending of the Civil War in November 1920, the unrest and resentment came to the surface. The strike movement was most marked in Petrograd. It spread to the Putilov works on February 28, 1921, and a state of emergency was declared. The Kronstadt garrison expressed full sympathy with the strikers, and put forward a program which amounted to an attack on the monopolist position of the Communist Party within the state and on the economic policies of war communism, and called for new elections to the Soviets. The crisis interrupted the deliberations of the 10th Congress of the Russian Communist Party, in session at the time, and the delegates were sent to Petrograd to assist the army. Kronstadt was besieged and surrendered after 10 days of fighting. Speaking to the 4th Comintern Congress at the end of 1922, Lenin said that in 1921, we felt the impact of a grave, I think it was the gravest, internal political crisis in Soviet Russia, which caused discontent among considerable numbers of the peasantry, and even of the workers. That had happened because we had advanced too far in our economic offensive. End of exposition. The Second and Two and a Half Internationals as accomplices of the counter-revolution. The victories of the Red Army, and the steadily growing movement of protest among English and French workers, have forced the Entente to cease open warfare against Soviet Russia. The leading power in world counter-revolution, England, was compelled to sign a trade agreement with Soviet Russia because the English workers looked to it to reduce unemployment. So now the Entente states are seeking out all kinds of other methods of overthrowing the Soviet government. Entente agents are roaming all over Russia trying to stir up peasant revolts. They tell the peasants that their land is no longer threatened by the nobles or by the white generals, and that they have no need to supply the industrial workers with grain. Peasant revolts are to cut railway communications between the industrial centers and the grain areas, and hunger will then force the backward working masses to rise against the Soviet government. This is the Entente's plan. The capitalist counter-revolution is counting on a number of workers being so exhausted and harassed that they will be inclined to yield to the enticements of the counter-revolution. Working side by side with the usual Entente spies and the agents of monarchist organizations to these ends are the underground organizations of the Social Revolutionary Party, and also part of the Mensheviks, who belong to the Second International. Their agitation was successful in provoking a rising among some of the Kronstadt sailors on 2nd of March. To explain the mere possibility of such a rising, it should be borne in mind that the old sailors of Kronstadt, the heroes of the October Revolution, either fell on one of the many fronts of the Civil War or are occupying responsible posts in the Red Army or in Soviet institutions. The Kronstadt garrison consisted in large part of peasants from the south of Russia, and of sons of bourgeois and petty bourgeois families of technicians who had not finished their education, who had joined the navy, attracted by the comparatively good conditions of life it offered, dissatisfied, and irritated by the discipline prevailing in the fortress and on board ship. These sailors allowed themselves to be enticed by the SRS, anarchists, and monarchists who pursued their secret purposes under the apparently innocent slogans of new elections to the Soviets. That they did not dare to proceed under the device of the Constituent Assembly or of restoration of the monarchy, shows that they realized that even these backward sailors would on no account consciously serve the cause of counter-revolution. Behind the backs of the sailors they turned for help to capitalist governments and to counter-revolutionary organizations abroad. Russian banks abroad, headed by the monarchist leader Guchkov and the former Tsarist minister Kokhovtsov, immediately sent large sums to Finland for the support of the Kronstadt movement. The French and American governments also at once mobilized support for Kronstadt under the flag of the Red Cross. This help, however, did not arrive quickly enough. The Red troops, commanded by communists, went into action before the émigré counter-revolutionary succeeded in reaching Kronstadt through Finland with their supplies. The Kronstadt counter-revolutionary attack was liquidated, and besides the many lessons which it taught the international working class, it succeeded at last in tearing the mask from the Second and Two and a Half Internationals. The entire Second International press stood on the side of the counter-revolution. If these enemies of the proletarian dictatorship came out in favor of the Kronstadt sailors, who were allegedly calling for a genuine Soviet government, it was because they clearly understood that, should the Russian Soviet government fall, the Vanderveldes and Scheidemans would see the realization of their dream of the return to Russia of the only legal bourgeois government. Far more important for an appraisal of the real state of affairs in the international labor movement is the fact that the press of the Two and a Half International, which in words supported the Russian Revolution, the proletarian dictatorship, the Soviet government, in fact also sang the praises of the Kronstadt Rising. At a time when conscious Russian proletarians were falling in their thousands on the ice of the Gulf of Finland, in the battle against the heavy artillery of the Kronstadt forts, and filling with their bodies the breach made by the Kronstadt revolt in the rampart which protects Petrograd from the Entente, the USPD Freiheit found nothing better to say than to denounce Comrade Zinoviev as the destroyer of the Russian proletariat and thus to surround the Kronstadt counter-revolutionary rising with a halo of martyrdom. Jean Longuet in his Organ Populaire published an article in honor of the Kronstadt rising. The Vienna Arbeiterzeitung, organ of Bauer and Friedrich Adler, was firmly on the side of the Kronstadt sailors. Thus, at a moment of world historical importance, when the capitalist counter-revolution was striking a new blow, Hilferding, Crispian, Dittmann, Jean Longuet, Friedrich Adler, Otto Bauer, stood hand in hand with Rangel, Milyakov, Kokovtsov, and the heroes of English and French espionage. This fact must penetrate the consciousness of the broad proletarian masses of the entire world. They will certainly now understand that the rising favored by the entire Russian counter-revolutionary movement, is a counter-revolutionary rising, even though it hoisted the red flag and used the slogans which were used in Russia in 1917 when the power of the bourgeoisie was overthrown. Therefore down with the Second and the Two and a Half Internationals. Down with the open and the masked lackeys of the bourgeoisie. Is his statement on the March action in Germany. April 6, 1921 Ki. 17. Call. 4317. June 1921. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. Rioting in the Mansfeld area of central Germany led on March 16, 1921 to the intervention of the Reichswehr. On the following day the Central Committee of the KPD called for open insurrection. Although there was little response to this summons, it was followed a few days later by a call for a general strike, which brought members of the German Communist Party into conflict with their fellow workers as well as with the police and troops. There were many casualties, and thousands of arrests. On 31st of March the action was called off. Of the March action Trotsky wrote later that the German CP mistook its own impatience for a mature revolutionary situation. At the time Bela Kun and two less well-known Comintern emissaries were in Berlin, and the resignation of the 5 moderate members of the Central Committee enabled them to carry proposals for a more active policy. This was, both at the time and later, interpreted by many as action designed to help Russia, profoundly shaken in March 1921 by the Kronstadt revolt. Heckert, the German delegate to the Russian Congress of Trade Unions in May 1921, said, "These German communists let themselves be shot and thrown into prison because they were conscious that, in raising the standard of revolt, they were rendering aid to the Russian proletariat." At the Third Comintern Congress in the following summer Klarzetkin said that thus he bore at any rate a great share of responsibility for the incorrect slogans and incorrect political attitude of the Central Committee. The question of his irresponsibility was shelved at the Congress, presumably because leading members of the EC were involved. Zinoviev wrote later in the year, "The leaders of the KPD made, it is true, only one mistake. They made an incorrect estimate of the situation." In the debate on the tactical theses at the Third Congress Trotsky said that the German workers must be told that the March action was a mistake. A repetition might really put an end to the party. "We consider the philosophy of the offensive as the greatest danger and its practical application as the greatest political crime. In the same debate Lenin said that in spite of faulty leadership and the absence of preparation for an offensive, the action marked a great step forward, because hundreds of thousands of workers had fought heroically against the bourgeoisie. Trotsky replied to the assertion that, because of the serious Russian situation, the Comintern provoked in other countries revolutionary action which bore no relation to the situation there. If we were capable of such treachery, we would all deserve to be lined up against the wall and shot down one by one. Zinoviev's figure, given in the essay report to the Third Congress, of 500,000 workers drawn into the action, was disputed by some of the German delegates, who placed it, as a maximum, at 200,000. In the discussion Thalheimer said that although the March action was a defeat for the proletariat, it was not a defeat for the party. For the party it was a victory in the sense that it emerged from the struggle strengthened by the masses. Communist Party membership after the March action fell from over 400,000 to 180,000. At the meeting of the ISI in December 1921, Zinoviev began his report with Germany because the revolution is nearest there. The March action, he said, was a heroic measure designed to counteract passivity and reformism in the working class, although it was not wholly free of irresponsibility and adventurism. Roddick, in an article published at the end of the year on the tasks of the Communist International, wrote that the mistakes of the March action were that the party used the methods appropriate to the final struggle for a partial struggle forced on them, armed insurrection when at the best the situation called for a mass strike. He attributed this to the influence of the ex-USPD membership, who still entertained putschist ideas, and who, acting on the theory of the offensive, and in an attempt to avoid defeat, resorted to terrorist attacks which repelled the masses. The evidence about communist terrorism published by Vorwärts at the end of 1921 was followed by the resignation of Ernst Reuter, at that time secretary of the KPD, and some other prominent members. In a speech to the Moscow Communists shortly before the opening of the Fourth Comintern Congress, Trotsky said, "These two retreats of ours take the following exposition with a grain of salt." In 1921, end of exposition, the one in the economic field and the other in the political field in Europe, are intimately linked, because we could have developed war communism into complete socialism and communism without retreating, on one condition, namely, that the proletariat of Europe seized power in 1919 and 1920. The signal for a review of the international tasks of communism was given by the March 1921 events in Germany. During the March days of 1921 in Germany we saw a communist party, devoted, revolutionary, ready for struggle, rushing forward, but not followed by the working class. Because of its revolutionary impatience, this most revolutionary section of the working class came into collision with the rest and tried, mechanically as it were, and here and there by force, to draw them into the struggle. The party incurred the risk of shattering itself not so much against the resistance of the bourgeoisie, as against the resistance of 4/5 or 2/3 of the working class itself. But at that moment the International sounded the alarm, proclaiming a new stage. End of exposition. For the first time since the January and March days of 1919 the revolutionary proletarians of Germany have entered into battle against the capitalist government, not only for a piece of bread, not only as a protest against the violence of the white gangs, but in an attempt to bring to an end the rule of the German exploiters. For the first time they took up the struggle as a strongly fused mass moved by one will. They showed the whole of Germany that millions of proletarians are ready to sacrifice their lives to win freedom from the rule of capital. This first organized assault of the revolutionary German proletariat was not crowned with success. The proletariat suffered defeat thanks to the unconscionable treachery of the German Socialist Party, whose members, all those Horsings and Severings, are playing Nosk's part even now, under a purely bourgeois government. Further, thanks to the open going over of the Independent Socialist Party of Germany to the camp of the counter-revolution, the proletariat could not establish a united front against the united bourgeoisie. Relying more on the disarray among the proletariat than on their own bayonets, the German bourgeoisie are again celebrating a victory. But their rejoicings will be short-lived. The proletariat gained a great deal of experience in the struggle. It will know better how to prepare for the forthcoming struggle, and its call to arms will find a response among broader and broader masses. For the bourgeoisie will be less inclined and less able than ever to satisfy even the most trifling demands of the proletariat. Horsing triumphed, but Foch is on the Rhine, and the victors in the field of civil war are feeling round their necks the noose of victorious world capital. The bourgeoisie, aware that they cannot rely on the defeated working masses, will yield to the demands of victorious world capital in order to unload all the burdens imposed by the Entente onto the backs of the German proletariat. The moment will soon draw near when the workers, basely deceived by the SPD and the USPD and the trade union bureaucrats, will understand that they have to choose between shameful apathy under the double yoke of German and Entente capital, and a bold united struggle for power, for a Soviet Germany. We, together with you, mourn the heroic victims who have fallen in the struggle for proletarian liberation. We, together with you, think with anger and bitterness of the sufferings of our arrested comrades at the mercy of the harsh and arbitrary jurisdiction of the democratic courts-martial. The first assault of the German proletarian vanguard has suffered defeat. The bourgeoisie and their lackeys will try to bring disorder into the ranks of the retreating troops. Too late. The Communist International says to you, you acted rightly. The working class can never win victory by a single blow. You have turned a new page in the history of the German working class. Prepare for new struggles. Study the lessons of your past struggles. Learn from your experience. Close your ranks. Strengthen your organization, legal and illegal. Strengthen proletarian discipline and communist unity and struggle. Long live the United Communist Proletariat of Germany. Long live the proletarian revolution in Germany. Long live the Communist International. Essay statement on the expulsion of Paul Levi. April 29, 1921. Ki. 17. Call. 4295. June 1921. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. Paul Levi was in Austria when the March action began. He returned to Germany, and on 29th of March wrote to Lenin describing it as a putsch. His pamphlet Unser Weg, attacking the action and those responsible for it, was sent to the press on 3rd of April, and he was expelled from the KPD on 15th of April. In his pamphlet he described the action as war by the Communist Party on the working class. The initial impulse had come from persons without any understanding of the situation, and the essay must be held at least partly responsible because it interpreted the strong and putschist tendencies in the KPD as opportunism. Essay delegates, he said, never work with, but always behind and frequently against the Central Committee of the country to which they are sent. The essay acts like a Cheka projected beyond the Russian frontiers. He was bitterly critical of the irresponsible game being played with the existence of the party, and with the life and fate of its members. In conversation with Clara Zetkin, Lenin said that Levi's criticism of the March action was entirely negative, and embittered his colleagues more by its tone than by its content. You know how highly I value Paul Levi. Ruthless criticism of the March action was necessary. But what did Paul Levi give? He tore the party to pieces. He gave nothing to which the party could usefully turn. He lacks the spirit of solidarity with the party, and it was that which has made the rank and file. Deaf and blind to the great deal of truth in Levi's criticism, particularly to his correct political principles. The leftists have to thank Paul Levi that up to the present they have come out so well, much too well. At the Third Congress Clara Zetkin defended Levi. He wrote his pamphlet, she asserted, only because the party center was persisting in its incorrect line. Levi was being made the whipping boy. He had acted honestly, to save the proletariat. To Rodek's interjection that Levi's pamphlet had supplied material for the public prosecutor, she replied that the manifestos and articles in the Rotfondi had supplied him with even more. I can take 20 lines from anybody's writings and bring him to the gallows. After his expulsion, Levi formed a new Reichstag fraction, the Kommunistische-Gemeinschaft, KAG, which was joined by other dissident members of the KPD fraction, including Dalmag. In a letter to the Genic Congress of the German Communist Party in August 1921, Lenin explained that he defended Paul Levi so long at the Third Congress because, in essentials, much of Levi's criticism of the March uprising in Germany was right, but his criticism was clothed in an impermissible and harmful form. After the disclosures in Vorwärts about organized terrorist action by the KPD during the March action, A Central Committee resolution attacking the COG prohibited Communist Party members from giving it any direct or indirect support. At its conference on February 19, 1922, the USPD agreed on the admission of the COG. End of exposition. The ISI at its meeting on 29 April held a thorough discussion of the situation created in the United Communist Party of Germany. In regard to the celebrated pamphlet by Paul Levi, there was complete unanimity. All members of the ISI spoke of it with burning indignation. The general opinion was, Paul Levi is a traitor. In the name of the small bureau and the entire ISI, comrades in OVF declared, it is an abominable lie that the ISI or its representatives provoked the March Rising. This fable was needed by the German counter-revolution, on whose side Levi stood. Sentiments of ardent sympathy and affection were expressed for our German brothers, fighting and languishing in prison. At the end of the discussion, the following resolution was unanimously adopted. Having examined the situation created in the VKPD by the March action, the ISI declares, 1. In regard to the tactical differences arising in connection with the March action, the ISI thinks it necessary, because of the great international importance of the question, to submit the question to the Third Congress of the Communist International and asks the German comrades to see that all the material shall be made available to the Third World Congress. 2. The ISI is not in a position to decide whether or not the VKPD shall hold an extraordinary Congress before the Third World Congress. It suggests, however, that with the White Terror now prevailing in Germany, serious preparations for a Congress, and the work of the Congress itself, may perhaps be impossible to carry out. If the Central Committee of the VKPD shares this opinion, the ISI invites all German comrades to adhere to this decision. 3. Having read Paul Levi's pamphlet Unser Weg weiter den Putschismus, the ISI ratifies the decision to expel Paul Levi from the United Communist Party of Germany and, consequently, from the Third International. Even if Paul Levi were 9/10 right in his views of the March offensive, he would still be liable to expulsion from the party because of his unprecedented violation of discipline and because, by his action, in the given circumstances, he dealt the party a blow in the back. 4. In view of the persecution of the party by the government, the ISI considers it the unconditional duty of all members of the VKPD, notwithstanding all their differences, to enter with closed ranks and maintaining strict discipline, into implacable struggle against the reaction now raging. President, GZNOVFSI, Russia, Lenin, Trotsky, Bukharin, Radek France, Rosmer England, Guelch, Bel Hungary, Balakun, Rudniansky, Varga Poland, Wallachy Bulgaria, Dimitrov, Popov, Shaban Finland, Kasainen, Manor, Ray and Norway, Fries Austria, Steinhard Holland, Janssen Georgia, Skakaya Latvia, Stutka Switzerland, Ischner Persia, Sultan Zaid Communist Youth International, Shatskin. Extracts from an ISI manifesto on the payment of reparations by Germany. 7 May 1921 Ki. 17. Call. 4311. June 1921. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. After prolonged disputes and correspondence between the German and Allied governments and the Reparations Commission, and appeals from Germany to the League of Nations, the Pope, and President Harding, the Allied governments drew up a new schedule of reparations payments, which was on May 5, 1921 sent to the German government with a six-day ultimatum threatening further sanctions. 3 towns in the Ruhr had been occupied in March, if the new terms were not accepted. On 11th of May the Reichstag voted 225 to 172 to accept the schedule. The minority vote included the Communist and the right-wing parties. May 1921 221 at the Third Congress Cholera of Bulgaria, complained that during the reparations crisis the French and German Communist parties had pursued different policies, and the executive had failed to lay down a clear line. End of exposition. To the proletarians of all countries, working men and women. The Entente, led by the French government, is preparing to draw the noose round the neck of Germany in order to compel it to agree to demands which would amount to the economic suicide of 60 million people. The German bourgeoisie, covetous, bloodthirsty, and brutally cruel when, protected by cannon, they lorded it over almost half the world, are not now in a position to defend the vital interests of the German people. Not only because they cannot reject the Entente's demands, but primarily because they fear the unarmed German workers even more than they fear the troops of the Entente, armed from head to foot, because, having waded knee-deep in the blood of the German proletarians, they know that the workers of other countries also hate them. If they accept the conditions put forward by the Entente usurers, Germany's economic situation will get so much worse that the workers, driven to desperation, will be forced to rise against the robber Entente and its German underlings. We do not yet know whether the German bourgeoisie have already submitted to the Entente in order to avert the occupation of the Ruhr. Perhaps the blow has already fallen. German workers, if you continue to put up with the government of capitalists and Junkers, you will at the same time be helping the robbers of the imperialist Entente to rivet Germany in the chains of slavery. The Russian people not only found in themselves the strength to defend their rights against the Entente, but also attracted to their side the workers of the whole world. Only by breaking the class government of Stalin, by establishing the rule of the working class, and by forming an alliance between Soviet Germany and Soviet Russia can the proletariat find salvation, if it does not want to perish in the dual fetters of the German and Entente bourgeoisie. To you, proletarians of France, England, and all the vassal states of the Entente, we say, rise vigorously against the robber campaign plotted by your governments, not for the sake of bourgeois Junker Germany, but for your own sakes. If you allow Germany to be strangled, it will not be long before the sweated labor of the German helots will force your bosses to reduce your wages. When the German proletariat comes out with the slogans, "Down with the German capitalist government, long live Soviet Germany, long live the alliance with Soviet Russia," let the echo sound from the Vistula to the Elbe, from the Rhine and the Channel. Down with the Versailles robbers. Peace to the cottages, war on the palaces. Extracts from an EC circular on the agenda of the Third Comintern Congress. May 1921 Ki. 17. Call. 4031, June 1921. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. At the time of the Congress, Rakazi claimed in an article in Pravda, the International had 51 sections with a total membership of 2,800,000. Of these the Russian party accounted for 550,000, the German and Czechoslovakian parties for 300,000 each, the French 130,000, Norway 97,000, Yugoslavia 85,000, and Italy 70,000. The Youth International had an affiliated membership of 800,000. Of the 646 daily newspapers, 500 were published in Russia, 45 in the Ukraine, and 33 in Germany. End of exposition. To all proletarian organizations belonging to or wishing to join the Comintern. The Third World Congress of the Communist International will open in Moscow on June 1, 1921. We have called the conference 2 months earlier than laid down in the statutes, and are sure that the parties affiliated to the Comintern will agree with us that the interests of the cause require the date to be put forward. In the 9 months which have passed since the Second World Congress, broad discussions have taken place in a whole series of parties on all the questions resolved at the Second Congress. In a number of countries differentiation has reached the point at which at last there is an open break between the communists and the followers of the center. In Germany, in France, England, Sweden, Norway, Romania, Yugoslavia, Greece, Switzerland, Belgium, and other countries the rupture between the communists and the adherents of the Intermediate 2.5 International is an accomplished fact. During that time the EC had to make a number of most important decisions, on which it will have to report to the entire Communist International. The Third Congress will first of all have to satisfy itself in regard to the extent to which each of the affiliated parties has in fact carried out all the conditions advanced by the Second Congress. An important period of Comintern activity is drawing to an end. Up to its first Congress the Communist International went through its gestatory, preparatory period. Between the first and the second Congress the Comintern lived through its initial period of agitation. At that time it was not yet a formal international organization. It was only a banner. The period between the second and third Congress was a period of greater differentiation, and of the formation of genuine communist parties. The Third Congress will draw up the balance sheet of all the work done and give the Comintern a finished organization and clear-cut tactics. The Comintern must lay down a firm and definite rule, The ISI is entirely responsible to the regular World Congress. Appeals can be made to the World Congress against an ISI decision. But between one Congress and the next, the entire conduct of affairs is in the hands of the ISI. Its decisions must be carried out. Without that, the Comintern cannot exist as a centralized and disciplined international organization. If the Communist International is not to call itself the International of Action in vain, then as a fighting organization it must have a general staff, and there must be certainty that discipline will be maintained not only in words but in fact. The tactics of forming communist cells inside the trade unions, put forward by the Second Congress, have been justified. They have had considerable success in Germany, France, England, and other countries. The first substantial blows have been struck against the Yellow Amsterdam Federation. The Yellow leaders vacillate from side to side. Today they are prepared to make concessions. Tomorrow they start excluding from the unions all supporters of the Comintern. This is a certain sign of their complete future bankruptcy. The Comintern has had its first successes in work among the Eastern peoples. The Baku Congress of the Peoples of the East was of great and undoubted historical importance. The Congress of the Peoples of the Far East, which is to be held, will also play its part. The Third Congress will have to deal with the Eastern question not only theoretically, as at the Second Congress, but as a practical matter. Without a revolution in Asia there will be no victory for the world proletarian revolution. This too must be firmly grasped by every proletarian communist. Only then will the worker communists be adequately armed ideologically against the European opportunism of Herr Hilferding and other heroes of the 2.5 International, who have in stock nothing but disdainful smiles for the oppressed peoples of the East. The question of the Italian Socialist Party, the 10th item on the agenda, will be of the greatest importance. The Italian Socialist Party formerly belonged to the Comintern. Under the influence of Serrati's centrist agitation, the Congress of that party at Leghorn refused in fact to apply the 21 conditions put forward by the Second Comintern Congress for all parties. The worker communists formed an independent communist party. In these circumstances the ISI considered it its duty to recognize the young Italian Communist Party as the only section of the Comintern in Italy, and to expel from the Comintern Serrati's party, which had in fact repudiated the Second Congress decisions. The Italian Socialist Party protested against this and appealed from the ISI to the Comintern Congress. In a special letter to the Central Committee of the Italian Socialist Party, the ISI wrote, "We invite you to the Third Congress, but we ask, 1. That your delegates should be fully empowered to give definite answers to the Congress, 2. That you answer clearly and precisely whether you agree to the expulsion from the Comintern party of the group of Trotti, Trev and Co. The Italian question has assumed international importance. In January Levi's group, which had long been anxious to create some kind of a right wing in the Comintern, seized on the Italian dispute, asserting that the ISI had made tactical mistakes and was advocating mechanical splits and so on. We ask all parties and unions belonging to or wishing to join the Comintern to open immediately the widest possible discussion of the Third Congress agenda in their press and at meetings. We ask them further to deal at once with the question of electing delegates to the Congress. The ISI unanimously agreed to suggest to all parties, 1. That the delegation to the Congress should be as large as possible, 2. That 1/3 of the delegation should be members of the Central Committee, the other 2/3 to be drawn from the most important local organizations and be most closely connected with the working masses. We attach particularly great importance to this last point. With communist greetings, President of the ISI, the Third Congress of the Communist International. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The Third Comintern Congress, held from 22 June to July 12, 1921, was attended by 509 delegates from 48 countries, of whom 291 had full voting rights. Its meetings were dominated by the discussion of the March action in Germany. This, the Kronstadt Rising, and the new economic policy in Russia, brought to a close the first period of the Comintern's history. With the Third Congress, Trotsky wrote later, it is realized that the post-war revolutionary ferment is over. The turn is taken to winning the masses, using the United Front, that is, organizing the masses on a program of transitional demands. The broad revolutionary perspectives opened by the war and its consequences had not led to the victory of the proletariat, he said, because of the absence of revolutionary parties able and willing to seize power. Comparing the Second and Third Congresses, Lenin, using Japanese action at Port Arthur as an analogy, said that the Comintern had passed from the tactics of assault to the tactics of siege, infiltration taking the place of open armed struggle. Zinoviev, at the end of the year, wrote that the Third Congress had to take note of a slower rate of development in the proletarian revolution than the First Congress assumed. The Comintern's task now was to win positions from the Social Democrats and the reformist unions, using the tactics of siege, not of assault. Thus, although Levi had been expelled for attacking the policy of artificially creating revolutionary situations, it was his policy which was in fact adopted. The question was thoroughly debated in the Politburo of the Russian Communist Party before the Congress. In his closing speech, Zinoviev singled out as the two chief events of the Congress the tactical theses and the expulsion of the Italian Socialist Party. The tactical theses made it clear that in Europe and America the enemy was stronger, cleverer, and better prepared for struggle than the enemy the Bolsheviks had to face in Russia in 1917. Therefore the work and preparation of the parties for the struggle must be careful, thorough, and solid. The expulsion of the Italian Socialist Party redefined the attitude to centrists. Who is not with us is against us. But they would continue to agitate among the membership over the heads of the leaders. At the subsequent Congress, Trotsky said, at the Third Congress the overwhelming majority called to order those elements in the International whose views involved the danger that the vanguard might by precipitate action be shattered against the passivity and immaturity of the working masses, and against the strength of the capitalist state. That was the greatest danger. Insofar as there was a retreat, it ran parallel with the economic retreat in Russia. In the discussion of Lenin's report on the tactics of the Russian Communist Party, Sachs, KAPD, argued that agreements and treaties which contributed to Russia's economic progress also strengthened capitalism in the countries with which the treaties were concluded. The International had not given thought to this conflict of interests. Sachs referred to an interview given by Crasson to the Rotfani in which the British miners' strike was said to have interfered with the execution of the Anglo-Soviet trade agreement. Radek and Bukharin, in reply, derided the idea that Soviet purchases in Western Europe could halt the economic crisis. Radek in his speech contended that any measure which is a necessity from the standpoint of Soviet Russia is also a necessity from the standpoint of the world revolution. Real help could not be given to the British miners because the Comintern was not in a position to persuade the German and American miners' unions to prevent the export of coal to the United Kingdom. Bukharin added that trade with Russia intensified competition among the capitalist states, and consequently heightened the political antagonisms between them, and, finally, that the balance of advantage was to Russia, which got more economic benefit from the trade and concessions than capitalism did. The discussion of the question of the Orient was opened by Mann, CPGB, with a short tub-thumping speech. The Turkish delegate spoke of the persecution of communists by Kemal Pasha. The Turkish Communist Party held its first congress in Baku. Nevertheless, the communists supported his movement because it was anti-imperialist, and the defeat of imperialism was the beginning of the world revolution. M. N. Roy, the Indian delegate, used the 5 minutes allotted to him to make an energetic protest against the opportunist way in which the Eastern question was discussed. No attention had been paid to it during the Congress, and when, the previous day, the Commission had at last met, not a single member of the European or American delegations had attended. The Chinese delegate also urged the international and the national sections to pay more attention and give more support to the movement in the Far East. Roy's protest was supported by a French delegate, who alleged that the Eastern Bureau of the Comintern had made no approach to the communist parties of the Western countries. Debates on the Italian Socialist Party and the KAPD also occupied a large amount of the Congress's time. The KAPD delegates to the Third Congress were Bergman, Hempel, Sachs, and Seaman. They were the only delegation to support the workers' opposition in the debate on the Russian Communist Party. They complained that the Russian and Comintern press gave misleading accounts of the KAPD, and refused to publish their corrections. The Congress declared that the KAPD, having been given sufficient time, must now either join the KPD or be expelled. The KAPD rejected amalgamation with the KPD. Expulsion followed at the AC meeting held after the Congress. in a resolution which asserted that the KAPD had published a number of pamphlets and articles of a counter-revolutionary character. The ISI considered any association with the KAPD impossible until that party publicly renounces those counter-revolutionary ideas. End of exposition. Extracts from the resolution of the Third Comintern Congress on the report of the Executive Committee. 29 June 1921 Protocol 3, p. 408. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The discussion of the ISI report, given by Zinoviev, lasted for 3 sessions. It was concerned chiefly with the German situation. Zinoviev stated that since the Second Congress the executive had held 31 sessions, and had set up an inner bureau of 7 members to deal, inter alia, with secret and illegal activities. It had met 39 times. He emphasized that while the executive was always subject to the next Congress, it had complete control of the conduct of the Comintern between Congresses, and its decisions must be carried out. Not all parties had sent their representatives to the ISI. It was essential to have the best comrades on the ISI, so that it could act as the general staff of the revolution. The adherence of the USPD had been the greatest success achieved since the Second Congress. He asserted that after Halle he had warned the German party not to allow itself to be provoked prematurely, but the March action was not a putsch, it was a revolutionary episode, a defensive, not an offensive action. The charge that control from Moscow was too tight was unjustified. On the contrary, we have been a much too loose organization. We must be much more centralized. Our contacts must be firmer and tighter than before. A lot of nonsense is being talked about the dictatorship of Moscow. In fact, the only charge that can be leveled against us is that we were not centralist enough, not tightly enough organized. It was in the discussion of Zinoviev's report that the Dutch and KAPD delegates voiced their misgivings about the influence of Russian interests on Comintern policy. Zinoviev had referred to an article by Gorter urging the political and organizational separation of the Comintern from the system of Russian state policy. We must aim at this goal if we are to do justice to the conditions of the West European Revolution, and had said that they would be only too glad if a revolution in Germany enabled them to transfer the center of the world movement to Berlin. The argument was reiterated by the KAPD delegates at the Congress. We do not for a moment forget the difficulties into which Russian Soviet power has fallen owing to the postponement of world revolution. But we also see the danger that out of these difficulties there may arise an apparent or real contradiction between the interests of the revolutionary world proletariat and the momentary interests of Soviet Russia. Another KAPD delegate objected to the ISI treating every criticism as counter-revolutionary. This means the throttling of all opposition, and proves that the need for an opposition is not understood. Without it an organization as great as the International is condemned to stagnation. The French delegation asked for a full statement from the executive on the March action before voting on the report, but their proposal was rejected after a heated discussion. The paragraph on work in the Near and Far East was put forward as an amendment by the delegates from those areas. The national and colonial question was scarcely touched on in the proceedings of the Congress. M. N. Roy, the Indian delegate, criticized this as sheer opportunism, a reference to the Soviet-British trade agreement, which stipulated that the contracting parties would refrain from hostile propaganda, and to the agreements concluded by Russia in the spring of 1921 with Persia, Turkey, and Afghanistan. At the end of the discussion the resolution was taken paragraph by paragraph. The Yugoslav delegation abstained from voting on the paragraph concerning Germany, and the Mexican delegation on the paragraph concerning the KAPD. The resolution as a whole was passed unanimously. End of exposition. The Congress takes cognizance with satisfaction of the report of the executive and states that the policy and activity of the executive over the past year were aimed at carrying out the decisions of the Second Congress. The Congress approves in particular the application by the executive of the 21 conditions drawn up by the Second Congress to the various countries. Likewise it approves the actions of the executive directed to the formation of large communist mass parties and to the relentless combating of the opportunist tendencies manifested in these parties. 1. In Italy the attitude of the Cerati group of leaders showed, directly after the Second Congress, that they were not seriously concerned with the decisions of the World Congress and the Communist International. Above all, The part played by this group in the September struggles, their attitude at Leghorn, and even more their subsequent policy, proved clearly that they want to use communism only as a sham facade for their opportunist policy. In these circumstances the split was unavoidable. The Congress welcomes the firm and resolute action of the executive in this matter, which is of fundamental importance. It approves the decision of the EC, which recognized the Communist Party of Italy as the only communist section in that country. After the Communists had left the Leghorn Congress, it passed the following resolution. In once again fully confirming its adherence to the Communist International, the Congress submits the conflict to the forthcoming Congress of the Communist International, and in doing so undertakes to abide by and to carry out its decision. The Third Congress of the Communist International is convinced that this decision of the Cerati group of leaders was forced on them by the pressure of the revolutionary workers. The Congress expects that these revolutionary elements and the working class will do everything in their power, now that the Third World Congress has made its decisions, to put them into effect. In reply to the address of the Leghorn Congress to the Third World Congress, the Third World Congress declares, by way of ultimatum, so long as the Socialist Party of Italy does not expel those who took part in the Reformist Conference in Reggio Emilia and their followers, the SPI cannot belong to the C. If this condition should be fulfilled, the Third World Congress instructs the executive to see that the necessary steps are taken to amalgamate the SPI, purged of its reformist and centrist elements, with the CPI into a unified section of the Communist International. 2. In Germany the Congress of the USPD in Halle, held as a result of the decisions of the Second World Congress, took stock of the development of the workers' movement. The attitude of the executive was designed to promote the formation of a strong CP in Germany, and experience has shown that this policy was correct. The Congress also fully approves the attitude of the executive to the subsequent events within the VKPD. The Congress trusts that in the future the executive will strictly apply the principles of international revolutionary discipline. 3. The admission of the KAPD to the C as a sympathizing party was intended to test whether the KAPD would develop in the direction of the C. The waiting period has been long enough. Now the KAPD must be asked for its hitherto delayed adherence to the VKPD, otherwise it will be expelled as a sympathizing party from the C. The Congress welcomes the manner in which the executive applied the 21 conditions to the French party, which detached large masses of workers, who were on the road to communism, from the influence of Longwit, the opportunists and centrists, and accelerated their development. The Congress trusts that in future the executive will actively promote the development of the French party into a militant and clear-principled party. In approving the work of the executive in the Near and Far East, the Congress welcomes the broadly conceived agitation carried on there, and thinks it essential that organizational work shall now be undertaken in these countries. Finally, the Congress rejects the objections to a strict international centralization of the communist movement raised by open and concealed enemies of communism. Rather it expresses its conviction that the parties must place their best forces at the disposal of the executive in order to obtain an even more militant central political leadership of communist parties held together in one unbreakable union. The lack of central leadership has been shown, for example, in the questions of the unemployed and of reparations, where the executive did not act quickly and effectively enough. The Congress trusts that the executive, with the greater cooperation of the member parties, will work out an improved machinery for maintaining contact and will, with greater participation by the parties in the executive, be in the position to carry out its constantly growing tasks to an even greater extent than formerly. Extracts from the Theses on the World Situation and the Tasks of the Comintern adopted by the Third Comintern Congress. 4th of July 1921 Pheasant Resolution in 3, p. 7. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. In a long speech on 23 June on the world economic crisis and the new tasks of the Comintern, Trotsky, who with Varga drafted the theses, which were designed to combat the theory of the offensive, surveyed the various defeats suffered by revolutionary movements since 1919 and proceeded to an analysis of the economic position of the leading powers, world trade, the prospects of economic recovery, the social changes effected by the war, and the international political scene. particularly Anglo-American rivalry. He concluded that capitalism had managed to restore a temporary and uncertain equilibrium, while the situation remained at bottom revolutionary. Whether slow or quick, we will not argue about the rate of development, after history deceived us so badly on this question. The development is towards revolution. We are not now confronted with the chaotic and elemental assault that we witnessed in Europe in 1918 to 1919. At that time it seemed to us, with some historical justification, possible that the assault would mount and move forward in higher and higher waves, and that the working class would in a year or two achieve state power. It was a historical possibility, but it did not happen. History has given the bourgeoisie a fairly long breathing spell. The revolution is not so obedient, so tame, that it can be let on a leash, as we imagined. It has its ups and downs, its crises and booms. 5 After a brief discussion, in which a KAPD delegate criticized the theses, they were passed unanimously. End of exposition. 1. The revolutionary movement at the end of the imperialist war and after it was marked by an amplitude unprecedented in history. It did not, however, end with the overthrow of world capitalism, or even of European capitalism. 2. During the year which has passed between the second and third Congresses of the Communist International, a series of working-class risings and struggles have ended in partial defeat. The advance of the Red Army on Warsaw in August 1920. The movement of the Italian proletariat in September 1920, the rising of the German workers in March 1921. The first period of the post-war revolutionary movement, distinguished by the spontaneous character of its assault, by the marked imprecision of its aims and methods, and by the extreme panic which it aroused among the ruling classes, seems in essentials to be over. The self-confidence of the bourgeoisie as a class, and the outward stability of their state organs, have undeniably been strengthened. The panic fear of communism has abated, even if it has not altogether disappeared. The leaders of the bourgeoisie are even boasting of the power of their state machine and have gone over to an offensive against the workers in all countries both on the economic and the political front. 3. Consequently, the Communist International puts to itself and to the entire working class the following questions. To what extent do the new relations between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat correspond with the real relation of forces? Are the bourgeoisie really about to re-establish the social equilibrium destroyed by the war? Are there reasons for thinking that after the political upheavals and class struggles a new and prolonged epoch of the restoration and expansion of capitalism is about to open? Does it not follow from this that the program and tactics of the Communist International should be revised? 5. The period of demobilization, when the massacre that had been prolonged for 4 years had ceased, the period of transition from a state of war to a state of peace, inevitably accompanied by an economic crisis arising from the exhaustion and chaos of war, rightly appeared most dangerous in the eyes of the bourgeoisie. In fact, in the 2 years following its end, the countries which had been ravaged by war became the scene of powerful proletarian movements. The fact that a few months after the war it was not the apparently inevitable crisis but economic recovery which set in was one of the chief reasons why the bourgeoisie retained their dominant position. This period lasted about a year and a half. Industry absorbed practically all the demobilized workers. Although as a rule wages did not catch up with food prices, they rose enough to create a mirage of economic gain. It was precisely the favorable economic circumstances of 19,191,920 which, by ameliorating the most acute phase of liquidation of the war, encouraged the self-confidence of the bourgeoisie, and raised the question of the opening of a new epoch of organic capitalist development. At bottom, however, the recovery of 1919 to 1920 did not mark the beginning of the restoration of capitalist economy after the war, it only continued the artificial prosperity created by the war. 8. At the cost of the further organic dislocation of the economic system, increase in fictitious capital, currency depreciation, speculation instead of rehabilitation, the bourgeois governments, acting in concert with the banks and the industrial trusts, succeeded in staving off the outbreak of the economic crisis until the political crisis brought about by demobilization and the first post-war squaring of accounts had subsided. Having gained a substantial respite, The bourgeoisie imagined that the danger of a crisis had been averted for an indefinite time. They became extremely optimistic. It seemed that the needs of reconstruction would open a prolonged era of industrial and commercial prosperity and above all of successful speculation. The year 1920 shattered these hopes. 9. Thus the crisis of 1920, and this is essential to a correct understanding of the world situation, was not an ordinary phase of the normal industrial cycle, but rather a profound reaction to the fictitious prosperity of wartime and the 2 years after the war, a prosperity based on destruction and exhaustion. The normal sequence of boom and crisis used to occur on a rising curve of industrial development. During the last 7 years, however, European production, instead of rising, has fallen steeply. In these circumstances, periods of prosperity can only be of short duration, and largely speculative in character. Crises will be prolonged and severe. The present crisis in Europe is a crisis of underproduction. 12. The illusory character of the boom is most evident in Germany. Over a period of a year and a half, in which prices increased sevenfold, production steadily declined. Germany's ostensibly successful participation in post-war international trade was paid for both by squandering the country's basic capital and by a further decline in the working class's standard of life. The German workers are becoming the coolies of Europe. 14. Developments in the United States during the war were in certain respects the opposite of those in Europe. Before the war it exported primarily agricultural products and raw materials which accounted for 2/3 of its total exports. Now, on the contrary, it exports primarily industrial products which account for 60%. Before the war America was a debtor country, now it has become the creditor of the entire world. About half of the total world's gold reserve has been concentrated in the United States, and gold continues to flow steadily towards America. The determining role of the pound sterling on the world market has passed to the dollar. 15. But even American capitalism has been shaken out of its equilibrium. The immense expansion of American industry was determined by a singular combination of circumstances, by the absence of European competition, and above all by the European demand for war supplies. Ruined Europe has not been able even after the war to regain its position as a competitor with America on the world market, while as a market for American goods it cannot have anything like the importance which it had formerly. In the United States the crisis is the beginning of a deep-seated and lasting disruption of the economy resulting from the war in Europe. That is the result of the destruction of the former world division of labor. 16. Japan also profited from the war to expand its place on the world market. Its development was incomparably smaller than that of the United States and in a number of industries has a purely hothouse artificial character. While its productive forces were great enough to win markets deserted by competitors, they are insufficient to retain them in the struggle with more powerful capitalist countries. Hence the severe crisis, which in fact began in Japan. 18. Thus whether we examine production, trade, or credit, and not only in Europe but on all world markets, we find no reason to affirm that any stable equilibrium is being restored. Europe's economic decline continues, but the full extent of the destruction of the foundations of European economy will be revealed only in the years to come. The world market is disorganized. Europe needs American products but has nothing to offer in return. Europe is suffering from anemia, America from plethora. The gold standard has gone. The depreciation of European currencies, which has in some cases reached 99%, presents the most serious obstacle to international trade. The unceasing and violent fluctuations in the exchanges transform capitalist production into wild speculation. The world market has no universal standard of value. The gold standard can be re-established in Europe only by increasing exports and reducing imports. But ruined Europe is incapable of making this change. America, on the other hand, is protecting itself against European dumping by raising its tariff barriers. Europe remains a lunatic asylum. Most of the countries prohibit exports and imports and multiply their protective tariffs. England is taking measures against German exports and the entire economic life of Germany is at the mercy of a gang of allied speculators, particularly the French. The territory of Austria-Hungary has been cut by a dozen tariff barriers. 19. The disappearance of Soviet Russia, both as a market for industrial products and as a supplier of raw materials, helped appreciably to shatter the world economic equilibrium. Russia's return to the world market cannot in the near future make any great change. 20. The war, which destroyed productive forces to a degree unprecedented in history, did not arrest the process of social differentiation. On the contrary, the proletarianization of the large middle strata, including the new middle class, employees and civil servants, etc., and the concentration of property in the hands of small cliques, trusts, cartels, consortiums, etc., have made enormous progress in the last 7 years in the countries which suffered most from the war. Thus in regard to material resources Europe has been set back decades, while social tensions have become more acute. Far from being arrested, their growth has been greatly accelerated. This cardinal fact is by itself enough to belie any hope of prolonged and peaceful development on a democratic basis. Progressive differentiation on the one hand, and, on the other, proletarianization and pauperization caused by economic decline will give the class struggle a tense, bitter, and convulsive character. In this respect the crisis only continues the work of the war and post-war speculative boom. 22. The fall in the purchasing power of money has hit public and private employees more severely as a rule than the proletariat. The lower and middle ranks, their security shattered, have become an element of political unrest which undermines the structure of the state they serve. The new middle class, which, according to the reformists, was the pillar of conservatism, may rather become during the epoch of transition a revolutionary factor. 23. Capitalist Europe has finally lost its predominant economic position. That was the foundation of its relatively stable class structure. All the efforts of the European countries, England and to some extent France, to restore that situation can only aggravate the chaos and insecurity. 24. While in Europe the concentration of property has been based on general impoverishment, in the United States both this concentration and the greater acuteness of class antagonisms have reached an extreme degree on the basis of a feverish expansion of wealth. The sudden changes in the economic situation because of the general uncertainties of the world market give to the class struggle in America an extremely tense and revolutionary character. A period of capitalist expansion unprecedented in history is bound to be followed by an unusual outburst of revolutionary struggle. 25. The emigration of workers and peasants has always acted as a safety valve for the capitalist regime in Europe. It rose during periods of prolonged depression and after the defeat of revolutionary movements, but now America and Australia are putting more and more checks on immigration. The safety valve is no longer working. 26. The vigorous development of capitalism in the East, particularly in India and China, has created new social bases there for the revolutionary struggle. The bourgeoisie of these countries tightened their bonds with foreign capital, and so became an important instrument of its rule. Their struggle against foreign imperialism, the struggle of a very weak rival, is essentially half-hearted and feeble in character. The growth of the indigenous proletariat paralyzes the national revolutionary tendencies of the capitalist bourgeoisie. But at the same time the vast peasant masses are finding revolutionary leaders in the person of the conscious communist vanguard. The combination of military oppression by foreign imperialism, of capitalist exploitation by the native and the foreign bourgeoisie, and the survival of feudal servitude creates favorable conditions for the young proletariat of the colonies to develop rapidly and to take its place at the head of the revolutionary peasant movement. The popular revolutionary movement in India and in other colonies has now become as integral a part of the world revolution as the uprising of the proletariat in the capitalist countries of the Old and the New World. 27. The general world economic situation, and above all the decline of Europe, will give rise to a long period of grave economic difficulties, of shocks, of partial and general crises. The international relations established as a result of the war and the Treaty of Versailles make the situation even more difficult. Imperialism was born of the pressure of the productive forces to abolish national frontiers and to create a single economic territory in Europe and in the world. The result of the conflicts of hostile imperialisms has been to create in Central and Eastern Europe new frontiers, new tariffs, and new armies. In the economic and political sense Europe has relapsed into the Middle Ages. Its exhausted and devastated territory has now to support armies 1.5 times as large as in 1914. that is, at the height of the armed peace. 28. French policy on the European continent has two aspects. 1. Testifying to the blind rage of the usurer ready to strangle his bankrupt debtor, and the greed of rapacious heavy industry out to create with the help of the coalfields of the Saar and the Ruhr, and of Upper Silesia, the requisite conditions for industrial imperialism to replace bankrupt financial imperialism. The second tendency is directed against England. England's policy is to keep German coal apart from French ore, but the union of these two is one of the most important prerequisites of European reconstruction. 29. The British Empire seems to be at the height of its power. It has maintained its former possessions and gained new ones. But it is precisely now that the contradiction between England's predominant position in the world and its real economic decline becomes apparent. Germany, where capitalism is incomparably more advanced in technology and organization, has been laid low by armed force, but a triumphant rival more dangerous than Germany has arisen, the United States. In the economic field, the master of both Americas. Because of its better organization and technology, the productivity of labor in American industry is substantially greater than in England. In the industrial field, Great Britain has gone over to the defensive, and on the pretext of fighting cut-price German competition is shielding itself with protectionist measures against the United States. While England's navy, which has a great many obsolete units, has been arrested in its development, Harding's government has taken up Wilson's program of naval construction, which in 2 or 3 years will give naval mastery to the American flag. England therefore will either be automatically pushed into the background and, despite its victory over Germany, become a second-class power, or it will in the near future be forced to engage all the forces it has acquired in the past in a life-and-death struggle with the United States. It is with this in mind that England is maintaining its alliance with Japan, and trying by a policy of concessions to gain French support or at least French neutrality. France's growing importance in Europe in the past year is due, not to a strengthening of France, but to a weakening of England. Germany's capitulation last May on the question of war indemnities represented however a temporary victory for England and entails further economic decline for Central Europe, without excluding the possibility that in the near future France will occupy the Ruhr and Upper Silesia. 30. The hostility between Japan and the United States, temporarily disguised by their joint participation in the war against Germany, is now in full swing. Japan has drawn nearer to the American coast by getting strategically important islands in the Pacific. The Japanese industrial crisis has made the question of emigration more acute. Japan, a country with a dense population and poor in natural resources, must export either goods or men, and in either case it comes into collision with the United States. Japan is spending more than half its budget on the Army and Navy. In the struggle between England and America, Japan will have to play at sea the part played on land by France in the war against Germany. Japan is profiting momentarily from the antagonism between England and America, but the decisive struggle between these two giants for the domination of the world will be fought out at its cost. The last great war was European in origin and the chief belligerents were European. The axis of the struggle was the antagonism between England and Germany. American intervention merely widened the frame of the struggle but did not change its basic character. The European conflict was resolved on a world scale. The war which in a fashion resolved the differences between England and Germany and between the United States and Germany, not only failed to settle the relations between the United States and England, but, on the contrary, brought them for the first time into the very foreground as the fundamental question of world politics. It made the question of the relations between the United States and Japan secondary. The last war was thus the European prelude to the real world war, the war to decide which imperialism shall predominate. 31. But that is only one axis of world politics. There is a second, the Russian-Soviet Federation, and the third international war born of the last war. The group formed by the international revolutionary forces is hostile in principle to all imperialist groups. The maintenance of the alliance between England and France or its disruption is, from the standpoint of the interests of the proletariat and the securing of peace, in the same category as the renewal or denunciation of the Anglo-Japanese alliance, the entry of the United States into the League of Nations or its refusal to enter. The proletariat can see no security in the ephemeral, fraudulent, rapacious, and perfidious alliances of capitalist states whose policy, revolving more and more around the Anglo-American antagonism, makes it more acute and prepares a new bloody conflagration. The conclusion by some capitalist countries of treaties of peace and commercial agreements with Soviet Russia does not mean that the world bourgeoisie have abandoned the idea of destroying the Soviet Republic. It is probably no more than a temporary change in the forms and methods of struggle. It is absolutely clear that the more slowly the world proletarian revolutionary movement develops, the more inescapably will international economic and political antagonisms drive the bourgeoisie into seeking a new decision by force of arms. That would mean that the attempts to restore capitalist equilibrium after the new war would be made amidst economic impoverishment and cultural desolation, in comparison with which the present European situation would seem the height of well-being. 34. In the last analysis, the question of restoring capitalism on the foundations outlined above can be summarized in this way: is the working class ready, in the incomparably more difficult conditions of today, to make the sacrifices required to restore stable conditions for its own slavery, more harsh and more cruel than those which prevailed before the war? To restore European economy and to replace the productive apparatus destroyed during the war, an immense amount of new capital is necessary. That can only be created if the proletariat is ready to work harder at much lower wages. This is what the capitalists are asking, and this is what the treacherous leaders of the Yellow International are recommending. First help to rebuild capitalism, and only then fight for an improvement in the workers' lot. But the European proletariat is not ready to sacrifice itself. It demands an improvement in its lot, which is at present absolutely incompatible with the objective possibilities of capitalism. Hence the endless strikes and uprisings and the impossibility of restoring European economy. For many European countries, Germany, France, Italy, Austria-Hungary, Poland, the Balkans, currency stabilization requires, first of all, getting rid of debts which it is beyond their capacity to pay, that is, declaring themselves bankrupt. But this means giving a powerful impulse to the class struggle for the division of the national income. Currency stabilization means further reducing state expenditure at the cost of the masses, abandoning the minimum wage and price control. It means preventing the import of cheap goods from abroad, and increasing exports by reducing the cost of production, that is, again, primarily by intensifying the exploitation of the working masses. Any serious step to restore capitalist equilibrium shakes the equilibrium of classes, already disrupted, and gives a new impetus to revolutionary struggle. The question whether capitalism can be regenerated thus becomes a question of struggle between living forces, between classes and parties. If, of the two primary classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, one, the proletariat, abandons the revolutionary struggle, the other will in the end undoubtedly achieve a new capitalist equilibrium, an equilibrium of material and moral decay by means of new crises, new wars, the impoverishment of whole countries and the death of millions of workers. But the frame of mind of the international proletariat provides absolutely no ground for such a prognosis. 35. The elements of stability, conservative in their social import, have lost much of their authority over the minds of the working masses. If social democracy and the trade unions still preserve some influence over a considerable part of the proletariat, thanks to the organizational machine they inherited, that influence has already been deeply undermined. The war changed not only the state of mind but the very composition of the proletariat, and these changes are wholly incompatible with pre-war organizational gradualism. 36. The crisis fell on the proletariat of the entire world with a terrifying force. Wages fell more than prices. The number of unemployed and semi-employed is greater than it has ever been in the history of capitalism. The frequent changes in living conditions exercise a very unfavorable influence on the productivity of labor and make it impossible to establish class equilibrium on a firm basis, that is, on the basis of production. Uncertainty in the conditions of life, reflecting the general economic instability, national and universal, is the most revolutionary factor at work at the present time. 37. The war did not end directly with the proletarian revolution. With some justification, The bourgeoisie regard this as a major victory. But only petty bourgeois blockheads can interpret the fact that the European proletariat did not overthrow the bourgeoisie during the war or immediately after it as the failure of the Communist International's program. The line of the Communist International is not set for the appearance of the proletarian revolution on a certain date fixed dogmatically beforehand, or by a mechanical policy of carrying through the revolution within a given time. The revolution was and is a struggle of living forces and given historical conditions. The destruction by war of capitalist equilibrium throughout the world creates favorable fighting conditions for the forces of social revolution. All the efforts of the Communist International were and are designed to exploit this situation to the full. The differences between the Communist International and the Social Democrats of both groups do not consist in our having fixed a date for the revolution, while they reject utopianism and putschism. The difference is that the Social Democrats obstruct real revolutionary development by doing all they can, whether in the government or in opposition, to help re-establish the stability of the bourgeois state, while the Communists take advantage of every opportunity and of every means to overthrow or to destroy the bourgeois state. In the 2.5 years which have passed since the end of the war, the proletariat of many countries has shown more energy, militancy, and devotion than would have been required for a victorious revolution if at the head of the working class there had been a strong international communist party centralized and ready for action. But for a number of historical reasons it was the Second International which stood at the head of the proletariat during and immediately after the war, and that organization was and still is an invaluable political instrument in the hands of the bourgeoisie. 39. It cannot be denied that the open revolutionary struggle of the proletariat for power is at the present moment slackening and slowing down in many countries. But after all, it could not be expected that the post-war revolutionary offensive, once it failed to win an immediate victory, would follow an unbroken upward curve of development. Political movements also have their cycles, their ups and downs. The enemy does not remain passive, he fights. If the proletarian attack is not crowned with success, the bourgeoisie pass at the first chance to the counterattack. The loss of some positions, won without difficulty, is followed by a temporary depression among the proletariat. But it is equally undeniable that the curve of capitalist development is downwards, with a few passing upward movements, while the curve of revolution is rising although it shows a few falls. Capitalism can be restored only by infinitely greater exploitation, by the loss of millions of lives, by the reduction of the standard of living of other millions below the minimum, by perpetual uncertainty, and this makes for constant strikes and revolts. It is under this pressure and in these struggles that the mass will to overthrow capitalist society grows. 40. The chief task of the Communist Party in the present crisis is to direct the defensive struggles of the proletariat, to broaden and deepen them, to link them together and, in harmony with the march of events, to transform them into decisive political struggles for the final goal. But if events develop more slowly and a period of recovery follows in a greater or lesser number of countries the present economic crisis, that would not in any way mean the beginning of an organic epoch. So long as capitalism exists, recurrent fluctuations are inevitable. They will characterize capitalism in its death agony as they did in its youth and its maturity. 41. Whether the revolutionary movement in the forthcoming period advances more rapidly or slows down, in neither case the Communist Party must remain the party of action. It stands at the head of the fighting masses, formulating clearly and vigorously the watchwords of the battle, exposing the evasive slogans of social democracy, designed for compromise. Throughout the changing course of the struggle, the Communist Party strives to consolidate its organizational footholds, to train the masses in active maneuvering, to arm them with new methods aimed at open conflict with the forces of the enemy. Utilizing every respite to assimilate the lessons of the preceding phase, the Communist Party strives to deepen and extend class conflicts, to coordinate them nationally and internationally by unity of aim and action, and in this way, as spearhead of the proletariat, to sweep aside every obstacle on the road to its dictatorship and to the social revolution. Resolution of the Third Comintern Congress on the Situation in the German Communist Party. 9th of July 1921. Protocol 3, p. 945. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The resolution was intended as a compromise, The danger of a further split in the KPD, in which the conflicts of policies and personalities had become extremely bitter, was to be avoided by a conciliatory tone towards the left, although their policy was rejected. In the debate on the tactical theses, Zinoviev had said that it was less important to distribute praise or blame than to look ahead to what should be done. There can only be one answer. In no circumstances must there be a further split in the KPD. I really do not know whether our party can bear another split, nor are there any reasons for one, now that they take the following exposition with a grain of salt. Tactical end of exposition. Theses put forward by our Russian delegation have found general acceptance. The Central has in many respects acknowledged the mistakes it made. Through Comrade Zetkin, the opposition has declared that it now sees that the struggle had great historical significance. The resolution was proposed by Zinoviev in the name of the Russian delegation. Although passed unanimously, the opposition delegates of the German party, including Clara Zetkin, put in a statement, not to be voted on but for the record, which, they claimed, distributed light and shadow more correctly than the resolution. In the course of the Congress, a peace treaty was agreed between the different German groups. 3 letters were sent to the subsequent Congress of the KPD at Jena, one from the ISI, one from Lenin, and one from Radek. The ISI letter contained an attack on the ultra-left, and in his letter Lenin singled out one of its leaders, Maslow, for attack. He was elected by the Congress as deputy member of the Central Committee of the KPD. The left wing, according to Ruth Fischer, had established friendly relations with leading members of the workers' opposition in the Russian Communist Party. The resolution of the Jena Congress on the decisions of the Third Comintern Congress noted that in his criticism of the March action, Comrade Trotsky had failed to mention that it was due not only to a mistaken philosophy of the revolutionary offensive but also to the former passivity of the party. At the Fourth Congress, the dispute between the right and left wings in the KPD was brought before a commission which included, for the Russians, Lenin, Trotsky, Zinoviev, Bukharin, and Radek. Ernst Mayr, of the German right wing, asked for disciplinary action against the left, but the commission supported Lenin's rejection of this demand. End of exposition. The Third World Congress notes with satisfaction that all the most important resolutions, and particularly the section of the resolution on tactics dealing with the hotly debated March action, were passed unanimously, and that the representatives of the German opposition themselves, in the resolutions they put forward on the March action, adopted by and large the same position as the Congress. In this the Congress sees proof that united and concentrated work within the VKPD on the basis of the decisions of the Third Congress is not only desirable but also practicable. The Congress considers any further disintegration of forces within the VKPD, any factionalism, not to speak of a split, as the greatest danger for the entire movement. The Congress expects the Central and the majority in the VKPD to deal tolerantly with the former opposition, and expects the opposition to carry out loyally the decisions of the Third Congress, and is convinced that the Central will do everything possible to rally all the forces of the party. The Congress demands of the former opposition the immediate dissolution of any fractional organization, the complete and absolute subordination of the parliamentary fraction to the party central, the complete subordination of the press to the relevant party bodies, the immediate cessation of any political collaboration with persons expelled from the party and the Communist International, in their newspapers, for example. The Congress instructs the executive to observe carefully the further development of the German movement and in the event of the slightest breach of discipline to take immediately the most energetic steps. Extracts from the Theses on Tactics adopted by the Third Comintern Congress. 12 July 1921 Thesmt Resolution N. 3, p. 31. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. These theses were drafted by the Russian delegation in consultation with the German delegation, and introduced by Radek. He argued that if, as Trotsky's analysis showed, the capitalists had won a respite, Comintern tactics must be concerned not with direct preparations for civil war, but with organization and agitation. In the discussion, which occupied 4 sessions and was concerned chiefly with the March action, Lenin explained that the theses were a compromise. Trotsky added later that it was a compromise which favored the left, the maximum concession that could be made to those who supported the theory of the offensive. The German, Italian, Austrian, and youth delegations had wished to amend them in a left direction. The first stage in our struggle, Lenin said, was to create a genuine communist party, so that we could know with whom we were talking and in whom we could have complete confidence. At the first and second congresses we said, out with the centrists. But now we have to go a bit further. The second stage, after we have created the party, must be to learn how to prepare the revolution. In many countries we have not even begun to learn how to win the leadership. We have not only condemned the centrists, but chased them out. Now we must turn against the other side, which we think is also dangerous. These comrades must learn to wage a really revolutionary struggle. Hundreds of thousands of proletarians fought heroically. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. In the March action. End of exposition. Anyone who comes out against this fight must be immediately expelled. But after that, we must learn from our mistakes to make better preparation for the struggle. We must not be afraid of exposing our mistakes in front of the enemy. Whoever fears that is no revolutionary. In dealing with the attempts of German delegates to amend the theses, Trotsky explained that, in describing the March action as a step forward, what was meant, or at least what he understood it to mean, was that the Communist Party was no longer an opposition within the USPD or a propagandist organization, but a homogeneous, independent, resolute, centralized party able to intervene independently in the struggle, and that this had happened for the first time in the March action. It was not meant as a defense of the March action. The Congress must tell the German workers that it was a mistake, and that the party's attempt to play a leading part in a great mass movement was an unhappy one, in the sense that, should it be repeated, it might really destroy this fine party. The open letter referred to in Section 3 was sent by the VKPD to the SPD, USPD, and the trade unions, proposing joint action on wages, workers' control, trade with Russia, etc. In an article published in Precaur on the last day of 1921, Radek explained that the split at Halle had alienated a number of German workers, who could be reconciled if they saw that the KPD was prepared to join with the other parties in the practical daily struggle. In the course of that struggle they would learn that reformism could not give them what they wanted. The open letter was drafted by Radek, in agreement with Paul Levi, apparently to counter the putschism of a section of the German party favored by Zinoviev. The move was supported by Lenin, and the letter was published in the Rotfani on January 8, 1921. The proposal was rejected. End of exposition. The definition of the question. The new International Association of Workers is established to organize joint action by the proletariat of the different countries which pursue the one goal, the overthrow of capitalism, the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat and of an international Soviet republic which will completely abolish all classes and realize socialism, the first stage of communist society. This definition of aims recorded in the statutes of the Communist International clearly delimits all the tactical questions which are to be solved. They are the tactical questions of our fight for the proletarian dictatorship. They refer to the means for winning the majority of the working class for the principles of communism and to the means for organizing the socially decisive sections of the proletariat for the struggle to bring it into being. They refer to our attitude to the proletarianized petty bourgeois strata, to the ways and means for the most rapid disintegration of the organs of bourgeois power, their destruction, and the final international struggle for the dictatorship. The question of the dictatorship itself, as the only road to victory, is outside discussion. The development of the world revolution has demonstrated beyond the shadow of a doubt that in the given historical situation there is only one alternative: capitalist dictatorship or proletarian dictatorship. The Third Congress of the Communist International takes up anew the examination of tactical questions at a time when, in a number of countries, the objective situation has become acutely revolutionary and a number of mass communist parties have been formed which, however, nowhere yet possess the actual leadership of the majority of the working class in real revolutionary struggle. 2. Towards new struggles. The world revolution, that is, the downfall of capitalism and the concentration of the revolutionary energy of the proletariat, its organization into an attacking and victorious power, will require a fairly long period of revolutionary struggle. The variety and the degree of acuteness reached by contradictions in different countries, the variety in their social structure and in the obstacles to be surmounted, the high level of organization of the bourgeoisie in the highly developed capitalist countries of West Europe and North America, meant that the World War did not issue immediately in the victory of the World Revolution. Communists were therefore right when they said, even during the war, that the epoch of imperialism would develop into the epoch of social revolution, that is, into a long series of civil wars in various capitalist states, and of wars between the capitalist states on one side and proletarian states and the exploited colonial peoples on the other. The world revolution is not an undeviating process advancing along a straight line. In the period of chronic capitalist decay, the continuous revolutionary sapping comes at times to a head in an acute crisis. The world economic crisis, which began in the middle of 1920 and spread over the whole world, increasing unemployment everywhere, proves to the international proletariat that the bourgeoisie are unable to rebuild the world anew. The illusions which international social democracy and the trade union bureaucracy used to restrain the working masses from revolutionary struggle, the illusion that by renouncing the conquest of political power in revolutionary struggle they could gradually and peacefully achieve economic power and self-government, is fading away. 3. The most important task today. The most important question before the Communist International today is to win predominating influence over the majority of the working class, and to bring its decisive strata into the struggle. For despite the objectively revolutionary situation, political and economic, the majority of the workers are not yet under communist influence. This is particularly true of those countries where finance capital is very powerful and where consequently large strata of workers are corrupted by imperialism, for example England and America, while real revolutionary mass propaganda has only just begun. From the day of its foundation the Communist International has clearly and unambiguously made its goal the formation not of small communist sects, trying by propaganda and agitation only to establish their influence over the working masses, but participation in the struggle of the working masses, the direction of this struggle in a communist spirit, and the creation in the course of this struggle of experienced, large, revolutionary, mass communist parties. At its second Congress the Communist International publicly rejected sectarian tendencies in its resolutions on the trade union question and on parliament. The experience of 2 years of struggle by the communist parties has fully confirmed the correctness of this position. By its policy the Communist International succeeded in a number of countries in detaching the revolutionary workers not only from the avowed reformists but also from the centrists. Thanks to the tactics of the Communist International, revolutionary work in the trade unions, the open letter, etc., communism in Germany, from being the mere political tendency which it represented in the January and March struggles of 1919, has become a great revolutionary mass party. It has won an influence in the trade unions which has induced the trade union bureaucrats, fearing the revolutionary effect of communist trade union work, to expel many communists from the unions and force them to take on themselves the odium of splitting the unions. In France the communists have won the majority of the Socialist Party. In England the communist groups are consolidating themselves on the basis of the tactical platform of the Communist International, and their growing influence is forcing the social traders to try to make their affiliation to the Labour Party impossible. Sectarian communist groups, like the KAPD, on the other hand, have had not the slightest success. The theory of strengthening communism by propaganda and agitation alone, by the foundation of separate communist trade unions, has suffered complete shipwreck. Nowhere has it been possible to found an influential communist party by these means. 4. The situation in the Communist International. The Communist International has not everywhere advanced far enough in forming mass communist parties by these means. Indeed, in 2 of the most important countries of victorious capitalism everything still remains to be done in this respect. In the United States where, for historical reasons, there was no broad revolutionary movement even before the war, the communists are still only on the threshold of the first stage of forming a communist nucleus and establishing contact with the working masses. The economic crisis, which has thrown 5 millions out of work, provides a very favorable soil for this work. Conscious of the threatening danger that the workers' movement will become more radical and be influenced by the communists, American capital is trying by the most barbarous persecution to break the young communist movement, to annihilate it and drive it underground, where, it is hoped, lacking contact with the masses, it will degenerate and wither away. Nor, despite the concentration of its forces into a single communist party, has the English communist movement succeeded in becoming a mass party. The prolonged dislocation of English economy, the unprecedented acuteness of the strike movement, the growing discontent among the broadest masses of the people with Lloyd George's government, the possibility that the Labour Party and Liberal Party will win the next general election, all this opens new revolutionary perspectives and confronts English communists with questions of the utmost importance. The cardinal task of the Communist Party of Great Britain is to become a mass party. The powerful strike movement is testing the capacity, the reliability, the steadfastness and conscientiousness of the trade union apparatus and leaders before the eyes of millions of workers. In these circumstances, communist work in the trade unions is of decisive importance. No criticism from outside can influence the masses to anything remotely like the extent of the influence which can be exerted by the steadfast day-to-day work of the communist trade union cells, by the work of exposing and discrediting the trade union traitors and Philistines who, in England more than in any other country, are the political pawns of capital. The mass communist parties of Central and Western Europe are working out appropriate methods of revolutionary agitation and propaganda, elaborating methods of organization which correspond to their fighting character, and are passing over from agitation and propaganda to action. This process is hampered by the fact that in a number of countries the movement of the workers into the communist camp took place under leaders who had not overcome their centrist tendencies, and are unable to conduct genuinely communist popular agitation and propaganda, or who fear it because they know that it will carry the parties on to revolutionary struggles. In Italy, these centrist tendencies have led to a split in the party. The party and trade union leaders around Cerati, instead of transforming the spontaneous movements of the working class and their growing activity into a conscious struggle for power, for which conditions in Italy were ripe, let these movements peter out. Since they differed from the reformists neither in word nor deed, they did not wish to separate themselves from them, but preferred to separate from the communists. The Cerati policy, which strengthened the influence of the reformists, also created the danger of anarchist and syndicalist influence in the party, and of the growth of anti-parliamentary, sham radical tendencies. The split at Leghorn, the formation of the Italian Communist Party, the concentration of all genuinely communist elements, on the platform of the decisions of the Second Comintern Congress, into a communist party, will make communism a mass force in Italy if the party, while fighting steadily and unyieldingly against the opportunist Cerati policy, is at the same time able to link itself with the proletarian masses in the trade unions, in their strikes, in the fight against the counter-revolutionary fascist movement, to fuse and to transform the spontaneous actions of the workers into carefully prepared struggles. In France, where the chauvinist poison of national defense and the subsequent frenzy of victory were stronger than in any other country, the reaction against the war developed more slowly than elsewhere. The French Socialist Party majority developed in a communist direction before the march of events raised the decisive questions of revolutionary action. The French Communist Party will be able to exploit this situation more fully and more advantageously, the more decisively it eliminates from its own ranks, and particularly from its leadership, the survivals, still very strong, of national pacifist and parliamentary reformist ideology. In its parliamentary struggle the party must make a decisive break with those hypocritical formalities and false personal courtesies of French parliamentary life which the bourgeoisie deliberately encourage in order to intimidate and hypnotize the workers' deputies. Communist Party deputies, in their strictly supervised action in Parliament, must seek to expose the deception of nationalist democratism and traditional revolutionism, and present every question as one of class interests and inexorable class struggle. The attempts of impatient and politically inexperienced revolutionary elements to resort to the most extreme methods, which by their very nature imply the decisive revolutionary uprising of the proletariat, for particular problems and tasks, such as the proposal that this year's conscripts shall resist the call-up, contain elements of the most dangerous adventurism and may, if they are employed, frustrate for a long time the genuinely revolutionary preparation of the proletariat for the seizure of power. The French Communist Party, like the parties of other countries, must reject these extremely dangerous methods. This, however, must in no circumstances be used as a pretext for inactivity. Strengthening the party's contact with the masses means above all closer links with the trade unions. In this field the task of the party does not consist in a mechanical external subordination of the unions to the party, and their renunciation of the autonomy required by the character of their work. It means that the truly revolutionary elements inside the unions, brought together and directed by the Communist Party, themselves give union work a direction in conformity with the general interests of the proletariat in its fight to capture power. Bearing this in mind, the Communist Party of France must, in a friendly but clear and resolute fashion, criticize those anarcho-syndicalist tendencies which reject the proletarian dictatorship and deny the necessity of the organization of the proletarian vanguard in a single centralized directing body, that is, in a communist party. The dislike of petty politicians characteristic of French syndicalism is primarily the expression of a perfectly natural hatred of traditional socialist parliamentarians. The genuinely revolutionary character of the Communist Party will create the possibility of convincing all revolutionary elements of the necessity of political organization if the working class is to seize power. The amalgamation of the revolutionary syndicalist and the communist organizations into one is an essential prerequisite for any serious struggle by the French proletariat. The United Communist Party of Germany, although it is already a mass party, has the great task of increasing and consolidating its influence on the broad masses, of winning the proletarian mass organizations and the trade unions, of destroying the influence of the Social Democratic Party and trade union bureaucracy, and of becoming the leader of the mass movement in the coming struggles of the proletariat. This, its main task, means that all the work of agitation and organization must be directed to winning the sympathy of the majority of the working class, without which, in view of the strength of German capital, no victory for communism in Germany is possible. Neither in the extent nor in the content of its agitation has the party up to now been equal to this task. Nor did it consistently pursue the policy indicated in the open letter, of putting forward the practical interests of the proletariat in opposition to the treacherous policy of the social democratic parties and trade union bureaucracy. Centrist tendencies, not yet completely overcome, meant that the party, faced with the necessity of struggle, went into it rashly, without sufficient preparation, and without maintaining the essential moral contact with the non-communist masses. The active tasks which will soon confront the VKPD, because of the breakdown of the German economy and the capitalist threat to the very existence of the working masses, can only be accomplished if the party, instead of opposing the tasks of organization and agitation to those of action, of the deed, keeps constantly on the alert the spirit of militancy in its organizations, makes its agitation really popular in character, and builds its organizations in such a way that, through its close ties with the masses, it develops the ability to weigh up situations carefully, to determine the moment for fighting, and to prepare thoroughly for the fight. The parties of the Communist International will become revolutionary mass parties only if they overcome opportunism, its survivals and traditions, in their own ranks by seeking to link themselves closely with the working masses in their struggle, deriving their tasks from the practical struggles of the proletariat, and in these struggles rejecting both the opportunist policy of self-deception, of hushing up and smoothing over the unbridgeable contradictions, and the use of revolutionary phrases which obscure clear view into the real relation of forces and ignore the difficulties of the struggle. The communist parties arose out of a split in the old social democratic parties. The watchwords and the principles of the communist parties provide the only ground on which the working masses can again unite, for they express the necessities of the proletarian struggle. Since that is so, it is now the social democratic and centrist parties and groups which reflect the dispersal and division of the forces of the proletariat, while the communist parties represent the element of concentration. 5. Partial struggles and partial demands. Communist parties can develop only in struggle. Even the smallest communist party should not restrict themselves to mere propaganda and agitation. They must form the spearhead of all proletarian mass organizations, showing the backward vacillating masses, by putting forward practical proposals for struggle, by urging on the struggle for all the daily needs of the proletariat, how the struggle should be waged, and thus exposing to the masses the treacherous character of all non-communist parties. Only by placing themselves at the head of the practical struggles of the proletariat, only by promoting these struggles, can they really win over large masses of the proletariat to the fight for the dictatorship. The entire agitation and propaganda, all the work of communist parties, must be informed with the consciousness that no lasting improvement in the position of the proletarian masses is possible on a capitalist basis. But this should not imply a renunciation of the struggle for the practical, urgent needs of the proletariat until it is ready to fight for the dictatorship. Social democracy, which today, in the period of capitalist collapse and decay, puts forward the old social democratic program of peaceful reforms, of reforms to be effected by peaceful means within the framework of bankrupt capitalism, is deliberately deceiving the working masses. Not only is capitalism in decay incapable of ensuring the workers decent living conditions, but the social democrats, the reformists of all countries, are proving every day that they do not want to wage any struggle even for the most modest demands put forward in their own program. Equally deceptive is the demand put forward by the centrist parties for the socialization or nationalization of the most important industries. The centrists have misled the masses by trying to persuade them that the most important industries can be wrested from capital before the bourgeoisie have been defeated. Moreover, they try to deflect the workers from the real vital struggle for their immediate needs with the hope of gradually taking possession of one industry after another, to be followed by planned economic construction. Thus they get back to the social democratic minimum program of the reform of capitalism, which has become notoriously a counter-revolutionary deception. The communist parties do not put forward any minimum program to strengthen and improve the tottering structure of capitalism. The destruction of that structure remains their guiding aim and their immediate mission. But to carry out this mission, the communist parties must put forward demands whose fulfillment is an immediate and urgent working class need, and they must fight for these demands in mass struggle, regardless of whether they are compatible with the profit economy of the capitalist class or not. It is not the viability and competitive capacity of capitalist industry, nor the profitability of capitalist finance to which communist parties should pay regard, but the poverty which the proletariat cannot and should not endure any longer. If the demands correspond to the vital needs of broad proletarian masses, and if these masses feel that they cannot exist unless these demands are met, then the struggle for these demands will become the starting point of the struggle for power. In place of the minimum program of the reformists and centrists, the Communist International puts the struggle for the concrete needs of the proletariat, for a system of demands which in their totality disintegrate the power of the bourgeoisie, organize the proletariat, represent stages in the struggle for the proletarian dictatorship, and each of which expresses in itself the need of the broadest masses, even if the masses themselves are not yet consciously in favor of the proletarian dictatorship. The task of the communist parties is to extend, to deepen, and to unify this struggle for concrete demands. Every partial action undertaken by the working masses to achieve a partial demand, every serious strike mobilizes the entire bourgeoisie, who as a class rally to the threatened section of the employers. The bourgeoisie also bring into action their entire state machine in the struggle against the workers. The workers who fight for partial demands will be automatically forced into a struggle against the entire bourgeoisie and their state apparatus. To the extent that the struggles for partial demands, and the partial struggles of particular groups of workers develop into a general struggle of the working class against capitalism, the Communist Party must also intensify and generalize its slogans, bringing them together under the single slogan of the direct defeat of the enemy. These partial demands, anchored in the needs of the broadest masses, must be put forward by the communist parties in a way which not only leads the masses to struggle, but by its very nature also organizes them. Every practical slogan which derives from the economic needs of the working masses must be channeled into the struggle for the control of production, not as a plan for the bureaucratic organization of the national economy under the capitalist regime, but through the factory councils and revolutionary trade unions. Only by building such organizations, linked together by industry and area, can the struggle of the working masses be organizationally unified and resistance put up to the splitting of the masses by social democracy and the trade union leaders. The factory councils will accomplish these tasks only if they arise in the struggles for economic ends which are common to the broadest working masses. Every objection to the putting forward of such partial demands, every charge of reformism on this account, is an emanation of the same inability to grasp the essential conditions of revolutionary action as was expressed in the hostility of some communist groups to participation in the trade unions, or to making use of parliament. It is not a question of proclaiming the final goal to the proletariat, but of intensifying the practical struggle which is the only way of leading the proletariat to the struggle for the final goal. The revolutionary character of the present epoch consists precisely in this, that the most modest conditions of life for the working masses are incompatible with the existence of capitalist society, and that therefore the fight for even the most modest demands grows into the fight for communism. While the capitalists use the growing army of the unemployed to reduce the wages of organized labor, the social democrats, the independents, and the official trade union leaders keep themselves in cowardly fashion aloof from the unemployed, regarding them merely as the object of official and trade union charity, and politically as the lumpen proletariat. Communists must realize that in present circumstances the army of the unemployed is a revolutionary factor of immense significance, and they must assume the leadership of this army. Exerting pressure on the trade unions through the unemployed, communists must bring fresh life into the unions and hasten their emancipation from their treacherous leaders. The more unemployed and short-time workers there are, the more do their interests become the interests of the working class as a whole, to which the temporary interests of the labor aristocracy must be subordinated. As representative of working class interests as a whole, the Communist Party cannot restrict itself to their recognition and their use in propaganda. It can only represent them effectively if, when circumstances warrant, it leads the masses of the most oppressed and impoverished workers into the struggle, regardless of the resistance of the labor aristocracy. 6. Preparing for the struggle. The character of the transitional epoch makes it obligatory for all communist parties to raise to the utmost their readiness for struggle. Any struggle may turn into a struggle for power. Where communist parties represent a mass force, where their influence extends beyond their own party organization to the broad working masses, they must by action rouse the working masses to struggle. Powerful mass parties cannot confine themselves to criticizing other parties and putting forward communist demands in opposition to theirs. On them, as mass parties, rests the responsibility for the development of the revolution. Wherever the position of the working masses becomes more and more intolerable, the communist parties must do their utmost to get them to fight for their interests. Since, in Western Europe and America, where the working masses are organized in political parties and trade unions, spontaneous movements are for the time being unlikely except in very rare cases. The communist parties must try, by exerting their influence in the unions, by increasing their pressure on other parties supported by the working masses, to get joint action in the struggle for the immediate interests of the proletariat. Should the non-communist parties be forced into the struggle, the communists must warn the working masses from the outset of the possibility of treachery by the non-communist parties at a subsequent stage of the struggle, must do their utmost to make the situation more acute and push it further, in order to be able if necessary to continue the struggle independently. For example, the open letter of the VKPD, which can serve as a model starting point for action on these lines. If Communist Party pressure in the unions and the press does not suffice to get the proletariat into a united front in the struggle, it is the duty of the Communist Party to try on its own to lead large sections of the working masses into struggle. An organized fighting proletarian minority must be used to counteract mass passivity. This independent policy of defending the vital interests of the proletariat by its most active and class-conscious section will be successful, and will spur on the backward masses, if its goals derive from the actual situation, if they are intelligible to the broad masses, if the masses see in them their own goals, even though they are not yet capable of fighting for them. But the Communist Party must not restrict itself to defense against the dangers threatening the proletariat. In the epoch of world revolution, it is by its very nature an attacking party, on the offensive against capitalist society. It is obliged, whenever a defensive struggle grows in depth and extent, to turn it into an attack on capitalist society. It is also obliged to do everything it can to lead the workers into this attack whenever the conditions for this are at hand. Whoever is opposed on principle to the policy of the offensive against capitalist society is retreating from the principles of communism. These conditions are, firstly, the sharpening of the struggle within the bourgeois camp itself, nationally and internationally. If the struggles in the bourgeois camp have become so great that there are prospects that the working class will have to deal with an enemy whose forces are broken up and divided, the party must seize the initiative in leading the masses into struggle after careful political and, so far as possible, organizational preparation. The second condition for offensive action on a broad front is great discontent among the decisive categories of the working class. While the movement is advancing, the slogans must be stepped up, but should the movement recede, it is the duty of the communist leadership to withdraw the fighting masses from the struggle in as orderly and united a fashion as possible. Whether the Communist Party wages an offensive or defensive struggle depends on the actual circumstances. What is most important is that it should be imbued with a spirit of militancy and fighting readiness, and overcome the centrist passivity which necessarily diverts even party propaganda into semi-reformist channels. The period of capitalist decay must be shortened if the material foundations of communism are not to be destroyed and the energy of the working masses crushed. 7. The lessons of the March Action. The March Action was a struggle forced on the VKPD by the government's attack on the proletariat of Central Germany. In this first great struggle since its foundation, the VKPD made a number of mistakes, of which the most important was that it did not clearly emphasize the defensive character of the struggle, but by the call to an offensive gave the unscrupulous enemies of the proletariat, the bourgeoisie, the SPD, and the USPD, the opportunity to denounce the VKPD to the proletariat as a plotter of putschs. This mistake was aggravated by a number of party comrades who represented the offensive as the primary method of struggle for the VKPD in the present situation. Official party organs, and the party chairman Comrade Brandler, came out against these mistakes. The Third Congress of the Communist International considers the March Action of the VKPD as a step forward. It was a heroic struggle by hundreds of thousands of proletarians against the bourgeoisie. By assuming leadership of the defense of the workers of Central Germany, the VKPD showed that it was the party of the revolutionary German proletariat. The Congress is of the opinion that the VKPD will in the future be in a position to carry through its mass actions more successfully the better it adapts its fighting slogans to the real situation, the more thoroughly it studies the situation, and the greater the extent of agreement to carry the action through. In making a thorough examination of the possibilities of struggle, the VKPD must carefully note the circumstances and opinions which indicate difficulties, and subject the reasons advanced against an action to searching inquiry. But once action has been decided on by the party authorities, all comrades must obey the decisions of the party and carry the action through. Criticism of the action should begin only after the action itself is ended. It should be made only in party organizations and bodies, and must take account of the situation of the party in relation to the class enemy. Since Levi disregarded these obvious requirements of party discipline and the conditions of party criticism, the Congress confirms his expulsion from the party and considers it impermissible for any member of the Communist International to collaborate with him. 8. Forms and means of direct struggle. The forms and means of struggle, its extent, are, like the question of offensive or defensive action, dependent on definite conditions which cannot be arbitrarily created. Previous revolutionary experience shows various forms of partial action. 1. Partial action by a particular stratum of the working class, the miners, railwaymen, etc., in Germany and England. 2. Partial action by the entire working class for limited objectives, action during the cab days, Action by English miners against military intervention by the English government in the Russo-Polish War. The Communist Party must strive to transform every important local struggle into a general struggle, just as it is obliged wherever possible to summon the entire working class to the defense of the fighting workers in one industry. So it must whenever possible bring out the workers of other industrial centers in defense of the fighting workers in one area. Revolutionary experience shows that the larger the field of battle, the greater the prospects for victory. The bourgeoisie and their struggle against the expanding world revolution rely partly on their White Guard organizations and partly on the dispersal of the workers' forces, the delay in forming the United Proletarian Front. The greater the masses drawn into the struggle, the broader the field of battle, the more must the enemy divide and split his forces. The bourgeoisie, who boast of their power and their stability, know perfectly well, in the person of their leading governments, that they only have a breathing space, and that in present conditions any mass strike has the tendency to develop into civil war and into a direct struggle for power. In the proletarian struggle against the capitalist offensive, it is the duty of communists not only to occupy the front rank and to instill an understanding of the basic revolutionary tasks, but to create their own workers' detachments and defense organizations, relying on the best and most active elements in the factories and trade unions, to resist the fascists and dissuade the jeunesse dorée of the bourgeoisie from exasperating the strikers. Because of the extraordinary importance of the counter-revolutionary shock troops, the Communist Party, acting primarily through its trade union cells, must devote special attention to this question, organize a comprehensive information and contact service, keep under constant observation the forces of the White Guard, their headquarters, arms depots, connections with the police, the press, and the political parties, and work out in advance all the details of defense and counterattack. Against the acts of white terrorism and the fury of white justice, the Communist Party must keep alive in the minds of the proletariat the idea that at the time of insurrection it must not let itself be deluded by the enemy's appeals to its clemency. It will set up people's courts, and with proletarian justice settle accounts with the torturers of the proletariat. But when the proletariat is only beginning its march to battle, when it is only beginning to rally its forces by strikes, agitation, and political campaigns, the use of weapons and acts of sabotage have a purpose only if they serve to obstruct the transport of troops intended for use against the fighting proletarian masses or to wrest important positions from the enemy in direct struggle. Individual acts of terrorism, clear symptoms of revolutionary indignation though they are, and however natural when employed against the lynch justice of the bourgeoisie and their social democratic lackeys, are in no way fitted to strengthen proletarian discipline and militancy, for they arouse among the masses the illusion that individual acts of terrorism can take the place of the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat. Attitude to the proletarian middle strata. In Western Europe there is no large class apart from the proletariat which might become a decisive factor in the world revolution, as was the case in Russia, where from the First War and land hunger made the peasantry as well as the industrial workers a decisive factor in the revolutionary struggle. But even in Western Europe the conditions of life of parts of the peasantry, large parts of the urban petty bourgeoisie, and the broad stratum of the so-called new middle classes, white-collar workers, etc., are becoming more and more intolerable. Under the pressure of the rising cost of living, of the housing shortage, of insecurity, a ferment is at work among these masses which is shaking them out of their political indifference and drawing them into the fight between revolution and counter-revolution. The bankruptcy of imperialism in the defeated countries, and of pacifism and social reformism in the victor countries, drives one section of these middle strata into the counter-revolutionary and another into the revolutionary camp. The Communist Party must give constant attention to these strata. Winning the small peasants for the ideas of communism, and winning over and organizing the agricultural laborers, is one of the most important prerequisites for the victory of the proletarian dictatorship, for it makes it possible to carry the revolution from the industrial centers to the countryside and helps to solve the question of food supplies, which is a question of life and death for the revolution, by energetically taking up the economic demands of the lower and middle ranks of the civil service, Regardless of the state of public finances, communist parties are working effectively for the destruction of bourgeois state institutions and preparing for the construction of the proletarian state. 10. International coordination of action. In order to bring to bear all the forces of the Communist International to effect a breach in the international counter-revolutionary front, in order to accelerate the victory of the revolution, it is essential to exert the utmost effort to bring about a unified international leadership of the revolutionary struggle. The Communist International imposes on all communist parties the duty of rendering one another the most vigorous support in the struggle. Whenever possible, the proletariat of other countries should immediately intervene when economic struggles are developing in one country. Communists must try to get the trade unions to prevent the dispatch of strikebreakers, and also to prevent exports to countries where large sections of the proletariat are engaged in struggle. Where the capitalist government of one country resorts to coercive measures against another country, with the object of plundering or subjecting it, communist parties should not content themselves with protests, but do everything possible to obstruct their government. The Third Congress of the Communist International welcomes the French communist demonstrations as the beginning of increasing activity against the counter-revolutionary role of French capitalist exploitation. It reminds them of their duty to do everything they can to make the French soldiers in the occupied zone understand the part they are playing as policemen for French capital and reject the shameful task assigned to them. The presence of black troops in France and the occupied zone imposes special tasks on the French Communist Party. It provides the French party with the opportunity of approaching these colonial slaves and explaining to them that they are serving their own torturers and exploiters, of rallying them to the struggle against the colonial regime, and through them getting into touch with the peoples of the French colonies. In its activities, the German Communist Party must make the German proletariat understand that a struggle against Entente capitalist exploitation is impossible unless the German capitalist government is overthrown. For despite its clamor against the Entente, it acts as overseer and deputy boss for Entente capital. Only if it proves by forceful and unrelenting struggle against the German government that it is not trying to save bankrupt German imperialism but to clear the ground of the ruins of German imperialism, can the VKPD intensify among the French proletarian masses the will to fight French imperialism. The German working class can help the Russian workers in their difficult struggle only if they hasten by their own victorious battle the union of agricultural Russia with industrial Germany. Unconditional support of Soviet Russia remains as before the cardinal duty of the communists of all countries. Not only must they vigorously oppose any attack on Soviet Russia, but they must fight energetically to clear away all the obstacles which the capitalist states place in the way of Soviet Russian trade on the world market and with other nations. Only if Soviet Russia succeeds in restoring its economy, in alleviating the terrible distress caused by 3 years of imperialist war and 3 years of civil war, in increasing the working capacity of the masses, will it be able in future to help the victorious proletarian states of the West with food and raw materials and protect them from strangulation by American capital. It is impossible to predict where the proletarian breakthrough is going to take place. Therefore it is the duty of the Communist International to intensify its efforts on all sectors of the proletarian world front, and it is the duty of the communist parties to do their utmost, with all the means at their disposal, in support of the decisive struggles of any section of the Communist International. Whenever a large-scale dispute breaks out in one country, the communist parties in other countries should try to bring all internal conflicts to a head. 11. The decay of the Second and Two and a Half Internationals. Although the parties of the center and of social democracy differ only in the words they use, the union of the two into one international has not yet taken place. Indeed, in February the centrist parties formed a separate international union with its own platform and statutes. On paper this two and a half international is trying to hover between democracy and proletarian dictatorship. In fact, it is helping the capitalist class in every country by encouraging a spirit of irresolution among the working class. The basic similarity in the political character of the reformists and centrists is shown in their common defense of the Amsterdam Trade Union International, the last stronghold of the world bourgeoisie. Wherever they have influence in the unions, the centrists unite with the reformists and the trade union bureaucracy to fight the communists, to reply to the attempts to revolutionize the unions by expelling communists and splitting the unions, so proving that just like the Social Democrats they are opponents of the proletarian struggle and pacemakers of the counter-revolution. Extracts from the theses on the structure of communist parties and on the methods and content of their work, adopted by the Third Comintern Congress. 12th of July 1921 Pheasant Resolution in 3 p. 105. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. In introducing these theses on 10th of July, Conan admitted that they had been hastily drafted, and they were referred without further discussion to a commission. 2 days later they were passed unanimously, without discussion. The theses were intended to impose greater uniformity of structure on the parties. Although conditions varied from country to country, the aim of the Communist Party was everywhere the same, and the enemy was the same. The parties were to make factory cells their basic unit. Members who could not be organized into these were to be formed into working groups on a local basis. Conan emphasized the importance of trade union work. The communist cells and these were to annoy, to torment, and to drive to desperation the trade union bureaucracy. Where communist parties were illegal, they must establish legal sympathizing organizations through which the illegal party could exert its influence. It was of these theses that Lenin said, at the Fourth Congress, at the Third Congress in 1921 we adopted a resolution on the structure of communist parties and the methods and content of their activities. It is an excellent resolution, but it is almost entirely Russian, that is to say, everything in it is taken from Russian conditions. That is its good side, but it is also its bad side. Bad because scarcely a single foreigner, I am convinced of this, and I have just reread it, can read it. Firstly, it is too long, 50 paragraphs or more. Foreigners cannot usually read items of that length. Secondly, if they do read it, they cannot understand it, precisely because it is too Russian. It is permeated and imbued with a Russian spirit. Thirdly, if there is by chance a foreigner who can understand it, he cannot apply it. My impression is that we committed a gross error in passing that resolution, blocking our own road to further progress. As I said, the resolution is excellent, and I subscribe to every one of the 50 paragraphs. But I must say that we have not yet discovered the form in which to present our Russian experience to foreigners, and for that reason the resolution has remained a dead letter. If we do not discover it, we shall not go forward. He returned to the same point later. The foreign comrades must learn to understand what we have written about the organizational structure of the communist parties, which they have signed without reading and understanding. This must be their first task. That resolution must be carried out. It cannot be carried out overnight. The resolution is too Russian. It reflects Russian experience. That is why it is quite unintelligible to foreigners, and they cannot be content with hanging it in a corner like an icon and praying to it. They must digest a good slice of Russian experience. How they will do this I do not know. We Russians must also find ways and means of explaining the principles of this resolution to the foreigners. End of exposition. General 1. The organization of the party must be adapted to the conditions and the purpose of its activity. 2. There can be no one absolutely correct and unalterable form of organization for the communist parties. The conditions of the proletarian class struggle are subject to change in an unceasing process of transformation, and the organization of the proletarian vanguard must always seek the appropriate forms which correspond to these changes. Similarly, the parties in the different countries must be adapted to the historically determined peculiarities of the country concerned. But this differentiation has definite limits. Despite all peculiarities, there is a similarity in the conditions of the proletarian class struggle in the different countries and in the various phases of the proletarian revolution, which is of fundamental importance for the international communist movement. It creates a common basis for the organization of communist parties in all countries. 4. Any joint action requires leadership, and this is necessary above all in the greatest struggle in world history. The organization of the Communist Party is the organization of communist leadership in the proletarian revolution. 5. Successful leadership presupposes moreover the closest contact with the proletarian masses. Without such contact the leaders will not lead the masses but, at best, only follow them. These organic contacts are to be sought in the Communist Party organization through democratic centralism. 2. On democratic centralism. 6. Democratic centralism in the Communist Party organization should be a real synthesis, a fusion of centralism and proletarian democracy. This fusion can be attained only on the basis of constant common activity, of constant struggle of the entire party organization. Centralism in the Communist Party organization is not formal and mechanical but the centralization of communist activity, that is, the formation of a strong, militant, and at the same time flexible leadership. Formal or mechanical centralization would be the centralization in the hands of a party bureaucracy of power to dominate the other members or the masses of the revolutionary proletariat outside the party. But only enemies of communism can maintain that the Communist Party wants to dominate the revolutionary proletariat by its leadership of the proletarian class struggle and by the centralization of this communist leadership. That is a lie. Equally incompatible with the principles of democratic centralism adopted by the Communist International is a conflict of power or a struggle for domination within the party. The organizations of the old non-revolutionary labor movement developed an all-pervading dualism, such as that which arose in the organization of the bourgeois state, the dualism between bureaucracy and people. Under the ossifying influence of the bourgeois environment their officials became estranged and a arriving labor community was replaced by a purely formal democracy and the splitting of the organization into active functionaries and passive masses. To a certain degree, the revolutionary workers' movement has unavoidably inherited this tendency to formalism and dualism from the bourgeois environment. 7. If centralization is not to remain a dead letter, if it is to be really carried out, this must be done in such a way that the members feel it to be an objectively justified strengthening and development of their common activity and fighting strength. Otherwise it will appear to the masses as a bureaucratization of the party which will conjure up in opposition to any centralization, to any leadership, to any strict discipline. Anarchism is the obverse of bureaucratism. 3. The Communists' obligation to work. 8. The Communist Party must be a working school of revolutionary Marxism. Organic links between the various parts and between the individual members will be forged by daily common work in the party organizations. In the legal communist parties there is still no regular participation of the majority of the members in daily party work. This is the chief defect of these parties and the cause of constant uncertainty in their development. 10. A communist party, if it is to have only truly active members, must demand of everyone in its ranks that he shall devote his strength and his time, insofar as they are at his disposal, to the party and always give his best in its service. 11. To carry out daily party work every member should as a rule belong to a small working group, a committee, a commission, a fraction, or a cell. Only in this way can party work be distributed, conducted, and carried out in an orderly fashion. It goes without saying that all members should take part in the general membership meetings of the local organizations. It is not good to wish to replace these periodic meetings in conditions of legality by local delegate meetings. Rather all members should be obliged to attend these meetings regularly. But that is far from enough. The proper preparation of these meetings presupposes work in smaller groups or work by designated comrades, as does the preparation for the effective utilization of general workers' meetings, demonstrations, and mass actions by the working class. The manifold tasks involved can be examined with care and carried out only if prepared by small groups. Unless this detailed work is constantly carried out by the entire membership and distributed among small working groups, even our most zealous efforts to participate in the class struggles of the proletariat will only lead to vain and powerless attempts to influence these struggles and not to the necessary concentration of all living revolutionary forces of the proletariat into a unified communist party capable of action. 12. Communist nuclei should be formed for the day-to-day work in the various spheres of party activity, house-to-house agitation, party studies, literature distribution, information services, liaison service, etc. Communist cells are nuclei for day-to-day communist work in factories and workshops, in trade unions, in proletarian cooperatives, in military detachments, etc., wherever there are at least a few members or candidates of the Communist Party. If there are several party members in one factory or a trade union branch, etc., The cell is extended to a fraction whose work is directed by the nucleus. Whether circumstances demand the formation of a wider opposition fraction, or participation in an already existing opposition, communists must try to bring it under the leadership of their cell. The question whether a communist cell should come out openly as communist can be decided only after a thorough examination of the dangers and advantages of such a course in the given situation. 13. It is particularly important that this reorganization shall from the outset be carried out with great care and after comprehensive deliberation. It is easy to distribute the members in any organization into small cells and groups according to a formal scheme and then without further ado require them all to undertake daily party work. But that would be worse than not beginning at all. It would very soon provoke dissension and aversion among the party members to this important innovation. 16. Our entire party work consists of practical or theoretical struggle or preparation for struggle. Until now specialization in this work has for the most part been very defective. There are some important fields in which the party has only accidentally done any work. For example, the legal parties have done practically nothing in the special struggle against the political police. As a rule, the instruction of party comrades happens only casually and incidentally, and moreover so superficially that the greater part of the most important theoretical decisions of the party, even the party program and the resolutions of the Communist International, remains wholly unknown to large sections of the party membership. The work of instruction must be systematically organized throughout the entire system of party organization, in all the party's working groups, and must be carried on unceasingly. This will also enable the party to reach a higher level of specialization. 17. The obligation to work necessarily involves the obligation to report. This applies both to all organizations and organs of the party, as well as to each individual member. 18. The party makes a regular quarterly report to the leadership of the Communist International. Every organization in the party must report to its immediately superior committee. For example, the local organization must send in a monthly report to the appropriate committee. Every cell, fraction, and working group must report to that party body under whose actual direction it stands. Individual members report, say weekly, to the cell or working group to which they belong, and on the fulfillment of special commissions to the party organ from which they were received. The report should always be given at the first opportunity. It is to be given verbally unless the party has asked for a written report. Reports should be brief and objective. Those who receive the reports are responsible for the safekeeping of those reports which it would be unwise to publish, as well as for transmitting important reports without delay to the relevant leading party body. 19. In all communist cells, fractions, and working groups the reports made, as well as the reports to be made, should be discussed. Discussion must become a customary practice. Cells and working groups must see that individual party members, or groups of members, are regularly given special instructions to observe and to report on hostile organizations, particularly petty bourgeois organizations and, above all, socialist party organizations. 4. Propaganda and agitation. 20. Our general task in the period before open revolutionary insurrection is revolutionary propaganda and agitation. This activity and its organization is still often pursued to a large extent in the old formal manner by casual intervention from outside at mass meetings and without special attention to the concrete revolutionary content of speeches and writings. Communist propaganda and agitation must take root in the very center of the proletariat. It must grow out of the actual life of the workers, out of their common interests and aspirations, and particularly out of their common struggles. The most important aspect of communist propaganda is its revolutionary content. It is from this point of view that the slogans and attitudes on concrete questions in different situations must be most carefully examined. This requires constant and detailed instruction, not only for professional propagandists and agitators but also for all other party members. 21. The principal forms of communist propaganda and agitation are verbal personal persuasion, participation in the struggles of the trade union and political workers' movement, and through the party press and party literature. Every party member, whether in a legal or illegal party, is to take regular part in this activity. Verbal personal propaganda must be conducted primarily as a systematically organized house-to-house agitation by working groups set up for that purpose. No house in the area covered by the local party organization should be omitted. In larger towns, specially organized street agitation with posters and leaflets can bring good results. In addition, regular personal agitation combined with literature distribution should be organized by the cells or fractions at their places of work. In countries where there are national minorities, it is the duty of the party to devote the necessary attention to agitation and propaganda among the proletarian sections of these minorities. This should of course be carried on in the language of the minority, and for this purpose an appropriate party organ must be created. 22. Improved methods of work must be constantly sought in conducting communist propaganda in capitalist countries where the great majority of the proletariat still has no conscious revolutionary inclinations. It must be adapted to the understanding of workers who are not yet revolutionary but who are beginning to be revolutionized, and open the door for them into the revolutionary movement. Communist propaganda with its slogans should encourage in the different situations it encounters the budding, unconscious, hesitating, and semi-bourgeois tendencies towards revolution which wrestle in their minds against bourgeois traditions and sympathies. At the same time, communist propaganda should not limit itself to the restricted demands and vague hopes of the proletarian masses today. The revolutionary kernel of these demands and hopes only provides an opening for our influence, for the proletariat can be brought nearer to an understanding of communism only by seizing on these links. 23. Communist agitation among the proletarian masses must be conducted in such a way that our communist organization will be recognized by the fighting proletariat as the courageous, far-sighted, loyal, and energetic leader of their own movement. To accomplish this, communists must take part in all the spontaneous struggles and movements of the working class and lead the workers' cause in all conflicts with the capitalists about hours of work, wages, labor conditions, etc. Communists must concern themselves actively with the concrete questions of the workers' life. They must help them to disentangle these questions, direct their attention to the most important abuses, help them to formulate their demands in a precise and practical form, endeavor to develop among the workers the sense of solidarity, awaken in them the consciousness of their common interests and of the common cause of all workers of the country as a single working class which is one section of the world army of the proletariat. It is only by this daily detailed work, by constant devoted participation in all the struggles of the proletariat that the Communist Party can develop into a communist party. Only in this way will it distinguish itself from the obsolete socialist parties, whose activity consists in nothing but recruiting members, talking about reforms, and exploiting parliamentary possibilities. The conscious and devoted participation of the entire mass of the party membership in the school of the daily struggles and disputes of the exploited against the exploiters, is the indispensable prerequisite, not only for the seizure of power, but even more for carrying out the dictatorship of the proletariat. It is only leadership of the working masses in the unending small-scale wars against the onslaughts of capital that will enable communist parties to become the vanguard of the working class, learning in practice how to lead the proletariat and gaining the ability to make deliberate preparation for the elimination of the bourgeoisie. 24. It is particularly important to mobilize the membership to take part in the workers' movement when there are strikes and lockouts and other mass dismissals. It is the greatest mistake for communists to remain passive and disdainful or even hostile to the present struggles of the workers for small improvements in their working conditions by appealing to the communist program and the final revolutionary armed struggle. However small and modest the demands may be for which the workers are ready today to fight the capitalists, that must never be a reason for communists to stand aside from the struggle. Our agitation should not, it is true, give the impression that we communists blindly stir up senseless strikes and other thoughtless action, but among the fighting workers communists must earn the reputation of being the ablest fighting comrades. 25. In their work in the trade union movement, the communist cells and fractions are frequently perplexed by the simplest questions on the agenda. It is easy but useless just to go on preaching the general principles of communism, while falling into the negative attitude of a vulgar syndicalism when confronted by concrete questions. That only makes the work of the Yellow Amsterdam leadership easier. Instead of that, Communists should determine their revolutionary attitude according to the objective content of every question that comes up. For example, instead of contenting themselves with opposition in principle to all wage agreements, they should fight the actual provisions of the agreements recommended by the Amsterdam leaders. Every break on the militancy of the proletariat is to be condemned and vigorously contested. It is well known that the object of the capitalists and their Amsterdam assistants in every wage agreement is to tie the hands of the fighting workers, so that it is obviously the duty of communists to expose this aim to the workers. Such an exposure can as a rule be brought about by proposing an agreement which does not tie the workers down in any way. 26. In the struggle against the Social Democratic and other petty bourgeois trade union leaders as well as the various workers' parties, there is no point in trying persuasion. Against them an energetic struggle must be organized. But they can only be fought successfully by detaching their adherents from them, by convincing the workers that the social trader leaders are just the errand boys of capitalism. Therefore these leaders should whenever possible be placed in situations in which they are forced to expose themselves, and then they can be attacked in the sharpest fashion. It is not enough to damn the Amsterdam leaders merely as yellow. Their yellow character must be demonstrated all the time by practical examples. Their activity in joint industrial councils, in the International Labor Office of the League of Nations, in bourgeois ministries and administrations, the treacherous words in their speeches at conferences and in Parliament, illuminating extracts from their soothing articles in hundreds of newspapers, and in particular their hesitating and reluctant attitude in preparing and carrying out even the smallest wage struggle, offer daily opportunities to expose in simply formulated resolutions and clear speeches the unreliable and treacherous activities of the yellow Amsterdam leaders. 27. The fractions and working groups must carefully prepare in advance communist work in trade union meetings and conferences, for example, draft their own resolutions, choose speakers, nominate capable, experienced, and energetic comrades for election. Similarly, communist organizations through their working groups must make careful preparations for all workers' meetings, election meetings, demonstrations, and similar events arranged by hostile parties. When communists themselves convene general workers' meetings, as many communist working groups as possible should cooperate in advance to run the meetings on an organized basis and follow them up. 28. Communists must learn how to bring unorganized and unconscious workers under lasting party influence. Our cells and fractions should persuade these workers to join the unions and to read our party papers. Other workers' associations, cooperatives, disabled ex-servicemen, educational and study groups, sports associations, theater groups, etc., can also be used to transmit our influence. Where the Communist Party has to work illegally, such workers' associations can, with the consent and under the supervision of the leading party organs, be founded outside the party on the initiative of party members, associations of sympathizers. 29. In order to win the semi-proletarian strata of the working population as sympathizers of the revolutionary proletariat, communists must exploit their special conflicts of interest with the landlords, capitalists, and the capitalist state, and by constant persuasion rid these middle strata of their mistrust of the proletarian revolution. That may frequently require prolonged association with them. Their confidence in the communist movement will be promoted by a sympathetic interest in their daily needs, by the provision of information and help without charge in their difficulties, by drawing them into special associations which further their education, etc. In this connection it is necessary to work cautiously and untiringly against those hostile organizations and persons who have authority in the locality or who have influence on the working peasant, home workers, and other semi-proletarians. The nearest enemy, whom the exploited know as their oppressor from their own experience, must be exposed as the representative and personification of the entire body of capitalist criminals. All the daily events in which the state bureaucracy comes into conflict with the ideals of petty bourgeois democracy and the rule of law must be intensively exploited in communist propaganda and agitation in a way which makes them intelligible to everyone. 30. A special study must be made in each country of the best methods to be used in propaganda in the army and the navy of the capitalist state. Anti-militarist agitation in the pacifist sense is extremely harmful and only nourishes the efforts of the bourgeoisie to disarm the proletariat. The proletariat rejects in principle and combats most energetically all the militarist institutions of the bourgeois state and the bourgeois class. On the other hand, these institutions, army, rifle clubs, territorials, can be used to give the workers practice in the use of arms for their revolutionary struggles. Consequently, intensive agitation must be directed not against the military training of the youth and the workers but against the military order and the autocracy of the officers. Every opportunity of getting weapons into the hands of the proletariat must be vigorously exploited. The class contradiction shown in the material privileges for officers and the bad treatment of the rank and file must be brought home to the rank and file. They must also be brought to understand how closely their entire future is bound up with the fate of the exploited class. When the revolutionary ferment has reached an advanced stage, agitation for the democratic election of all commanding officers by the soldiers and sailors and for the establishment of soldiers' councils, can be very effective in undermining the foundations of capitalist class rule. The greatest vigilance and vigor is always necessary in agitation against the special class war troops of the bourgeoisie, particularly against their armed bands of volunteers. Wherever their social composition and corrupt behavior makes it possible, social disintegration must at the proper time be systematically introduced into their ranks. Where they have a uniform bourgeois class character, as for example in the officers' corps, they must be exposed to the entire population and made so detestable and hated that the isolation in which they find themselves will act as a disintegrating force from within. V. The organization of political struggles. 31. For a communist party there is no time in which the party organization cannot be politically active. The organizational exploitation of every political and economic situation and of every change in the situation must be developed into organizational strategy and tactics. The Communist International, even if the party is weak, it can still always make use of events which cause political excitement or large-scale strikes which shake the entire economic life by conducting radical propaganda which has been carefully and systematically organized. When a party has decided on such action it must direct all the energy of its members and sections into the campaign. If the party cannot organize its own meetings, suitable comrades must speak at general meetings of the fighting proletariat when they are on strike or in other actions, and take the lead in the discussion. If there is a prospect of winning the majority or a great part of the meeting for our slogans, every effort must be made to get these embodied in well-formulated and well-argued motions and resolutions. If such resolutions are passed, the attempt should be made to get the same or similar resolutions passed at all meetings in the same locality or in other localities involved in the same movement, or at least to get the support of strong minorities for them. As circumstances require, posters and small leaflets can be used to bring our practical slogans to the knowledge of the workers concerned, or more detailed leaflets can be handed out which enlighten them about the situation and with the help of suitable slogans help them to understand communism. The use of posters requires specially organized groups who choose the best places and times for putting up the posters. The distribution of leaflets in and outside factories, at the places where the workers involved in the movement meet, at traffic centers, labor exchanges, railway stations, etc., should as far as possible be used in conjunction with popular discussion of the kind which gets home to the working masses. 34. Should the Communist Party make the attempt to take over the leadership of the masses at a time of political and economic tension which promises to lead on to the outbreak of new movements and struggles, special demands need not be put forward but appeals can be made directly to the members of socialist parties and trade unions in simple and popular language not to shrink from the struggles which their needs and the increasing oppression of the employers make necessary, even if this should be opposed by their bureaucratic leaders. Otherwise they will be driven into complete ruin. The party press and, in particular, its daily newspapers, must in these circumstances emphasize and demonstrate every day that the Communists are ready to intervene as leaders in the present and forthcoming struggles of the impoverished proletariat. that they are whenever possible prepared to come to the help of all the oppressed in the present tense situation. It must be proved every day that without these struggles the condition of the working class will become impossible, and that nevertheless the old organizations avoid these struggles and try to prevent them. As the struggles increase in extent and become general, it will be necessary to establish unified organs for directing the struggle. If the bureaucratic strike leaders in many unions abandon the struggle prematurely, timely efforts must be made to get them replaced by communists who must ensure strong and resolute leadership. If, as a result of the extension of the movement and of the intervention of employers' organizations and public authorities, it should take on a political character, propaganda and preparations must be made for the possible eventual election of workers' councils. In these cases all party organs must do their utmost to spread the idea that it is only through such working class bodies arising directly in the course of the struggle that the real emancipation of the working class can be effected with the necessary ruthlessness, in defiance of the trade union bureaucracy and their socialist party satellites. 35. Unless the party organization maintains the closest relations with the proletarian masses in the large and middle-sized factories, the Communist Party will not be able to carry through large-scale mass actions and genuine revolutionary movements. If the undoubtedly revolutionary rising which took place in Italy last year, and which was expressed most boldly in the occupation of the factories, collapsed prematurely, it was partly because of the treachery of the trade union bureaucracy and the inadequacy of the political party leadership, but also partly because there was no close and organized contact between the party and the factories through politically informed shop stewards interested in party life. The great English miners' strike this year also undoubtedly suffered because of this defect. 7. On the general structure of the party organism. 43. In extending and consolidating the party, a formal scheme based on geographical divisions should be avoided. The real economic, political, and communication structure of the area should be taken into account. The chief emphasis should be laid on capital cities and on the centers of large-scale industry. 46. The party as a whole is under the leadership of the Communist International. The directives and resolutions of the international leadership in matters affecting an affiliated party shall be sent to 1. The Central Committee of the Party, or 2. Through the Central Committee to the Chief Committee in charge of a special activity, or 3. To all party organizations. Directives and decisions of the International are binding on the party and of course on every individual party member. 47. The central leadership of the party, Central Committee and Advisory Council or Committee, is responsible to the Party Congress and to the leadership of the Communist International. The smaller committee as well as the larger committee and advisory council is as a rule elected by the Party Congress. If the Congress considers it expedient, it may instruct the Central Committee to elect from its own membership a smaller committee consisting of the members of the political and organizational bureaus. The policy and current activities of the party are directed by the smaller committee through these two bureaus. The smaller committee convenes regular plenary sessions of the party Central Committee to decide on matters of greater importance and larger scope. In order to gain a thorough knowledge of the political situation as a whole, and to be able to have continually in view a living picture of the party and its capacities, it is necessary, when electing the Central Committee, to bear in mind the different areas of the country if suitable candidates are available. For the same reasons, differences of opinion on tactical questions which are of a serious character should not be suppressed in the election of the Central Committee. On the contrary, their representation on the Central Committee by their best advocates should be facilitated. The smaller committee, however, should, whenever this is feasible, be like-minded in their views, and they must be able, if they are to provide strong and confident leadership, to rely not only on their authority but also on a clear and numerically strong majority in the leadership as a whole. A broad constitution of this kind in the central party leadership will in particular enable the legal mass parties to create the best foundations for the work of the Central Committee, firm discipline and the unqualified confidence of the membership. It will also bring to light the weaknesses and ailments which may afflict party functionaries and enable them to be quickly cured and overcome. This will make it possible to avoid any serious accumulation of such maladies in the party and their perhaps catastrophic removal by surgery at subsequent party congresses. 49. The central leadership of the party and of the Communist International are at all times entitled to demand exhaustive reports from all communist organizations, from their subsidiary bodies, and from individual members. The representatives and delegates of the central leadership are entitled to attend all meetings and sessions with a consultative voice and the right of veto. The central party leadership must always have their delegates, commissars, available in order to be able to give responsible instruction and information to district and area committees, not only by political and organizational circulars and correspondence but also by direct word of mouth. Attached to every central committee and district committee must be a revision committee, composed of tried and expert party comrades, to supervise the bookkeeping and audit the accounts. It should report regularly to the full committee or advisory council. Every organization and every party body as well as every individual member is entitled at any time to put his wishes and proposals, his comments or complaints, direct to the central committee of the party or to the international. 50. The directives and decisions of the leading party bodies are binding on subordinate organizations and on all individual members. 51. In their public appearances party members are obliged to act always as disciplined members of a militant organization. Should differences of opinion arise as to the correct method of action, these should as far as possible be settled beforehand within the party organization and then action must be consistent with this decision. In order that every party decision shall be carried out by all party organizations and members with the maximum energy, the widest circle of the party membership must whenever possible be drawn into the examination and decision of every question. Party organizations and committees also have the duty of deciding whether and to what extent and in what form questions shall be discussed by individual comrades and public, the press, lectures, pamphlets. But, even if the decisions of the organization or of the party leadership are in the opinion of other members mistaken, these comrades must in their public appearances never forget that the worst offense in regard to discipline and the worst mistake in regard to the struggle is to disturb or break the unity of the common front. It is the supreme duty of every party member to defend the Communist Party and above all the Communist International against all the enemies of communism. Whoever forgets this and publicly attacks the party or the International is to be treated as an enemy of the party. 52. The decisions of the Communist International are to be carried out by affiliated parties without delay even in those cases where the requisite changes in the existing statutes and party decisions can only be made subsequently. 8. On the combination of legal and illegal work. 53. At bottom there is no essential difference in the kind of party structure which should be aimed at by a legal or an illegal party. The party should be organized in such a way that it is always in a position to adapt itself quickly to changes in the conditions of struggle. The Communist Party must develop into a fighting organization capable, on the one hand, of avoiding open encounters with the enemy in a field where he has concentrated overwhelmingly superior forces, and, on the other, of exploiting the enemy's difficulties in order to fall on him when and where he least expects it. It would be the greatest mistake in building the party organization to calculate exclusively on insurrections and street battles, or even on conditions of extreme oppression. In their revolutionary work communists must prepare for every situation, and always be ready for struggle, for it is often almost impossible to foresee the alternation from periods of insurrection to periods of calm. And even in cases where it is possible, this foresight cannot as a rule be used to reorganize the party, because the change usually takes place in a very short time, often indeed with great suddenness. 54. Legal communist parties in capitalist countries have not yet as a rule fully understood their task of learning how the party should arm itself for revolutionary risings, for the armed struggle, or for the legal struggle in general. The party organization leans far too heavily on the assumption of permanent legality and is constructed according to the requirements of day-to-day legal work. In the illegal parties, on the other hand, the possibilities of legal activity are not sufficiently exploited, nor the party organization built in a way which maintains living contact with the revolutionary masses. In these cases party work shows a tendency to become a labor of Sisyphus or a powerless conspiracy. Both are mistaken. Every legal communist party must know how to ensure the greatest possible militancy if it should have to go underground, and in particular it must be equipped for the outbreak of revolutionary risings. Every illegal communist party must energetically exploit the opportunities provided by the legal workers' movement to make itself by intensive party work the organizer and the real leader of the great revolutionary masses. The direction of legal and of illegal work must always be in the hands of the same single Central Party Committee. 55. Among some members in both the legal and illegal parties, illegal communist organizational work is often understood as the foundation and maintenance of a closely knit and exclusively military organization isolated from other party work and party organizations. That is completely wrong. On the contrary, in the pre-revolutionary period our fighting organization must be primarily the result of general Communist Party work. The entire party should be trained as a fighting organization for the revolution. Isolated revolutionary military organizations, established far too soon before the revolution, are liable to early dissolution and demoralization because they do not engage in directly useful party work. 56. It is of course of decisive importance for an illegal party in all its activities to protect its members and organs from discovery and not to endanger them by membership registration, careless collection of dues, or distribution of literature. It cannot therefore use open forms of organization for conspirative purposes to the same degree as a legal party, but it can learn to do so to an increasing extent. All precautionary measures must be taken to prevent the penetration of dubious or unreliable elements into the party. The methods to be used will depend very largely on whether the party is legal or illegal, persecuted or tolerated, growing rapidly or stagnant. One method which has proved successful in certain circumstances is the system of candidature. Under this system an applicant for membership in the party is at first admitted as a candidate on the proposal of one or two party comrades, and it depends on the way the work entrusted to him is carried out whether he is accepted as a member. It is inevitable that the bourgeoisie should attempt to get spies and provocateurs into the illegal organizations. This must be fought with the utmost care and patience. One method is to combine legal with illegal activity. Prolonged legal revolutionary activity is the best way of finding out who is reliable, courageous, conscientious, energetic, capable, and accurate enough to be entrusted according to his capacity with important commissions concerned with illegal work. 58. It has often been observed in revolutionary situations that the central revolutionary leadership showed itself incapable of carrying out its tasks. In the revolution the proletariat may achieve great things. While disorder, bewilderment, and chaos reign at headquarters. Nor can it be otherwise if the leading revolutionary party has not organized in advance the special activities which will be required. For example, a system of secret communication can only work quickly and reliably if it has been in regular operation for a long time. In all these spheres of specialized revolutionary activity every legal communist party needs to make secret preparations, if only on a small scale. 59. The communist organizer regards every party member and every revolutionary worker from the outset in his future historical role as a soldier in our fighting organization at the time of revolution. Accordingly he introduces him in advance into that nucleus and that work which best corresponds with his future position and weapon. His activity today must also be useful in itself, necessary for today's struggle, not merely an exercise which the practical worker today does not understand. This activity is however training for the important demands of tomorrow's final struggle. Extracts from the resolution on the organization of the Executive Committee of the Communist International adopted by the Third Comintern Congress. July 12, 1921. Pheasant Resolution in 3 p. 144. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. This was originally part of the theses on the structure of communist parties, and was separated in the Commission. Paragraph 5 had been adopted in the Commission by a large majority. At the plenary session there was a protracted discussion on the question whether the little bureau should be drawn only from members of the Executive Committee. A resolution submitted by Souverain at the final session of the Congress on behalf of the French, Spanish, Swiss, Yugoslav, Austrian, and Australian delegations, that the members of the Little Bureau must be members of the executive, was opposed by Radek. Elasticity, he argued, was particularly necessary in illegal work, and furthermore the Bureau might be hampered in its work when some members were in other countries, if it could not co-opt freely. The hands of the EC should not be tied. The resolution was defeated, and the compromise formula that exceptions could be made only in special cases was then passed without further discussion against one vote. At the meeting held immediately after the Third Congress, the EC elected the small bureau, renamed Presidium at the end of August 1921, consisting of Zinoviev, Bukharin, Janari, Heckert, Radek, Balakan, and Suverin. The secretaries were Humbert Dros, Kasainen, and Rakazi. A committee was appointed to organize a conference on the Far East, to offset the Washington Conference, to which Russia was not invited. The following were appointed as the editorial board for international press correspondence: in Prikar, Bukharin, Radek, Varga, Zinoviev, Balakan, Preobrazhensky, Shatskin, Kasainen, Edron. It was to appear 3 times a week in the German edition, and twice weekly in English and French. End of exposition. The essay shall be constructed in such a way as to make it possible for it to define its attitude on all questions of proletarian action. In addition to the general manifestos issued hitherto on critical questions, the executive shall devote itself more and more to finding ways and means of taking the practical initiative in instituting common organizational and propagandist activities of the various sections in international questions. The C must mature into an international of the deed, an international leadership of the common daily struggle of the revolutionary proletariat of all countries. The prerequisites for this are: 1. The parties affiliated to the C must do their utmost to maintain the closest and most active contact with the executive. They must not only send their best representatives to the executive but keep it constantly supplied with reliable information so that it can take up its position on any political problems which arise on the basis of factual documents and detailed material. In order to use this material fruitfully, the executive must establish departments for all special spheres. Furthermore, an international economics and statistics institute for the workers' movement in communism shall be established and attached to the executive. 2. Affiliated parties must maintain the closest contact with each other in regard to information and organization, particularly when they are neighbors and therefore equally interested in the political conflicts which arise out of capitalist contradictions. Reciprocal attendance at the most important conferences and the exchange of well-chosen members is at present the most suitable means of establishing these relations. This exchange of suitable members must be made a permanent arrangement in all sections where it can in any degree be executed. 3. The executive shall promote the necessary fusion of all national sections into a single international party of common proletarian propaganda and action by publishing in West Europe a political correspondence in all the most important languages, which will help to give steadily greater uniformity and clarity to the communist idea, and which, by providing reliable and regular information, will create the basis for vigorous and simultaneous action by the various sections. 4. By sending authorized representatives to the sections, the executive can effectively support the efforts for a genuine international of the common daily struggle of the proletariat of all countries. It is the task of these delegates to inform the executive of the special conditions in which the communist parties of the capitalist and colonial countries have to fight. They must also see that these parties remain in the closest contact, both with the executive and with each other, in order to raise the fighting potential of both. The executive as well as the parties must see that communication between the EC and the affiliated parties proceeds more frequently and more quickly than has been the case hitherto, both personally through agents as well as in writing, so that a unanimous attitude can be arrived at on all important political questions. 5. In order to be able to undertake this greatly extended activity, the executive must be greatly enlarged. The sections assigned 40 votes by the Congress as well as the executive of the Young Communist International shall each have 2 votes in the executive, and the sections assigned 30 and 20 votes at the Congress shall each have 1. As before, the Communist Party of Russia shall have 5 votes. Representatives of other sections have consultative voice. The President of the Executive is elected by the Congress. The Executive is instructed to appoint 3 secretaries who are if possible to be drawn from different sections. In addition to them, Members sent by the sections to the executive are obliged to take part in dealing with the current work of their special national department or to take over work in a special field as rapporteurs. The members of the smaller working bureau shall as a rule be selected by the executive from among the executive members. Exceptions are permissible in special cases. 6. The executive has its seat in Russia, the first proletarian state. The executive shall however seek to extend its sphere of action by organizing conferences outside Russia in order to centralize more strongly the organizational and political leadership of the entire international. Extracts from the Theses on the Communist International and the Red International of Labor Unions adopted by the Third Comintern Congress. 12 July 1921 Thesmt Resolution N. 3, p. 70. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. In introducing the theses, Zinoviev said that the fight against the F2 was not a fractional fight within the socialist movement, but a class fight. He claimed a membership of 18 million for the RILU, a figure which included 6.5 million for Russia, 2 million for Germany, 2 to 3 million for Italy, nearly a million for Spain, but suggested that the figures should be treated with caution. The RILU Congress opened on the same day as the theses were discussed, July 3, 1921. Communist parties should not attempt to interfere in the details of trade union work, but should influence their general policy and, on important political questions, intervene through their fractions in the unions. The RILU as a whole was also to enjoy a certain independence, because of the great variety within the world trade union movement, but political leadership of the RILU remained with the Communist International. Once they had won the majority in the unions, they would have destroyed the last bastion of the bourgeoisie. Heckert, co-reporter with Zinoviev, argued that since capitalism was in decline and could not assure a minimum existence for the workers, the job of the trade unions was to hasten its end, whereas the IF2 directed its efforts to rescuing the economy from decline and decay. In the discussion Bergman, KAPD, contended that since, in the industrially developed countries, the trade unions regarded it as their job to improve the workers' standards of life within capitalism, they could not be used for revolutionary purposes. He claimed the support of the British shop stewards, the American IWW and the syndicalist organizations of France, Italy, and Spain for this view. The revolutionary movement would have to create its own factory organizations, apart from the unions. The new revolutionary unions would be built up from below. In the discussion the delegates of the American Communist Party attacked Haywood and the IWW because of its anarchist tendencies. The theses were passed with one abstention. The Trade Union Commission, presided over by Heckert and Rosmer, met jointly with the parallel RILU Congress Commission. The first RILU Congress, held from 3 to July 19, 1921, was attended by 380 delegates from 41 countries. Most of the delegates represented minority or opposition groups within their unions. The debate on the relations between the RILU and the Comintern lasted for 3 days. The French delegates, the IWW, and the German and Spanish syndicalists, advocated complete separation. A compromise was reached which gave the Comintern organizational independence, but provided for close collaboration and reciprocal representation. End of exposition. Part 1. The bourgeoisie hold the working class in slavery not only by means of naked force, but also by the most cunning fraud. Schools, church, parliament, art, literature, the press, all these in the hands of the bourgeoisie become powerful means of deluding the working masses, of transmitting bourgeois ideas to the proletariat. Among the bourgeois ideas with which the ruling class has succeeded in inoculating the working masses is the idea of the neutrality of the trade unions, the idea of their apolitical, non-party character. In the last decades, and particularly since the end of the imperialist war, the trade unions throughout Europe and America have become the most comprehensive organizations of the proletariat, in some countries embracing the entire working class. The bourgeoisie are well aware that the immediate future of the capitalist system depends on the extent to which the trade unions will be able to emancipate themselves from bourgeois influences. Hence the intense efforts of the entire world bourgeoisie and their assistants the Social Democrats, to keep the trade unions at any cost within the pale of bourgeois social democratic ideas. The bourgeoisie cannot openly appeal to the workers' trade unions to support bourgeois parties. They therefore appeal to them to support no party, Their object is to prevent the unions giving support to the Party of Communism. The idea of neutrality, of apolitical trade unions, has a long history behind it. But in reality the trade unions were never neutral, and with the best will in the world could not have been. Trade union neutrality is not only harmful to the working class, it cannot be put into operation. In the struggle between labor and capital, no mass workers' organization can remain neutral. Consequently, the trade unions cannot maintain an attitude of neutrality as between bourgeois parties and the party of the proletariat. The leaders of the bourgeoisie understand this very well. But, just as it is essential to the bourgeoisie that the masses should believe in another life, so it is essential to them that they should believe it possible for the trade unions to be apolitical and neutral towards the Workers' Communist Party. To maintain their rule and to extract surplus profits from the workers, the bourgeoisie need not only priests, police, army, and police spies, but also the trade union bureaucrats, the labor leaders who preach trade union neutrality and non-participation in the political struggle. The falseness of the idea of neutrality was becoming clearer and clearer to the most advanced proletarians of Europe and America even before the imperialist war. As class contradictions became more acute, its falseness became even more obvious. When the imperialist murder began, the old leaders of the trade unions were forced to let the mask of neutrality fall, and to come out openly on the side of their own bourgeoisie. Now that the imperialist war has ended, the same social democratic and syndicalist trade union leaders are trying to put on again the mask of non-political neutrality. The war emergency is over, and these agents of the bourgeoisie are anxious to adapt themselves to the new situation, and to deflect the workers from the road of revolution onto the road which is of advantage only to the bourgeoisie. Economics and politics are always bound to each other by ties that cannot be torn. The connection between the two is particularly strong in times like the present, at a time when the fight against hunger and the impoverishment of many million unemployed is on the order of the day, when the question of requisitioning the houses of the bourgeoisie to alleviate the housing shortage for the proletariat must be put as a practical question, when broader and broader masses of the workers are being forced by their own experience to consider the question of the arming of the proletariat, when the workers, now in one country, now in another, occupy the factories. To maintain at such a time that the trade unions should not intervene in the political struggle and should remain neutral in regard to all parties, means in fact to enter the service of the bourgeoisie. With all their variety of names, political parties in Europe and America can, in essentials, be divided into three groups. 1. Bourgeois parties. 2. Petty bourgeois parties, primarily the Social Democrats. 3. The Party of the Proletariat. Those trade unions which proclaim themselves non-political and neutral as between these three groups, are in reality supporting the parties of the petty bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie. Part 2. The Amsterdam International Federation of Trade Unions is the organization in which the Second and Two and a Half Internationals met and clasped hands. The entire international bourgeoisie regard this organization with trust and confidence. The chief idea of the Amsterdam F2 is the neutrality of the trade unions. It is no accident that the bourgeoisie and their servants, the Social Democrats and the right-wing syndicalists, are anxious to rally broad masses of the West European and American workers behind this slogan. Under the flag of neutrality, the Amsterdam International, obeying the instructions of the bourgeoisie, carries out the dirtiest and most difficult jobs. At the present time the F2 is the chief mainstay of international capital. Whoever has not grasped the necessity of fighting the false idea of non-political, neutral trade unionism cannot fight successfully against this capitalist fortress. The elaboration of appropriate methods of struggle against the Yellow Amsterdam International requires, first and foremost, a clear and explicit definition of the mutual relations between the party and the trade unions in each individual country. Part 3. The Communist Party is the vanguard of the proletariat, that part of the proletariat which has understood how the proletariat is to be liberated from the capitalist yoke and therefore consciously adopted the communist program. The trade unions are mass proletarian organizations, aiming at the inclusion of all workers in the given industry, not only the consciously communist workers, but also the middle and even the most backward strata of the proletariat. who only gradually approach communism as they learn the lessons of their daily life. The role of the trade unions in the period preceding the proletarian struggle for the seizure of power, in the period of that struggle itself, and in the period after the seizure of power, varies in many respects, but at all times the trade unions are a broader and more universal organization than the party, reaching greater masses. In relation to the party they play to some extent the role of periphery in relation to the center. In all three phases of the struggle the trade unions must support the proletarian vanguard, the Communist Party, which is the leader of the proletarian struggle in all its stages. To achieve this aim communists and elements sympathetic to the communists must organize their communist cells within the trade unions. These cells are subordinate in all respects to the Communist Party as a whole. Communists must explain to the proletarians that salvation is to be found not in leaving the old trade unions and remaining unorganized, but in revolutionizing the trade unions, ridding them of the spirit of reformism and of the treacherous reformist leaders, and so transforming the unions into real mainstays of the revolutionary proletariat. Part 4. In the forthcoming period the chief task for all communists is to work steadily, energetically, and stubbornly to win the majority of the workers in all unions, not to let themselves be discouraged by the present reactionary mood in the unions, but to seek, despite all resistance, to win the unions for communism by the most active participation in their day-to-day struggles. The best measure of the strength of any communist party is the influence it really exercises over the working masses in the trade unions. The party must learn to exercise decisive influence in the unions without subjecting them to petty control. It is the union cell, not the union as such, which is under the authority of the party. It is only by patient, devoted, and intelligent work by the cells in the unions that the party will be able to bring about a state of affairs in which the unions as a whole will readily and joyfully follow party advice. Part 5. These considerations determine the relations to be established between the Communist International on the one side and the Red International of labor unions on the other. It is the Communist International's mission to conduct not only the political struggle of the proletariat, in the narrow sense of the word, but its entire struggle for emancipation, whatever form it may take. The Communist International cannot be the mere arithmetical total of the central committees of the various communist parties. It must inspire and coordinate the work of all proletarian organizations, both the purely political as well as the trade union, cooperative, Soviet, and cultural organizations. In contrast to the Yellow International, the RILU cannot adopt an apolitical or neutral standpoint. An organization which wished to remain neutral as between the second, 2.5, and third internationals would inevitably become a pawn in the hands of the bourgeoisie. The program of the Red International of labor unions will in fact be defended only by the communist parties, only by the Communist International. For this reason, if for no other, the Red trade unions, if they are really to revolutionize the trade union movements in every country, if they are really to carry out in a rigorous fashion the new revolutionary tasks falling on the unions, will be forced to work hand in hand, in the closest contact, with the Communist Party of the country in question, and the Red Trade Union International will at every step have to bring its work into harmony with that of the Communist International. Objectively, the prejudice in favor of neutrality, of independence, of apolitical non-partisanship, which infects certain genuinely revolutionary syndicalists in France, Spain, Italy, and other countries, is nothing but a tribute paid to bourgeois ideas. The Red Unions cannot defeat Yellow Amsterdam, and consequently capitalism also, unless they reject once and for all this bourgeois idea of independence and neutrality. From the point of view of economizing forces and concentrating blows, the idea would be to establish a single international embracing, in addition to the political parties, other forms of working-class organization, and there is no doubt that the future belongs to this type of organization. But in the present transitional period, with the great variety of trade union organizations in different countries, it is essential to create a separate international association of Red trade unions, which by and large adhere to the platform of the Communist International, although they accept members more freely than the Communist International can. In the opinion of the Communist International, the program of action which the Foundation Congress of the Red Trade Unions should adopt should be approximately as follows. Program of Action 1. The acute economic crisis. The aggressive policy of the bourgeoisie towards the working class. And the helplessness of the trade unions with their obsolete methods confront the revolutionary trade unions of all countries with new tasks. New methods of economic struggle are required when capitalism is in decay. An aggressive policy on the part of the trade unions is necessary to repel the capitalist offensive and, when the old positions have been consolidated, to advance to the attack. 2. The foundation of trade union tactics is the direct action of revolutionary masses and their organizations against capital. All achievements of the workers are in direct proportion to direct action and to the exercise of revolutionary pressure by the masses. Direct action covers all forms of the exercise of direct pressure by the workers on the employers and the state, including boycotts, strikes, street action, demonstrations, occupation of factories, forcible resistance to the dispatch of goods from factories, armed insurrection and other revolutionary actions calculated to unite the working class for the fight for socialism. It is therefore the task of the revolutionary trade unions to make direct action into an instrument for training and preparing the working masses for the struggle for the social revolution and the proletarian dictatorship. 3. The fact that workers in a single undertaking are divided among several unions weakens them in their struggle. The amalgamation of related unions into one union must be effected by revolutionary means. The question must be raised in the first place among union members in the factories, then at district and regional level, and finally at the national congresses of the unions. 4. Every factory and every plant should become a revolutionary stronghold. The old form of relations among the ordinary union members, treasurer, chairman, delegates and others, must be replaced by the factory committee. Factory committees must be elected by all the workers in the undertaking irrespective of their political allegiance. The task of the adherents of the RILU is to persuade all the workers in the undertaking concerned to take part in electing the body which is to represent them. Any attempt to restrict factory committee elections to meetings of like-minded comrades, to carry through an exclusively party line, and thus to exclude the broad non-party masses from the elections, must be categorically condemned. That would make it a cell, not a factory committee. The revolutionary section of the workers must exercise their influence on the general meeting and on the factory committee it elects through their cell, through their committee of action, and finally through each individual member. 5. The first demand to put to the factory committee is provision at the cost of the factory for workers dismissed as a result of unemployment. In no circumstances should the factory be allowed to throw workers onto the streets without bearing any of the consequences. The employer must be obliged to pay the unemployed full wages. This is the platform on which to organize, not primarily the unemployed, but those at work in the factory, explaining to them that the problem of unemployment cannot be solved within the framework of the capitalist order, and that the best antidote to unemployment is the social revolution and the proletarian dictatorship. 6. The closing down of undertakings and short-time working are today among the most important means in the hands of the bourgeoisie for reducing wages, lengthening hours of work, and nullifying collective agreements. Therefore the workers must fight against the closing down of factories, and demand investigation of the reasons for such action. For this purpose special control commissions must be set up, to supervise raw materials, fuel, orders. Specially elected control commissions must thoroughly investigate the financial relations between the concern in question and other concerns, to do which it will be necessary to suggest to the workers as an immediate practical task to put an end to commercial secrecy. 7. One of the methods of fighting against the mass closing down of factories, wage cuts, and worsened conditions is occupation of the factory by the workers, who will continue production against the wishes of the employer. With the prevailing hunger for goods, the continuation of production is particularly important and therefore the workers should not permit the deliberate closing down of factories. 8. Capitalist arguments about foreign competition should be in all circumstances disregarded. The revolutionary unions must consider questions of wages and labor conditions not from the standpoint of competition between the robbers of different countries, but from the standpoint of maintaining and protecting labor power. 9. If there is an economic crisis in the country and the capitalists employ the tactics of pressure on wages, it is the duty of the revolutionary unions to prevent piecemeal reductions in one industry after another, that is, they must not allow themselves to be split into several groups. The workers in the most essential industries, miners, railwaymen, electricians, etc., must from the first be drawn into the struggle. 10. The trade unions must make it one of their practical tasks to prepare and organize international strikes embracing a particular industry. And never for a moment lose sight of the fact that attack on an international scale, of whatever kind, will be possible only when genuinely revolutionary international unions have been formed, which have nothing in common with the Yellow Amsterdam International. 11. Collective agreements are nothing but an armistice. The employers always violate collective agreements when they have the least opportunity to do so. The religious attitude towards collective agreements shows that the leaders of the working class are deeply imbued with bourgeois ideology. Revolutionary unions should not reject collective agreements, but should recognize that they have only a relative value and should always keep clearly in view the question of ways of breaking the agreement if it should be of advantage to the working class. 12. Every important strike must not only be well prepared by the workers beforehand. When it breaks out, special cadres must be formed to fight strike breakers and to resist the various provocations of the White Guard organizations encouraged by the bourgeois governments. The Italian fascists, the German Technical Emergency Relief, the White Guard organizations composed of former officers and non-commissioned officers in France and England, all these organizations have as their object to disorganize and to break every worker's action not only by acting as blacklegs but also by bringing about the material ruin and the death of the workers' leaders. 13. These newly formed fighting organizations should not only resist the attacks of the employers and strike breakers, but also take the initiative in preventing the dispatch of goods to and from the factory where the workers are on strike. 14. The entire industrial struggle of the working class in the immediate future should be concentrated around the party slogan, "Workers' Control of Production," and this control must be established before the government and the ruling classes have created substitutes for control. 18. Every economic struggle is at the same time a political struggle, that is, a general class struggle. The theory and practice of splitting the class struggle of the workers into two independent parts is, especially at the present stage of the revolution, extremely harmful. Every action demands the utmost concentration of forces, the exertion of the utmost revolutionary energy of the working class. Unity of action and the organic alliance of the Communist Party and the unions are essential prerequisites for success in the fight against capitalism. Extracts from a manifesto of the ICI on the conclusion of the Third Comintern Congress. July 17, 1921. Pheasant Resolutions. 3, p. 184. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. In a letter to the KPD written immediately after the Congress, Lenin wrote, "The Third Congress had to start on positive activities. It had to decide concretely, on the basis of the practical experience of the communist struggle which had already begun, how tactical and organizational work was to be carried further. We have now taken the third step. We have a communist army throughout the world. It is still badly trained and badly organized. It would do the greatest injury to our cause if we were to forget this or were afraid to admit it." Lenin went on to attack the prevalent exaggeration of the fight against centrism, which came from some of the best and most devoted elements. Reporting to the 11th Congress of the Russian Communist Party, Zinoviev said that since the Comintern now had to face a prolonged period of organizational work, greater attention would have to be paid to homogeneity. Anarchists and others who had been admitted earlier in the hope that the post-war crisis would clear their minds could no longer be retained in the Comintern. In an unsigned editorial article published in the second number of In Precaur entitled "Coordination of Action," it was stated that the Third Congress laid it down that unreserved support of Soviet Russia must remain the primary and most important international obligation of communists of all countries because it was the first outpost of the world revolution. When the fate of Soviet Russia is at stake, no sacrifice can be too great, no burden too heavy. That is a categorical imperative for every communist. The first meeting of the executive after the Third Congress admitted the Communist Party of Argentina, which was asked to set up a propaganda bureau for Latin America. The same meeting instructed the German, Czech, and Polish Communist parties of Czechoslovakia to convene a unity congress. It also considered the situation in the Finnish Communist Party. This party had been founded in August 1918, and its leaders took refuge in Petrograd after their defeat in the civil war in Finland. In April 1920 the EC at the request of the Finnish Communists appointed a provisional central committee. Zinoviev reported that the EC Presidium had really conducted the work of the Finnish Central Committee. What he referred to as tactical differences led to a fight on August 31, 1920 in which 8 leading members of the Finnish Communist Party, including 2 members of the Central Committee, had been killed, and 12 wounded. Other subjects discussed were the famine in Russia, the Washington Conference, the KAPD, and the French section. It was decided to set up a joint EC-Reli bureau in Berlin as a propaganda and information center for famine relief work. End of exposition. To the proletarians of all countries, the Third Congress of the Communist International has ended. The Great Review of the Communist Proletariat of all countries has been concluded. It showed that in the course of the past year communism has become in a number of countries, where formerly it was only in its earliest stages, a mighty power which moves the masses and threatens capital. The Communist International, which at its foundation Congress represented, apart from Russia, only small groups of comrades, which at its second Congress last year was only seeking the road by which mass parties could be created, now disposes, not only in Russia but also in Germany, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Italy, France, Norway, Yugoslavia, and Bulgaria, of parties about whose banner great masses rally. The Third Congress calls upon the communists of all countries to continue further along this road and to do everything to mobilize into the ranks of the Communist International further millions of working men and women. For the power of capital can only be broken if the idea of communism is embodied in the stormy pressure of the great majority of the proletariat led by mass communist parties which must form the ironclad holding together the fighting proletarian class. To the masses, that is the first battle cry of the Third Congress to the communists of all countries. Build the universal fighting front of the proletariat. The world bourgeoisie are incapable of guaranteeing work and bread, homes and clothing to the workers, but they are showing great capacity in organizing war against the world proletariat. From the moment of their first great disorientation, from the moment that they overcame their great fear of the workers returning from the war, from the moment that they managed to drive the workers back into the factories and to defeat their first revolts, managed to prolong the alliance with the Social Democratic and trade union traitors to the proletariat and so to split the proletariat, they have devoted all their forces to the organization of White Guards and to the disarming of the proletariat. The world bourgeoisie, armed to the teeth, are not only prepared to oppose every revolt of the proletariat by armed force, but are ready when necessary to provoke premature risings of the proletariat which is preparing for the struggle and to defeat them before the universal and invincible proletarian front has been erected. To this strategy of the world bourgeoisie the Communist International must oppose its own strategy. If millions and millions move into battle in closed ranks the tricks of the bourgeoisie will misfire and their power fail. The railways on which the White Guard troops are moved against the proletariat will stop. If the proletariat is led into battle united then capital, the world bourgeoisie, will lose the most important prerequisite of victory, the belief in victory, which was restored to them only by the treachery of social democracy and the splitting of the working masses. Victory over world capital. The road to victory against world capital is gained by gaining the hearts of the majority of the working class. The Third World Congress of the Communist International calls on the communist parties of all countries and on communists in the trade unions to direct all their strength and all their efforts to wresting the broadest working masses from the influence of the social democratic parties and the treacherous trade union bureaucracy. We must show the broad working masses that it is only the communists who fight for an improvement in their position and that social democracy and the reactionary trade union bureaucracy would let the proletariat die of hunger rather than fight. The traitors to the proletariat, the agents of the bourgeoisie, will be beaten not by theoretical arguments about democracy and dictatorship, but on the question of bread, of wages, of clothes and homes for the workers. The first and most important field of battle on which they must be beaten is the trade union field, the fight against the Yellow Amsterdam Trade Union International, the fight for the Red International of Labor Unions, that is the fight to capture the enemy fortress in our own camp, to build a fighting front before which world capital must retreat. But this proletarian front will grow strong only if it is held together by communist parties whose spirit is single and firm, whose discipline is iron. Therefore the Third World Congress, while calling on all communists to build a single proletarian front, must add, keep your ranks free of those elements which may demoralize the fighting spirit and the fighting discipline of the shock troops of the world proletariat, the communist parties. The Congress of the Communist International ratifies the expulsion of the Italian Socialist Party until it shall have broken with the reformists and excluded them from its ranks. Armies which tolerate leaders who are seeking reconciliation with the enemy will be betrayed and sold by those leaders to the enemy. Oppose proletarian strategy to capitalist strategy. Prepare your struggles. The enemy is strong because he has centuries of the exercise of power behind him which have given him a consciousness of power and the will to maintain it. The enemy is strong because for centuries he has learned how to split the proletarian masses, how to keep them down and defeat them. The enemy knows how the civil war should be fought, and therefore the Third World Congress of the Communist International warns the communist parties of all countries of the dangers arising from the expert strategy of the ruling and possessing classes and from the defective strategy, which is only now beginning to take shape, of the working class in its struggle for power. The March events in Germany showed the great danger that the front ranks of the working class, the communist vanguard of the proletariat, may be forced by the enemy into battle before the great proletarian masses have begun to move. The Communist International rejoiced that hundreds of thousands of workers throughout Germany hastened to the help of the threatened workers of Central Germany. In this spirit of solidarity, in the rising of the proletarians of the whole country, indeed of the whole world, in defense of one threatened section of the proletariat, the Communist International seized the road to victory. It rejoiced that the United Communist Party of Germany placed itself at the head of the working masses who hastened to the defense of their threatened brothers. But at the same time it is the duty of the Communist International to say clearly and openly to the workers of all countries, even if the vanguard is not able to avoid struggles, and although these struggles are capable of accelerating the mobilization of the entire working class, the vanguard must never forget that it should not let itself be forced into decisive struggles alone and isolated, that if forced isolated into the struggle the vanguard of the proletarian army must avoid armed encounter with the enemy, for it is the mass weight of the proletariat which is the source of its victory over the armed white guards. If it does not march out as an overwhelming mass, then the vanguard should avoid encountering the armed enemy as an unarmed minority. The March struggles taught another lesson which the Communist International brings to the attention of the proletarians of all countries. The broadest working masses must be prepared for the coming struggles by unceasing daily agitation on an ever-broadening and more intense scale, and the battle must be entered under watchwords which are clear and intelligible to the broadest masses of the proletariat. The proletarian strategy opposed to the enemy strategy must be well thought out and skillful. The militancy of the front ranks, their courage and resolution, are not enough. The struggle must be prepared and organized in a way which carries along with it the broadest masses, who will rally to it because it appears as the struggle for their own vital interests. The more precarious the position of world capital, the greater will be its efforts to frustrate the future victory of the Communist International by isolating the vanguard from the masses and attacking it. The Third World Congress of the Communist International realizes that it is only by experience in the struggle that the working class will be able to produce communist parties which are capable of attacking the enemy immediately he is in difficulties and avoiding him when he is superior. Therefore it is the duty of proletarians of all countries to study and to use all the lessons won by the working class of one country through great sacrifices. Theses of the Essay on the forthcoming Washington Conference. I-5 August 1921 in Precaur, I, 22, p. 203, November 12, 1921. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The Washington Conference met from November 12, 1921 to February 6, 1922. Despite its protests, As a power with Far Eastern interests, against exclusion, Soviet Russia was not invited to the conference, although an unofficial delegation from the Far Eastern Republic, later incorporated into the RSFSR, was present. At the session of the EC which drew up the theses on Washington, it was decided to convene a Congress of Toilers of the Far East, originally planned immediately after the Baku Congress in September 1920. Which met in Moscow in January 1922. Analyses by leading communists of the relations among the powers at Washington went to extreme lengths of implausibility. Roddick, for example, discussing Anglo-French rivalry, wrote that French militarism is becoming a greater and greater threat to England. It may become even more dangerous for England than German militarism was in its time. With American support, France could even invade England. France's aim was to get support from the United States for its Versailles policy. It would offer in return bases in the Channel, on the African coast, and in Indochina. Newman also wrote on the possibility of an American-French alliance against Britain, which had only been averted by American support for the construction of the British naval base at Singapore, in return for the dropping of the alliance with Japan. In these and other articles it was asserted that no world settlement could be effected without the participation of Russia and Germany. Versailles and Washington could not solve the world's problems, but only accelerate the next war. The real questions at issue in the Far East, such as immigration and the exploitation of China, were not dealt with, although it was the imperialists' fear of war which had led them to try to establish a balance and to delimit their interests. Russia's position was in fact strengthened by the Washington Conference, at which Japan was persuaded to withdraw its remaining troops from Siberia, while the termination of the Anglo-Japanese alliance gave Russia a freer field of action in the Far East. The first Congress of Communist and Revolutionary Organizations of the Far East was held in Moscow in January 1922. The voting delegates included 52 from Korea, of whom 42 were communists, 37 from China, of whom 14 were communists, 73 from Japan, of whom 9 were communists, and 14 from Mongolia. 2 delegates from India were present with a consultative voice. The Korean Communist Party had been founded in Moscow among Korean émigrés. The Japanese Communist Party had been founded in April 1921, the initial steps being taken by Japanese in the United States. The Chinese Communist Party, one of its delegates reported, consisted of a secretariat in Shanghai, with branches in Peking, Hankow, and Canton. The object of the conference, according to Voitinsky, was to bring together the working masses of the Far East in a fraternal alliance against the imperialists. In his opening speech, Zinoviev was particularly critical of the nationalists in China and Korea who still looked hopefully to the United States for help in the struggle for national independence. Of Mongolia, where Soviet troops were stationed, he said it would be unrealistic to ask for its return to China until China had driven the imperialists from its own territory. Japan, he concluded, was the key to the Far Eastern situation. Unless there were a revolution in Japan, revolution in the Far East would remain a local phenomenon, a relatively insignificant storm in a relatively small teacup. The Congress endorsed the theses of the Second Comintern Congress on the national and colonial question. The theses on the tasks of communists in the Far East adopted by the Congress urged them to support every national revolutionary movement, but at the same time to expose the bourgeois half-heartedness and timidity of those who were willing to do deals with competing imperialist groups. Communists must win the leadership of the national revolutionary movements and advocate the Soviet system, which was suitable for peasant as well as proletarian revolutions. The Congress also issued a manifesto to the peoples of the Far East declaring war to the death, under the banner of the Comintern, on Japanese, American, British, and French imperialists, and their lackeys in China. In an article summarizing the results of the conference, Katayama wrote that the conference was agreed that Japan was the greatest danger to peace in the Far East, and that the proletariat of China and Korea could not be free until Japanese imperialism was destroyed. Mongolia was threatened both by Japanese and by Chinese capitalism, but China itself was the object of Western capitalist rivalries. End of exposition. The Washington Conference. The conference to be held in Washington, called by the American government to settle the problems of East Asia and the restriction of armaments, is the latest in the series of unsuccessful attempts undertaken by capitalist society to find a way out of the insoluble contradictions upon which the imperialist war threw such a glaring light, and which it proved incapable of resolving. The idea of Mittel-Europe and the idea of a League of Nations have one after the other suffered bankruptcy. English and German capitalism, one after the other, have proved themselves incapable of organizing the world on a basis which, while the exploitation of one nation by another still remains, would nevertheless eliminate armaments and the danger of war. Today, 3 years after the ending of the war and 2 years after the conclusion of peace, Europe may be likened to a cage wherein beasts are brawling over a gnawed bone, watched by tamers who from time to time throw them a fresh bone, from time to time whip them. After victorious capitalism has so brilliantly demonstrated its qualifications as organizer of the world, the United States of America, which was a party to the Versailles attempt to form the League of Nations, and which then refused to join this league, its own handiwork, is for the second time taking the initiative in settling the problems of the Pacific Ocean, which are of the greatest importance to it, or in other words, the conflicts of East Asia. Then, leaving the shores of the Pacific, it wants to take up the question of disarmament, as one of worldwide significance. All this is to be done at the Washington Conference. But this attempt, like all previous attempts, will fail. At best, it can but end with a regrouping of the various powers and with an intensification of existing differences. This is obvious from an enumeration of the driving forces behind the United States, England, and Japan, and a survey of the contradictions among them. 2. The return of the United States to Europe. The United States withdrew from the League of Nations, first, because England, with 6 votes at its disposal, put the English stamp upon the League. Secondly, because the capitalists of America did not feel inclined to guarantee the territorial frontiers of the world patched together at Versailles. And thirdly, because the capitalist clique as represented by the Republican Party wished to exploit the fact that the petty bourgeois masses had grown tired of Europe to take over from the capitalist clique represented by the Democratic Party the disposal of government patronage. The United States could not withdraw from world politics, however, because European capitalists and the Allies owe it $20 million. The outcome of the conflicts in Europe will decide not only whether the debtors will be able to pay their debts, but also whether or not the United States will be able to keep going the industry developed during the war. In 1919, not all American capitalists believed that their prosperity depended on the economic development of Europe, but the raging crisis of 1920-21 proved even to the American farmers that America cannot export its products to Europe if European economy continues to decay. For this reason the United States has already taken part in settling the question of German reparations. It is now participating in the settling of the Upper Silesian question by the Supreme Council. It has taken a stand on the famine problem of Russia. In short, the United States has rejoined the true representative of victorious world capitalism, the Supreme Council, which has made a puppet of the Council of the League of Nations. The United States is now endeavoring to gain control of the Supreme Council and is exploiting the present difficult situation of its English competitor to this end. 3. England's situation. In order to win, English imperialism was obliged to draw its colonies into the war, in the course of which they grew stronger economically. In 1917 they were given a voice in deciding British foreign policy. Now this nominal right must be made a reality, because English imperialism is unable to bear alone the cost of the naval armaments which it must keep up both against the United States and against its allies, France and Japan, as well, and because it must consider the colonies as factors in the power situation. Great Britain has now been replaced by a federation of Great Britain and its self-governing capitalist English colonies, whose foreign interests are not identical with those of their mother country. English imperialism wants to maintain the alliance with Japan in order to have an ally in case of conflict with the United States, and in order to play the part of arbitrator between American and Japanese imperialism, after having stirred up American-Japanese differences. But youthful Canadian capitalism which, by reason of its proximity, is becoming more and more dependent upon the United States, cannot afford a disturbance of relations with its powerful neighbor. At the recent Imperial Conference, Canada opposed renewal of the alliance with Japan and declined to be bound by an eventual renewal. Australia, whose only possible enemy is Japan, would in the event of a conflict with that country find an ally in the United States. The farmers of South Africa want to have nothing to do with world political conflicts. This attitude of its most important colonies has deprived English imperialism of freedom of movement in regard to the United States. In this atmosphere of unsettled world political differences, the increasing economic competition between Great Britain and the United States raises for both countries the question whether or not it will eventually lead to an increase of competitive armament which might lead to a new world war. In such a war, Great Britain would be in a more dangerous position than in the War of 1914-18, because while on the one hand it could not wholly rely on its colonies, it would, on the other hand, probably have as an enemy France, whose attempt to dominate continental Europe by a network of vassal states, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Romania, and whose policy in the Near East place it more and more in opposition to Great Britain. English imperialism has helped to destroy not only the naval, but also the military strength of German capitalism. The disarming of German capitalism has established French militarism as the deciding factor on the European continent. The development of long-distance weapons and of aircraft and submarines would, in case of war, enable France, in alliance with the United States, not only to blockade England, but to mount an invasion as well. This situation is compelling the English government to try to come to an understanding with the United States. The object of this understanding is the formation of an Anglo-Saxon capitalist trust. The United States will be the center of gravity of this trust, while Japan is to foot the bill. 4. The isolation of Japan. Japanese imperialism at very little expense to itself amassed riches during the war by supplying the Allies and by exploiting England's inability to furnish its colonies with enough manufactured goods. Having at the beginning of the war shrewdly prevented China from participating in it, Japan forcibly took Cacao and the province of Shantung from German imperialism and put herself in its place. It exacerbated China's difficulties and in the guise of organizer exploited them in order to gain mastery over the vast empire which, under the leadership of the bourgeois South, is slowly groping its way from feudal disunity to unity. The results of the war threatened to deny to the Japanese the fruits of their victory. Germany's defeat, and the disappearance of Russia as an imperialist factor which could join Japan in pillaging expeditions, reduced Japan to reliance upon England alone for assistance against the United States. The plans of the United States in East Asia. The United States sees in China and in Russia, especially Siberia, the markets to satisfy its gigantic need for economic expansion, and the fields to be won for American capital investment. The monopoly position enjoyed by the United States as the world's creditor and, further, the ability of American industry to compete not only with Japanese industry but also with English, prompt the United States to oppose all the imperialist privileges formerly acquired in China by the older imperialist states, France, England, and Japan, or those which they might now acquire in Siberia. The United States, under the slogan of the open door in China coined by the American Secretary of State John Hay as far back as 1900, is trying to force Japan back. Its treatment of the question of the Chinese wireless stations on the island of Yap goes far to prove that it is determined to take up the battle along the whole front. This policy threatens English interests, though to a far less degree than the Japanese. Not only because England is a better match for American competition than Japan, but also because the Pacific question, vital for Japan, is only one of England's preoccupations. Hence Japan can rely upon England only to a certain extent. Obliged to choose between Japan and the United States, England will side with the latter. The Washington Conference therefore represents a diplomatic attempt on the part of the United States to snatch the fruits of victory from Japan. Prospects for the Washington Conference. Any agreement on the limitation of armaments in the Pacific, or on its division into areas where each power has supremacy, depends on the outcome of the diplomatic negotiations on the disputed Pacific problems. England will side with Japan and endeavor to bring about a compromise between the United States and Japan. enabling it to continue the alliance with Japan by the formal inclusion of the United States. The military value of the alliance with Japan in case of war with the United States is not to be underestimated. The compromise is to be brought about either by Japan receiving compensation in Siberia or by the United States being given concessions in China, the right to share in the exploitation of Mesopotamia's oil, etc. etc. If England succeeds in bringing about this compromise, it will, within the English-Japanese-American alliance, endeavor to maintain especially close relations with Japan. Thereafter an agreement will be arrived at by the three contracting powers fixing naval armaments at a level that will not be considered dangerously competitive if the powers are unable, however, to reach an agreement on the points under discussion. The economic struggle and armaments competition will proceed unrestricted. In the first case, the United States and England will act in combination to deprive Japan of part of the fruits of its victory in favor of the United States and at the expense of China and, perhaps, Soviet Russia. An agreement of this kind would prove to be the starting point of diplomatic regroupings and New World political conflicts, after the fashion of the Peace of Shimonoseki when Russia, Germany, and France endeavored to snatch from Japan the fruits of its victory over China in 1894. In the second case, the process of intensification of the existing conflicts will develop more rapidly, but in no circumstances will they disappear. Then the economic conflict between England and America will continue to be the foremost world problem. The Anglo-Japanese conflict remains, as does the Anglo-French. In the background of these conflicts dividing the world of capitalist victors looms their conflict with the defeated capitalist countries, and, further, with the colonial peoples and, finally, with Soviet Russia, who represents a breach in the system of capitalist states. 7. The Washington Conference and the Communist International. The attempt to settle the international question of limitation of armaments on the European continent as well is doomed to failure. Even though, since the complete disarmament of Germany, French security would not be endangered if France abandoned its military preparations, France would not give up the position of first military power in Europe, because it is the policy of French imperialism to dominate the European continent. Aside from France, there exist its vassal states, all of which by the Peace of Versailles and the succeeding treaties were allotted territories inhabited by alien and hostile populations. Poland has a great many Ukrainian, Little Russian, and German inhabitants, while Czechoslovakia may be likened to the former Austrian Empire, because, apart from Czechoslovakians, it is populated by Germans and Hungarians. A great many Hungarians and Bessarabians have been enslaved by Romania. Large numbers of Bulgarians have been brought under Romanian and Yugoslav rule. The status quo in Central, Southern, and Eastern Europe rests today on bayonets. In the Near East, France, from her African possessions and from Syria, is endeavoring to outflank England at its most sensitive spot, the Suez Canal. This is intended to hamper the English policy of establishing, by means of the territory of a great Arab state dependent upon English imperialism, the lines of communication between Egypt and India. In order to compel France to forego its armaments in such a situation, England must come to an agreement with France on all world problems. How little the capitalist powers themselves believe in the likelihood of disarmament is shown by the fact that, having cordially welcomed Harding's proposal to discuss disarmament at Washington, the English government immediately afterwards decided to spend £30 million on building new warships. It justified this by pointing out that Japan is building 8 dreadnoughts to be finished by 1925 and has already made appropriations for another series of 8, and that in 1925 the United States would possess 12 super dreadnoughts. The executive of the Communist International maintains that the Washington Conference can result neither in disarmament nor in the establishment of peace among the nations, and that it represents only an attempt to reconcile the interests of the great Anglo-Saxon imperialist robbers at the expense of the weaker robber, Japan, of China, and of Soviet Russia. Emphasis is lent to this analysis of the character of the Washington Conference by the fact that Russia has not been invited to it. in order to make it impossible for it to expose the shameful game being played at Washington with the fates of peoples. The executive of the Communist International warns the working masses and enslaved colonial peoples against harboring the hope that any diplomatic combination whatever arrived at in Washington could free them from the menace of a heavily armed capitalist world and from exploitation by capitalist states. The executive of the Communist International calls upon all communist parties and all trade unions affiliated to the Red Trade Union International to intensify the agitation and the struggle against the imperialist governments whose conflicting interests are certain to result in a new worldwide clash, unless the proletarian revolution disarms the capitalist class and thus creates the prerequisite for a true worldwide federation of all toiling peoples. The executive draws the attention of the working class throughout the world to the intrigues that are being spun at Washington against Soviet Russia. It calls upon the masses in China, Korea, and eastern Siberia to adhere more closely to Soviet Russia, the only state in the world willing to render assistance upon a basis of equality and of fraternal help to the peoples of the Orient who are being menaced by world imperialism. Extracts from a letter from the ASEAN the Executive Committee of the RILU to the workers of Great Britain. September 1921 in Precaur, I.P. 5. October 1, 1921. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. On his return from Moscow at the end of 1920, J. T. Murphy, of the shop stewards movement, established a British Bureau of the RILU in England, whose propaganda was to be directed towards persuading the British trade unions to sever their connection with the IF2. And affiliate to the Moscow Trade Union International. The minority movement in the British trade unions was started in 1923 and held its first Congress in 1924. This letter was sent to coincide with the opening of the Trade Union Congress in Cardiff on 5th of September. Dissatisfaction with the work of British communists in the trade unions had been expressed at the Third World Congress. A British delegate, replying to Radek's criticism of the attitude of the CPGB during the miners' strike, said, "If Comrade Radek knows the history of the English trade union movement, he must know that it would be sheer folly for the English Communist Party to try to influence or advise the miners, who have 1.25 million men in their union." End of exposition. The working class of Great Britain is in a position bordering on despair. Divided into a multitude of unions, federations, loose alliances, committees, councils, parties, and devoid of unified and militant leadership, the British labor movement of today is a vast confusion and chaos. 8 million organized workers, a mighty army indeed, cannot point out a single victory won by labor in recent years. The history of the labor movement, especially since the outbreak of the war and after the armistice, has been a record of blunders and defeats. Separate groups of workers, unaided and unsupported by the rest of the working class, have, time and again, put up the most stubborn and the most heroic fights, but the working class as a whole has repeatedly suffered itself to be tricked and fooled by the bourgeoisie and labor politicians, has meekly and obediently accepted broken promises and downright betrayals, has submitted to threats and intimidations. And what is the result? Millions of unemployed, hundreds of thousands of workers on short time, a general insecurity of work, a continuous decline and fall in the standard of living. The capitalist system, which is responsible for the present crisis and all its attendant evils of unemployment, misery, and privations, is unable to extricate itself from the economic chaos of its own creation. It is not only unable to solve the unemployment problem, but to ensure its own continued existence it is compelled to degrade the working class and reduce it still further to servitude. The universal economic chaos, to which imperialist capitalism has brought the world, threatens profits, and the bourgeoisie wishes to recoup itself at the expense of the meager wages of the workers. Thus, the present crisis is being utilized by the capitalist class in a ruthless and ferocious attack on the standard of living of the proletariat. To maintain the profits of capitalism, the workers must starve. How is it that the British proletariat suffers itself to be thus cowed and beaten into submission without putting up a united and determined fight to a finish? This is the foremost question which the workers must raise before the Trade Union Congress and give a satisfactory answer. We on our part have this to say: The workers of Great Britain are organized in trade unions but not organized as a class. They possess no class organization capable of leading the whole of the working class to victory. The trade unions form federations and alliances, or belong to the Trade Union Congress or Labour Party, but in spite of this multitude of organizations, the proletariat is not organized as a class. The bourgeoisie looks to the Federation of British Industries for aid and action. When in need, it has Parliament to fall back upon and a national government is always at its disposal. The bourgeoisie is indeed organized as a class, but the workers alone are split and torn asunder into a multitude of petty unions, federations, alliances with high-sounding and imposing names, but none of them representing the working class as a whole and with neither authority nor power to act. That's why it has been beaten and crushed time and again, so badly. It is high time for labor to recognize the painful truth that it is divided against itself, no matter how much it may profess class solidarity, and in spite of its deep conviction that an injury to one is an injury to all. Class solidarity, to be effective, must find its expression through class organization, and so long as labor remains disunited, it will be beaten. The capitalist class and the government know well that so long as they can keep labor in the present state of disorganization and chaos, their rule is unassailable and unshakable. As to the revolt of separate groups of labor, as in the case of the miners, there is nothing much for the bourgeoisie to fear. These can be crushed with comparative ease, and what is more, crushed by the aid of other groups of the working class which, while the struggle goes on, supply the enemy with the sinews of war to be used against their fellow workers. For, and let us not deceive ourselves on that score, when 1,000,000 miners are engaged in a deadly grip with the employers, and the rest of the workers stand at their benches, drive engines and load cars, they help the enemy to beat the miners. The Trade Union Congress. The Trade Union Congress, loose and involuntary as it has been till now, is not the organization capable of leading the working class to victory over the bourgeoisie, or even to defend the workers from capitalist aggression. The annual meetings of the Trade Union Congress only afford an additional platform to a few labor leaders to give vent to their eloquence before a labor audience. Its practical work results in a multitude of resolutions and recommendations, and that is all. The leaders of the Trade Union Congress readily turned into diplomats of the working class and concluded peace with the bourgeoisie and the government by voluntarily assigning to them the rights of labor on empty promises for the future, but did nothing to compel the government and the bourgeoisie to fulfill them. When the industries and the soldiers were demobilized, and hundreds of thousands of men and women were thrown out of work to become a public charge, when every promise made to the workers during the war was broken soon after, what did the Trade Union Congress do to show to the capitalists and the government that labor cannot and will not be trifled with? It did nothing except silently witness the dignity of labor being gradually degraded and dragged into the mire. Was the Trade Union Congress of any assistance to the workers in 1919? Did it bring active pressure of the whole working class to bear upon the government to yield to the railwaymen? No. It did not. Did the Trade Union Congress help the miners to secure nationalization at a time when the position of labor was most favorable? No, it did not. Its threat of direct action remained on paper, notwithstanding the fact that over 4 million workers voted for direct action. Was the Trade Union Congress of any practical use in the labor disputes of 1920? No, it was not. Is it not then correct, fellow workers, to say that labor has not found in the Trade Union Congress the class organization it needs, and is it not high time that every worker realizes this before the capitalist class has got you securely by the throat? The present position of British labor is such that we are quite justified in pointing out to every worker the immediate need for a centralized, efficient and militant class organization. In fact, the workers themselves realized that the present state of affairs in the labor movement is intolerable, and that drastic changes are needed immediately to avoid further and more crushing defeat. We must never for a moment forget that the leaders, such as Thomas and his like, do not want a real union of labor, for that means that the large masses of the workers will be involved into a direct struggle with the capitalist class. This is precisely what the leaders do not want. Did not Thomas state during the lockout of the miners that nobody could foretell the consequences of a combined strike of the Triple Alliance and other bodies of labor, and did he not say that whichever side would win, the nation would lose. That means that even if the workers won, the nation would lose. And so Thomas is against common action by the workers because the nation, that is to say the capitalist class, would lose. Both the petty leaders and the leaders of national fame, those who represent labor in the bourgeoisie newspapers, in the trade union congress and in parliament, those who are hailed as the leaders of the future labor government will with a few exceptions oppose a centralized and disciplined organization of the whole of the working class, because such an organization would destroy their power of aiding the bourgeoisie and the government to play off one group of workers against the other. It would eliminate that chaos in the labor movement which heretofore afforded to them the very excellent opportunity of keeping labor under their domination, and thus preventing every attempt on the part of the workers to revolt against the capitalist system. Their object is, as Thomas has more than once declared, to keep the ring in the big battles of labor and capital. Their object can be best attained by holding the working class disunited, disorganized and decentralized, to ensure ourselves against the tricks and machinations of the leaders who will make every attempt to reduce the whole question of the unification of the labor movement to a mere change in the names of the old organizations, leaving everything else as it existed heretofore. The workers must take the work of unification into their own hands and see to it that first of all the shops and the works are united, along the lines of industry. The Workers' Committee is the foundation of working-class unity. The Workers' Committee and the trade unions must form the local trades and labor councils with authority to act as the general staff of labor for the given locality. Finally, the Trades and Labor Congress must be representatives of the whole of the working class and responsible only to the working class. Unity in the factory, in the pit, and so on. Unity on the point of production, unity in the locality, working class unity in the whole country. It unites all the workers at the point of production irrespective of grade, craft, color or sex. The creation of directing staffs in the English labor movement is only one part of the problem. What will the executive organs, invested with authority, do? Will they, like the general staffs of the trade union movement in other countries, look for salvation in collaboration with the bourgeoisie, or will they carry on a revolutionary struggle against it? Will the new staff spend the revolutionary energy of the working class in bartering, or will it, clearly understanding the contradictions which tear apart the existing capitalist society, struggle with all its organized power for the overthrow of capitalism and the establishment of the power of the toilers? Here are the questions that are of the utmost interest to every proletarian, to every worker of Great Britain. You have witnessed the great struggles and social conflicts of the last years. The workers were being vanquished not only because they were poorly organized but also because they were striving for sectional aims. The bourgeoisie had triumphed over you not only because it is better organized than you, but also because it understands its class interests better than the working class. It never pursues merely economic problems. It always regards its problems as class problems, and all its activities are permeated with the spirit of its class. Being numerically weaker than the working class, it succeeds by the strength of its organization and class consciousness. If the general staff of the English labor movement will be permeated with the spirit of hatred against the dominating class, if each little conflict, each skirmish, will serve for the education of the masses, for the single aim of the overthrow of bourgeois domination, your staff will be worthy of the confidence of the English labor movement, and will be worthy of its great mission. The victory in the social struggle belongs to the class which is not only better organized, but which is more conscious, to the class which can marshal all the might of its organization and all its experience for the accomplishment of its class task. Appeal of the EC, the executive of the RILU, and the EI on the danger of war against Russia. October 1921 in Precauer, I, 7, p. 57, October 8, 1921. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. In the spring of 1921, Poland and Romania, with French approval, concluded a treaty of alliance. In September 1921, the Russian Foreign Affairs Commissariat stated that the French government had proposed joint action by itself and the two allies against Russia. According to Radek, it was the French ambassador who had invited the Polish government to send its ultimatum of 18 September. Charging Russia with non-fulfillment of the Riga Treaty. The French, he argued, hoped that with sufficient pressure Russia would be forced to recognize the pre-war debts. The British note of 7th of September charged Russia with violating the pledges given in the Anglo-Soviet Agreement of March 1921 to refrain from hostile propaganda. In its reply of 27 September, the Foreign Affairs Commissariat wrote that the mere facts of the Third International having for obvious reasons chosen Russia as the seat of its executive committee as the only land which allows full freedom to the spreading of communist ideas and personal freedom to communists, and of some of the members of the Russian government in their individual capacity belonging to the executive committee, did not justify the identification of the Third International with the Russian government. Later in the year the EC issued another manifesto which referred to the danger of a Franco-Polish attack on Russia. Harassed from the left by the growing revolutionary wave and from the right by the frightened bourgeoisie trembling for their power, the military oligarchy of Poland is preparing to proclaim its dictatorship in the interior and to drown the proletarian movement in blood, and at the same time, if it only can, to prepare for war against Soviet Russia. It is speculating upon the possibility that the French government will add further sums to the 20 milliard francs that it has thrown into the jaws of Polish militarism, in order to obtain payment for its earlier sacrifices by putting a White Guard government in the saddle in Russia, which would immediately begin to extort the interest on the Tsarist debts from the Russian people. The Polish government has protected itself in the event of war by an agreement with the Romanian boyars, and it has recently signed an agreement with the Czechoslovakian bourgeoisie, which assures it the free passage of munitions. These criminal plans must be opposed with all the energy at our disposal. The workers of all countries, above all those which are Poland's neighbors, must do everything in their power so that not a single railway wagon, not a single ship with war equipment shall enter Poland this winter and spring. End of exposition. To the proletarians of all countries. World capital is preparing a Polish-Romanian campaign against starving Soviet Russia. In our first appeal about the famine in Russia we warned you not to place confidence in the humanitarian speeches and declarations of readiness to help made by the capitalist states. We told you that now as formerly world capital sees in Soviet Russia the center of world revolution, and it will exploit the famine caused by the drought and intensified by the consequences of intervention to prepare a new onslaught on Soviet Russia. Our prophecies are already being fulfilled. While real help for the hungry is being given only to a minimum extent, while France, making a mockery of the need of the Russian people, wanted to put the work of relief in the hands of Nlens, the organizer of the Russian counter-revolution, while the Allied Commission under the leadership of the same Nlens tried to turn the relief organization into an espionage organization in Russia, the French government, working behind a diplomatic screen, is taking preparatory steps to organize war on Soviet Russia. On 3 September it tasked the Polish government to present Soviet Russia with an ultimatum under which the Soviet government was to make immediately the payments due under the Riga Treaty. Otherwise Poland would sever diplomatic relations with Soviet Russia. Since Soviet Russia ceased making payments under this provision because Poland supplied arms to Savinkov's White Guard bands who attacked Russia, burnt the crops and destroyed railways, it was clear that it could not meet these demands of the Polish government. France promised Poland military help and the support of Romania. The Polish government which rejected the French request was overthrown. Marshal Pilsudski took over the helm. It was he who organized the attack on Soviet Russia last year, and the Polish government has now sent the ultimatum asked for by France. It went even further than the French demands by including a number of demands which from the outset could not be met. At the same time the Polish government is beginning to organize frontier conflicts in order to create the necessary atmosphere in Poland. In Poland, where the bourgeois regime is on the point of falling, because of its own incapacity, and where one wave of strikes succeeds another, nationalist instincts have to be whipped up to get control of the masses and to suppress any revolutionary movement by the establishment of a military dictatorship. France hopes by overthrowing the Soviet government in war or by diplomatic intimidation to squeeze out the old Tsarist debts from a country where the economic chaos was caused largely by French intervention. At first it seemed that France was acting alone, but the last few days have shown that that is not the case. On 7 September, 4 days after the French action in Warsaw of which ostensibly it knew nothing, the English government decided to demand that the Soviet government cease all revolutionary propaganda in the East. It dispatched a note in which, As the EC has ascertained, it made its complaint on the basis of forgeries manufactured by the dirtiest German gang of spies left over from Ludendorff's police and reinforced by a band of international adventurers. This English demarche means that the clique of the English War Minister Winston Churchill, who has not for a moment ceased to rage against Soviet Russia, is getting ready to tow English policy out of peaceful channels into French channels, that is, into war. For the time being, the English government is using its forgeries and threats only with the object of crippling Soviet Russia in the East. But this makes no difference. The result of Lloyd George's yielding to warmonger Churchill encourages France in its criminal game. If, with French help, Poland begins war on Soviet Russia, Churchill will have the opportunity to carry England along in this policy. Together with the representatives of the RILU, the EC has examined the situation closely and considers it necessary to tell you that the international situation is in the broadest meaning of the word serious. Even if the exposure of France's secret steps in Poland and of Lord Curzon's shameless forgeries were for a time to dam the interventionist currents, the French campaign and the English forgeries have shown that powerful forces are at work preparing for further intervention. Once again stirred up and urged on by the French imperialist bourgeoisie, munitions and transports are reaching Poland and Germany. Once again in the Central European states arms are being manufactured for Poland or delivered from existing stocks. The attack on Soviet Russia is being systematically prepared. The EC and the RILU call on the workers of all countries without distinction of party, who would without any doubt consider it a crime to give the hungry millions lead instead of bread, to take up the struggle against these preparations on the widest scale. We call on you to organize meetings and demonstrations in every country under the slogans: Help for Soviet Russia, Down with the criminals who are preparing an offensive against Soviet Russia. Stop the transport of arms to Poland, Romania, Estonia, Latvia, and Finland. In every country, strengthen your influence among the soldiers so that they will not let themselves be misused as cannon fodder for international capital against Soviet Russia. Make your rulers realize that you will use every means at your disposal to counter every threat and every pressure against Soviet Russia. Bread and peace for the hungry Russian people. Fight to the last against any threat to Soviet Russia. See resolution on members' contributions. December 4, 1921 in Precauer, I, 38, p. 339, December 20, 1921. The Executive Committee in its session of 4th of December unanimously adopted the following draft prepared by a subcommission concerning the introduction of membership dues for the Communist International. 1. The EC resolves that all members of the Communist International shall pay international membership dues. 2. The yearly dues in each of the sections affiliated to the Communist International shall be fixed at the average monthly dues of the respective section. 3. International membership dues are to be paid quarterly in 4 equal installments against the issue of a special international dues stamp. The dues stamps are to be printed by each section according to a uniform design decided upon by the EC and counter-stamped by the national section. 4. In all affiliated parties working legally, the dues stamp is to be pasted in the membership book. On moving from the territory of one section to that of another, the rights accorded to a member by the statutes of the Comintern will be granted only upon proof of the payment of the international dues. 5. The international membership dues are to be transmitted to the EC through the central committees of the communist parties. The sections are obliged to settle their accounts quarterly, at the latest before the end of the next quarter. Neither groups nor sections have the right to charge expenditure made for or in the name of the Comintern against the international contribution. The international contribution must unconditionally and in all circumstances be paid by the sections directly to the Comintern. 6. The Executive Committee of the Comintern is obliged to submit accounts to the World Congress, after a previous audit by the Control Commission. 7. The purpose of this decision is threefold. The international contribution will help to cover the increasing expenses of the central apparatus of the Comintern. 8. It will enable the materially better situated sections to support the weaker ones. This applies especially in cases of important political and economic actions. 9. It will also aid materially in establishing a more intimate contact between the Comintern and the individual sections. The Comintern is no loose structure of affiliated sections, but the unified party of the communist workers of the entire world. This unity, of course, is expressed primarily in its policy and in the coordination of all proletarian action. It should, however, also be manifested by every communist being materially bound to this international party by the link of his individual membership dues. Therefore this decision is not only an organizational, but also a political measure. The contribution shall come into effect on January 1, 1922. Appeal of the IC for help for the famine-stricken areas of Russia. 4th of December 1921 in Precauer, I, 39, p. 348. December 22, 1921. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The first IC appeal for famine relief for Russia was published in July 1921, and the communist press for the rest of that year and throughout 1922 continued to publish appeals and to report on the action taken in response to them. In an article published in October 1921, Radek wrote that the Association of Capitalists, which calls itself the League of Nations, no longer thought of sending millions of men to fight Russia, believing that hunger would force the Soviet government to agree to their terms. Help came from a number of quarters. The American Relief Administration and the Red Cross contributed large sums and sent relief missions to the stricken areas. In August 1921 the IF2 allocated 1,000,000 marks for relief, and by October its affiliated organizations had contributed a further £50,000. The British government supplied food and medical stores to the value of £200,000. And the American government contributed $20 million for relief work. At the Fourth Congress at the end of 1922, Monzenberg reported that the relief campaign had raised sums equivalent to $2.5 million. Zinoviev at the same Congress accused the Second International of using the famine as an excuse for an anti-communist campaign which had made some headway among inexperienced workers. End of exposition. Proletarians of all countries, to the aid of the Russian proletariat. Workers, over the whole world capitalism is moving towards the attack. The more the capitalist world decays, the higher the wave of unemployment and crisis rises, rolling like an avalanche from country to country. The more impudently capital attacks your organizations, the louder it boasts of its strength and its power. But its foremost heralds and trumpeters, ministers and presidents, bankers and kings, are preparing new wars for humanity and are working out new armament programs, pushing all the countries of the world into a war which will be more destructive, inhuman, and horrible than its predecessor. It will leave nothing standing and will kill and cripple millions of human beings, workers and peasants, the productive population of city and country. Comrades, all of you, without distinction of party, must realize this. You must all understand that the only guarantee for your victory is your own strength, your own proletarian power. Who at the present time holds in check the insane plans of the capitalists? Who fills them with terror and fear? Soviet Russia. For every capitalist government fears the armed Russian workers. For every capitalist government understands that Soviet Russia is today the chief instrument, the main weapon in the hands of the world proletariat. Imagine that Soviet Russia has fallen. Then the wave of bloody reaction would overwhelm the entire world. Capitalism would then stride in a triumphal march over the skulls of the working class. It would consolidate its position for long, long years. Therefore help Soviet Russia, help its workers who have borne the brunt of the first combined blows of the capitalist governments. In your own interests hasten to the assistance of the first Soviet state. The Russian workers have only now won the possibility of building up their economy. Only now is production beginning to rise, are the chimneys of its factories beginning to smoke. But the drought is clipping the wings of the Russian proletariat. In the rich Volga region the grain has completely withered. Millions of human beings are dying in horrible agony. Sickness and starvation are mowing down old and young, and little children are dying with a cry for help on their lips. The situation is serious. The misfortune is great. Proletarians, hurry to the aid of Soviet Russia. A number of workers' organizations have already given their mite for the Russian workers and peasants. The communists have collected 100 million marks. Other workers' organizations have also given much help. This enables us to feed about 50,000 persons. But that is not enough. Hasten, friends of the working class, especially you, workers of North and South America, Australia, and South Africa. You have not yet gone through the bloody battle with capital. You have not yet been drawn into the final conflict. But the capitalist monster is already grasping you by the throat. It is already throwing millions of workers onto the streets. It is ready to deal you to the final blow. Hurry to the assistance of your chief fortress, Soviet Russia. Help it to grow strong and to consolidate. You will be repaid 100-fold. Together, inside battle ranks, enter the struggle against the famine in Russia. Long live the solidarity of the workers who will not let down their brothers in distress and misery. Extracts from a letter from the ICI to the Marseille Congress of the French Communist Party. December 5, 1921 in Précaire, I, 43, p. 378. December 31, 1921. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. This was the first Congress of the French Communist Party. It claimed a membership of 120,000. During its first year of existence it had suffered a series of internal crises and conducted a number of disputes with the ICI. The French delegation at the Third World Congress had been severely criticized for tolerating attacks on the ICI by the right-wing. Souverain, French representative on the ICI, was considered to have inspired these criticisms. Fabre's Journal du Peuple described them as souverain zuckuses. He was defeated in the elections to the Central Committee, and 4 elected members, Lauriat, Trent, Dunois, Vaillant Couturier, resigned in protest. End of exposition. 1 year separates us from the Tours Congress. Today there is no longer a single revolutionary who regrets the work of splitting and cleansing which was carried out there. The CI warmly welcomes the results of your efforts to regroup and to reorganize your federations, to build a great party of 130,000 members and to improve your press. It is only the Communist Party and its press which can organize resistance to imperialism and reaction, whose stoutest pillars throughout the world are the French bourgeoisie. In this past year the party succeeded in winning steadily growing influence among the working masses and the small peasants of France. These results, which give us great satisfaction, should not however blind us to the weaknesses and defects displayed during this first year. The CI must do more than send greetings and good wishes to its sections. It is its duty to point out in a fraternal fashion their weaknesses and, guided solely by the interests of the world revolution, in closest collaboration with them to find ways of eliminating these weaknesses. In appraising the work of this first year we do not ignore the situation in which the party was left by the split at Tours. We know that a party which was brought into such confusion during the war cannot become communist overnight by passing resolutions at a congress. The voting at Tours indicated the will of the party to become a communist party. Therefore this first year had to display a constant effort and steady work to impart to the party a communist character. The efforts of the party were great but not great enough. Together with you we want to discover the reasons for this, convinced that the Marseille Congress is anxious to do everything in its power to continue the work begun at Tours, to take into consideration the suggestions of the International designed to reinforce the communist character of the party and of its policy. The party has suffered from weakness of leadership. The Central Committee spent too much time on administrative work but was unable to give the party firm political leadership. In its daily work it was not guided by the idea of developing party activity. It did not create a collective consciousness. The party has suffered from the absence of an agrarian policy, a trade union policy, and an electoral policy. The Central Committee left the examination and solution of all these problems to the Marseille Congress, fearing that the federations would accuse it of dictatorship if it settled these problems itself. But every revolutionary will understand that the leadership of a communist party elected by the Congress and so enjoying the confidence of the party must have the most comprehensive powers if it is to conduct the party's policy in accordance with the resolutions and decisions of the national and international congresses. A far stronger leadership must come from the Marseille Congress, able to exercise political leadership, effectively to supervise and influence the party press, guide its parliamentary work and define its position day by day on all questions of French and international policy. We think it would be useful to transfer minor administrative affairs to a special secretariat and to appoint from the Central Committee a central bureau of at least 5 members whose most important task will be this daily guidance of party work and thought. Side by side with building a stronger leadership it is necessary to develop a spirit of greater discipline in the party. Communists must think of themselves primarily primarily as members of the party and must act as such throughout their public and private lives. The question of trade union policy is certainly the most important and most difficult confronting the Marseille Congress, and the one where the absence of a policy was most felt during the past year. If the Communist Party wants to be the spearhead and champion of the social revolution, it must give serious thought to trade union questions. There are no questions of concern to the workers which do not also concern the party. The party must therefore keep to a steady policy on trade union questions. It must loudly assert before the working class its right and its duty to concern itself actively with these questions. It must demand of its members to be as communist in the trade unions as they are in the party. A communist party cannot allow its members to go on supporting the policy of Juhox and 305 the Amsterdam International. It must say clearly to all those who agree with Juhox that their place is in the party of Renaudel, Albert Thomas, and Longwet. Similarly, the party must energetically combat the anarchist and syndicalist ideas which deny the role of the party in the revolution. Nobody must be left in doubt that it is not the desire of the party and of the C to subordinate the trade unions to the party. It is anxious to ensure that all party members play their part in the struggle of the trade union minority in France. The party must seek to collaborate as closely as possible with those syndicalists who have revised their revolutionary ideas as a result of the history of the last few years. By discussing with them in a fraternal way all revolutionary problems, the party must try to get them to define clearly their present attitude, and it must combat their old anarcho-syndicalist traditions. We do not doubt that the party, if it becomes a truly revolutionary and communist party, will not only win the sympathy and confidence of the proletarian masses in France, but will also be able to win into its ranks the syndicalist communist comrades who still mistrust it. It will win these elements by a policy that is not opportunist and not vacillating. The draft thesis on the trade union question worked out by your Central Committee is only the first outline of a clarification of this fundamental question. Those who say that the economic struggle does not concern the party are either hopeless fools or they are making fun of communism. The party must draw to itself all the best elements of the working classes, and it must on the theoretical side inspire all forms of the proletarian struggle, including the economic struggle. The trade union, as trade union, is not subordinate to the party as party. In this sense, the trade unions are autonomous. The communists who are active in the trade unions must, however, always act as disciplined communists. As a result of a number of special circumstances, there are still today outside the ranks of the French Communist Party a number of valuable revolutionary elements who regard themselves as syndicalists. We must come to an understanding with them and sooner or later unite with them in the ranks of the single Communist Party. But we cannot and must not encourage syndicalist prejudices against parties and against political action. When the French party delegation was in Moscow for the Third Congress, the EC called their attention to the necessity of Central Committee supervision of the unofficial party press. The EC was thinking primarily of Briesensweg and Fabre's Journal du Peuple, both of which were conducting a policy incompatible with the policy of the party and the International. The unequivocal theses of the Second Congress laid it down that no party member can claim for himself a so-called press freedom in order to publish a journal which is not under the complete control of the party. With the unanimous consent of the French delegation, the executive passed a resolution on this question and informed the French Central Committee, but it has received no official reply. It asks the Marseille Congress to give the executive the party's answer to this question, which it regards as a most fundamental question of communist discipline which should have been decided by the party leadership. The delay is the more regrettable as, since the decision was taken, the opportunist tendency has crystallized around the Journal du Peuple, regretting the split at Tours, bemoaning the expulsion of dissidents and of Sarrati, and even advocating open collaboration with bourgeois parties in the form of the Left Bloc. It is not surprising that these comrades who are pursuing a policy so wholly inconsistent with communist principles should feel themselves injured by our resolution and should try to shift responsibility onto the French representative on the executive. We hope that the party at Marseille will clearly express its hostility to such a policy and will summon this group of comrades back to communist discipline. It seems necessary to us that the French French party should try to remain in the closest and most continuous contact with the workers in the factories. Far too often the party press has a discontented rather than a proletarian revolutionary character. Nor are there enough factory workers in the party leadership. It seems to us necessary to increase the working class element when the new Central Committee is elected. The French party has always stood too much aside from the life of the International. We hope that in future there will be closer and more frequent contacts, enabling the French party to take an active and fruitful share in the life of the Communist International. As we consider French questions to be questions for the whole International, so we hope that the French workers will regard all questions which concern the proletariat of Germany, Russia, America, etc., as their own, and will by discussion take an active part in the work and the struggle of all sections of the International. Issue circular to all sections on forwarding of material. 15th of December 1921 in Precaur, I, 39, p. 350. December 22, 1921, to the parties affiliated to the Communist International. The question of the transitional demands of the Communist parties was before the Third Congress of the Communist International. But it could only be dealt with hastily, for the attention of the Congress was concentrated primarily upon the problems raised by the March action. In the meanwhile, the question of transitional demands has become more important. With every day the Communist parties have to give more and more time to the questions posed by current policy. They must define their attitude to the concrete measures of bourgeois governments and must place concrete remedial proposals before these governments. The executive must study all these questions as a whole in order to assist the Communist parties by enabling them to benefit from each other's experiences. It therefore requests all Communist parties to collect and send to the executive all the material upon their previous statements and demands on social and economic policy, taxes, judicial and constitutional questions, in short, all the material relating to our demands upon the bourgeois governments. Material referring to the past as well as the present activity of the party should be sent. Extracts from the directives on the United Front of the Workers and on the attitude to workers belonging to the Second, 2.5, and Amsterdam Internationals, and to those WHO support anarcho-syndicalist organizations, adopted by the ISI. December 18, 1921 Protocol, 4, p. 1019. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. In his speech of December 4, 1921 at the meeting of the ISI which issued these theses, Zinoviev said that the war and the struggles of the immediate post-war period had left the working class exhausted and passive. They attributed their defeats to disunity, and a united front policy would win their allegiance. There was no contradiction, he said, between a united front policy and the policy of attracting unions from the IFTU into the RILU, since united front action could not be taken except on communist terms. To the question, if you want a united front, why split, he said, this is a dialectical question which every communist must understand. Precisely because it is an epoch of splits, and because we have now become a force, we can on certain conditions work together with the Second and 2.5 Internationals, in order to draw the masses over to the side of communism most quickly. But if we had not made the split, we would not be the factor which we now are, and could not carry this maneuver through. It is possible that we shall have to carry out many more splits, and we shall still go to the socialists and say, yes, we want unity, unity on this platform. At the end of the year, in a long article on the tasks of the Communist International, Rodek wrote that reformist hostility to the United Front policy showed how right it was. If it succeeded, they would have won the ear of the Social Democratic workers and pushed their leaders to the left. If it failed, the leaders would be exposed. The new tactic therefore has such indisputable advantages and opens such favorable perspectives for international communism for the class struggle of the proletariat, that it will certainly become the common property of all communist parties. It corresponded with certain general changes in the international situation. Until 1920 they had used other methods of struggle, the methods of assault. At that time we not only did not propose joint action with the Social Democratic parties, but sought by all means in our power to force a split in them. We placed in the foreground the slogan of Soviet dictatorship, while now, we place in the foreground concrete transitional demands. An international explosion could not be expected, but only the slow ripening of the revolution. The program therefore was not the assault itself, but the accumulation of forces for the assault, and this could be done inter alia by work inside the Social Democratic parties, with the object of winning or splitting them. At the meeting of the enlarged SE in February 1922, Zinoviev said, had the Red Army in 1920 taken Warsaw, the tactics of the SE today would be other than they are. The strategic setback was followed by a political setback for the whole workers' movement. The Russian Proletarian Party was compelled to make extensive concessions. That slowed down the tempo of the proletarian revolution, but the reverse is also true. The setback which the proletariat of the Western European countries suffered from 1919 to 1921 influenced the policy of the first proletarian state and slowed down the tempo in Russia. Meyer, KPD, echoed the same thought. The slowing down of revolutionary tempo in Central and Western Europe forced Soviet Russia to a policy of concessions, as shown most recently in its agreement to participate in the Genoa Conference. The new course in Soviet Russia and the new tactics of the International since the Third Congress are most closely connected. Both are a consequence of the changes in the international situation. At the Fourth World Congress, Radek said, "We entered on this road not because we want to merge with the Social Democrats, but in the knowledge that we shall stifle them in our embrace." In 1924, at the Fifth World Congress, Zinoviev said, "The tactics of the United Front were in reality an expression of our consciousness, first, that we have not yet a majority of the working class, secondly, that social democracy is still very strong, thirdly, that we occupy defensive positions, and fourthly, that the decisive battles are still not yet on the immediate agenda." The theses aroused deep and prolonged controversy within the International. They were discussed by the French Central Committee in January at 3 meetings. It adopted, with one abstention, a resolution, to be submitted to a special delegate conference, asserting that the United Front tactics could not be applied in France, instructing the French delegates to the Special SE conference to be held in February to vote in this sense and to ask that the question be put on the agenda of the Fourth Comintern Congress. The Special Delegate Conference endorsed the committee's resolution by a vote of 46 to 12. At the first enlarged plenary session of the SE, which met from 21 February to March 4, 1922, and consisted of 105 delegates from 36 parties, the French, Italian, and Spanish delegations opposed the United Front theses, which were adopted by 46 votes to 10. The chief argument of the opponents was that, having emphasized in all their propaganda that the Social Democrats were the worst enemies of the working class, the new tactics would only bewilder and confuse the workers. The Congress of the Italian Communist Party in Rome at the end of March 1922 passed, against 8 votes, a resolution put forward by Bordiga which rejected the application of United Front tactics in the political field, while accepting them for trade union work. Kashin, speaking at the February meeting, asked SE to take note that 3 delegations, the French, Italian, and Spanish, had expressed reservations about the new tactics. The French party would, however, observe discipline and carry out SE decisions. But at the meeting of the National Council of the CPF on 22 April 23, 1922, a resolution was adopted that the party was bound to maintain until its next Congress the objections previously put forward, while proclaiming its firm determination to fight as a whole alongside the SE. It was opposed to any understanding with the reformist and syndicalist leaders and regretted that in some countries the communist parliamentary fractions were cooperating with the socialists. It regretted the joint activities with the Second and 2.5 Internationals. The National Council, it added, notes the resolution of the enlarged SE, but states that only the Fourth World Congress can finally decide the question at issue with the necessary authority. At the June 1922 meeting of the SE, French and Italian opposition was maintained, but the internal conflict was covered by a resolution, formulated by Trotsky in the French Commission, and passed by the SE without discussion, which asserted that the United Front did not imply any abatement of hostility to reformism and instructed the executive to work out instructions appropriate to each country. At French insistence the question was put on the agenda of the Fourth World Congress. End of exposition. 1. The international labor movement is passing at present through a peculiar transition stage, which presents both the Communist International as a whole and its individual sections with new and important tactical problems. The chief characteristics of this stage are: the world economic crisis is growing more acute, unemployment is increasing. In practically every country, international capital has gone over to a systematic offensive against the workers, as shown primarily in the fairly open efforts of the capitalists to reduce wages and to lower the workers' entire standard of life. The bankruptcy of the Versailles Peace has become ever more apparent to the broadest strata of the workers. The inevitability of a new imperialist war, or even of several such wars, is clear, unless the international proletariat overthrows bourgeois rule. The democratic and reformist illusions which, after the end of the imperialist slaughter, were reborn among the workers, the better-off workers on the one hand, and the most backward and politically inexperienced on the other, are fading before they reached full bloom. The labors of the Washington Conference will shake these illusions even more. If, 6 months ago, it was possible to speak with some justification of a general swing to the right among the working masses in Europe and America, there is no doubt that today, on the contrary, the beginning of a swing to the left can be observed. 2. On the other hand, under the influence of the mounting capitalist attack, there has awakened among the workers a spontaneous striving toward unity which literally cannot be restrained, and which goes hand in hand with a gradual growth in the confidence placed by the broad working masses in the communists. 3. Communist parties can and should now gather the fruits of the struggle which they waged earlier on when conditions were most unfavorable because of the indifference of the masses. But while the workers are coming to feel greater and greater confidence in the uncompromising and militant elements of the working class, in the communists, they are as a whole moved by an unprecedented urge towards unity. Those strata of the workers now awakening to active life but with little political experience are dreaming of the unification of all workers' parties and even of all workers' organizations in general, hoping by this means to increase their power of resisting the capitalists. Considerable sections belonging to the old social democratic parties also are no longer content with the campaign of the Social Democrats and centrists against the communist vanguard, and are beginning to demand an understanding with the communists. But at the same time they have not yet lost their belief in the reformists, and considerable masses still support the parties of the Second and the Amsterdam Internationals. These working masses do not formulate their plans and aspirations clearly enough, but by and large the new mood can be attributed to the desire to establish the united front and to attempt to bring about joint action by the parties and unions of the Second and Amsterdam Internationals with the communists against the capitalist attack. To that extent this mood is progressive. In essentials the belief in reformism has been undermined. In the general situation in which the labor movement now finds itself, any serious mass action, even if it proceeds only from partial demands, inevitably brings to the forefront more general and fundamental questions of the revolution. The communist vanguard can only gain if new sections of workers are convinced by their own experience of the illusory character of reformism and compromise. 4. In the early stage of germination of a conscious and organized protest against the treachery of the leaders of the Second International, these latter had the entire apparatus of the workers' organizations in their hands. They ruthlessly used the principle of unity and proletarian discipline to stifle the revolutionary proletarian protest and to eliminate any resistance to their placing the entire power of the workers' organizations at the service of national imperialism. In these circumstances the revolutionary wing was forced to win at any cost freedom of agitation and propaganda, i.e. freedom to explain to the working masses the unexampled historical treachery committed and still being committed by the parties created by the working masses themselves. 5. Having secured organizational freedom to influence the working masses by their propaganda, the communist parties of all countries are now trying to achieve the broadest and most complete unity possible on practical action. The Amsterdamers and the heroes of the Second International preach this unity in words, but in their actions work against it. Having failed to suppress organizationally the voice of the proletariat and of revolutionary agitation, the reformist compromisers of Amsterdam are now seeking a way out of the deadlock for which they themselves are responsible by initiating splits, by disorganizing and sabotaging the struggle of the working masses. It is at present one of the most important tasks of the Communist Party to expose publicly these new forms of an old treachery. 6. Profound internal processes are however forcing the diplomats and leaders of the Second, 2.5, and Amsterdam Internationals to push the question of unity into the foreground. But while, for those sections of the working class with little experience who are only beginning to awaken to class-conscious life, the slogan of the United Front expresses a most genuine and sincere desire to mobilize the forces of the oppressed classes against the capitalist onslaught, the leaders and diplomats of these internationals advance that slogan only in a new attempt to deceive the workers and to entice them by new means onto the old road of class collaboration. The approaching danger of a new imperialist war, Washington, the growth of armaments, the new imperialist secret treaties concluded behind closed doors, all this will not induce the leaders of the three internationals to beat the alarm in order to bring about the international unification of the working class not only in words, but also in fact. On the contrary, it will provoke inevitable friction and division within the Second and Amsterdam Internationals, roughly of the same kind as that apparent in the camp of the international bourgeoisie. This phenomenon is inevitable because the solidarity of the reformist socialists with the bourgeoisie of their own countries is the cornerstone of reformism. 7. Confronted by this situation, the ISI is of the opinion that the slogan of the Third World Congress of the Communist International to the masses, and the interests of the communist movement generally, require the Communist parties and the Communist International as a whole to support the slogan of the United Front of the Workers and to take the initiative in this matter. The tactics of each Communist party must of course be worked out concretely in relation to the conditions in each country. 8. In Germany, the Communist Party at its last national conference supported the slogan of a workers' united front and declared its readiness to support a workers' government which was willing to take up with some seriousness the struggle against the power of the capitalists. The ISI considers this decision completely right and is convinced that the KPD, while maintaining in full its independent political attitude, is in a position to permeate broad sections of the workers and strengthen the influence of communism on the masses. In Germany more than anywhere else, the broad masses will be daily more convinced how right the communist vanguard were when at the most difficult time they did not want to lay down their arms and steadily emphasized the worthlessness of the reformist actions proposed, since the crisis could be resolved only by the proletarian revolution. By pursuing those tactics, the party will in time also rally round itself the revolutionary elements among the anarchists and syndicalists who now stand aside from the mass struggle. 9. In France, the Communist Party has a majority among the politically organized workers. Hence the United Front question has a different bearing there from what it has in other countries. But even there it is necessary that the entire responsibility for the split in the United Workers' camp should fall on our opponents. The revolutionary section of the French syndicalists are rightly fighting against a split in the French unions, that is, fighting for the unity of the working class in the economic struggle against the bourgeoisie. But the workers' struggle does not stop in the factories. Unity is necessary also in the face of growing reaction, of imperialist policies, etc. The policy of the reformists and centrists, on the other hand, led to the split in the party and now also threatens the unity of the trade union movement, which shows that Jew hawks just like Longuet objectively serves the cause of the bourgeoisie. The slogan of the United Front of the Proletariat in the economic and the political struggle against the bourgeoisie remains the best means of counteracting these splitting plans. Even though the reformist CGT, led by Jew hawks, Mrime, and co., betrays the interests of the French working class, French communists and the revolutionary elements among the French working class in general must, before every mass strike, every revolutionary demonstration, or any other revolutionary mass action, propose to the reformists support for such action, and if they refuse to support the revolutionary struggle of the workers they must be exposed. This will be the easiest way of winning the non-party working masses. In no circumstances, of course, must the Communist Party of France allow its independence to be restricted, for example by supporting the left bloc during election campaigns, or behave tolerantly towards those vacillating communists who still bemoan the break with the social patriots. 10. In England, the reformist Labour Party has rejected Communist Party affiliation, although other workers' organisations are accepted. Under the influence of the growing desire among the workers for the United Front, the London workers' organisations recently passed a resolution in favour of the affiliation of the CPGB to the Labour Party. England is of course in this respect an exception because as a result of peculiar circumstances the English Labour Party is a kind of general workers' association for the entire country. It is the task of the English Communists to begin a vigorous campaign for their acceptance by the Labour Party. The recent treachery of the union leaders during the miners' strike, the systematic capitalist pressure on wages, etc. have stirred up a deep ferment among the English proletariat, who are becoming more revolutionary. English communists should make every effort, using the slogan of the Revolutionary United Front against the capitalists, to penetrate at all costs deep into the working masses. 11. In Italy, the young Communist Party is beginning to conduct its agitation according to the slogan of the Proletarian United Front against the capitalist offensive, although it is most irreconcilably opposed to the reformist Italian Socialist Party and the Social Trader Labour Confederation, which recently put the finishing touch to their open treachery to the proletarian revolution. The ISI considers this agitation by the Italian communists completely correct and insists only that it shall be intensified. The ISI is convinced that with sufficient foresight the CP of Italy can give an example to the entire international of militant Marxism, which mercilessly exposes at every step the half-heartedness and the treachery of the reformists and centrists who clothed themselves in the mantle of communism, and at the same time conduct an untiring and ever-mounting campaign among ever broader masses for the united front of the workers against the bourgeoisie. The party must of course do its utmost to draw all the revolutionary elements among the anarchists and syndicalists into the common struggle. 16. In a number of other countries the position differs according to different local circumstances. Having made the general line clear, the ISI is sure that the individual communist parties will know how to apply that line in accordance with the conditions prevailing in each country. 17. The principal conditions which are equally categorical for communist parties in all countries are, in the view of the ISI, the absolute independence of every communist party which enters into an agreement with the parties of the Second and the 2½ Internationals, its complete freedom to put forward its own views and to criticize the opponents of communism. While accepting a basis for action, communists must retain the unconditional right and the possibility of expressing their opinion of the policy of all working-class organizations without exception, not only before and after action has been taken but also, if necessary, during its course. In no circumstances can these rights be surrendered. While supporting the slogan of the greatest possible unity of all workers' organizations in every practical action against the capitalist front, communists may in no circumstances desist from putting forward their views, which are the only consistent expression of the defense of working-class interests as a whole. 18. The ISI considers it useful to remind all brother parties of the experiences of the Russian Bolsheviks, that party which up to now is the only one that has succeeded in winning victory over the bourgeoisie and taking power into its hands. During the 15 years, 1903 to 1917, which elapsed between the birth of Bolshevism and its triumph over the bourgeoisie, it did not cease to wage a tireless struggle against reformism or, what is the same thing, Menshevism. But at the same time the Bolsheviks often came to an understanding with the Mensheviks during those 15 years. The formal break with the Mensheviks took place in the spring of 1905, but at the end of 1905, influenced by the stormy developments in the workers' movement, the Bolsheviks formed a common front with the Mensheviks. And these unifications and semi-unifications happened not only in accordance with changes in the fractional struggle, but also under the direct pressure of the working masses who were awakening to active political life and demanded the opportunity of testing by their own experience whether the Menshevik path really deviated in fundamentals from the road of revolution. The Russian Bolsheviks did not reply to the desire of the workers for unity with a renunciation of the United Front. On the contrary, as a counterweight to the diplomatic game of the Menshevik leaders, the Russian Bolsheviks put forward the slogan of unity from below, that is, unity of the working masses in the practical struggle for the revolutionary demands of the workers against the capitalists. Events showed that this was the only correct answer. And as a result of those tactics, which changed according to time, place, and circumstance. A large number of the best Menshevik workers were won for communism. 19. While the Communist International puts forward the slogan of the Workers' United Front and permits agreements between the various sections of the International and the parties and unions of the Second and Two and a Half Internationals, it can itself obviously not reject similar understandings at the international level. The ISI made a proposal to the Amsterdam International in connection with relief action for the Russian famine. It repeated this proposal in connection with the White Terror and the persecution of workers in Spain and Yugoslavia. The ISI is now making a further proposal to the Amsterdam, Second, and Two and a Half Internationals, in connection with the opening of the Washington Conference, which has shown that the international working class is threatened by a new imperialist slaughter. Up to now the leaders of these internationals have shown by their conduct that in fact they ignore their unity slogan when it comes to practical action. In all such cases it will be the task of the Communist International as a whole and of all its sections separately to explain to the broad working masses the hypocrisy of these leaders who prefer unity with the bourgeoisie to unity with the revolutionary workers, and who, for example, by remaining in the International Labor Office of the League of Nations, formed part of the Washington Imperialist Conference instead of organizing the struggle against imperialist Washington. But though the leaders of the Second, Two and a Half, and Amsterdam Internationals reject one or another practical proposal put forward by the Communist International, that will not persuade us to give up the United Front tactic, which has deep roots in the masses and which we must systematically and steadily develop. Whenever the offer of a joint struggle is rejected by our opponents, the masses must be informed of this and thus learn who are the real destroyers of the Workers' United Front. Whenever an offer is accepted by our opponents, every effort must be made gradually to intensify the struggle and to develop it to its highest power. In neither case it is essential to capture the attention of the broad working masses, to interest them in all stages of the struggle for the Revolutionary United Front. 20. In putting forward the present plan, the ISI directs the attention of all brother parties to the dangers which it may in certain circumstances entail. Not all communist parties are sufficiently strong and firm, not all have broken completely with the centrist and semi-centrist ideology. Some may overstep the mark. There may be tendencies which would amount in fact to the dissolution of communist parties and groups into the united but formless bloc. To carry out the new tactics successfully for the communist cause, it is necessary for the communist parties who put them into operation to be strong and firmly welded together, and for their leaders to possess great theoretical clarity. 21. Within the Communist International itself, there are two tendencies among the groups which may with more or less reason be classed as right or even centrist. One has not really broken with the ideology and methods of the Second International, has not emancipated itself completely from reverence for its former numerical strength, and, half-consciously or unconsciously, is looking for a path of intellectual understanding with the Second International and consequently with bourgeois society. Other elements, who are opposed to formal radicalism, to the mistakes of the so-called left, are anxious to give the tactics of the young Communist Party greater flexibility and maneuverability, in order to ensure for it the possibility of more rapid penetration among the masses. The rapid development of the Communist parties has occasionally thrust both apparently into the same camp, to some extent into the same group. The use of the methods noted above, which are designed to provide a prop for communist agitation in the united mass actions of the proletariat, is the best way of exposing the really reformist tendencies within the communist parties, and if rightly used will contribute in a high degree to their internal revolutionary consolidation, both by educating the impatient and sectarian elements through experience, as well as by ridding the parties of reformist ballast. 22. The United Front of the Workers means the united front of all workers who want to fight against capitalism, which includes those who still follow the anarchists, syndicalists, etc. In many countries such workers can help in the revolutionary struggle. From the first days of its existence the Communist International has taken a friendly line to these workers, who are gradually overcoming their prejudices and drawing nearer to communism. Communists must pay even greater attention to them now, when the united front of the workers against the capitalists is becoming a reality. 23. In order to give definite form to future work on the lines laid down, The EC resolves to convene a meeting of the executive in the near future at which the parties will be represented by double the usual number of members. 24. The EC will follow carefully every practical step taken in the field under discussion, and asks every party to inform the executive of every attempt and every success, giving full factual details. Extracts from an Asirilo Manifesto on the United Front, 1st of January 1922 in Precaur, 2 p. 9, January 5, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. In a speech on October 20, 1922, Trotsky, explaining the United Front policy, said that the Third Congress had made it clear that the immediate task of communists in Europe was not to capture power, but to win the majority of the working class. If we consider that the party is on the eve of the conquest of power and the working class will follow it, then the question of the United Front does not arise. But, if we become convinced that a certain interval must elapse, perhaps several years, before the conquest of power, it is necessary to consider what will happen in the interim to the working class. At the Fourth Congress he said that the basic idea underlying the decisions of the Third Congress was as follows. After the war the masses were seized by a revolutionary mood and were eager to take up the battle, but there was no revolutionary party capable of leading them to victory. Hence the defeat of the revolutionary masses in various countries, hence the mood of depression and passivity. Today revolutionary parties exist in all countries, but they rest directly only upon a fraction of the working class. The communist parties must win the confidence of the overwhelming majority of the working class. When experience has convinced them of the correctness, firmness, and stability of communist leadership, the working class will shake off disillusionment, passivity, and dilatoriness. This can and must be achieved in the course of fighting for the workers' transitional demands under the general slogan of the Proletarian United Front. End of exposition. For the United Proletarian Front, proletarians of all countries, the executive committees of the Communist International and the Red International of Labor Unions have at 3 meetings examined the world situation and the situation of the international proletariat, and have come to the conclusion that this situation demands the concentration of all the forces of the international proletariat, the establishment of a united front of all parties supported by the proletariat, regardless of the differences separating them, so long as they are anxious to wage a common fight for the immediate and urgent needs of the proletariat. The EC is calling an enlarged meeting for 19th of February. At the same time it calls on the proletarians of all parties to do everything they can to see that their parties are also ready for joint action. 6 million unemployed in America, 2 million in England, mounting unemployment in the neutral countries enriched by the war, because they cannot export. While in the ruined countries of Central and Eastern Europe, in Russia, in the Balkans, in Turkey, there is the greatest poverty. These countries need the products of the industrial countries to set their economy going and to enable them to supply the industrial world with food and raw materials. And, wedged between East and West, there is Germany, working without pause, sending out into the world vast quantities of goods at prices with which the other countries cannot compete. There is practically no unemployment there, but the German workers are worse off than the unemployed in England. Against their will they have become wage reducers for the workers in other countries. Victorious capital is trying to lay the burden of reconstruction costs onto one country, and the result is that Germany itself is bound to break down under the burden and become a heap of ruins. And where the bourgeoisie do set about reconstruction, it becomes the object of speculation and exploitation which will give rise to new conflicts. 3 years of civil war and 3 years of armed intervention by the Allies have laid waste Soviet Russia, Europe's granary, despite its heroic resistance. The drought this summer, which threatens 25 million with death by starvation, makes the question of Russian reconstruction one of life and death for millions of Russian workers and peasants. And it is becoming clear even to the stupid bourgeois that without recognition of the invincible Soviet government, without the economic reconstruction of Russia, neither the world economic crisis nor the great political tensions can be even temporarily overcome. But the world bourgeoisie leave the hungry millions of the Russian people without help, for they expect hunger to make them more docile. In return for recognition, The Soviet government is to surrender Russia to a syndicate run by international finance, which would operate in Russia as it has operated in Turkey and China. It is not only the attitude of world capital to Germany and Russia which represents a source of great new upheavals. The Washington Conference, which tried to solve the problems of the Far East, did not solve them. The great Chinese people, 400 million strong, has remained an object of bargaining and of continued rivalry. Aware of their inability to renounce the plundering of China or to partition it, the Allied powers concluded the Four-Power Treaty, which proves only one thing, that they feel how great the danger of war is, and therefore try to restrain each other from independent action by the frail bonds of a treaty. They did not dare to reduce land armaments even on paper, and all the talk about naval disarmament ended with a limitation on super-dreadnoughts while submarine and aircraft armaments increase. Incapable of uniting for reconstruction, incapable of ensuring bread and peace, the capitalists of all countries are uniting for attack on the working class. The proletariat, which during the war, by its labor in the factories and its docility, enabled capital to beat the world into ruins, is now, in peacetime, to work harder so that the hyenas of the battlefield may on those ruins live a life of luxury and pleasure. All the promises of the Second, the Two and a Half, and the Amsterdam Internationals have turned to dust. They have all shown themselves incapable of leading you in the struggle even for democracy and reforms, because they are condemned to impotence by their coalition with the bourgeoisie and, whether they want to or not, only help to strengthen the rule of the bourgeoisie. We know how strong are the chains of the past, the influence of the capitalist school, press, and church. We know how great is the reluctance of large proletarian masses to take power in their own hands and forge their own destiny. We know how great is their fear of the defeats which the communist minorities suffered in the struggles which they waged to save the masses from the fate of slaves. We know how the capitalist press of the entire world seeks to rob you of your courage by pointing to the wounds which the isolated Russian proletariat received in its duel with the entire capitalist world. And therefore we say to you, all right, you do not yet dare to take up the fight for the new, the struggle for power, for the dictatorship, with arms in hand. You are not ready to launch the great offensive on the citadels of world reaction. But at least rally to the fight for bare life, for bread, for peace. Rally for these, struggle in one fighting front, rally as the proletarian class against the class of exploiters. Tear down the barriers erected between you and come into the ranks, whether communist or social democrat, anarchist or syndicalist, to fight for the needs of the hour. The Communist International has always demanded that the workers, who stand for the proletarian dictatorship and for Soviets, should form their own independent parties. It does not withdraw a single word of what it said to justify the formation of independent communist parties. It is sure that each day that passes will convince growing numbers how right it was to act as it did. But regardless of everything that separates us, it says, proletarians of all countries, close the ranks for the struggle for what unites you, for what you all realize as your common goal. No worker, whether communist or social democrat or syndicalist, or even a member of the Christian or liberal trade unions, wants his wages further reduced. None wants to work longer hours, cold and hungry. And therefore all must unite in a common front against the employer's offensive. They all fear being thrown on the scrap heap, and therefore they must join in the fight against everything which increases unemployment. And unemployment will be perpetuated in all industrial countries if the German proletariat is compelled by the Entente and German capital to slave away, exerting pressure on wages throughout the world, so that German capitalists can throw German goods at bargain prices onto the world market and then pay the Versailles tribute. Unemployment will grow if the capitalist world tries to impose conditions of slavery and subjection on Soviet Russia. Therefore unite to fight for the cancellation of war debts and against the strangling of Germany, for the recognition of Soviet Russia and its reconstruction on terms in accordance with the interests of the international proletariat. The Communist International calls on communist workers, and on all honest workers throughout the world, to come together in their workshops and in their meetings into one family of the working people who stand by each other against capital. Only in this way will all the parties which rely on the proletariat and want the proletariat to follow them, be compelled to come together for the common defensive struggle against capital. Only then will they be compelled to sever their alliance with capitalist parties. The proletarian giant cannot stretch his limbs, cannot rise to his full height, in the bourgeois chicken coop. When you begin the fight you will see that you need the sword of dictatorship if you are to triumph. But we know that this dictatorship is possible only if the great majority of the proletariat reach it through their own experience, and that is why the Communist International and the Communist parties, in patience and fraternity, wish to march together with all other proletarians, even if they fight on the basis of capitalist democracy. Firmly convinced that the fighting proletariat will be compelled to take the communist road, we call to you, proletarians of all countries, unite. See Resolution on the Tasks of Communists and Trade Unions. February 1922 in Precauer, 2, 30, p. 239. March 14, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The first enlarged plenum of the SE, held from 21 February to March 4, 1922, was attended by 105 delegates from 36 sections. It considered inter alia the theses on the United Front and the proposal from the Vienna Union for a conference of the three internationals, the war danger and communist work in the trade unions, and the position in the French and British Communist parties. The resolution on the Communist Party of Great Britain urged the CPGB to seek admission to the Labour Party, thus making possible working-class unity in the political field, particularly in view of the forthcoming elections, with the object of electing a Labour government. While affiliating to the Labour Party, the CPGB must retain complete freedom of propaganda. The Presidium elected at this meeting consisted of Zinoviev, Radek, Bukharin, Brandler, Suverin, Terracini, Kribich, and Carr. Lazovsky reported on the RILU, and said, inter alia, of course we are against splits. But we can in no circumstances conclude from that we should not make use of splits organizationally when we win the majority in a union. A union in which the left had won a majority should not remain affiliated to the IF2. The question of liquidating the RILU was brought up at the fourth Comintern Congress later in the year. End of exposition. 1. The enlarged plenum confirms that there is no need to introduce any change of principle into the decisions of the Third Comintern Congress on the trade union question. The half-yearly report has shown that the directives on trade union work were correct and appropriate. The present session is dealing with the trade union question only in order to instruct communists that it is necessary, in accordance with their increased influence in the unions, to make their work more concrete and to adapt it to the special conditions of the different countries and industries. 2. As a result of the mounting capitalist offensive, the trade union movement in all countries is going through a critical period. This is shown in the decline of membership and the exhaustion of trade union funds. On the other hand, the growing poverty of the broad masses is exerting an elemental pressure towards unity in the struggle against the capitalist offensive, towards putting an end to the dilatory tactics of the reformist leaders which rob the trade unions of their fighting strength, and, if all else fails, towards defending their basic vital rights by means of united action without the reformist leaders and over their heads. 3. This situation in the international trade union movement is particularly favorable for the further development and deepening of activity to capture the unions and to extend communist influence among the masses. Communists who work in the trade union movement must take this state of affairs as their starting point when they carry on the struggle for the RILU. 4. In some countries the RILU is still only a tendency within the old organizations. In others it embraces the majority of the membership, while in still others it has won the trade union center. With this in mind, it is the task of communists in countries where the RILU is only a tendency to rally all these workers inside each union, national and international, into a strong center which has the will to take up the struggle against the bourgeoisie seriously and carry it through. Where we have a majority of revolutionary-minded workers in the trade unions, it is the task of communists to advocate adherence of the national trade union movement to the RILU. 5. In the forthcoming period, the task of communists is to extend their influence in the old reformist trade unions, to fight the splitting policy of the Amsterdam leaders, and to carry out carefully and consistently the tactics of the united front in the trade union movement. However large the minority within an individual union or trade union federation is, Communists must see that this minority stays within its organization and fights for carrying through the program and tactics of the minority. The adherence of such trade union minorities to the RILU can only be an ideological one, which they must demonstrate by the practical execution of the decisions of the First Congress of the Revolutionary Unions and by following Comintern tactics. 6. Communists are obliged to work in favor of the individual unions affiliated to the RILU remaining inside the International Trade and Industrial Secretariats. If such unions have not already entered these bodies, they must do so. We have put the issue openly and squarely before the international proletariat. We remain inside the national trade union associations and only join the Comintern as organizations if we succeed in winning the majority for the principles of the RILU. At their trade union congress, the workers of every country will have to decide whose program and tactics serve the interests of the working class, those of the Amsterdam International or those of the RILU. This is the only way in which the broad masses will learn who are the splitters, who are hampering the formation of a powerful center against the powerful employing class. This is the only way in which the masses will recognize that the Amsterdammers are servants of the bourgeoisie who defend bourgeois democracy against the proletarian dictatorship, but who trample on proletarian democracy whenever communists by the methods of proletarian democracy try to win a majority in the unions in order to try to change these unions in accordance with the will of the majority from subsidiary agencies of the bourgeoisie into militant bodies fighting against the bourgeoisie. 7. The liquidationist tendencies to be noted in some parties in regard to the RILU arose from a number of misunderstandings and from the false hope that the Amsterdam leaders would turn left. These tendencies must be sharply and categorically condemned. The Amsterdammers will always vacillate, moving to the left to the extent that the influence of the communist parties in their respective countries increases and the RILU extends its organizational and intellectual influence on the trade union movement. Communists must not count on the leftward turn of the trade union leaders. They must base their tactics on the inevitable revolutionizing of the masses. As social contradictions grow, as the communist parties and the Communist International strengthen their influence, as the working class becomes more revolutionary, the Amsterdam International will make greater efforts to conceal their reformist deeds, their retreat from struggle, even from the struggle for the most urgent daily needs, behind revolutionary phrases. 8. The communist parties and the Communist International which took the initiative in creating the RILU must continue their work by strengthening and developing this organization, which embraces not only communist but also syndicalist and non-party revolutionary elements. Message from the enlarged ISI on the 4th anniversary of the foundation of the Red Army. 22nd of February 1922 in Precaur, 2 Sonderbelage, p. 12. April 1, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. At the Foundation Congress, Trotsky assured the delegates that the communist workers who form the real kernel of the Red Army are acting not only as troops defending the Russian Socialist Republic, but also as the Red Army of the Third International. Those who fell died not only for Soviet Russia, but for the Third International too. When the call came from their brothers in the West, the Red Army would answer, "We are here. We have learned the use of weapons. We are ready to fight and to die for the cause of world revolution." In speaking on the draft program at the 4th Comintern Congress, Bukharin said that one of the tactical points that should be included was the right to red intervention. It was, he said, the touchstone for all communist parties. We should lay it down in the program that every proletarian state has the right to red intervention. It says in the Communist Manifesto that the proletariat will conquer the whole world. Well, that can't be done with one finger, it has to be done with bayonets. End of exposition. The meeting of the enlarged ISI sends the Red Army of Soviet Russia its warmest congratulations on the 4th anniversary of its existence. The revolutionary vanguard of the proletariat of all countries looked with pride on the brilliant acts of heroism which the Red Army has performed in indescribably difficult conditions. For the first time in history, the working masses can regard the victories of an army as their own victories. The Red Army defeated the internal enemies of Soviet Russia one after the other. By a series of powerful blows it accomplished the miracle of hammering into the imperialist powers of Europe and America, infinitely superior both technically and numerically, the lesson that the Russian bulwark of the world revolution cannot be subdued by arms. But this unexampled triumph over the power of world imperialism is not the work of guns and bayonets alone. Behind the ranks of the Red Army march the invisible millions of Russian workers and peasants, and millions of workers of all countries. The alliance of the revolutionary vanguard of the international proletariat with the International Army of Soviet Russia is a fact of real and tremendous importance. It is not only a political but also a military factor of the first rank. It is this alliance which struck the sword from the hands of the kings of finance and industry of France and America. Now slowly, now quickly, in almost invisible undermining work, in spontaneous mass outbreaks, in organized actions, along 1,000 ways, but steadily and irresistibly the world revolution is advancing. It counts on the Red Army, on its revolutionary spirit, its steadfastness, its unshakable strength. On the 4th anniversary of the Red Army, the delegates of the sections of the Communist International attending the meeting of the enlarged executive vow that they will devote their entire strength to extending the alliance between the revolutionary vanguard of the world proletariat and the Red Army, and to making it closer, so that the day may soon come when the Red Army of the next European Soviet Republic will march side by side with the Red Army of Soviet Russia. Long live the Red Army. See resolution on the French Communist Party. 2nd of March 1922 in Précaire, 2 Sonderbellage, p. 6, April 1, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. This resolution, drafted and moved by Trotsky, and carried unanimously, summarized a long set of theses in which he elaborated the tasks of the French Communist Party, and advocated the expulsion of all members who supported a government of the left bloc in France. The EC was concerned about the resignation from the Central Committee at the Marseille Congress of Laureate, Trent, Dunois, and Valiant Couturier as a mark of protest against the failure to re-elect Souverin, particularly since these were the strongest advocates of unconditional acceptance of EC proposals and policies. Souverin and Trent were among the French delegates to the EC meeting. The delegation undertook to carry out the decisions of the EC, and on their return from Moscow the 4 who had resigned were readmitted to the Central Committee, which accepted the principle of the United Front and submitted the question of the Journal du Peuple and the expulsion of Fabre to the Conflicts Commission. The Journal du Peuple, hostile to interference from the EC and to the imposition of strict discipline from outside, had protested against the Moscow ukase at the time of the Marseille Congress. It had also criticized EC action in regard to Sarati. On 12th of May, in a long letter to the Central Committee of the CPF, the EC wrote that it had been following developments in the CPF with growing alarm. The party press had refrained from attacking the Journal du Peuple. On the pretext of maintaining good relations with the trade unions it had made many grave concessions to them. It was still passive and irresolute about the United Front. Its relations with the EC were ambiguous, and the EC thought it absolutely impossible to maintain relations of this sort in the future. The problems of the French Communist Party were dealt with again at the subsequent enlarged EC in June. End of exposition. The great organizational efforts made by the French Communist Party since the Congress of Tours have kept within its ranks the best forces of the proletariat and stirred them to political action. The Marseille Congress offered the party the opportunity of serious activity in the theoretical field, from which the revolutionary workers' movement will undoubtedly derive the greatest benefit. In breaking with the parliamentary and political traditions of the old Socialist Party, whose congresses were merely pretexts for rhetorical duels between the leaders, the Communist Party called on all militant workers to make a profound study of the theses dealing with the most important questions of the development of the revolutionary workers' movement in France. This has never happened in France before. The organizational crisis in the French party, which it would be incorrect either to exaggerate or to play down, is a factor in the development of the party, in its cleansing, and its rebuilding and consolidation on truly communist foundations. The split at Tours drew a fundamental line of division between reformism and communism, but it cannot be denied that the Communist Party which arose from this split retains in certain respects survivals of the reformist and parliamentary past. It can get rid of them and finally discard them by its own efforts and by participation in the struggle of the masses. These survivals of the past among certain groups in the party can be seen firstly, in a tendency to re-establish unity with the reformists, secondly, in the inclination to form a bloc with the radical wing of the bourgeoisie; thirdly, in the anxiety to replace revolutionary anti-militarism by petty bourgeois humanitarian pacifism; fourthly, in a false analysis of the relations between party and trade unions; fifthly, in the struggle against a genuinely centralized party leadership; sixthly, in efforts to substitute for international discipline and action a Platonic federation of national parties. After the Tours split, these tendencies could neither exert their full effect, nor win any great influence on the party. Under the powerful pressure of bourgeois public opinion, however, the elements inclined to opportunism exert a natural attraction for each other and try to create their own agencies and footholds. Although they have had little success in this, it would be a mistake to underestimate the dangers which their work represents for the revolutionary character and the unity of the party. In no circumstances should communist organizations leave the field clear for these views, which were the essential reasons for the breakaway of the reformists from the party of the working class. Any lack of clarity in this respect would inevitably prejudice in a lasting fashion the work of the revolutionary education of the masses. The plenary session of the Executive Committee declares that the resolutions of the Marseille Congress are permeated with the spirit of the Communist International and create extremely important points d'appui for party activity among the working masses both urban and rural. At the same time, the executive notes with satisfaction the declaration of the French delegation, that within the shortest possible time the party will sever its connection with the Journal du Peuple, a paper in which the reformist and confusionist tendencies are concentrated and which takes up an attitude in direct contradiction to the program of the International. The decisions of the French Communist Party taken at the Tours and Marseille Congresses, and to the revolutionary irreconcilability of the class-conscious French proletariat. The primary significance of the Marseille Congress lay in this, that it put before the party as its chief task regular and systematic work within the unions in accordance with the spirit of the party's program and tactics. This involves final disapproval of the tendency of those party members who, on the pretext of fighting for trade union autonomy, which is incidentally not open to question, are really fighting for the autonomy of their own activities within the trade unions without any supervision or direction by the party. The executive also notes the declaration of the French delegation that the Central Committee will take all the necessary measures to see that all party decisions are carried out, in a spirit of strictest unity and discipline, by communists and trade unions under the general control of the Central Committee of the party. Since the statutes of the Communist International and all its sections, based on the principle of democratic centralism, adequately guarantee the steady and normal development of each communist party, the plenary session is bound to regard the resignation of various comrades elected to the Central Committee at the Marseille Congress as unjustified, quite apart from the political considerations which provoked their resignation. Resignation from posts to which they have been sent by the party can be interpreted by the broad party masses only as a confession of inability of the representatives of the various tendencies to work together within the framework of democratic centralism, and may give an impulse to the formation of fractions within the party. The plenary session of the Executive Committee expresses its firm conviction that the fight against the anti-communist tendencies noted above will be carried out by the overwhelming majority of the party and by all its leading bodies. Since the formation of fractions will inevitably do great harm to the development of the party and injure its authority among the proletariat, the plenary session of the executive notes with satisfaction the declaration of the French delegation that the Central Committee is prepared to take the necessary organizational measures to see that the will of the Marseille Congress is carried out unchanged and to the end, and that the comrades who handed in their resignation will again take up their work in the party leadership in order to fulfill their task in a friendly and organized fashion. Resolution of the EC on the Eastern Question. 4th of March 1922 in Précaire, 2 Sonderbellage, p. 9, April 1, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. In an article published later in 1922 on the work of the OVF reported that with the help of the Executive Committee organized communist parties and groups have been formed in such countries as Japan, China, India, Turkey, Egypt, and Persia, that is, in countries where even at the time of the Third Congress we only had weak circles of supporters. These parties are still weak in numbers, but the kernel is at last there. The ISI meeting after the Third Congress appointed a special committee to reorganize the Turkish Communist Party and re-register its members. End of exposition. 1. Because of the great importance of the national revolutionary movements which are steadily developing in the colonial countries of the Near East, and in Neutral Asia, and especially in Egypt and India, the plenary session of the executive proposes to all the parties of the countries which are associated with these areas the organization of a systematic campaign in the press, in Parliament, and among the masses for the liberation of the colonies. In particular, the English Communist Party should initiate a well-organized and long-term action to support the revolutionary movements in India and Egypt. 2. The three parties which are most closely associated with Northern Africa, Asia Minor, and India, that is, the Communist parties of France, Italy, and England, should, following the example of the French party, set up a special colonial commission of the Central Committee for the purpose of supplying regular information about colonial affairs, of establishing regular contact with the revolutionary organizations of the colonial countries, and of making this contact practically operative. The Balkan Communist Federation undertakes to concern itself with the organization of the communist movement in Turkey. 3. The Executive Committee proposes to all parties to make use of every possibility of publishing communist literature in the languages of the colonies and so to establish a closer contact with the oppressed colonial masses. Extracts from the resolution of the ISI on the English question. 4th of March 1922 in Precauer, 2 Sonderbelage, p. 8, April 1, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. In left-wing communism, Lenin wrote, "In my opinion the British Communists should form a single communist party on the basis of the principles of the Third International and of obligatory participation in Parliament. The Communist Party should propose a compromise to the Hendersons and Snowdens, an election agreement. And let us retain complete liberty of agitation, propaganda, and political activity. The British Communists must absolutely insist on and secure complete liberty to expose the Hendersons and Snowdens. If the Labour Party agreed, the Communists would gain the opportunity of conducting agitation among the masses. If they refused, the gain would be even greater, for this would prove to the masses that the Labour Party leaders preferred good relations with the bourgeoisie to workers' unity." It was when urging communist support for Labour Party candidates that Lenin said they were to be supported in the same way as the rope supports a hanged man. When writing this pamphlet, April 1920, Lenin had not yet made up his mind whether the future CPGB should or should not affiliate to the Labour Party. At the Second Comintern Congress he said that after talking to a number of comrades he was convinced that it was right for communists to work inside the Labour Party. The question had been fully investigated at a special commission of the Congress of which Lenin was chairman. Sylvia Pankhurst and W. Gallagher were the two principal British opponents of affiliation to the Labour Party, on the ground that it would confuse and mislead the working class. They were supported by Serrati. The delegates from the British Socialist Party were in favour of affiliation. The decision to affiliate was passed by 58 votes to 24, with 2 abstentions, at the last plenary session of the Second Congress. The British Communist Party was formed in August 1920, and voted 115 to 85 for affiliation. Its application to affiliate was rejected by the Labour Party. In a letter to Serrati written from Berlin on October 22, 1920, Zinoviev said, "We shall not surrender lightly to Mr. Henderson. We are advising our friends to organize within the unions and the Labour Party communist cells, illegal not only in regard to the police but also, if necessary, in regard to Mr. Henderson too." In reporting on the work of the ISI to the Fourth Congress, Zinoviev suggested that the new executive would have to pay more attention to Britain. The CPGB was stagnating, and they could not understand why development there had been so slow. In the discussion, Murphy, for the CPGB, said that it was only in October 1922 that the British Party had elected a central committee, this having been delayed by the strong syndicalist tendencies within the party. At a meeting in March 1922 they had appointed a commission of 3 to inquire into the general decline in the party, and on its recommendation the federal structure of the CPGB had been replaced by centralism. At its Edinburgh Congress the Labour Party had voted not to admit any party which put forward candidates of its own in opposition to the Labour Party. The CPGB had immediately withdrawn its candidates and announced its acceptance of the Labour Party constitution, but its application for affiliation was again rejected. End of exposition. 3. Since the Council of Action in 1920, when for the first time in the history of the British labour movement the proletariat was arrayed in a single common front against the bourgeoisie, who were trying to drive the country into war with the Russian Workers' Republic, the Labour Party has allowed the ranks of the workers to be split up, and to become again incapable of defending themselves against the capitalist offensive. Today the labor movement is not united either industrially or politically, nor centralized enough to counter successfully the united and centralized attacks of the capitalists. 4. The only salvation for the British working class, now more than ever before, is a united front against the bourgeoisie, together with preparations for bringing the working class together on a common program. And for carrying this program through, the labor movement must be mobilized in a united effort to return a workers' government at the next general election. If the Labour Party approaches the masses with such a program, it will succeed in creating a united front of the working class which will ensure its victory at the polls. 5. The Communist Party of Great Britain fights for a united working class. It has tried to organize the unemployed and the ex-servicemen and to make their fight a part of the fight of the entire working class. In the trade unions and workshop organizations the CPGB is making every effort to bring about complete unity among the workers. 6. The General Council elected at the last Trade Union Congress in Cardiff does not have the authority of a Labour General Staff. The situation however demands the centralization and concentration of the workers' movement. Since it was elected, the General Council has not taken a single important step in this direction. The enlarged executive of the C therefore demands of the CPGB that it should approach the General Council with the object of establishing the unity of the working class on the program of minimum demands as formulated above and which are designed to facilitate the formation of a workers' government at the next general election as a means of carrying out such a program. 7. The Labour Party is the political organization of the trade unions. It includes various political tendencies within the workers' movement, such as those represented by the Independent Labour Party, the Fabians, the Guild Socialists, etc. But the defensive struggle of the working class against the increasing oppression of the bourgeoisie requires that the Labour Party should include within its ranks all the political aspirations of the workers' movement. The Labour Party cannot claim that it unites the working class in the political field if it does not also include the Communist Party, which has long become an undeniable factor in the workers' movement. The enlarged executive of the C suggests that the CPGB seek admission to the Labour Party in order that the unity of the working class in the political sphere can be established with particular reference to the forthcoming general election, the goal of which will be to replace the bourgeois coalition by a workers' government. In seeking admission to the Labour Party, the Communist Party will retain for itself complete freedom of propaganda. On the same basis and with the same object, the Communist Party is asked to support the Labour Party in the general election. The enlarged executive of the C instructs the Presidium to work out in detail proposals to the CPGB with regard to adherence to the Labour Party and support for that party in the general election. Extracts from the Theses on the Fight Against the War Danger. March 1922 in Précaire, 2, Sonderbellage, p. 2, April 1, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. In December 1921 representatives of Finland, Poland, Latvia, and Estonia, with French approval, met to draw up a pact of mutual assistance. This was regarded by the Russians as directed against the Soviet Republic. The pact was signed on March 17, 1922 but was not ratified by Finland. In a note to the Political Bureau of the Russian Communist Party in February 1922, Lenin suggested that the question of combating war be brought up at the next enlarged plenum of the ISI and that a comprehensive resolution be adopted explaining that only a revolutionary party which has been built up beforehand, is well tried, and has a good legal apparatus can successfully wage a struggle against war, and also that the means of combating war are not a strike against war, but the formation of revolutionary nuclei in the combatant armies. End of exposition. 1. The economic and political contradictions among the capitalist great powers of Europe were not removed by the imperialist war of 1914–18 or the treaties which ended the war. They continue in a changed form and in different circumstances, in the struggle for dominance on the European and world markets, and new contradictions have also arisen. The contradictions between England, the United States, and Japan are coming rapidly to a head. The national contradictions between the European colonial powers and the peoples subject to or threatened by their rule are growing more pronounced. Soviet Russia is excluded by the blockade from the world market and world economy. 3. France controls the largest deposits of iron ore in Europe, as Germany does of coal. The power to exploit these two, whether by conquest or agreement, would deal a death blow to England's economic and political position in Europe and elsewhere. Even without this, France is being rapidly transformed into a state with an expanding heavy industry. On the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles, in North Africa, Asia Minor, and Central Asia, the political and economic contradictions between French and English imperialism are growing more and more obvious and conflicting. Under their pressure, England is trying to strengthen Italy and Greece at the expense of French imperialism. England and France are competing for precedence in exploiting the natural wealth and the labor power of Soviet Russia. 5. The devastation and spoliation wrought by the capitalist great powers for 4 years aroused stormy revolutionary movements in the English colonies. Which draw courage and strength from the example of the Russian Revolution and the existence of Soviet Russia. They are primarily of a nationalist and religious character, but they are also bound up with social revolutionary struggles. From the Atlantic to the Himalayas and to China, the Muslims are stirred up and restive. However various the forms in which this disturbance among the peoples of Asia and Africa is expressed, they are all directed against the capitalist states and are only intensified by the competition among these states. 6. Irreconcilable as are the conflicts of interest between the great capitalist states, these are united as one, armed and ready, to fight Soviet Russia. The concessions which Russia, under the fearful pressure of the present historically determined calamity, and left in the lurch by the proletarians of the rest of the world, is prepared to make to foreign capitalists, are still not enough for the imperialist states. They are after the unrestricted chance to drain its vast wealth. But above all they are out for the destruction of the Soviet government itself. The existence of Soviet Russia is a powerful incitement to the workers of all countries to conquer state power, establish their dictatorship and uproot capitalism. 7. The halting development of the proletarian world revolution. After its first daring initiative, the Russian Revolution, enables the bourgeoisie and the leading capitalist countries to make the attempt to restore the collapsing economy and the shaken state on a capitalist basis. Such restoration involves also the continuation of all the old economic, political, social, national, and international contradictions and conflicts which will inevitably drive towards world conflict on a titanic scale. 9. The calling of the Genoa Conference is an admission that the Versailles Peace Treaty and the other peace treaties cannot be kept, that they are not a basis for the reconstruction of Europe, but means to its further disruption and impoverishment. The calling of the conference is an admission that the ruling bourgeoisie in the various countries are incapable of bringing order and stability out of the economic chaos left behind by the war, and of bringing a new and better life to flower on the ruins. The conference will prove that this titanic task is too great even for the forces of the united bourgeoisie of Europe and America. It can only be accomplished after the overthrow of bourgeois rule by the revolutionary proletariat. The projected economic conference is to save, to strengthen, and to improve the edifice of capitalist Europe, shaken to its foundations. It is to square the circle by satisfying the claims of French imperialism on German economy, while at the same time keeping that economy strong enough to provide profitable markets in Germany for English goods, and protecting English industry against cutthroat German competition. The costs of reconciling the interests of French and English capitalism are to be borne by the German proletarians and, since the fate of the exploited of all countries is linked together, by the proletarians of the entire world. The international bourgeoisie are dreaming of imposing these costs on the state in which the workers and peasants have seized power, Soviet Russia. The question seems to be, Shall a single international mammoth syndicate of capitalists take on the job of Soviet Russia's economic reconstruction, or shall there be several companies? However uncertain the outcome of the conference, it is already clear that Germany will be the object about which the Entente imperialists negotiate. Germany will not even dare to raise the question of a revision of the Versailles Treaty, although it is almost palpably obvious that without revision European economy cannot be rebuilt on capitalist foundations. But the Entente imperialists will have to negotiate with Soviet Russia, despite the wretched state of its economy. De facto, if not de jure, recognition of the Soviet government by the invitation to the International Economic Conference will aggravate the contradictions between the capitalist states. Just as it is uncertain whether they can reach agreement at Genoa about the reconstruction of Europe, so it is certain that at the most the capitalists there can win no more than a breathing spell. They cannot find salvation. World war or proletarian world revolution? That question will remain on the agenda of history after as before the discussions and decisions of Genoa. 9. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. 10. End of exposition. Imperialism is the capitalist reality, bourgeois pacifism the capitalist illusion. Pacifism is as incapable as bourgeois social reform of overcoming the contradictions, the evils, and the crimes of capitalism. But it will introduce dissension and uncertainty into the ranks of the bourgeoisie, the middle and petty bourgeoisie, and hence weaken the class enemy of the proletariat. Communists must take advantage of any such weakening by using the opportunity of every bourgeois pacifist initiative to lead the working class into struggle, in the course of which they will learn that militarism and imperialism cannot be abolished by the gradual triumph of reason and love of peace. This conviction will counteract any crippling and debilitating effects of pacifism on the revolutionary militant energy of the proletariat, a danger associated with bourgeois pacifist propaganda. The mists of pacifist sentimental hopes must not obscure the recognition that the bourgeoisie rule and exploit thanks to their command of the means of production of life and the means of production of death. The proletariat must take possession of both to liberate themselves from exploitation and bondage. Since they are kept from their freedom by force of arms, they must conquer it and defend it by force of arms. 10. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. 11. End of exposition. Proceeding from these facts and considerations, the enlarged executive of the Communist International declares that the only effective defense against the threatening danger of war is a proletarian revolution. The assembled representatives of 36 nations therefore consider it the duty of all communist parties to prepare ideologically and organizationally for the most intense revolutionary class struggle to avert war. As means to this end they suggest, 1. Systematic education of the working masses, including youth, on the causes and character of wars. 2. Bringing before the court of the broadest masses all problems and decisions concerning foreign policy, armaments, etc. 3. Well-organized legal and illegal propaganda among the forces and armed formations of every kind to enlighten them on these questions. 4. Imbuing the proletariat with the resolve to prevent the transport of troops and army supplies by all means and at whatever cost, should imperialist war break out. 5. Strengthening the revolutionary will of the broadest masses to fight against the outbreak of imperialist war by street demonstrations, general strikes, armed uprisings. 6. The creation of legal and illegal bodies to work for the execution of these tasks. 7. The creation of legal and illegal bodies and institutions to ensure unified and energetic international cooperation of communists in those countries between whom contradictions are most acute. In regard to the International Economic Conference of Governments at Genoa, this meeting of the enlarged executive of the Communist International calls on the toiling and the exploited in every country to put forward, in opposition to the desperate attempt of the international bourgeoisie at economic reconstruction, their demands for 1. Abrogation of all the treaties ending the imperialist war of 1914-18. 2. Limitation of armaments of every kind. 3. The costs of the war, reparations, and reconstruction to be borne entirely by the bourgeoisie. 4. Hands off Soviet Russia's independence, and establishment of normal political relations with Russia. 5. wide support by states and private undertakings for the economic development of Soviet Russia. His statement on the meeting of the representatives of the Second, 2.5, and Third Internationals. 2nd of April 1922 in Prekar, 2, 39, p. 312. April 3, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. Early in 1922 the Vienna Union proposed a World Conference of all workers' organizations, but at the request of the Second International it was decided to hold a preliminary meeting of representatives of the three internationals, and of the Italian Socialist Party, which was affiliated to none of them, in Berlin on 2nd of April. The ISI agreed to the proposal, and suggested that all trade union organizations be invited, since it was in accordance with the recently adopted United Front policy. It was opposed by the delegates of the French, Italian, and Spanish parties, who had also opposed the theses on the United Front. This statement was read to the conference at its opening session by Clara Zetkin. End of exposition. The delegation of the Communist International considers it its duty to make the following declaration at the opening of the negotiations with the representatives of the executives of the Second International and the Union of Socialist Parties. This is the first time since July 1914, when the last meeting of the International Bureau was held in Brussels and was followed by the World War and the collapse of the Second International, that representatives of all sections of the international labor movement, which once formed a single international association, are to deliberate together at one table. This event cannot be passed over in silence. It cannot take place without our placing on record before the international proletariat the origin of the present split in the working class. This was the fact that some strata of the working class agreed to a temporary community of interest with the imperialist states, a fact expressed in the counter-revolutionary attitude of many working-class parties and organizations. So long as the working class does not come together in a common struggle for its interests against international capital, so long as it maintains a coalition with the representatives of capitalism, so long as it fails to rise to the struggle for political power, so long will the split endure, which is one of capitalism's most important sources of strength. This cannot be changed by regrets or by wishes. Since the working class has not yet risen to this united struggle, since in this struggle it has not yet grasped that capitalism can only be defeated if the great majority of the proletariat conquers power in revolutionary contest and establishes the dictatorship of the working people, we declare that organizational unity of the international proletarian organizations at present based on varying principles would be wholly utopian and therefore injurious. But this does not prevent us from recognizing what the entire world situation imperatively demands. Despite all the deep contradictions dividing the working class, they must unite for defensive struggle against the world capitalist offensive. At the end of the war, when the armed and uprooted working masses returned home, they are to learn that democracy and the welfare of the people for which they had ostensibly shed their blood, was nothing but a capitalist heat to conceal the struggle of capital for profits. There was a possibility of defeating the capitalist world, but the irresolution of the broad masses of the working class, the democratic illusions which were widespread among them and which were systematically nourished by the reformist parties and their open and tacit coalition with the bourgeoisie, prevented the working class from following the glorious example of the Russian October Revolution. Instead, they helped world capital to ward off the first proletarian attack. The working masses of the entire world can now feel in their own lives the consequences of this policy. The international bourgeoisie are incapable of bringing order into the world on a capitalist basis or even of ensuring to the proletariat their pre-war standard of living. But the capitalist world, shaken to its deepest foundations, still has enough strength to try to load onto the proletariat the costs of the war. The world bourgeoisie have not yet given up hope of covering a great part of the costs of the war by intensifying the exploitation of the German proletariat by means of reparations, and of the entire Russian people by means of peaceful penetration into Soviet Russia, which they were unable to overthrow by military means, by exploiting the newly created states which are being used as instruments of the military and imperialist policy of the great powers, and by the greater exploitation and oppression of the colonial and semi-colonial peoples, China, Persia, Turkey. But even those circles of the international bourgeoisie who have not yet realized that it is impossible to squeeze hundreds of milliards out of the exhausted masses of the defeated countries, of Soviet Russia, and of the colonies. Even they understand that if they were to succeed in reaching this goal, not even their monstrous extortions would be enough to provide means for capitalist reconstruction. That is why throughout the world the bourgeoisie are going over to the offensive against the working class. That is why in every country, despite unemployment, they are trying to lengthen the working day. That is why they are trying to reduce wages. The international working classes to meet all the costs of the war and in addition to provide means for the further consolidation of the capitalist world system. This situation confronts the international working class with momentous decisions. Either they will now come together for the defensive struggle against all the onslaughts of international capital, either they will advance in solidarity against the attempts to squeeze the life out of the defeated states, Soviet Russia, and the colonies, and also against the wave of lockouts. Either they will rise up to the struggle for the abrogation of the Versailles Treaty, for the recognition of Soviet Russia and for its economic reconstruction, for the control of production in all countries, or they will pay with their own lives and health the costs of the peace as they had to pay the costs of the war. The Communist International calls on the working masses, regardless of their opinion about the road which will lead to final victory and the means of securing this road, to unite for the struggle against the present capitalist offensive and to wage it energetically. That is why the Communist International issued the slogan of the United Front for the struggle against the bourgeoisie, and welcomed the initiative of the Vienna Union in calling for an International Workers' Congress. It regards the proposed Congress as a way of unifying the workers' struggles which are now opening. To make this Congress successful, the Communist International proposes that all proletarian trade union organizations should be invited to take part. The trade unions cover the majority of the proletariat. They cover the working masses regardless of their political differences. They are concerned with their daily needs. If the International Workers' Congress is to be more than a mere demonstration, if it is to unify international proletarian action, the trade unions must take part. The split in the central organizations of the proletariat and even in some countries in the mass organizations is no reason for excluding the unions but on the contrary a reason for bringing them in. For it is precisely because the trade unions are organized round two centers that an understanding on action is necessary. We suggest that invitations be sent to the Amsterdam Trade Union International, the Red International of Labor Unions, as well as to the syndicalist organizations which do not belong to those bodies, the American Federation of Labor, and the independent unions. As to the proletarian parties, we propose that, in addition to the representatives of the parties covered by the three executives, invitations be sent to the parties and political groups which do not belong to any of the international associations. We have in mind in the first place the anarchist and syndicalist organizations. They are not great numerically but they include genuinely revolutionary working class elements who should be enrolled in the general fighting front of the proletariat. Great differences divide us from these groups. We think it our duty to try to come to an understanding with them on questions of action at a time when the situation makes it necessary to come to an understanding with the reformist parties also whose policy, directed against the interests of the working class, encourages the errors and deviations of these left elements. We think it essential that the International Workers' Conference should be convened as quickly as possible. The Genoa Conference represents the attentive world capital, now that its Versailles policy is being more and more shaken by events, to initiate a new partition of the world, a new world capitalist order. During the Versailles Conference the international working class remained perplexed and incapable of action. Only Soviet Russia fought weapon in hand against the attempts of Entente capital to enslave the entire world. Today, after 3 years of capitalist chaos and of progressive capitalist decline, Soviet Russia, victorious in battle, stands untouched. It is however the object of fierce peaceful attacks by world capital. The first state created by the first wave of the world revolution must be helped to resist the attempts to force her to social capitulation. Thanks to the complete capitulation of the German bourgeoisie to the Entente, the German proletariat, despite its resistance, has become the wage reducer of the world proletariat. The struggle against Allied reparations policy is a struggle for the working masses' standard of life in the countries of the Entente, and in America. Unless the international proletariat opposes with the utmost energy the continuation in force of the Versailles Treaty, the attempts to strangle Soviet Russia economically, the plundering of the colonies, the exploitation of the population in the newly created small states, there is no chance of overcoming unemployment and the world economic crisis. That is why the international working class must raise its voice during the Genoa Conference. It must try to force the Genoa Conference, which is ostensibly concerned with the reconstruction of world economy, to deal with the labor question, with unemployment, and with the 8-hour day. Not as at Versailles, where the representatives of the various workers' organizations, who were not backed up by any militant masses, came hat in hand to request the Entente to consider the interests of the proletariat, but supported by fighting and demonstrating masses. That is how the international representatives of the working class should demand of the representatives of world capital assembled in Genoa to make good the promises they have so shamelessly broken. The delegation of the Communist International are prepared, without for a moment concealing what separates them from the reformist and semi-reformist parties, to use all their strength in the common struggle of the international proletariat. They can do so the more easily since they are convinced that every day of struggle and every experience in the struggle will hammer home the lesson to the proletarians of all countries that no compromise with capital is capable of ensuring peace and a decent worthy life, that what is essential if this is to be attained is the victory of the proletariat, who must take control over the ordering of the world into its own strong hands and construct it in accordance with the interests of the overwhelming majority of mankind. For all these reasons the Communist International Delegation propose that at the forthcoming international conference only such questions shall be dealt with as concern the immediate practical common action of the working masses, questions which do not divide but unite them. Consequently the Communist International suggests the following agenda for the international conference. 1. Defense against the capitalist offensive. 2. The fight against reaction. 3. Preparation of the struggle against new imperialist wars. 4. Assistance in re-establishing the Russian Soviet Republic. 5. The Versailles Treaty and the reconstruction of the devastated areas. Statement issued by the Conference of Representatives of the Executives of the Second and Third Internationals and the Vienna Union. 4th of April 1922. Report of the Conference, p. 83. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. At the conference the principal speakers for the ISI were Clara Zetkin and Karl Radek. The ISI delegation included also Bukharin, Rosmer, Frosford, Katayama and one member each from the Polish, Yugoslav, and Czech Communist parties. The discussions were conducted in a tone of bitter recrimination. Radek taunted the representatives of the Second International with their wartime record, with complicity in the shooting of the 26 Baku commissars, in the murder of Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, in the Versailles Peace Treaty, in colonial oppression. The Communists in their turn were charged with aggression in Georgia, Armenia, and the Ukraine, with unscrupulous tactics towards other labor organizations, and with the imprisonment of socialists. It is clear from the proceedings that neither the Second nor the Third International was prepared to compromise to establish a united front, only the delegates of the Vienna Union advocated it convincingly. End of exposition. The conference is agreed that, however desirable the unity of the class-conscious organizations of the proletariat may be, at the present moment, the only thing that can be done is to hold deliberations between all the sections represented at the conference for the purpose of common action towards a concrete goal. The conference, therefore, proposes that the executives should agree to the setting up of an organization committee of 9, which shall undertake preparations for further conferences of the 3 executives, as well as conferences on a wider basis, to include parties which are not affiliated to either of the 3 international organizations. Each executive is free to appoint as it thinks fit the 3 representatives to whom it is entitled. In this organization committee no majority resolutions will be allowed. Its task will be to express the general point of view of the 3 executives as far as this is declared. The conference recommends that this organization committee should try to bring about conversations between the representatives of the Amsterdam Trade Union International and the Red Trade Union International, to consider the question of how the maintenance and restoration of trade union unity of front can be secured, nationally and internationally. The conference notes the declaration of the representatives of the Communist International that the 47 social revolutionaries who are to be tried will be allowed any defenders they wish, that, as already announced in the Soviet press before the conference, no death sentences will be inflicted in this trial, that, as the trial will be public, representatives of all three executives will be allowed to attend, to listen to the proceedings, and will be allowed to take stenographic reports for the information of their affiliated parties. The conference declares that all the three executives have expressed their readiness to collect and examine the material to be submitted by the different sections on the question of Georgia. The conference authorizes the Committee of Organization to draw conclusions from this examination, and to present a report to a later conference of the three executives. The conference notes that the representatives of the Second International have declared that they do not consider it possible to hold a general conference in April, that is to say, at the same time as the Genoa Conference. The conference, however, agrees in principle upon the necessity for calling a general conference as soon as possible. The executives undertake to inform their affiliated parties of the progress which the idea of a general conference has made during the Berlin negotiations, and they will give their representatives on the Committee of Organization full power to conclude favorable negotiations for the calling of a general conference. As the organization of the general conference is impossible this month for the reasons above stated, the present conference declares that it is an imperative duty, in view of the advance of international imperialist capitalism, to demonstrate the united will of the international class-conscious proletariat. The conference, therefore, calls upon the workers of every country to organize great mass demonstrations, with as much unity as possible, during the Genoa Conference, either on the 20th of April, or, where this is technically impossible, on the 1st of May. For the 8-hour day. For the struggle against unemployment, which has increased immeasurably on account of the reparations policy of the capitalist powers. For the united action of the proletariat against the capitalist offensive. For the Russian Revolution. For starving Russia, for the resumption by all countries of political and economic relations with Russia, for the re-establishment of the proletarian united front in every country and in the international statement of the Comintern delegation on the manifesto issued by the Conference of the Three Internationals. 5th of April 1922 in Precauer, 2, 42, p. 339. April 6, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. In an article published immediately after the conference, Radek asserted that the Second International had opposed the calling of a World Congress of all labor organizations because its watchword would have been "down with the Versailles Treaty." Just as the German government were not allowed to raise the question of the treaty at Genoa, so the German Social Democrats did not dare raise it at Berlin because the British and Belgian parties of the Second International were determined to exclude it. It was at Genoa, 10 days after this article was published, that the Soviet and German governments concluded the Treaty of Rapallo, which registered their common opposition to Versailles. He contended further that the Social Democratic parties feared united action at the international level because it would encourage united action within each country. Although they had been compelled to agree to the formation of the Committee of Nine, which was to consider a World Congress, and to joint demonstrations against the capitalist offensive, against reparations, and for the recognition of Soviet Russia, they would probably do everything in their power to sabotage the committee's work. In the manifesto issued a few weeks later, the SE singled out the German Social Democratic Party as primarily responsible for the failure to summon a World Congress. The SPD was the only large German party to oppose the Rapallo Treaty. End of exposition. The delegation of the SE decided after the most serious misgivings to agree to the joint declaration put forward by the Vienna Union. Their misgivings arose primarily from the fact that the Second International categorically refused to accept the watchword of workers' demonstrations for the abrogation of the Versailles Treaty, which means that a great International Workers' Association is in this respect far behind intelligent West European liberals. This raised a doubt whether the Second International is really anxious to fight against the danger of a new Versailles peace at Genoa or is prepared to struggle by every means against the capitalist offensive. The SE delegation nevertheless decided to vote for the joint resolution, although the proposal to convene an international workers' conference while the Genoa conference is in session was frustrated by the opposition of the Second International. Despite all these serious misgivings, the SE delegation voted for the resolution. for they are anxious to promote and not to obstruct even the slightest advance towards a united front. For these reasons they refrained from the demand that this preliminary conference should investigate the murder of Rosa Luxemburg, Liebknecht, Georgius, and Levine and all the incidents which accompanied the civil war in Germany. For these reasons they refrained from clearing up the part played by the social democratic parties in the persecution of communists in Latvia, Poland, Yugoslavia, and Hungary, and they reserve the right to demand the appointment of a commission of investigation under the Committee of Nine into these and similar cases. For these reasons they refrained from demanding from the German Social Democrats at this preliminary conference the liberation of proletarian fighters in Germany. For these reasons they refrained also from demanding at this preliminary conference an investigation of the Labour Party's attitude to Ireland and the colonies, and they reserve the right to raise all these questions subsequently. For they are convinced that unless an end is put to the policy of coalition with the bourgeoisie, which is at the root of all the unprecedented actions mentioned above, a real united front of the proletariat is impossible. The ISI delegation decided to agree to the joint declaration and to the feeble beginnings of the united front which it embodies, and the firm conviction that the pressure of events will force the proletarian masses to fight and will teach them to compel their reformist leaders to change their policy if they do not wish to be thrust aside by the proletariat. Extracts from the ISI statement on the results of the Berlin Conference, April 1922 in Precauer, 2. 55, p. 437, April 27, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The ISI endorsed the attitude of its delegation to the Berlin Conference, although Lenin was extremely critical. In an article published on their return, entitled "We Have Paid Too Dear," he argued that it was wrong to have agreed that no death sentences should be imposed at the forthcoming trial of the social revolutionaries in Moscow, for this was granting immunity in advance to terrorists. Nor should they have agreed to attendance at the trial of representatives of the Second and 2.5 Internationals. These were political concessions by the revolutionary proletariat to the reactionary bourgeoisie, for which nothing had been received in return. End of exposition. To the class-conscious workers of the world. The ISI has attentively examined the results of the Berlin Conference of the three internationals and has unanimously ratified the understanding reached in Berlin. The executive now requests of the Second and 2.5 Internationals an equally open, clear, and formal ratification of the decision arrived at in Berlin. But we say to you quite openly that the united front which is just beginning to be formed is in great danger. The leaders of the Second International want to crush it at birth and will leave nothing undone to reach their objective. The course of the Berlin Conference proved that up to the hilt. At Berlin the leaders of the Second International refused to agree to the immediate convening of a World Congress of the entire working class. They had the sorry courage to reject the slogan of revision of the predatory Versailles Treaty which weighs like an Alp on the working class of the entire world. At the moment when the bourgeois rulers of the entire world have assembled in Genoa mainly for the purpose of shunting the costs of the imperialist war onto the backs of the workers, the leaders of the Second International rejected our proposal to bring together the representatives of the working class of the entire world to give expression to the will of the proletarians of all countries. What is the United Front and what should it be? The United Front is not and should not be merely a fraternization of party leaders. The United Front will not be created by agreements with those socialists who until recently were members of bourgeois governments. The United Front means the association of all workers, whether communist, anarchist, social democrat, independent or non-party or even Christian workers, against the bourgeoisie. With the leaders, if they want it so, without the leaders if they remain indifferently aside, and in defiance of the leaders and against the leaders if they sabotage the workers' united front. And this genuine united front in the common struggle is bound to come. It must come if the working class wants to defend its most fundamental and elementary interests against the capitalist offensive. We appeal in particular to the non-party workers and to those who still support the Second and 2.5 Internationals. We say to you, you are not yet communists. Many of you are even openly hostile to communism. The time will come when you will recognize the correctness of communist ideas. We will wait patiently until the time comes, which will mark the beginning of the true emancipation of the entire working class. But until then, we say, despite all the differences in our political views, work together with us to organize the united front against the capitalists. Either a united front of all proletarians throughout the world, or starvation and degradation of the working class. That is how the question stands. Build the united front locally too, without waiting for the permission of the leaders of the Second International, who have been spiritually at one with the bourgeois world too long for them to be able to break quickly with it. In every factory, in every mine, in every district, in every town, the communist workers should arm together with the socialist and non-party workers for the common fight against the bourgeoisie. The Communist Party remains an independent party. It is convinced that in a short time all honest proletarians will come into its ranks, but everywhere the Communist Party is ready to fight shoulder to shoulder with any worker against the capitalists. Once more, demand the immediate convening of a World Congress of the working class. That is the next step towards the united front of all proletarians. The Communist International solemnly declares that it will put aside anything which might prejudice the real unity of all proletarians. We appeal to the press of the Second and Two and a Half Internationals, and of the anarchists, syndicalists, non-party workers, etc., to publish this statement of ours in full. And we are ready to publish in full corresponding statements by the said organizations in our press. The time has come when it must be openly stated who is for and who is against the United Proletarian Front. Extracts from an essay statement on the Genoa Conference. 19th of May 1922 in Precaur, 2, 73, p. 563. May 22, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The Genoa Conference, convened by the Allied Supreme Council at its meeting in Cannes in January 1922, was held from 10 April to May 12, 1922, to consider questions of European economic reconstruction. Disarmament and reparation were, at Poincaré's request, excluded from the agenda. It was the first general post-war conference to which Germany and Russia had been invited. Speaking to the Russian Communist Party Congress, Lenin, who thought the Russian press was exaggerating the importance of the conference, said, "We are going to Genoa not as communists but as businessmen." Shortly before the conference opened, Radek wrote that it would try to take advantage of the Farm-and-Rink concessions from the Russian government. Soviet Russia, its government, and its masses, pursue a cool realpolitik. The Soviet government knows that the first wave of world revolution has subsided and that the next will mount only slowly. It knows that the Russian economy cannot be restored without the help of European economy. It hoped that it would be the European workers who would supply the Russian workers with machines and the Russian peasants with plows. But the European workers are not yet masters in their own house. Therefore the Soviet government declares, "We need world capital and therefore we must give it profits." Fools, who call themselves communists and even left communists, have accused us on this account of treachery to the proletariat. We answer, then show us another way. Split into hostile camps. The capitalist world fears that we shall ally ourselves with the enemies of any state which tries to starve us out. We shall ally ourselves not only with Beelzebub but with his grandmother too if it is a question of defending the rights for which the Russian working class bled and starved. In another article published a day or two after the conference opened, Radek argued that the conflicts among the Allies were too great to be resolved. The only policy on which they were united was the exploitation of Russia. German exports, instead of being admitted to the West as reparations, would be directed to Russia, and thus, through Germany, the Entente would exploit Russia, while Germany would appear to be the exploiter. This would ruin Germany's only chance of strengthening itself, not only economically, but also politically, by genuine and equitable cooperation with Russia. Germany would become an industrial colony of the Entente and Russia an agricultural colony. This plan, he concluded, was however doomed to failure because of the conflict of interests between France and Britain. In a statement published a few days before the end of the conference, the essay wrote, "What the Allied governments are asking of Soviet Russia is directed against the entire international working class. The workers of all countries have fought so that the factories shall belong to the community and not to individual exploiters." At Genoa the main question at issue was nothing else than the demand that the Russian factories, mines, dockyards, should be given back to foreign capitalists. The Russian people were to return to the old slavery. They were to assume in addition the milliard and milliard of debts incurred by Tsarism and the bourgeoisie. Every worker understands that this must be opposed. The only practical result of the Genoa Conference was the Rapallo Treaty signed between Russia and Germany. This was rarely mentioned in the communist press. In an article attacking the German Social Democratic Party, the only big German party to oppose the treaty, as a slave of the Entente and an enemy of the Russian Revolution, Fellheimer wrote, excluded from the negotiations between the Entente and Soviet Russia, threatened by the danger that the Entente was seeking agreement with Soviet Russia at Germany's expense, the German government decided to sign the treaty with Russia. We say to the German workers, it is your duty to see that this step is not followed by a step back, but by further steps in the direction of Anschluss with Soviet Russia. The international working class must counter as energetically as possible the hypocritical and malicious campaign of their respective governments against this treaty. At the June 1922 meeting of the ISI, Radek reported that Crispian of the USPD had referred to Rapallo as an alliance with the bourgeoisie. The August 4, 1914 of the Third International, Radek observed later that Russia could neither have remained a great power nor acquired the economic and technical means for her industrial reconstruction unless she had had, in Germany, a counterweight to the preponderance of the Allies. At the subsequent World Congress the only reference to the treaty, and that an oblique one, was made by Bukharin in his report on the Comintern program. Nearly 3 years before, Chicherin had cautiously suggested that a communist government might have to give weight to considerations which a communist party could ignore. The revolutionary Soviet governments themselves are in a rather different position from the revolutionary parties. As actually existing governments, they are compelled to enter into certain relations with other existing governments, and these relations impose obligations with which they must reckon. The Commissar for Foreign Affairs who writes in the Journal of the Third International must remember that he is bound by the position of his government, a position which is no longer that of a revolutionary party far removed from power. At the same time, however, the attitude of the revolutionary Soviet government, in virtue of its character and its mission, is the complete antithesis of that of the capitalist governments, and it can in no circumstances take part in their predatory alliances. Its task is to live in peace with all governments, or to try to do so, but to keep itself carefully apart from any coalitions and combinations serving imperialist appetites. All Soviet governments, alike completely opposed to capitalist governments, are necessarily allies of each other, of course allies in the sense of defense, for an aggressive policy is equally alien to all of them. The requirements of national defense, which are the most important factor in the foreign policy of capitalist governments, also come first in the foreign policy of Soviet governments. Where capitalist governments are concerned, the attitude of the revolutionary proletariat to defense of the fatherland must be one of absolute rejection. The defense of the Soviet government, on the other hand, is of the utmost importance for the revolutionary proletariat. In the defense of Soviet governments, relations with foreign governments which are aimed at removing the dangers of hostile coalitions have an important part to play. But international relations designed to eliminate the danger of an attack also impose certain obligations. At the present moment in history, when the Soviet governments are surrounded by enemies on all sides and have to battle against incredible difficulties and dangers, these requirements of foreign policy must be regarded with the greatest seriousness. Soviet diplomacy is defensive and it is also highly irresponsible, so that when we speak of the positive tasks of the Third International, we cannot identify the communist parties with the Soviet governments in which these parties predominate. End of exposition. The lessons of Genoa. The bourgeois entente is breaking down, Soviet Russia is growing stronger. To the workers of all countries. The Genoa Conference has come to an end. In the intention of its initiators it was to do nothing more nor less than restore the European economic equilibrium which was shattered by the imperialist world war. The braggarts. Nobody can get outside his own skin. The imperialist bourgeoisie cannot save Europe from economic ruin. The Europe which they made into a shambles and which for 4 years was laid waste and devastated. Genoa, mirror of the bourgeoisie's powerlessness. At Genoa the bourgeoisie revealed their utter powerlessness, their complete impotence. There was a great deal of noise and the prime ministers of the richest bourgeois states attended. And what was the upshot? The talk went on for several weeks. The diplomats beat about the bush and did not stir from the spot, and finally they reached a happy ending, moving with God's help from Genoa to The Hague. The petty skirmishes and quarrels of the victor states among themselves have shown the entire world how deep are the contradictions between England and France, between Japan and the United States, between Italy and France, and between the victor states and Germany. The League of Nations is a stinking corpse which the Genoa Conference was unable to clear out of the way. The Entente itself is creaking at every seam, junk fit only for the lumber room. The more solemnly Lloyd George and Bartu declared their conviction that the Entente was in good health, that love and harmony reigned between England and France, the more obvious became the outworn hypocrisy, and the more clearly can it be seen by every proletarian that the notorious Entente has come to the end of its resources. Never has the decadence of bourgeois society been exposed so clearly as now. The decay and disintegration of the bourgeois state are proceeding at a gigantic pace. The outward glitter of bourgeois governments is like the hectic flush on the cheeks of a consumptive, a declining class. This is the judgment that will be made by every attentive observer who has followed the course of events at the Genoa Conference. The star of the bourgeoisie has set. That is the chief lesson of Genoa. But the working class is moving up. Its star is rising. The strength of the proletariat will grow irresistibly. Slowly at first, but then more quickly. The proletariat will succeed the bourgeoisie in power throughout the world. That was proved most clearly by the part played by the Russian delegation at Genoa. The Soviet delegation represented the future of mankind. The Russian proletarian revolution is in a difficult position. For 4 years Soviet Russia was tortured and agonized by intervention, conspiracy, and white terror. The country was hit by a serious famine. Nevertheless, the Russian Revolution is a victorious revolution, and this victorious proletarian revolution, the first in the history of the world, proudly confronted the international court of the bourgeoisie. That is why it was only the Soviet delegation which had a consistent program, a comprehensive outlook, a great historical perspective which served the interests not only of proletarian Russia but all the proletariat of the entire world. Alone in Genoa the Soviet delegation represented the future of humanity, while all the bourgeois delegations represented the decaying past. The first proposal made by the Soviet delegation was for disarmament. This proposal was rejected by the English and all the other imperialists. What conclusions are the workers of the world to draw from this? The conclusion can only be that disarmament is impossible so long as the bourgeoisie remain at the helm. Disarmament is impossible without the victory of the proletarian revolution. The Soviet delegation's disarmament proposal also hit the representatives of the Second and Two and a Half Internationals. These petty bourgeois Philistines had for decades dinned into the ears of the workers their tepid pacifism, and have preached virtue and contentment. According to them, the gulf between capital and labor can easily be eliminated. All that needs to be done is to adopt the panaceas of the leaders of the Second and Two and a Half Internationals, and lo and behold, the bourgeoisie will disarm. There will be no more war, and the wolf will lie down with the lamb. The leaders of the Second and Two and a Half Internationals are lackeys of the bourgeoisie. But what happened at Genoa? Did the leaders of the Second and Two and a Half Internationals support the Soviet delegation's disarmament proposals? Of course not. They would not be the servants of the bourgeoisie if at the decisive moment they failed to do what their masters told them to do. On this question the Second and Two and a Half Internationals showed that they were really on the side of the bourgeoisie, and again every class-conscious worker will have to say, if you want disarmament then you must fight for the proletarian revolution. If you want disarmament you must fight for the dictatorship of the proletariat. But if this is what you want you must support the Communist Party. A handful of magnates wanted to enslave the Russian proletariat. When the attempt was made in Genoa to despoil Soviet Russia, the first proletarian republic, the bourgeoisie formed a united front. Restitution, that was the battle cry of the bourgeoisie at Genoa. Restitution forever. Restitution, the last cry of civilization, no salvation without restitution. The treaty with the German people. Soviet Russia concluded a treaty with the bourgeois German Republic. The Democrats and Social Democrats who were at the helm in Germany resisted for a long time the alliance with Soviet Russia, although the entire German working class for 2 years unanimously demanded this alliance. Only the merciless greed which characterized the attitude of the victor states at Genoa to defeated Germany induced the present German government to sign the treaty with Soviet Russia. The treaty between Russia and Germany signed at Rapallo is of enormous historical importance. Russia, with its 150 million population and its predominantly agrarian character, in alliance with Germany with its first-class industry, represents such powerful economic cooperation that it will break through all obstacles. On the German side, the treaty was signed by the present bourgeois-Menshevik government. But everybody understands that while the position of the bourgeois Menshevik German government is a temporary thing, the German working class remains. The German working class will one day inevitably conquer power in their own country. Germany will become a Soviet republic. And then, when the German-Russian treaty brings together two great Soviet republics, it will provide such unshakable foundations for real communist construction that the old and outworn Europe will not be able to withstand it for even a few years. In this sense, the fate of humanity in the next few years will be determined by the successes of the German working class. The victory of the German proletariat over its bourgeoisie will involve unprecedented changes in the social structure of the whole of Europe. When the German proletariat destroys in its country the influence of the Second and Two and a Half Internationals, a new chapter will open in the history of mankind. The treachery of the Second and Two and a Half Internationals, the contemptible counter-revolutionary role of the Second and Two and a Half Internationals has never been so clearly demonstrated as in the weeks when the Genoa Conference was being held. The leaders of the two internationals did everything possible and impossible to prevent the world proletariat from calling its Congress and putting forward in the name of the world proletariat a proletarian program for the reconstruction of Europe and the entire world. The leaders of the two internationals did everything possible and impossible to facilitate the efforts of the leaders of the bourgeoisie, Lloyd George and Bartu, to despoil the first proletarian republic. At the Berlin Conference of the three internationals, the German Social Democrats refused to support the demand for the revision of the predatory Versailles Treaty. By that alone, the treacherous German social democracy has covered itself forever in disgrace and ignominy. Comintern, the gravedigger of bourgeois society. At the end of the Genoa Conference, the Entente representatives again made an insolent attempt to bring up the question of pernicious communist propaganda. The essay declares that the international community of worker communists organized in the Comintern will not let its freedom be hampered by any obligations whatever. We are the deadly enemies of bourgeois society. Every honest communist will fight against bourgeois society to his last breath, in word and in deed, and if necessary with arms in hand. Yes, the propaganda of the Communist International will be pernicious for you, the imperialists. It is the historical mission of the Communist International to be the gravedigger of bourgeois society. No offense meant. So long as by your very existence you insult the feelings of every class-conscious worker, so long as your foul breath infects the entire world, so long as a handful of millionaires continue to build their welfare on the bones of the working class, in short, so long as your capitalist social system continues to exist, the pernicious propaganda of the communists will not cease. Workers of France, it is now up to you. Do everything in your power to overthrow Bartu's government, which brings shame on the workers of France. Settle accounts with the reactionary gangs who are destroying France and want to plunder Soviet Russia. Workers of England, you have been fighting for years for the recognition of Soviet Russia, and for years your bourgeoisie, helped by the social traders, Henderson, MacDonald, and co., have been throwing sand in your eyes. Has not the Genoa Conference opened your eyes? Workers of Japan, even the predatory European governments found themselves obliged to sign the treaty in which they undertook not to attack Soviet Russia. Only the representatives of your bloodthirsty government demanded that an exception be made in its case. They want to continue with their daily raids on the working masses of the Far Eastern Republic. Japan is now in a pre-revolutionary period. A significant part even of the Japanese bourgeoisie is opposed to the present regime. Place yourselves at the head of the ripening revolution. Seize the Japanese monarchy by the throat and place your foot on its neck. Workers of Germany, You must seize power in your country as quickly as possible. In doing so you will remove the weight on the spirit of TN world proletariat and accelerate historical progress. The fate of the proletarian revolution is in your hands. Your slogan is, "Down with the treacherous Social Democrats. Down with the power of capital. Long live the workers' government." May 1922. Workers and Red Soldiers of Russia. If you still needed proof that only the Soviet government defends the interests of the proletariat of all countries, you received in an incontestable fashion at Genoa. You are living through a difficult time, but the worst is already over. Guard the Soviet government as the apple of your eye. You stand at the outposts of the proletarian world revolution. The proletarian armies of other countries will come to your help. Victory is no longer distant. Extracts from an ISI statement on the meeting of the Committee of Nine, May 24, 1922 in Precauer, 2, 77, p. 583, May 24, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The Committee of Nine set up by the Berlin Conference met on 23 May. It failed to reach agreement on joint action, and the ISI delegates withdrew. Speaking at the June 1922 session of the ISI, Zinoviev asserted that, despite the failure to establish a united front from above, the attempt had been useful because the communist parties could now no longer be accused of being the splitters. Radek said that it marked a step towards the formation of a genuine mass united front from below. Comintern policy after this failure was designed to get members of labor organizations to act jointly with the communist parties in opposition to the declared policy of their organizations. Writing on the dissolution of the Committee of Nine representing the three internationals which, he said, marked the end of the first stage of the United Front campaign, Radek suggested that it would be a mistake to think that it was only the leaders of the Second International who had sabotaged the United Front, while the masses behind them were anxious to fight. It was true that the masses wanted unity, but they did not want the struggle. Their attitude was one of passivity. There had also been sabotage within the Comintern itself, from the French party. At the Fourth Congress, Radek said that the conference of the three internationals broke down not on the question of the World Workers' Congress. If you analyze the situation you will see that it was wrecked because the Second and 2.5 internationals had a plan of their own for capitulation, against our plan of defense. End of exposition. The Committee of Nine wrecked by the Second International. Long live the struggle for the united front from below to the workers of all countries. What the Communist International feared has happened. The leaders of the Second International have prevented the World Workers' Congress from meeting. According to them, such a Congress could be called only if the Communist parties renounced criticism of the policy of the Social Democratic leaders and the trade union bureaucracy, and if at the same time the Soviet government gave the Mensheviks and the SRs the opportunity of organizing revolts with impunity. In reply to the demagogic assertions of the representatives of the Second International that the Communist International is calling for a World Workers' Congress only in order to hitch the world proletariat to the wagon of Soviet-Russian foreign policy, the Communist International declared, at the request of the Russian Communist Party, that it is ready to agree that the question of defense of Soviet Russia shall not be placed on the agenda of the World Workers' Congress. The Second International wanted to make the World Workers' Congress impossible in any circumstances. But it had no objection to the continued existence of the Commission of Nine because that made the communist struggle against social democracy more difficult. The Communist International could not allow the social democrats of all countries and the trade union bureaucracy to prevent any united proletarian front and at the same time shield themselves from responsibility for this criminal policy. For these reasons the Communist International presented the two internationals with an ultimatum: either cease sabotaging the World Workers' Congress or the Communist International will withdraw its representatives from the Commission of Nine. The Vienna International immediately declared that the attitude of the Second and Third Internationals made the Congress impossible. Not content with putting the fight of the Communist delegation for the carrying out of the Berlin decisions on the same footing as the fight of the Second International against these decisions, Adler, to defend his position, spoke of the differences in the executive of the Communist International, which make the convening of the Congress more difficult. And this although he must have known that the executive ratified the Berlin decisions unanimously. And at the end of the meeting he even allowed himself to hint that the Communists were now opposed to the World Workers' Congress because the Soviet government was about to reach a compromise with the Entente. This campaign of lies is designed to conceal the fact that on the 21st of this month an agreement was reached in Brussels between the French Socialist Party, which belongs to the 2.5 International, and the English Labour Party as well as the Belgian Labour Party, two leading parties in the Second International, on the convening of a World Congress of reformist and semi-reformist parties at The Hague. This agreement means that the characterless 2.5 International, which cannot decide between the revolution and counter-revolution, between bourgeois pseudo-democracy and proletarian dictatorship, has now reached a palm in its seesaw policy which again favors cooperation with the most outright reformists. In view of this there was nothing for the representatives of the Communist International to do but to leave the Commission of Nine, which was to be transformed from an instrument of struggle for the Proletarian United Front into a bargaining counter for declared and secret reformists in which the Communists were to be assigned the part of a screen. The proletariat without distinction of party has had the opportunity of convincing itself who is for the United Front and who is against. The resistance of the leaders of the Second International has frustrated the attempt to organize the Proletarian United Front from above. That makes it a duty to rally all forces to organize the proletariat for the common struggle in opposition to the leaders of the Second International. Communist workers, it is your duty to spread the lesson of this first attempt to establish the United Front among the broadest masses of the working classes. Workers of the parties of the Second and 2.5 Internationals. After this experience with your leaders it is your duty to do everything, to omit nothing, to show the leaders of your parties who have forgotten their duty that you will no longer tolerate sabotage of the United Front, that you want to unite with the communist workers in the struggle against the capitalist offensive. The slogan of the World Workers' Congress will be the slogan of further struggle, but the experience of this first attempt has shown that to be successful it is necessary to break the resistance of the social democratic leaders, particularly those of Germany and England, that in these countries it is necessary to organize the working masses in the practical daily struggle regardless of their party allegiance into a united front which will then spread to all countries. Fight the leaders of the Second International who are splitting the working class. Build the United Front from below. Extracts from an Essay Manifesto on the Nationalist Movement in French North Africa. May 1922 in Précaire, 2, 84, p. 649. June 8, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The Tunisian delegate to the Fourth World Congress criticized the inactivity of the French Communist Party. It had no colonial action program and at its Paris Congress had postponed discussion of the colonial question for electoral reasons. Communist cells had been organized in Tunis after the Tours Congress, and had, according to the speaker, been so successful that the government had suppressed them and their Arab-language press. In the disorders of April 1922 the government had been unable to rely on the local garrison and had brought Negro troops into the area. The same delegate was also highly critical of the Algerian pseudo-communists who, he said, had too much influence on the French party. They believed that liberation could come only as the result of revolution in France, not as the result of local action. They condemned the Comintern appeal as a mistake, because the bourgeois colonial press had used it to stir up public opinion against the communists. End of exposition. For the first time since the conquest of North Africa by French capitalism the natives, groaning under the heel of the big planters and the slave-driving officials, are finding strong and reliable allies among the compatriots of their exploiters, who have made the natives' cause their own and will support it until victory is won. That is the party of the proletariat, the Communist Party of France, section of the Communist International. The dawn of emancipation has appeared before the Arab proletarians subjected to the shameful exploitation of the native aristocracy and the French conqueror. The imperialist war awakened a spirit of unrest in Tunis and Algiers just as it did in Egypt and India. And, together with the nationalist demands, class demands are being mingled, ever more frequently and more urgently. The rising of the Muslim masses, whom English imperialism was unable to intimidate by its punitive measures, and which was renewed more powerfully than before after every attempt at suppression, cannot be kept within the limits of the English area of occupation, and is already threatening French imperialism. During the Great Imperialist War, the French colonies paid a heavy tribute in blood, taking advantage of the ignorance of the masses, and imposing their will on them by terror. The alien rulers of the country formed many native regiments which were then sent to shed their blood on the Western Front and the Balkans in defense of bourgeois moneybags. In Africa, French civilization is expressed in pitiless oppression, intolerable taxes, unspeakable poverty. Algiers was recently afflicted by a catastrophic famine. For 40 years Tunis has been enduring a Tsarist form of rule, cynically called a protectorate, exercised under the tricolor. It is even impossible to publish a communist newspaper in Tunis in the Arab language, and French and Tunisian communists, fraternally united in the struggle against the bourgeois dictatorship, are exposed to the same persecution. The reprisals in Tunis, now increasing in intensity, will not hold up the tide of freedom. On the contrary, they will make the movement spread, and deepen it until it becomes irresistible. The blows aimed at the communists will increase the prestige of communism, double its influence, and present the Communist Party to the native masses as the only champion of their rights. The French proletarians understand that the cause of the African proletarians is their own cause, and accordingly they defend it. May the struggle for the liberation of Algiers and Tunis is only beginning. It will end only when the slaves have triumphed. The Communist International sends greetings to the French and native comrades persecuted and imprisoned by the ruling caste. It sends greetings to the Communist League of Tunis and the Communist Party of France who are leading the struggle against oppression, and assures them of the complete solidarity of the international proletariat. The Communist International calls on all the oppressed and exploited in Algiers and Tunis. Unite against your exploiters under the flag of the Communist Party. Soldiers and sailors of France, do not shoot at your Algerian and Tunisian brothers. Fraternize with the people in their struggle for liberation. Proletarians of France, help the African proletariat. Extracts from the resolution of the enlarged Assembly on the French Communist Party. 11th of June 1922 in Précaire, 2, 122, p. 797. June 29, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The meeting of the enlarged Assembly in June 1922 was attended by 41 delegates, from 17 countries, with voting powers, and 9 delegates with consultative voice. There were in addition 4 representatives of the RILU and 4 from the Youth International, with votes. A later figure gives 60 delegates from 27 countries. The Presidium had decided to take part officially in the proceedings at the trial of the social revolutionaries, by putting forward witnesses for the prosecution, and by providing expert testimony on the role of bourgeois states and of the Mensheviks in intervention. It would also provide defense witnesses for some young former terrorists who had admitted their mistakes and had been accused of treachery by the Second and 2.5 Internationals. Radek reported on the Berlin meeting of the 3 Internationals, but the greater part of the time was devoted to discussing the affairs of the French Communist Party. The Presidium elected after this meeting consisted of Bokharin, Radek, Brandler, Souverain, Gramsci, Smrl, Jordanov, with Cook, North America, and Kosynin as candidates, and Lishag, France, and Jilic, Czechoslovakia, as additional members without votes, while the internal disputes in their parties were being settled. Between the Marseille Congress in December 1921 and March 1922, membership of the French Communist Party had fallen from 120,000 to 60,000. Frossard, the right-wing leader, stated that they would comply with the decision of the Conflicts Commission of the Assembly to expel Fabre as an opportunist, but urged greater autonomy for the CPF in the future. Similarly, while recognizing the importance of united front tactics, they wanted to be allowed to decide for themselves on their practical application. Souverain, representing the left, attributed the fall in membership to the inactivity and indiscipline of the CPF. Trotsky endorsed this view, and criticized the anti-Moscow line in part of the French party. Frossard admitted that there was a crisis in the relations between the C and the CPF. In regard to the United Front, Frossard explained that the French delegation were bound by their mandate. It was impossible to seek a united front with those from whom they had so recently split off. He asked Issy to leave it to the French party to work out the practical forms that the united front should take in France. The resolution would be acted upon, he said, not from automatic discipline nor because of the provisions of the sea statutes. But because we know that the authority of the International, stemming from its theoretical line and its revolutionary experience, whatever our present reservations, can act only in a salutary way on all parties, including the French party. In an article published at this time, Trotsky wrote that the objective conditions in France were revolutionary. What was wrong was the development within the party itself, particularly the attempt of the Central Committee to adapt its policy to the views of the right wing. Trotsky reported for the Commission on the French question which proposed this resolution. In a letter to Kerr, of the French Central Committee, he wrote that the situation in the French party was critical. Unless the Central Committee took a firm line in regard to discipline and the execution of Comintern decisions, matters would inevitably move towards a split, as in the Italian Socialist Party. End of exposition. The chief task of the next Communist Party Congress must consist in the adoption of a program, tactics, and statutes which correspond fully to the role of the party in the present epoch of preparation of the social revolution. Steps must immediately be taken to work out appropriate drafts and to publish them not only in the French party press but throughout the international, so that the ideas and experience of all communist parties and the executive committee can be drawn on to examine and elaborate the fundamental documents which are designed to secure for the party of the working class the maximum unity and fighting capacity. Structure of the party. The Central Committee. The constitution of a homogeneous Central Committee able to ensure that the direction of the party corresponds to the decisions of the national and international congresses must from now on be the object of careful preparation and later be put through by the next Congress of the party. It must be recognized as absolutely essential that more than half of the Central Committee should consist of workers with genuine ties with the masses. All members of the committee must devote themselves either to party work or to trade union work. June. The most essential part of this preparatory work is to select candidates who meet these conditions, to investigate their pasts and their political reliability and to make them known to the local party organizations. Responsibility for this work rests of course on all those members of the present Central Committee who unreservedly accept the resolutions of the Communist International and are determined to secure their execution. The majority of members of the Central Committee established by these means will embody the committee's ties with the local federations, the trade unions, the press, etc. At the same time a permanent political bureau must be set up within the Central Committee, having its seat in Paris and concentrating the entire conduct of party activities in its hands, preparing all the material necessary to enable the full Central Committee to reach decisions on the most important questions and supervising the practical execution of these decisions by the General Secretariat of the Central Committee. Discipline. The Central Committee must have the right to declare certain members or groups of members expelled from the party, whenever this is warranted by political considerations. In cases which require detailed investigation of a violation of discipline or of other offenses or crimes against the interests of the party, the Central Committee may refer the question to the Conflicts Commission for examination. Whenever a case occurs in which the political question admits of no doubt and the vital interests of the party require expulsion, the Central Committee itself decides on expulsion. Appeals against this decision can be made only to the Party Congress. The principle of federalism is wholly incompatible with the true interests of a revolutionary organization. Any reference to the federal constitution of the Soviet Republic is utterly misplaced because the structure of the Communist Party cannot be compared with the structure of the Soviet state. In all the federal republics the party of the Communists is one and the same party and is strictly centralized. The Communists of the Ukraine, Georgia, etc., are bound to the Communists of Moscow and Petrograd not by the bonds of federalism but by strict democratic centralism. It was only thanks to the unity of this centralized organization of the working class that Russia was able to defend its existence victoriously against its innumerable enemies. The International condemns in the most categorical fashion the application of the principle of federalism and local autonomy to a revolutionary party which must act as the lever of revolution. An organization which has at the top a committee with 100 heads is deprived of resolute and consistent leadership. The trade union question. The International notes the enormous danger to the labor movement and particularly to the trade union movement represented by the petty bourgeois individualist elements who are hostile to the spirit of proletarian discipline. Since there are communists, Members of the party, in trade unions which still belong to the CGT, the party must maintain the usual organic contact with these comrades. Communists in the reformist trade unions must organize communist cells which meet regularly and which maintain close contact with the appropriate party bodies. However the relations between the CGT and the CGTU may develop, and whatever action the party takes in its struggle against the reformists, communists must fight to win all CGT bodies from within. The United Front. The International notes that the press and the leading bodies of the French Communist Party dealt in a wholly incorrect fashion with the meaning and significance of the United Front tactics. The International roundly rejects the superficial judgment of journalists who see a rebirth of reformism in what is in fact an intensification of the methods of fighting against reformism. The most glorious page in the history of the French proletariat, the Commune, was nothing other than a block of all organizations and tendencies in the working class against the bourgeoisie. That the Commune, despite the realization of a united front, was quickly crushed, was due primarily to the absence on the left wing of that front of a genuinely revolutionary, disciplined, and resolute organization capable of rapidly taking over the leadership in the fire of events. The idea of a left bloc can in the given circumstances exercise a spell over a great many workers who have little political experience. The Communist Party of France must give serious consideration to this danger. In its daily propaganda the party must systematically oppose to the idea of the left bloc the idea of a bloc of all workers against the bourgeoisie. Naturally, when it comes to elections, the party must put forward its own independent communist lists. Fractions. The International notes that in the French party, in addition to other manifestations of crisis, there are symptoms of the rebirth of fractions. The extreme right wing of the party has achieved an importance in the party and in the press which is wholly out of proportion to its theoretical and political standing. The failure of the Central Committee to take decisive measures against this right wing has naturally led to attempts to revive the left-wing fraction. The struggle between these two fractions is bound in its turn to undermine the fighting capacity of the party and may in the future endanger its unity. The International is firmly convinced that only the complete concentration of the overwhelming majority of the party against its insignificant right wing and the energetic execution of all decisions of the present conference can cut the ground from under the feet of all fractional groupings. At the same time the International calls on the left wing never to constitute itself as an independent fraction but, while continuing to uphold revolutionary principles, to confine its activities within the framework of the party's institutions and organizations and to cooperate actively with the solid core of the party in all practical work and particularly in the struggle against the disruptive activities of the reformists, pacifists, and anarcho-syndicalists. The next Party Congress. The preparations for the next Party Congress must consist of a campaign for the theoretical and organizational consolidation of the French party against all anarcho-syndicalist and petty bourgeois pacifist tendencies, against those who only talk of revolution, against the theories which subordinate the action of the proletariat to the stage of maturity reached by the peasants and which are therefore inimical to the class character of the party. Since these various tendencies have already caused the utmost confusion in the party, the communist press must establish clarity on all these questions, reminding party members of the relevant resolutions of the Communist International, in particular, the 21 conditions of admission. All these decisions should be explained in the light of the experience of the last year or illustrated by examples of the literary and political statements made by many responsible party fighters which are incompatible with these resolutions. The date of the Congress must be settled by agreement between the Central Committee of the French Party and the Presidium of the ICI. Extracts from an ICI statement on the 3rd anniversary of the Versailles Treaty, 24th of June 1922 in Précaire, 118, p. 787, June 28, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The constant preoccupation of the Soviet government with the need to prevent a united capitalist anti-Soviet front was reflected in Comintern propaganda against the Versailles Treaty, which was designed to keep alive in Germany feelings of resentment against the Western powers. In an interview published in The Observer in August, Chicherin, Soviet Foreign Commissar, referring to French hostility to Russia and Germany, asked, "What is more natural than that the two should be driven into one another's arms?" In a manifesto published at the end of December 1921, Nazi called on the proletarians of all countries to protest against the pillaging of Germany. In the winter and spring, further tribute to the Allies has to be paid by impoverished Germany, where the price of food has doubled in the last few months. The payment of these fresh milliards will bring further ruin to its industry. French imperialism knows that it is impossible, knows that Germany is at the end of its resources. But the capitalist French government, which spends more than half its income on interest to the war profiteers, does not dare to tax the propertied classes. The international proletariat has no sympathy for the German bourgeoisie, one of those principally responsible for the World War. The international proletariat knows the misery of the towns and villages of northern France, devastated and burned to the ground. But the international proletariat and above all the French working class must realize that the Allies extort their tribute not from the German bourgeoisie, but from the German proletariat, that they condemn the German proletarian to the life of a coolie, that his cheap labor will compete with the labor of the workers of France, England, and America and lower their standard of living. Therefore we say to the international proletariat, above all to the workers of France, raise your voice in warning against the preparations for the invasion of the Ruhr. Prepare for the fight against the criminal policy of the French government. Do not let yourselves be deceived by the negotiations for a moratorium, etc. For such measures will only prolong the crisis and in the end lead to so much the severer conflicts. The central political task for French communists, the ESI wrote in September 1922, was the struggle against the Versailles Treaty. The French bourgeoisie were able to maintain their position by ruining and pillaging Germany. Reparations enabled them to give a section of the working class a privileged position, and this section naturally supported the reformists. In France, the struggle for the social revolution took the form of a fight against French military hegemony and against Versailles. End of exposition. The working class let slip the favorable moment when it would have been relatively easy to defeat the bourgeoisie in a bold onslaught. When the war came to an end in 1918, with the ruling capitalist classes in all countries terrified of the revolutionary force of the Russian Revolution, while, carried along in the stream of revolutionary enthusiasm, the working class of Germany, Austria, and later of Italy engaged in spontaneous struggles for power, it would have been possible but for the treachery of the social patriotic core politicians to seize power in a daring attempt. The communists who during the World War began to organize serious struggle against war, who in Russia had overthrown Tsarism, and the bourgeoisie, who in various West European countries fought in the front ranks during the spontaneous revolutionary battles of the proletariat, were not strong enough in West Europe to defeat the bourgeoisie because the bourgeoisie had as their best assistants the leaders of the Second International and the trade union bureaucracy. Only in Russia has it so far been possible, despite the furious attacks of the imperialist robber governments helped by the counter-revolutionary trade union bureaucracy of the Second and Two and a Half Internationals, to maintain the power of the victorious workers and peasants. The Communist International has done everything in its power to organize and to lead the struggle against the rule of the bourgeoisie. If this struggle has not so far led to victory, it is because the majority of the proletariat could not make up its mind to follow the communist standard without reservation. 3 years after the conclusion of the Peace Treaty of Versailles, we again call on the world proletariat to rally nationally and internationally for the fight against the shameful Versailles Peace, as we called to you on June 28, 1919 to fight against this treaty. Extracts from an ESI manifesto on the conclusion of the Hague Conference. 22nd of July 1922 in Precaur, 2, 145, p. 925, July 25, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The Genoa Conference, which ended its sessions in May, adjourned to The Hague, where a conference of economic experts was held from 26 June to July 20, 1922. The demand for compensation by Russia for nationalized foreign-owned enterprises, and Russia's insistence on credits before the repayment of loans could be contemplated, proved insurmountable obstacles to agreement. End of exposition. Capitalist plundering of Soviet Russia behind the mask of world economic reconstruction. To the workers of all countries, comrades, the Hague Conference has come to an end. The latest effort of the capitalist world to establish peace with Soviet Russia and to initiate the economic reconstruction of Russia has been exposed as a cynical attempt to make the Russian workers and peasants into slaves of world capital. This attempt has foundered against the resolute resistance of the Soviet government. It is one of the greatest crimes of the social democratic parties of the Second and Two and a Half Internationals that during the Genoa Conference and the Hague Conference they did not call on you to exert the utmost pressure on the capitalist states but stabbed the representatives of Soviet Russia in the back. Having secured the independence of their country, the Russian workers and peasants proposed peace to the capitalist states. They also succeeded in concluding peace with their nearest neighbors, the Polish, Lithuanian, Latvian, Estonian, and Finnish vassals of the Entente, who feared that if they did not conclude peace Soviet Russia would crush them. They have made a provisional trade agreement with England, who hoped in this way to hamper Russian revolutionary activity in the Near East. They have made similar trade agreements with the small northern capitalist states who were forced to seek markets in Russia because of the severe economic crisis. Finally, they have forced the German bourgeoisie to conclude formal peace with Soviet Russia. However cowardly they are, the German bourgeoisie understood that once their hope of victory over Soviet Russia had suffered shipwreck, and all their attempts to make friends with the Entente had failed, Germany must live in peace with the Russian people if it is ever to liberate itself from exploitation by the Entente. Soviet Russia knew that if it got stronger economically, its importance for the future liberation struggle of the proletariat would be greater. It strove for peace so that the capitalists might have no opportunity to stir up the unconscious working masses against communism with the story that Russia was attempting to impose communism on them by armed force. Soviet Russia sought peace in order to re-establish the trade with the West, which is essential for its reconstruction. Since you have not yet seized power, since you are not in a position to supply the Russian workers with machines and tools, Soviet Russia had to try to get them from the capitalists. If you were masters in the economically advanced part of the world, you would understand that your own interests require you to support by every means the Russian Workers' Republic so that you could get bread in exchange for your machinery. The capitalist world is the sworn enemy of Soviet Russia, and Soviet Russia knew well that if it was to get help it would have to make sacrifices and pay usurious prices. It declared its readiness to buy peace with the capitalist world by making great concessions. As a condition of peace, the capitalist governments demanded recognition of the debts incurred by the Tsarist and Kerensky governments. They demanded the restitution of the factories and mines which formerly belonged to foreign capitalists and which were made the property of the Russian people by the October Revolution. Soviet Russian answered that the Tsarist debts had been incurred without the consent of the Russian working people. They were incurred to enslave and exploit the people. The Russian people has paid these debts in rivers of bloodshed on the Allied side for the interests and triumph of the Entente. Jobbers. Without declaring war, the Allies shamefully attacked Soviet Russia and by their intervention destroyed more than was ever owed to them. Their demands therefore are justified by nothing except their power and their exploitation of the famine in Russia and the needs of the Russian people. The Soviet government takes account of these needs and it is therefore ready to recognize the debts if these are reduced to a reasonable sum and if the Allies by granting credits make it possible for Soviet Russia to re-establish its economy quickly so that it will be in a position to pay the debts. As to the factories and mines belonging to foreign capitalists, Soviet Russia declares that it will in no circumstances return them. The money with which they were built was sweated out of the labor of foreign workers, and foreign capitalists have drawn enough sweat and blood from the Russian workers in payment. The Russian proletariat cannot return these factories because it is only by developing them that it will be able in future to create the values with which to reconstruct its shattered country, improve agriculture, and find the means to pay the foreign sharks the tribute they demand. But Soviet Russia is ready to pay a certain compensation to the foreign capitalists if by means of credits they now help Russia to rebuild. It is ready to lease some of these factories. The Soviet government was prepared to make great sacrifices in order to conclude peace at last with the capitalist states so that the Russian workers and peasants, after the severe fighting, after hunger and poverty, could at last get on with peaceful work. All these proposals fell on deaf ears. The representatives of the capitalist states demanded unconditional recognition of all the debts of the czars and the Russian bourgeoisie and their immediate repayment. They demanded the unconditional return of the factories and mines. They had their eyes on Russia's natural wealth as security for the payment of debts. If Soviet Russia were to agree, it would not only make the Russian workers and peasants alive today into slaves of the Entente, but it would surrender future generations of the Russian working people to the most extreme exploitation. If the capitalists stubbornly refuse to grant credits to Soviet Russia, that is only because they fear that the development of nationalized industry in Russia would destroy all their arguments about the impossibility of socialism. The Soviet government's fight against the demands of the capitalist world is more than a fight for the further development of the Russian Revolution. It is a fight for the development of European socialism. It is your fight. If the Soviet government is the victor in this struggle, then in the near future you in the still capitalist countries will be able, when you take up the struggle for socialism, to rely on a strong state ruled by the proletariat, whose tremendous economic strength will be put at the service of the proletarian revolution. The Soviet Republic's struggle will be a difficult one. It is true that the good harvest will make it easier to undertake the indispensable measures to improve the condition of the proletariat and the peasantry, but you should never forget how terribly great Russia's poverty is, how small the help which it has so far received from you. It is the duty of the proletarians in the countries with a sound currency to do everything they can to give material help to their Russian brothers. Follow the example of the American Garment Workers Union, which has established a joint organization with the Soviet government to improve the Russian garment industry, and which is raising a loan of $1 million for this purpose among trade union members. Nor is it only economic help that is required. After the failure of the Hague negotiations, French imperialism will certainly do everything it can to mobilize its vassals against Soviet Russia again, to organize new conspiracies in Russia, and it will be helped by the SRs, the protégés of the Second and Two and Half Internationals. The counter-revolutionary plots in Russia and the military adventures of the Entente will begin again, and it is your sacred duty, workers of all countries, to work all out for an immediate general peace with Russia, for a peace without loot, without burdens on the Russian people, for a peace which does not throw a halter round the necks of the Russian people but secures them material help. Organize the Proletarian United Front for Soviet Russia, and you will serve the cause not only of the Russian proletariat and the Russian Revolution, but your own cause, the cause of your own emancipation. Extracts from an Issy Manifesto to the Workers of Italy. 22nd of July 1922 in Precaur, 2, 145, p. 931, July 25, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. Throughout 1922 the power and activities of the fascists were increasing, and violence and disorder spread over the whole country. In a number of cities and rural areas Mussolini's squads were in virtual control, and government forces were unable to provide protection for their victims. After the fall of the Facta government in July 1922, and a number of unsuccessful attempts by various Italian political figures to form a new government, the Socialist Party, which had earlier agreed to support, but not participate in, a bourgeois government, decided for the first time in its history on participation. Its offer was not taken up, and Facta was reinstalled. The Alliance of Labor, a recently created body founded on the initiative of the Railwaymen's Union, called a general strike for 31st of July in defense of civil and trade union liberties. The Fascist Council issued an ultimatum: we give the state 48 hours to assert its authority. When that time has elapsed, fascism will claim full liberty of action and will take the place of the state, which will once more have proved its impotence. The alliance decided to end the strike on 3rd of August. After the strike, Mussolini claimed that during its course the fascists had destroyed the headquarters of socialist, trade union, and communist organizations in 43 cities and forced the resignation of several socialist municipal councils. Terracini, of the Italian Communist Party, writing a few days later, attributed the failure of the strike to the conflict between revolutionaries and reformists in the alliance. At the Issy meeting in January 1922, Terracini, reporting on the state of parties in Italy, had ignored the fascists. End of exposition. What remains of the Italian Socialist Party will be meeting in a few days in a Congress that will seal its fate. At this moment we appeal not only to the workers who are members of that party, but to all Italian workers, faced with the public collapse of the Italian Socialist Party, to reflect on the lessons of this collapse and to decide whether it is to be the final defeat of the Italian workers' movement, or the beginning of its rapid recovery. At the end of the war the Italian bourgeois state was economically shattered, it had no army on which the bourgeoisie could rely, its bureaucracy was dispersed, the proletariat in revolt, the bourgeoisie disheartened. The Italian Socialist Party was the hope of the Italian worker. It alone bore no responsibility for the war which had ruined Italy, on the contrary, it had the glory of having fought against the murderous war. The Italian proletariat rejoiced in the Russian Revolution and wanted to follow the Russian example. A flood of strikes swept over the land, the workers occupied the factories, the streets of the towns were in their hands. The sun of the revolution seemed to be rising in Italy. But the majority of the leaders of the Italian Socialist Party did not dare to organize the spontaneous movement of the proletariat and lead it in the attack. And when the proletariat went over to the attack itself, in September 1920, and the bourgeoisie did not dare to use arms against the workers, the trade union leaders, D'Aragona and co., reached an agreement with the bourgeoisie, while the leaders of the party, while Cerati, did nothing to stop them, accepting Gaioli's promise to submit a bill on workers' control of industry to Parliament. When the bourgeoisie saw how the socialist leaders feared the revolution, they forgot their own fears and organized the fascist squads who instituted a rule of terror throughout the country, killing thousands of revolutionary workers, raiding their homes, and becoming masters of the situation. Cerati undertook to prepare for the revolution by systematic propaganda and organization. What he accomplished was the disorganization of the revolutionary forces and the victory of the fascists. The Communist International foresaw these developments, and it said to the leaders of the Italian Socialist Party, "You maintain that the Italian proletariat is not yet ready to seize power. Well, if that is true, the greater must be the preparation for the struggle for power. And the first step is to break with the reformists, with Trotti, Trev, D'Aragona. They are few in number, but they control the proletarian mass organizations, the trade unions and cooperatives, as well as the parliamentary fraction. They are enemies of the proletarian revolution, advocates of class collaboration." Cerati swore that they were not traitors to the proletariat, that they were disciplined comrades who would submit to the will of the party. And he decided to break with the Communist International rather than break with this handful of reformist bureaucrats. Now the parliamentary fraction is rebelling against the Central Committee and is coming out openly for collaboration with the bourgeoisie, for taking part in the bourgeois government. And Cerati is forced to threaten to break with the reformists, a step which he fought so stubbornly at Leghorn. What has happened? The attacks of the fascist squads have met with success. The weakest strata of the proletariat, the agricultural laborers, the workers in small towns, abandoned by the passivity of the Italian Socialist Party to the White Terror, allowed themselves to be persuaded by the reformist trade union bureaucrats, parliamentarians, and municipal councillors that they would be freed of this terror if the Socialist Party joined the government and got control of the state machine. That is nothing but an illusion. We do not know if the bourgeoisie will still take the Trev, Trottis, Modiglianis, and Dragons into the government. They do not need them now that they have demoralized the proletariat, have helped the bourgeoisie to disarm the workers. But even if they do take them in, it is ludicrous to think of fighting the fascists with the help of the bourgeois apparatus. The fascists get weapons from the bourgeois monarchist army, the officials work together with them, and the government is as powerless against the fascists as it is strong with them. Cerati and his followers are talking of setting up an independent socialist party to fight the reformists. How will he fight them? What will his fight consist of? That is the question. The reformists can be fought only by mustering the working class for the fight against the fascist attack, by leading the proletariat along the road of struggle. This is the road pointed out by the Italian communists in their proposals to the Alleanza di Livorno, in which they indicate concretely what the workers should do to save their skins. If Cerati has really recognized his mistakes, he will have no choice but to reconsider everything that he has said and written against the Communist International. He feared to prepare for the revolutionary struggle, and now he can see that to renounce it was preparation for the victory of the fascists. If it were a question merely of Sarati, we might mock him, Toulouse Voulou, Georges Danton. But behind Sarati there are still tens of thousands of workers, and so we say, every party can make mistakes. Honest workers' leaders can also make mistakes, but they must prove their honesty by recognizing their mistakes, learning from them, and finding the way back to the correct road of struggle marked out for the proletarians of the entire world by the Communist International. Extracts from an essay statement on the decision of the Poale Zion not to affiliate to the Third International. 25th of July 1922 in Précaire, 2, 148, p. 954. July 29, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. At its meeting on September 21, 1920, the ESI approved the work of the Poale Zion, Socialist Labour Party of Palestine, but affirmed that it was not quite free of bourgeois nationalist prejudices. Its resolution on the question suggested that the Poale Zion put into operation the decisions of the Second Comintern Congress and change its name. The ESI would then consider its application to join. The Poale Zion reported in 1921 that it had expelled its reformist and centrist members and again requested admission to the International. The ESI, at its meeting after the Third World Congress, stipulated that the Poale Zion should call a Congress to decide on the dissolution of the organization, and that within 2 months of the Congress its members should join their national sections of the Comintern. The Congress was also to make a radical break with Zionist tendencies and theories, and to disavow Zionist colonial aspirations in Palestine, which served the interests of British imperialism. The Communists in Poale Zion resigned at the time of the Fourth Comintern Congress and enrolled individually in their national communist parties. End of exposition. To the communists of all countries, to the Jewish proletariat, the Congress of the Poale Zion World Federation has taken its decision on the conditions of admission to the Communist International jointly discussed by the ESI and representatives of the majority and minority in the Federation. The Congress rejected these conditions. That makes the situation clear. Since the Third Congress, the petty bourgeois, nationalist, and opportunist elements in the majority of the delegations to the Federation have tried to sabotage and damp down the urge of the proletarian and communist elements for amalgamation with the Communist International. A condition of admission to the Communist International is the abandonment of the nationalist opportunist Palestine program and the dissolution of the World Federation and the entry of the Jewish proletarian communist elements into the national sections, the communist parties. The ESI was prepared to make great concessions in the sphere of propaganda and organization in order to facilitate the development of the backward section of the Jewish proletariat towards communism. The ESI makes it the duty of the national sections to initiate strong action against the petty bourgeois sectarians. The theme of Palestine, the attempt to divert the Jewish working masses from the class struggle by propaganda in favor of large-scale Jewish settlement in Palestine, is not only nationalist and petty bourgeois but counter-revolutionary in its effect. If the broad working masses are moved by this idea and so diverted from an effective struggle against their Jewish and non-Jewish capitalist exploiters, the national sections of the ESI must everywhere support the minority of the Poale Zion World Federation in their struggle against the majority insofar as they have accepted the conditions of admission and leave the World Federation in order to adhere to the national sections of the Comintern. The only possible attitude of communists to the Poale Zion Federation after its rejection of the conditions of admission is one of complete hostility. Extracts from an ESI manifesto to the German and French proletariat on the Cologne Conference of the German and French Communist Parties. 2nd of September 1922 in Précaire, 2, 177, p. 1172. September 7, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The German and French Communist parties had held a conference in Cologne in August 1922, to consider the reparations crisis, which the London Conference had failed to solve. Their manifesto said that, the bourgeois having failed, it was up to the workers of the two countries to take on the job. The German economy was facing ruin, and the German people starving. The ruin of the German working class would affect the standards of the French, while French ambitions in the war, which brought France into conflict with England, threatened to start a new war. The slogans issued by the conference were, "Down with Versailles," "No occupation of the Ruhr," "No occupation of German territory." The need for cooperation between the French and German proletariat was specifically noted in the French Communist Party program. The CPF and the CGTU issued a joint manifesto against the threat of the occupation of the Ruhr. At the Fourth Comintern Congress, Rosmer complained that the disputes within the French party had preoccupied its energies to such a degree that it had been unable to do anything to carry out the decisions reached at the Cologne Conference. End of exposition. To the German and French proletariat, to the international working class, men and women workers. The Communist International cordially welcomes the joint conference of the Communist parties of Germany and France in Cologne and their decision to initiate a joint struggle against the attempt to operate the disintegrating Versailles Treaty at the expense of the German and French working class. The German working class would be still further exploited while the French would be driven into new militarist adventures. Only energetic action by the proletarians of both countries can prevent the bourgeoisie, who have demonstrated their complete inability to revise the Versailles Treaty in a reasonable fashion, from plunging the world into new military adventures. The Communist International warns the German and French working class against placing any hopes in the attempts at agreement which the bourgeois governments will certainly again make. They cannot come to an agreement despite their fear of war because their interests differ so widely. While the English bourgeoisie are primarily concerned with the restoration of the European market and are therefore inclined to grant concessions to Germany, the French bourgeoisie, afraid to cover the budget deficit by taxing the peasants, because that would bring about the collapse of the national bloc, and urged forward in their policy of destroying Germany by the greed of French heavy industry which wants to unite the coal of the Rhine-Westphalia district with the iron ore of Brie and Lorraine, which would give it industrial and therefore political hegemony in Europe, are driven to the policy of destroying Germany. They will therefore go on tackling the problem, but they are not in a position to resolve it. The Communist International warns you against the hope that the diplomats of the Second and 2.5 Internationals and the Amsterdam Trade Union International are in a position to restrain the bourgeoisie from their criminal policy. The Communist International calls on you to grasp the necessity of calling a halt to the bourgeois governments by action. It is not a question of a few demonstrations. What is needed is direct energetic agitation in the factories to arouse the sleepy and the irresolute to the realization that the situation is no less serious now than it was in 1914. What the bourgeoisie must learn is that on the day when they attempt to carry out their threats all the wheels will stop. You can only do that if you close your ranks. More than ever is it necessary for the proletarian united front to be established. The Second and 2.5 Internationals have on their conscience the crime of having sabotaged the World Proletarian Congress which we demanded at the Berlin Conference of the Three Internationals in order to organize the proletariat in common for the essential fight. What did not succeed by means of agreement from above must be won by unity from below, by the spontaneous drive of the proletarians of all countries in defiance of the leaders who want to avoid the struggle. Workers of France, we summon you to revolutionary struggle against the policy of your government, against French imperialism, not in order to help German imperialism to get on its feet again, but so that the removal of the military pressure of French imperialism may liberate the forces of the German proletariat for the German Revolution. Workers of Germany, we summon you to fight against the German bourgeois social democratic government, for a proletarian workers' government, which will relieve the French masses of the fear of a resurgence of German militarism and help them to liberate themselves from the spell of nationalism. ISI Manifesto on Turkey. September 25, 1922 in Precauer, 2, 189, p. 1251. September 27, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. Early in 1920 Kemal and his supporters established a center in Ankara, independent of Constantinople, with a program of fighting for national independence. Small British forces occupied Constantinople in March. In April 1920 Kemal established a rival government and made friendly overtures to Russia. The Allied peace terms for Turkey, published in May 1920, drew the Kemalists and Bolsheviks closer together. In the summer of 1921, Greek forces, supported by the British, advanced against the Turks in Anatolia. Kemal's counterattack, launched in May 1922, ended with the complete defeat of the Greeks, but the British garrison remained in Constantinople. In their war with Greece, the Turks received material and moral support from Russia. The danger of further hostilities was avoided by agreement to negotiate a new peace treaty to replace the Sèvres Treaty and a new regime for the Straits. These were concluded at the Lausanne Conference in 1923. On September 24, 1922, that is, the day before this manifesto, the Soviet Commissariat for Foreign Affairs had addressed a note to a number of countries, including Britain and France, interpreting British policy as a threat to Turkey and Russia, and warning them against repeating the mistakes which arise from ignoring the vital interests of the states concerned in deciding the future of the Straits. No decision taken without Russia will be final and enduring. In an article published early in October 1922, Radek explained that Russia supported Turkey fiercely, because everything that strengthens the Eastern peoples, oppressed and exploited by international imperialism, also strengthens Soviet Russia, which is threatened by the same danger. And secondly, because Russia was deeply interested in ensuring that the ships carrying grain to Russia, and oil from Russia should not be held up by orders from the British Admiralty. End of exposition. September 1922. Peace to the Turkish people. War on European imperialism. Men and women workers. Events of the greatest historical import are developing in the Near East. The capitalists of the victorious Entente have condemned the Turkish people to death. They have torn Turkey in pieces and surrounded it with a ring of states which, too weak to exist in their own right, are condemned to be perpetually incited against the Turkish people. Hounds acting for the Entente. Constantinople, the Turkish capital, became an Allied war camp. English and French warships trained their guns on it. Turkey was to be forever at the mercy of Allied arms. But, inspired by the sight of the fighting and triumphant Red Army, the Turkish people, although exhausted by a series of wars, took to the battle and have for 3 years defended themselves. They put the Greek army, equipped by England, to flight. With the exception of Constantinople and the Dardanelles, Asia Minor has been freed from foreign armies. The victory of the Turkish army demonstrates again that the power of tyrants is not unbounded, and that the chains of slavery forged at Versailles break like glass when nations rise for their freedom. But the defeat of England's vassal Greece does not mean the final defeat of Entente imperialism. Constantinople and the Dardanelles are still in the hands of the Allies. That means that the Allies can still not only threaten Turkey but use the Dardanelles to send their warships into the Black Sea against Soviet Russia. English imperialism has the impudence to threaten a new war in the name of the freedom of the seas if Turkey should dare to occupy its capital and the shores of its own country. It is not many years since the blood of English and Australian workers was shed in Gallipoli in order that English imperialism might rule Russia and Turkey. But English imperialism again dares to threaten the world with a new war. If it succeeds in carrying out its threats, it will be the blood not only of English and Turkish soldiers but other peoples too that will flow. In the last few years, France has helped Turkey because as a competitor it wanted to weaken England's position in the East and use this to bargain for freedom to exploit the German people. But if it should come to a showdown, if Turkey were to stretch out its hands to the shores of the Straits, France would be on England's side, because French imperialism fears to lose England's help in the exploitation of Germany. It can demonstrate against England but it cannot break with English imperialism. Thus the French workers too would have to fight again for the joint rule of the Entente. But the war would not be restricted to these peoples. The Entente would drag in Serbia and Romania, Italy and Greece, and the fire once started in the Balkans would spread further and again make Europe into one vast battlefield. If that were to be avoided by Turkish surrender, it would only mean that the war in the Near East would be postponed. Turkey cannot exist with the knife of the Entente in its back, and Russia is not secure so long as its grain and coal areas are within the operational scope of the English Navy. The Turkish government is not a government of workers and peasants. It is a government of the officer class, a government of intellectuals, a government which certainly does not correspond to our ideals. There is therefore no doubt that as Turkey develops economically, the Turkish working class will have to fight against the government. But the Turkish workers understand that, whatever their attitude to this government, Turkey's fight is the fight of a poor peasant people against enslavement by international capital, and the international proletariat must in its own interest and regardless of its attitude to the Turkish government, do everything it can to prevent Entente imperialism from taking up arms again against Turkey and from shedding the blood of the European proletariat once more in the interests of English world domination. Men and women workers, and, above all, workers of England, France, Italy, Serbia, and Romania. It is your duty to fight with all your strength against any attempt at military action against Turkey. It is your duty to use all your forces to prevent the Entente from forcing Turkey to abandon the Straits to the Allies, which would be the prelude to new wars. The questions now being decided in the Near East are questions of life and death, not only for the people living on the Black Sea but also for the European proletariat. Down with English imperialism. Freedom and peace to the Turkish people. Down with new imperialist wars. Down with the diplomatic hucksters. Extracts from a letter from the EC to the Italian Socialist Party. October 1922 in Precaur, 2, 197, p. 1323. October 10, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. At the Rome Congress of the Italian Socialist Party in October 1922, Cerati, with 32,000 votes, split from the right wing, which mustered 29,000 votes, and voted for affiliation to the Third International. Writing at this time, Zinoviev said that objectively, Italy is still the country nearest to revolution. This letter was addressed to the left-wing majority at its opening session. After the split, Bordiga, and other Italian delegates to the Fourth Comintern Congress, expressed misgivings about accepting Cerati and his followers, known as Maximalists, into the Communist Party. The split, he argued, did not denote any change in Cerati's policy, but merely demonstrated its bankruptcy. At its meeting on December 31, 1922, the Committee of the Italian Socialist Party decided to accept the Fourth Congress resolution on the Italian question, and instructed their delegates remaining in Moscow to continue with the practical work of amalgamation. The resolution was cautious in tone, and one group, which included Nenni, at that time editor of Avanti, was opposed to fusion with the CPI. Negotiations were not completed when, early in 1923, the leaders of both parties were arrested. 4 members of the Italian Socialist Party were present at the Fourth Congress, with consultative voice. End of exposition. The split between Maximalists and Reformists in Italy has at last been completed. What the Communist International demanded 2 years ago has inevitably come about. The necessary surgical operation was delayed for 2 years. The disease was neglected, and that of course has done untold harm to the organism of the Italian Socialist Party. The Italian working class has suffered enormous losses because of the mistakes made in 1920 by the Maximalist leaders. The bourgeoisie exploited the mistakes of the socialists to consolidate their own position and to begin an unconcealed and cynical offensive against the Italian working class. Today every honest Maximalist worker realizes that in 1920 the Maximalist leaders made a terrible mistake, when he is told that the split is necessary in 1922, but was not yet necessary in 1920 because, as was said at the time, there were no concrete facts to prove the treachery of the reformists. Such a statement is either childish or a blameworthy attempt to conceal the real meaning of events from the workers. Nobody can claim to be a leader of the proletarian masses who is able to draw the right conclusion only slowly. After the lapse of a few years, a leader of the proletarian masses is one who is able to recognize a new trend at the very beginning, to warn the workers in time of the threatening danger. That is precisely what Marxists are for. They study the course of the class struggle and know how to reach conclusions about it and to fight against dangers as soon as they begin to appear. At the end of 1922 it is indeed quite easy to see where reformism has led us, for it has already gone over body and soul into the bourgeois camp. The Communist International saw that in good time, but a few Maximalist leaders either did not see it or deliberately closed their eyes to the treachery of the reformists. However that may be, the situation of the Italian working class today is so terrible that those whose sole concern is the interests of the proletariat should not spend too much time on arguing who is right and who wrong. The most vital and urgent task in Italy is to unite all revolutionary forces as quickly as possible and to build up the bloc of the proletariat against the bloc of the reformist, fascist, and imperialist forces. Comrade Maximalists. Two roads lie before you. Either you will try to create some kind of middle thing, a so-called independent center party, and in that case your party will in 6 months' time or in a year again become the prey of the reformists and the bourgeoisie. In the present conditions in Italy and the present phase of the class struggle, such an independent centrist middle party could for a few years lead a wretched existence but would inevitably be condemned to a shameful end. Or you will take the other road and come out resolutely and without turning aside for unification with the Communist Party of Italy. This is the true road of revolutionary struggle, and to do this you must come back under the banner of the Communist International. Choose, comrades. Your Congress must consider the significance of the situation and of the choice. Take care. While you have at last broken the rusty chains which bound you to the reformist traitors, the Second and 2.5 Internationals are at the same time uniting. The 2.5 International has ceased to exist. It has capitulated and waits on the mercy of the Yellow Social Democrats. Is it possible for you to fail to see the enormous significance of this event in the camp of the international labor movement? Is it possible for you still not to see that there are only two roads, the Second International, the Two-Faced International, and the Communist International, the International of Class Struggle? You must choose. The ISI is inspired by the sincere desire to do everything it can to facilitate your return to the banner of the Communist International. The situation of the Italian working class is such that you must be given the opportunity to put your point of view to the Third International and to hear its opinions on those questions which are of the most vital importance for the Italian working class movement. Recognizes the necessity of forming as quickly as possible a joint proletarian committee of action in common with the Italian Communist Party, which is the only representative of the Communist International in Italy today. This action committee should try to organize in the trade union and political field, regardless of the deep differences which still exist, a joint struggle against the bourgeoisie and against the reformists, which would be the best way of preparing the unity of the truly revolutionary forces in Italy. We repeat, your fate is in your own hands. Further mistakes, further hesitation and irresolution, would be tantamount in fact to treachery to the Italian working class. The essay to the Congress of the French Communist Party. 6th of October 1922 in Précaire, 2, 197, p. 1323. October 10, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The Second Congress of the French Communist Party opened in Paris on October 15, 1922 with Manilsky and Humbridt as EC delegates. Attempts made before the opening to get agreement between the left and center had failed. A joint center-left, Frossard sovereign, resolution on the United Front had been agreed on for submission to the Congress. But the two groups entered into public controversy before the Congress opened. The left had also prepared a resolution on the trade union question, but this was withdrawn when the CGTU made it clear that its acceptance would mean a break between the CGTU and the CPF. In committee, Manilsky proposed that the Central Committee should consist of equal numbers of the left and center. Equal representation should also be established in the political bureau, with the EC delegate holding a casting vote. The proposals were not subject to amendment, and Frossard, for the center, objected to the implied choice between obedience and rebellion, and to the total exclusion of the right wing. It was up to the Congress itself to decide the composition of the central bodies. The voting, after a speech by Manilsky to the plenary session, was 1,516 for his proposal, to accept the EC suggestions until the Fourth World Congress met, against 1,698 for Cushin's list of 24 centrists, with 814 abstentions. The last session continued throughout the night till noon of the following day. In an earlier letter to the French Communist Party, dated September 13, 1922, the EC attributed the internal crisis in the French party to its failure to discard reformist and anarcho-syndicalist ideas. The right wing gained confidence as the proletarian revolution slowed down and Russia's difficulties increased. They challenged the right of the International to intervene, and suggested that Comintern decisions were dictated by passing Russian interests. The new Central Committee must embody the unification of the left and center against the right wing, and must have a working-class majority. Verfel, elected candidate member of the Central Committee at the Marseille Congress, collaborated with Fabre on the Journal du Peuple. He had been expelled by the Seine Federation of the CPF. Following the Congress, 3 leading members of the left wing, Souverain, Trent, and Dunois, resigned their posts on the ground that the Congress decisions implied a break with the International. The new Central Committee issued an appeal to the party asking the members to wait until the 4th Comintern Congress decided whether the French party could be deprived of its right to choose the men who were to lead it. End of exposition. On the eve of the opening of the Paris Congress of the French Communist Party, the situation in the party has become so complicated that ISI finds itself compelled, in addition to the documents already published, to address the following remarks to the Congress. 1. The ISI asks the Paris Congress to take a formal vote by roll call on the 21 conditions accepted by the Second World Congress of the Comintern. It will be better for the French party as well as for the Comintern to get the position on this question completely clear. Of course, if the French Communist Party wishes to put before the 4th Congress proposals for changing the 21 conditions, the Paris Congress has every right to do so. The 4th Congress will examine with the utmost care and attention any proposal put forward by the Paris Congress. 2. Since the majority of the old Central Committee, to the astonishment of the Comintern executive, did not exclude from the party Verfil and the comrades who share his views, even after their last flagrantly anti-communist action, the ISI finds itself compelled to notify the Paris Congress that it no longer regards as members of the Comintern Raoul Verfil and those who sign the well-known appeal which begins with the words, "La situation dans laquelle le parti se trouve." The contents of this appeal completely corroborate the previous statement of the ISI that Raoul Verfil and his adherents are malicious enemies of communism who remained in the Communist Party of France only in order to disrupt it from within. Should the Paris Congress disagree with the ISI on this question, the final decision will be left to the 4th World Congress of the Comintern. The ISI again asks the Congress to give a clear appraisal of all the important questions which at present divide the French party. The grave lessons learnt by the Italian party when, after 2 difficult years full of mistakes and vacillations, it was forced to recognize the correctness of the Comintern's demands, should not be uselessly lost. The Comintern is convinced that the Paris Congress will put an end to all hesitations and create a real communist party worthy to lead the heroic French proletariat. The 4th Congress of the Communist International. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. Reporting for the Mandates Commission, Eberlein announced an attendance of 394. Of these, 340 had full voting rights, 48 a consultative voice, and 6 were admitted as guests. 4 of these had come from Turkey, where there were 2 parties. 4 Koreans had arrived. The dissensions within the Korean party were so wide and persistent that, said Eberlein, it was impossible to discover who were the actual delegates. 2 Koreans had been admitted as guests, and 2 had been turned away. There were also present 4 members of the Italian Socialist Party, and 3 members of the opposition within the Czech Communist Party. 2 representatives of the Foreign Bureau of the Persian Communist Party had also arrived, but as this bureau had been dissolved by the ISI more than 6 months previously, they were not admitted. Zinoviev in his concluding speech reported 65 delegations from 62 countries. There had been 52 delegations at the 3rd Congress. Later reports give the figure of 408 delegates, of whom 343 had voting rights, from 58 countries. Throughout the Congress there was open conflict between the United States delegates. According to one speaker, 4,000 left-wing members of the party had been expelled, and another 1,000 had left of their own accord. In the discussion of the trade union theses the 2 sides accused each other of misrepresentation, and when the list of nominees for the executive was put forward, Billings, one of the American delegates, protested against the nomination as candidate of Damon. The American delegation, he said, had selected himself for this. Kolarov presented the list of nominations for the new executive endorsed by the Presidium. Amendments introduced by Norwegian, Dutch, Austrian, and Swiss delegates were rejected, and the entire list was voted unanimously en bloc. Zinoviev rebuked the federalist action of the Dutch, Austrian, and Swiss delegates who had formed a bloc to get a representative onto the executive. In his final speech, Zinoviev summarized the work of the Congress as giving precise and practical content to the more general decisions of former Congresses. The Comintern was at last acting as an international party, giving advice and differentiated instructions to its members on all questions relevant to the victory of the World Revolution. Reporting in April 1923 to the Russian Communist Party, Bukharin said that 9/10 of the significance of the Fourth Congress consisted in this, that it interfered in the affairs of the national sections. The chief defects in the national parties were a deficient degree of internationalism, a lack of tactical flexibility, and a shortage of skilled cadres. Lenin's speech on 5 years of the Russian Revolution and the prospects of the World Revolution was pessimistic in tone. It was devoted largely to an explanation of the retreat to the new economic policy introduced in Russia in the spring of 1921. I think we must take note of this. From the viewpoint of the Communist International, and of the advanced West European countries, in drawing up the program of the Comintern, they should not take a final decision at the Congress because, inter alia, we have given scarcely any thought to the possibility of retreat, and of securing this retreat. In view of the fundamental change that has taken place in the world. We cannot absolutely ignore this question. We must not only know how to act when we are passing to the offensive and are victorious. If the enemy possesses sufficient power of endurance, he can rally his forces, and so forth. He can easily provoke us to attack him, and then throw us back for many years. That is why I think that the idea that we must prepare for the possibility of retreat is very important. Even from the practical point of view, all the parties which are preparing to pass to the direct onslaught upon capitalism in the near future must now also think of securing for themselves the possibility of retreat. At the end of his speech he repeated his appeal for caution and deliberation. I think that after 5 years of the Russian Revolution the most important thing for all of us, Russian and foreign comrades alike, is to sit down and study. I do not know how long the capitalist powers will permit us to enjoy the opportunity to study in peace. But we must take advantage of every moment of respite, to start learning from the beginning. We must tell both the Russian and the foreign comrades that the most important thing in the ensuing period is to study. We are studying in the general sense. They, however, must study in the special sense in order that they may really understand the organization, structure, method, and content of revolutionary activity. If they do that, I am sure the prospects of the world revolution will be not only good, but excellent. End of exposition. Extracts from a manifesto to the Italian workers passed at the opening session of the Fourth Comintern Congress. November 5, 1922. Protocol 4, p. 18. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. A manifesto issued by the Italian Communist Party on 29 October referred to the conflict between the constitutional and fascist forces and said that the workers could not show solidarity either with the present system of government with its so-called constitutional democratic guarantees or with the fascist dictatorship. The proletariat must muster its forces and act as an independent participant against both enemies. A bloc between the proletariat and the Democrats, that is, a coalition, means the final disarming of the proletariat in its struggle against the rule of the employer. Anybody who proposed collaboration with other classes was to be denounced as an agent of capitalist exploitation. Mussolini became prime minister on the following day, October 30, 1922. His party held fewer than 10% of the seats in parliament. Writing a few days later in Un Précaire, Terracini contended that the events of 27 October to 1 November did not constitute a coup d'état or a revolution. The class situation in Italy was unchanged. The existing state of affairs had been confirmed, hardened, legalized. The fascist action was part of the attempt to re-establish bourgeois state power. Italian parliamentary democracy had accomplished its task of whittling away the post-war gains of the proletariat. The bourgeoisie had had time to pull themselves together, and the bourgeois state had now put an end to an expensive form of dualism. The proletariat was confused and disorganized. The split in the Socialist Party, and the preoccupation both of the Communist Party, which was not unanimously in favor of fusion with the SPI, and of the Socialist Party, with internal affairs, had paralyzed the forces of the proletariat. On 28 October, the Trade Union Committee of the Communist Party had addressed a letter to all Italian trade unions suggesting united action and proposing a general strike. But the fascist coup had come sooner than they expected, and the communists had now gone over to an illegal system, preparations for which had been made over the past year. End of exposition. Dear brothers, comrades, workers, peasants of Italy. On the solemn opening day of the Fourth World Congress of the Third International, which coincides with the 5th anniversary of the victory of the proletarian revolution in Russia, the International of Communists addresses itself to you. For the events which have occurred during the last few days in your country place your struggle against the naked reaction which is rising against you in the very foreground. 2 years ago the Communist International strongly recommended the leaders of the then United Italian Party to go over to the offensive. The Communist International expressly urged that the adherents of compromise, the opportunist wing, should be shaken off, and that, taking advantage of the panic among the bourgeoisie and of the mounting revolutionary sentiments among the working masses after the trials of the war and the disappointments of the peace, a decisive blow be dealt at the old order. But the opinion of those who inclined to half measures and prudence gained the upper hand. The fascists have become masters of the situation, they have established a dictatorship, and trodden underfoot democracy and legality. Those false decorations which won the naive admiration of the feeble leaders of Italian socialism. With fire and sword they are completing the destruction of the workers' organizations, against which, with the support of the state which they now completely control, they had already waged an unrelenting struggle. But do not despair. The fight is not yet lost. Your victory is certain if you act resolutely and correctly. In the most important industrial centers, Turin, Milan, Venice, and Trieste, the forces of the proletariat are still unbroken and can get ready for defense comparatively quickly. The Italian Communist Party, having broken in time with those irresolute elements which behind the mask of maximalism pursued tactics of weakening and of concessions which a year ago went as far as a treaty of peace with the fascist gangs, the Communist Party holds high the red flag, and will summon not only all socialists who are still capable of revolutionary action, not only all the working masses and the class-conscious peasants, but also all honest people who regard the approaching black cloud of reaction with horror, to rally to the banner. You must remember that, while the revolutionary forces in Italy are not so weak as the panic-mongers say, the fascist forces are much weaker than their friends and admirers maintain. Not only will a substantial part of the radically minded democracy turn away from them, in the camp of your direct class enemies itself there is no unity. The fascists are, primarily, a weapon in the hands of the large landowners. The industrial and commercial bourgeoisie are following with anxiety the experiment of ferocious reaction, which they regard as black Bolshevism. On the other hand, apart from such politically indeterminate elements which are, however, energetic when it comes to a direct fight, as the reactionary students, demobilized officers, and simple rogues, the fascists also have battalions composed of workers, rural proletarians, and part of the peasantry. These elements will soon realize how deceptive were the promises which attracted them into this counter-revolutionary adventure and turned them into an army of the landlords against their kindred. Finally, fascism means an adventurist foreign policy. Fascism, which has no program and no ideals, no firm and uniform class basis, will very soon create a movement of public indignation against itself. We must direct this movement into our own channels. The entire Communist International is with you, dear comrades. It is carefully watching the different stages of your difficult and responsible struggle. It is drawing the attention of the proletarians of all countries to the serious tactical errors of opportunism and semi-opportunism, and it will be happy to refer to the later history of your movement as an example of how such mistakes can be corrected. The Communist International is ready to support you in this struggle, to give you all the help in its power. Resolution of the 4th Comintern Congress on the report of the ISI. November 1922 Thesent Resolution in 4 p. 5. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. Zinoviev reported for the ISI. What had become clear, he said, was that although the bourgeoisie were demonstrably incapable of ruling, the proletariat was not yet ready to take their place. The International had been described as an international of action, but it would require years and years to accomplish the action. In a later speech, Radek said that the broad masses of the proletariat have lost belief in their ability to conquer power in any foreseeable time. The conquest of power as an immediate task of the day is not on the agenda. Zinoviev dealt with the relations between the ISI and the major parties. Contact with the German party was maintained better than with any other. The Third Congress had not been severe enough with the French party. It was to the left wing in that party that the Comintern owed its moral support. The ISI still had serious differences with the Italian party, where abstentionist and anti-parliamentary tendencies had not yet been eliminated. If the Italian party had seized power in the autumn of 1920, it might have suffered Hungary's fate, but it had come out too late with the slogan of a workers' government. The ISI had held 30 meetings since the Third Congress, and the Presidium had met 75 times. The problems of the French party had been on the agenda 42 times, of the Italian party 31 times, of the German party 27, and of the Russian party once. The executive had considered and advanced the theses and resolutions to be submitted to national party congresses. Since the Third Congress, the Presidium had sent 54 delegates to various countries. The numerous divisions and conflicts within some sections, Bukharin said later, the struggles of fractions and groups, required the most authoritative intervention. In the commission, the report of the ISI had been passed against the votes of 2 delegations. In the full Congress it was passed against 1 vote, with 16 abstentions. The abstentions included the Italian delegation, who disapproved both of the United Front policy and the attitude to the Italian question. End of exposition. The Fourth World Congress of the ISI fully approves the political work of the ISI, which has correctly carried out during the last 15 months the decisions of the Third World Congress and correctly applied them to individual political situations. In particular, the Congress fully approves the tactic of the United Front as formulated by the ISI in the theses of December 1921 and in the subsequent executive documents on this question. The Fourth C Congress approves the attitude adopted by the ISI in the French CP crisis, in the events in the Italian workers' movement, in the Norwegian and the Czechoslovakian communist parties. Purely practical questions of detail concerning these parties will be dealt with in special commissions whose decisions will be subsequently examined by the Congress. Bearing in mind the events which have occurred in some parties, the Fourth Congress again notes and confirms that in the periods between World Congresses the ISI is the supreme body of the entire communist movement and that its decisions are binding on all affiliated parties. It follows from this, in particular, that any violation of the decisions of the executive on the pretext of an appeal to the next Congress is an open breach of discipline. For the ISI to allow such behavior would be tantamount to the complete frustration of any systematic and unified activity by the ISI. As to the doubts expressed in the French CP about the interpretation of Article 9 of the ISI statutes, the Fourth Congress declares that this article gives the ISI the unconditional right to expel individuals and groups who, in the opinion of the ISI, are hostile to communism, from the ISI and consequently from their own national sections also. It is obvious that the ISI is compelled to apply Article 9 of the statutes if the national party in question does not display, through its leading bodies, the necessary energy and vigilance in protecting the party from non-communist elements. The Fourth Congress of the ISI again confirms the 21 conditions elaborated by the Second Congress, and instructs the next executive to supervise their effective execution very strictly. More than ever before, the ISI must in future be an international proletarian organization which relentlessly fights any kind of opportunism, an organization built on the principles of the strictest democratic centralism. Open letter to the communists and working people of Turkey adopted at the Fourth Comintern Congress. 20th of November 1922 Thesmt Resolution N. 4, p. 119. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. For a brief period the Turkish government had permitted the Turkish Communist Party to exist legally. It was outlawed in October 1922. Having defeated Greece, and gained the acquiescence of the Allied governments to the abrogation of the Sevres Treaty, the Turkish government was no longer in need of Russian diplomatic support, and was anxious not to arouse antagonism before the Lausanne Conference by maintaining close ties with Russia. The Turkish delegate who moved the resolution gave a long account of Kemal Pasha's betrayal and persecution of the Turkish communists. In the debate on the theses on the Eastern question, Radek said, We do not for a moment regret telling the Turkish Communists that their first task after the formation of the party was to support the national liberation movement. Even now, with the persecutions, we say to our Turkish comrades, do not let the present moment blind you to the near future. Defend yourselves against your persecutors. But do not forget that historically the time has not yet come to take up the decisive battle. You have still far to go. At the 12th Congress of the Russian Communist Party, Bukharin said that, despite the persecution of the Communists, Turkey was playing a revolutionary part because it was an instrument in the destruction of imperialism. End of exposition. The 4th Congress of the Third International, which coincides with the 5th anniversary of the Great Proletarian Revolution, sends its warmest greetings to the workers and peasants of Turkey on the success of their heroic struggle for independence against Western imperialism. Turkish comrades, it is you who have given the entire enslaved East and all colonial countries the living example of a revolutionary independence movement. But the latest events have shown that the nationalist bourgeois government wishes to appropriate to itself the fruits of this victory won at the cost of your immense sacrifices. The nationalist government in Ankara is ready to come to terms with the imperialists for the sake of certain concessions in favor of the Turkish grand bourgeoisie. It is inaugurating this new policy by dissolving the party, suppressing all its organizations, making mass arrests, treating the arrested comrades barbarously, and finally by closing down the Turkish Workers' Union in Constantinople. The Communist Party of Turkey has always supported the bourgeois national government in the struggle of the working masses against imperialism. The Communist Party of Turkey even proved its readiness, faced by the common enemy, to make temporary sacrifices in regard to its program and ideals. The attitude of the government towards the Communist Party can be explained by the fact that they want to get rid of the class-conscious representatives of the working class and the peasantry, who will demand the fulfillment of the promises of democratic reforms made in order to win our support, and to appear at the Lausanne Conference as a truly bourgeois government. The bourgeois government of Turkey dares to commit crimes against you and your representatives which are bound to arouse the greatest indignation among the entire world proletariat, at whose head stands the Russian proletariat who, at the most difficult moment, when all the imperialist and capitalist classes joined forces to strangle the working people of Turkey, shrank from no material sacrifice. In preparation for an understanding with imperialism, the nationalist government wants to annihilate your real representatives and separate them from your friends outside. The 4th Congress of the Communist International protests emphatically against this barbarous act and considers it its duty to declare solemnly that it is willing to support any government or political party which does not play the part of a gendarme of imperialism, which will continue the fight against imperialism in reaction, and will bring about democratic reforms in favor of the Turkish working masses. Arrested comrades. The Communist International, as the general staff and defender of the entire world proletariat, greets in you with the greatest warmth the class-conscious and most devoted representatives of the Turkish working masses. Do not forget, comrades, that the darkness of prison can never blot out the sun of revolution. Do not forget, comrades, that on the eve of the victory of the revolution the powerlessness of the ruling class is expressed in their greater brutality. At the moment when capitalism is breaking down under the weight of its own internal contradictions, and the conflicts within imperialism reach their highest point, the international bourgeoisie double their persecutions of the protagonists and builders of the new communist society. But no white terror can intimidate those who believe in inevitable and final victory. And in the place of every comrade thrown into prison or shot, hundreds of comrades come forward from the ranks of the exploited proletarian masses to carry on the struggle for liberation with greater strength. Comrades, the Third International considers it its most important task to do everything it can to rescue you from your executioners. Theses on the Eastern Question adopted by the 4th Comintern Congress. November 1922 Thesent Resolution in 4 p. 42. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The theses were drafted by the delegations from the Eastern countries in collaboration with members of the EC. They were introduced by Ravestein, Holland. The contradictions between Russian and British imperial interests, he said, submerged during the war when Russia, hoping for Constantinople, was on the British side, had again come to the surface. The Russian interest in favor of the freedom of the Straits was also in the interest of the international proletariat. The freedom of the Straits means nothing but that this world traffic center shall not be dominated by British imperialism. Since tribute from the East was a main source of capital accumulation, the independence of the Eastern world as a whole, the independence of Asia, the independence of the Muslim peoples, means in itself the end of Western imperialism, and preeminently of British imperialism, which was the most powerful enemy of all Eastern, and particularly of the Muslim peoples. The Muslim peoples have it in their power to destroy the bridges which keep the British Empire together. Speaking at an earlier session of the Congress, Malacca, Java, had asked whether and how far communists should support local boycott movements and pan-Islamic movements. Until they quarreled in 1921, the Javanese communists, numbering 13,000, had worked with the Muslim association Serikat Islam, which had millions of members, and had persuaded them to adopt communist slogans. The hostility to pan-Islam expressed by the Second Congress had damaged the position of the communists. Serikat Islam was founded in 1912, the Indonesian Communist Party was founded in May 1920 and in December voted to affiliate to the Comintern. The delegate from Tunis criticized the British and French parties because of their inactivity in the colonial question. He was in favor of support for pan-Islam, because it was an association of all Muslims against their oppressors. Roy, India, said that, since the Second Congress, the Comintern had realized that different action was required in different countries. There were colonies with a fairly strong indigenous bourgeoisie, others where capitalism was only in its initial stages, and others that were still quite primitive. Bourgeois nationalist movements in the colonies were objectively revolutionary, but if they were directed only against the foreign bourgeoisie and not against native feudalism, they represented not a class struggle, but capitalist competition. Revolutionary national movements in those countries where millions and millions are pining for national liberation, and which must free themselves economically and politically from imperialism before they can make further progress, will not succeed under the leadership of the bourgeoisie. Leadership would have to be taken over by the communist parties when the bourgeoisie deserted and betrayed the national revolution, as they were bound to do. The same argument had been put forward at the meeting of the ISI in January 1921. The bourgeois nationalists were uncertain and unreliable allies. The Comintern should base its activities on the industrial workers in countries like India, and on the peasants in less developed countries like Persia and Afghanistan. The Japanese delegate thought that a Japanese workers' insurrection was possible in the near future, and the Egyptian delegate that the red flag would soon be waving over the pyramids. Lin Yunchin, China, said in the course of the discussion, on the assumption that the anti-imperialist united front is necessary to get rid of imperialism in China, our party has decided to form a national front with a National Revolutionary Party of the Kuomintang. Members of the Communist Party joined the Kuomintang as individuals. If we do not enter this party, we shall remain isolated, preaching a communism which is, it is true, a great and sublime ideal, but which the masses do not follow. If we enter the Kuomintang, we shall be able to show the masses that we too are for revolutionary democracy, but that for us revolutionary democracy is only a means, although we do not ignore the daily demands of the masses. We can rally the masses round us and split the Kuomintang party. Safrov, and the delegates from Turkey and Persia, reproached the communist parties with having done too little about the colonial question. Radek, replying to the discussion, suggested that some of the speakers had been too optimistic. The Second Congress theses which spoke of support for the movements in the East did not refer to class struggles. Marx, too, advocated support of the bourgeoisie so long as it was revolutionary. By carrying out their historical task of supporting the liberation movements, communists gained a firm foothold among the masses. In his report for the ISI, Zinoviev said that the nucleus of parties had been formed in China, Egypt, and Turkey. They were quite small, but represented a positive advance. The theses were passed unanimously. During the course of the debate, the Japanese and Chinese delegates introduced a resolution condemning the Japanese occupation of North Sakhalin. End of exposition. General theses. The Second Comintern Congress drew up a general statement of principles on the national and colonial question in the epoch of the protracted struggle between imperialism and the proletarian dictatorship, taking as its basis Soviet experience in the East and the advance of national revolutionary movements in the colonies. Since then the struggle against imperialist oppression in the colonial and semi-colonial countries has become far more acute as the result of an intensification in the political and economic post-war crisis of imperialism. Evidence of this is seen in 1. The failure of the Sevres Treaty for the division of Turkey, and the possibility of the complete restoration of Turkey's national and political independence. 2. The tempestuous growth of the national revolutionary movement in India, Mesopotamia, Egypt, Morocco, China, and Korea. 3. The hopeless internal crisis of Japanese imperialism, which is provoking in that country a rapid growth in the elements of the bourgeois democratic revolution and the movement of the Japanese proletariat towards independent class struggle. 4. The awakening of the workers' movement in all countries of the East and the formation in practically all of them of communist parties. The facts enumerated are synonymous with a change in the social basis of the colonial revolutionary movement. This change leads to an intensification of the anti-imperialist struggle, whose leadership is no longer solely in the hands of the feudal elements and the national bourgeoisie who are prepared to compromise with imperialism. The imperialist war of 1914–18 and the subsequent continuing crisis of imperialism, above all European imperialism, have weakened the economic hold of the great powers over the colonies. On the other hand, the same factors which have narrowed the economic basis and the political influence of European capitalism have sharpened imperialist competition for colonies and thus disturbed the balance of the imperialist world system as a whole. The struggle for oil, the Anglo-French conflict in Asia Minor, Japanese-American rivalry in the Pacific, etc. Precisely this weakening of imperialist pressure on the colonies, together with the steady intensification of the rivalry between the various imperialist groups, has facilitated the development of indigenous capitalism in the colonial and semi-colonial countries. It has outgrown the narrow and restricting limits of the imperialist rule of the great powers, and this process is continuing. Until now, great power capital has striven to isolate the backward countries from world trade, and thus make sure of its monopoly rights to super profits from the commercial, industrial, and fiscal exploitation of these countries. The demand for national and economic independence advanced by the national movement in the colonies expresses the needs of bourgeois development in these countries. The progress of indigenous productive forces in the colonies thus comes into a reconcilable conflict with the interests of world imperialism, for the essence of imperialism consists in exploiting the different stages of development of the productive forces in the different areas of world economy to gain monopoly super profits. 2. The conditions of struggle. The backwardness of the colonies is expressed in that variety of national revolutionary movements against imperialism which reflects the different stages of transition from feudal and feudal patriarchal relations to capitalism. This variety gives a special stamp to the ideology of this movement. To the extent that capitalism in the colonial countries arises on feudal foundations, and develops in distorted and incomplete transitional forms, which give commercial capital predominance, the differentiation of bourgeois democracy from the feudal bureaucratic and feudal agrarian elements frequently proceeds in a devious and protracted manner. This represents the chief obstacle to a successful mass struggle against imperialist oppression, for in all backward countries alien imperialism makes the feudal, and in part also semi-feudal, semi-bourgeois, upper class of native society into an instrument for the exercise of its rule. The military governors touch Huns, in China, the native aristocracy and the land tax farmers, zemindars and talukdars, in India, the feudal bureaucracy and aristocracy in Persia, the more or less capitalist plantation owners in Egypt, etc. That is why the ruling classes among the colonial and semi-colonial peoples are unable and unwilling to lead the struggle against imperialism insofar as that struggle assumes the form of a revolutionary mass movement. Only where feudal patriarchal relations are not sufficiently disintegrated to separate the indigenous aristocracy completely from the masses, as, for example, among nomads and semi-nomads, can the representatives of these upper strata come forward as active leaders in the struggle against imperialist oppression. Mesopotamia, Mongolia. In Muslim countries the national movement at first finds its ideology in the religio-political watchwords of pan-Islam, and this enables the officials and diplomats of the great powers to exploit the prejudices and ignorance of the broad masses in the struggle against this movement. English imperialism's game with pan-Islamism and pan-Arabism. English plans to transfer the caliphate to India. French imperialism's playing on its Muslim sympathies. But to the extent that the national liberation movements grow and expand, the religio-political watchwords of pan-Islam are increasingly replaced by concrete political demands. The struggle recently waged in Turkey to deprive the caliphate of temporal power confirms this. The chief task which is common to all national revolutionary movements is to bring about national unity and achieve political independence. The real and logically consistent solution of this question depends on the extent to which such a national movement is able to break with the reactionary feudal elements and to win over the broad working masses to its cause, and in its program to give expression to the social demands of these masses. Taking full cognizance of the fact that those who represent the national will to state independence may, because of a variety of historical circumstances, be themselves of the most varied kind. The Communist International supports every national revolutionary movement against imperialism. At the same time, it does not forget that only a consistent revolutionary policy, designed to draw the broadest masses into active struggle, and a complete break with all adherents of reconciliation with imperialism for the sake of their own class domination, can lead the oppressed masses to victory. The bond between the indigenous bourgeoisie and the feudal reactionary elements enables the imperialists to exploit to the full feudal anarchy, the rivalry between different leaders and races, the antagonism between village and town, the struggle between castes and religious sects, in order to disorganize the national movement. See China, Persia, Kurdistan, Mesopotamia. 3. The agrarian question. In most Eastern countries, India, Persia, Egypt, Syria, Mesopotamia, the agrarian question is of primary importance in the struggle for emancipation from the yoke of the great powers' despotism. By exploiting and ruining the peasant majority of the backward nations, imperialism deprives them of their elementary means of existence, while industry, which is only poorly developed and confined to a few centers, is incapable of absorbing the resulting surplus agricultural population, who are also deprived of any opportunity to emigrate. The impoverished peasants remaining on the land become bondsmen. In the advanced countries before the war, industrial crises played the part of regulator of social production. In the colonies, this part is played by famine. Since imperialism has the strongest interest in getting the largest profits with the least capital outlay, in the backward countries it supports as long as possible the feudal usurer forms of exploiting labor power. In a few cases, for example India, it takes over the native feudal state's monopoly of the land and turns the land tax into tribute to great power capital and its servants, the zemindars and taukdars. In others it makes sure of its ground rents by acting through the native organizations of the large landowners, for example in Persia, Morocco, Egypt, etc. The struggle to free the land from feudal dues and restrictions thus assumes the character of a national liberation struggle against imperialism and the feudal large landowners. Examples of this were provided by the Matla Rising against the feudal landowners and the English in India in the autumn of 1921 and the Sikh Rising in 1922. Only the agrarian revolution, whose object is to expropriate the large estates, can set in motion the enormous peasant masses. It is destined to exercise a decisive influence on the struggle against imperialism. The bourgeois nationalists fear, in India, Persia, Egypt, of the agrarian watchwords, and their anxiety to prune them down as far as possible, bear witness to the close connection between the native bourgeoisie and the feudal and feudal bourgeois landlords, and to the intellectual and political dependence of the former on the latter. These vacillations and hesitations must be used by all revolutionary elements for the systematic criticism and exposure of the timidity of the bourgeois leaders of the nationalist movements. It is precisely this timidity which places obstacles in the way of organizing and rallying the working masses, as the bankruptcy of the non-cooperation tactics in India shows. The revolutionary movement in the backward countries of the East cannot be successful unless it relies on the action of the broad peasant masses. Therefore the revolutionary parties of all Oriental countries must formulate a clear agrarian program, putting forward a demand for the complete abolition of the feudal system and survivals of it in the form of large land ownership and tax farming. To draw the peasant masses into active participation in the struggle for national liberation, they must conduct propaganda for a radical change in the legal basis of land ownership, and it is also necessary to compel the bourgeois nationalist parties to adopt as much as possible of this revolutionary agrarian program. 4. The labor movement in the East. The young labor movement in the East is a product of the recent development of native capitalism. Until now, the working class in those countries, even their most advanced elements, have been in a transitional stage between craft and artisan labor and the large capitalist factory. As the bourgeois nationalist intelligentsia draws the revolutionary working class movement into the struggle against imperialism, its representatives at first also take the lead in the newly formed trade union organizations and their activities. At first, the proletariat, in these activities, does not go beyond the framework of the general national interests of bourgeois democracy, as in the strikes against the imperialist bureaucracy and administration in China and India. As the Second Comintern Congress pointed out, it often happens that the representatives of bourgeois nationalism, taking advantage of the political authority of Soviet Russia and adapting themselves to the class instincts of the workers, clothe their bourgeois democratic aspirations in a socialist or communist garb, in order, although they themselves may not always be conscious of this, to divert the embryonic proletarian associations from the direct tasks of a class organization. For example, the communist coloring given by the Yeşil Ordu party in Turkey to its Pantranianism, and the state socialism preached by some leaders of the Comintern party in China. Nevertheless, both the trade union and the political movement of the working class in the backward countries has made great progress in the last few years. The formation of independent proletarian class parties in practically all countries of the East is a significant fact, although the overwhelming majority have still a great deal to do to rid themselves of dilettantism, sectarianism, and many other defects. The fact that the Communist International from the very beginning gave due value to the future possibilities of the labor movement in the East is unusually significant, for it eloquently expresses the genuine international unification of the proletarians of the entire world under the banner of communism. Up till now, the Second and the 2.5 Internationals have found no adherents in a single one of these backward countries, precisely because they are only acting as the employees of European and American imperialism. The general tasks of communist parties in the East. While the bourgeois nationalists regard the workers' movement from the standpoint of its importance for their victory, the international proletariat appraises the young workers' movement of the East in the light of its revolutionary future. Under capitalist rule, the backward countries cannot share in the achievements of modern technology and culture without paying, by savage exploitation and oppression, enormous tribute to great power capital. The alliance with the proletariat of the advanced countries is dictated not only by the interests of the common struggle against imperialism but also by the fact that it is only from the victorious proletariat of the advanced countries that the workers of the East can get disinterested help for the development of their backward productive forces. Alliance with the proletariat of the West will clear the way for the International Federation of Soviet Republics. For backward countries, the Soviet system represents the most painless transitional form from primitive conditions of existence to the advanced communist culture which is destined to replace capitalist methods of production and distribution throughout the world economy. This is proved by the experience of the Soviet structure in the liberated colonies of the Russian Empire. Only the Soviet form of government is able to ensure the consistent execution of the peasant agrarian revolution. The specific conditions of agriculture in certain parts of the Orient, artificial irrigation, formerly maintained by the special organization of a collective labor community on a feudal patriarchal basis, and later undermined by the system of capitalist piracy, also demand a state organization which is able to meet social needs in a planned and organized manner. In view of the special climatic and historical conditions, cooperatives of small producers will have an important part to play in the transition period throughout the East generally. The objective tasks of the colonial revolution go beyond the limits of bourgeois democracy if only because a decisive victory for this revolution is incompatible with the rule of world imperialism. At first, the indigenous bourgeoisie and intelligentsia are the champions of the colonial revolutionary movements, But as the proletarian and semi-proletarian peasant masses are drawn in, the bourgeois and bourgeois agrarian elements begin to turn away from the movement in proportion as the social interests of the lower classes of the people come to the forefront. There is a long struggle ahead of the young proletariat of the colonies, a struggle covering an entire historical epoch, against imperialist exploitation and their own ruling classes, who are trying to monopolize and keep to themselves all the advantages of industrial and cultural development, while keeping the broad working masses firmly in their former prehistoric condition. This struggle for influence over the peasant masses must serve the indigenous proletariat as training for the part of political leadership. Only when they have mastered this job and won influence over the social strata nearest to them will they be in a position to come out against bourgeois democracy, which, in the conditions prevailing in the backward East, is far more hypocritical in character than it is in the West. The refusal of the communists in the colonies to take part in the struggle against imperialist tyranny, on the ground of the ostensible defense of their independent class interests, is opportunism of the worst kind, which can only discredit the proletarian revolution in the East. Equally injurious is the attempt to remain aloof from the struggle for the most urgent and everyday interests of the working class in the name of national unity or of civil peace with the bourgeois democrats. The communist workers' parties of the colonial and semi-colonial countries have a dual task. They fight for the most radical possible solution of the tasks of a bourgeois democratic revolution, which aims at the conquest of political independence, and they organize the working and peasant masses for the struggle for their special class interests, and in doing so exploit all the contradictions in the nationalist bourgeois democratic camp. By putting forward social demands they release the revolutionary energy for which the bourgeois liberal demands provide no outlet, and stimulate it further. The working class of the colonies and semi-colonies must learn that only the extension and intensification of the struggle against the imperialist yoke of the great powers will ensure for them the role of revolutionary leadership, while on the other hand only the economic and political organization and the political education of the working class and the semi-proletarian strata of the population can enlarge the revolutionary surge of the struggle against imperialism. The communist parties of the colonial and semi-colonial countries of the East, which are still in a more or less embryonic stage, must take part in every movement which gives them access to the masses. They must nonetheless wage an energetic struggle against patriarchal and craft prejudices and against the bourgeois ideology which prevails in the workers' unions, in order to safeguard these undeveloped forms of trade union organization from reformist tendencies and transform them into militant mass bodies. They must make every effort to organize the numerous agricultural laborers and apprentices of both sexes on the basis of the defense of their day-to-day interests. Vi. The United Anti-Imperialist Front. In the conditions prevailing in the West, where the transitional period is characterized by an organized gathering of forces, the slogan put forward is that of the Proletarian United Front, but in the colonial East the slogan that must be emphasized at the present time is that of the Anti-Imperialist United Front. The expediency of this slogan follows from the prospect of a prolonged and protracted struggle with world imperialism which demands the mobilization of all revolutionary elements. This mobilization is the more necessary as the indigenous ruling classes are inclined to effect compromises with foreign capital directed against the vital interests of the masses of the people. And just as in the West the slogan of the Proletarian United Front has helped and is still helping to expose social democratic betrayal of proletarian interests, so the slogan of the Anti-Imperialist United Front will help to expose the vacillation of various bourgeois nationalist groups. This slogan will also promote the development of the revolutionary will and the clarification of the class consciousness of the working masses and put them in the front ranks of those who are fighting not only against imperialism, but also against the survivals of feudalism. The workers' movement in the colonial and semi-colonial countries must first of all win for itself the position of an independent revolutionary factor in the anti-imperialist front as a whole. Only when its importance as an independent factor is recognized and its political independence secured, are temporary agreements with bourgeois democracy permissible and necessary. The proletariat supports, and itself puts forward, partial demands. For example, the demand for an independent democratic republic, for abolishing the unequal legal status of women, etc. insofar as the existing relation of forces does not allow it to make the realization of its Soviet program the immediate task. At the same time it seeks to put forward slogans which promote the creation of political ties between the peasant and semi-proletarian masses and the industrial workers' movement. It is one of the most important functions of the anti-imperialist United Front tactic to make clear to the broad working masses the necessity of an alliance with the international proletariat and the Soviet republics. The colonial revolution can triumph and maintain its conquests only side by side with the proletarian revolution in the highly developed countries. The danger of an agreement between bourgeois nationalism and one or several rival imperialist powers is far greater in the semi-colonial countries like China or Persia, or in the countries which are fighting for their independence by exploiting inter-imperialist rivalries, like Turkey, than it is in the colonies. Every such agreement means a wholly unequal division of power between the indigenous ruling classes and imperialism, and, under the cloak of formal independence, leaves the country in its former position as a semi-colonial buffer state in the service of world imperialism. The working class acknowledges that it is permissible and necessary to make partial and temporary compromises in order to win a breathing space in the revolutionary struggle for liberation against imperialism, but it must be absolutely and irreconcilably opposed to any attempt at an open or tacit division of power between imperialism and the indigenous ruling classes designed to maintain the class privileges of the latter. The demand for a close alliance with the proletarian Soviet Republic is the device of the anti-imperialist United Front. In addition to putting forward this slogan, the most resolute struggle must be waged for the broadest possible democratization of the political system, in order to deprive the most politically and socially reactionary elements of their support in the country and to secure for the workers organizational freedom in the struggle for their class interests. The demands for a democratic republic, agrarian reform, fiscal reform, the reorganization of administration on the basis of comprehensive local self-government, labor legislation, protection of juveniles, maternal and child welfare, etc. Even in independent Turkey the working class does not enjoy freedom of association, which is an index to the attitude of the bourgeois nationalists towards the proletariat. 7. The tasks of the proletariat in the countries of the Pacific. The need to organize the anti-imperialist United Front is dictated, further, by the continuing and uninterrupted intensification of imperialist rivalry. This has now reached such an acute stage that a new world war, which will be fought out in the Pacific, is unavoidable, unless it is forestalled by the international revolution. The Washington Conference was an attempt to eliminate the threatening danger, but in fact it only deepened and sharpened imperialist contradictions. The recent struggle between Wu Peifu and Chang Tso-lin in China was a direct consequence of the failure of the attempt of Japanese and Anglo-American capital to harmonize their discordant interests. The new war which threatens the world will involve not only Japan, America, and England, but also other capitalist states, France, Holland, etc. It threatens greater destruction even than the 1914–18 war. The task of the communist parties in the colonial and semi-colonial countries of the Pacific is to conduct vigorous propaganda to make the danger clear to the masses, to call on them to struggle actively for national liberation, and to orient themselves towards Soviet Russia as the bastion of all the oppressed and exploited masses. The communist parties of the imperialist countries, America, Japan, England, Australia, and Canada should not restrict themselves, in face of the threatening danger, to propaganda against war, but must make every effort to eliminate the factors which disorganize the workers' movement in these countries and make it easier for the capitalists to exploit the antagonisms between nations and races. These factors are the immigration question and the question of cheap colored labor power. Even today the contract system of indentured labor is the chief means of recruiting colored workers on the sugar plantations of the South Pacific area, to which workers are brought from China and India. This induces the workers in the imperialist countries to demand legislation prohibiting immigration and hostile to the colored workers, both in America and Australia. Such legislation deepens the antagonism between the colored and white workers, and splits and weakens the workers' movement. The Communist parties of America, Canada, and Australia must conduct an energetic campaign against laws prohibiting immigration and must explain to the proletarian masses of these countries that such laws, by stirring up race hatred, will in the end bring injury to themselves. The capitalists on the other hand are prepared to dispense with laws against immigration, in order to facilitate the free entry of cheap colored labor power and thus lower the wages of white workers. Their intentions can only be successfully frustrated by one thing: the immigrant workers must be enrolled in the existing trade unions of white workers. At the same time, the demand must be made that the wages of colored workers must be raised to the level of the wages of white workers. Such a step by the communist parties will expose the intentions of the capitalists and at the same time clearly show the colored workers that the international proletariat knows no race prejudice. To carry out these steps, the representatives of the revolutionary proletariat in the countries of the Pacific must convene a conference to work out the correct tactics and to devise the appropriate organizational forms for the real unification of the proletariat of all races in the Pacific. 8. The colonial tasks of the metropolitan parties. The extreme importance of the colonial revolutionary movements for the international proletarian revolution makes it necessary to intensify work in the colonies, in the first place by the communist parties of the imperialist powers. French imperialism bases all its calculations on the suppression of the proletarian revolutionary struggle in France and Europe by using its colonial workers as a reserve army of counter-revolution. English and American imperialism still continue to split the workers' movement by getting the labor aristocracy onto their side by promising them a certain share of the super profits drawn from colonial exploitation. Every communist party of the countries possessing colonies must take over the task of organizing systematic moral and material assistance for the proletarian and revolutionary movement in the colonies. The quasi-socialist tendencies towards colonialism of some categories of well-paid European workers in the colonies must be firmly and stubbornly combated. European communist workers in the colonies must try to organize the indigenous proletariat and win their confidence by concrete economic demands, raising the wages of native workers to that of European workers, labor protection, social insurance, etc. The creation of separate European communist organizations in the colonies, Egypt, Algiers, is a concealed form of colonialism and only helps imperialist interests. The creation of communist organizations on this national basis is incompatible with the principles of proletarian internationalism. All parties of the Communist International are obliged to explain to the broad working masses the great importance of the struggle against imperialist rule in the backward countries. The communist parties which work in the great power countries must set up standing colonial commissions consisting of members of their Central Committee to pursue the said objects. The Communist International can be of assistance primarily by helping to found a local press and by the publication of periodicals and newspapers in the local languages. Particular attention must be paid to work among the European workers' organizations and the occupation troops in the colonies. The communist parties of the great power countries must not let slip any opportunity of exposing the predatory colonial policy of their imperialist governments and of the bourgeois and reformist parties. Telegram from the 4th Comintern Congress to the All India Trade Union Congress at Lahore. November 28, 1922. Protocol 4, p. 782. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The Indian Communist Party was not founded officially until 1925, but the influence of individual communists in the young Indian trade union movement was considerable. The All India Trade Union Congress was established in 1920, but did not affiliate to the RILU. In his report on the work of the IC to the 4th Congress, Zinoviev stated that successful work had been done in India, and the communist forces there would soon be brought together into an organization. End of exposition. Comrades, the proletariat of the West sends you its sincere congratulations on the struggle which you have waged in the last few years for improving the economic position of the Indian working class. The 4th Congress of the Communist International sends you its most cordial greetings. Comrades, while assuring you of our sympathy and promising you our fullest support for the victory of your cause, we must remind you that your task is very great, and that it should not be underestimated. The Indian working class is not fighting only for a wage in accordance with the work done. The economic emancipation of the Indian workers and peasants depends on national political freedom. No improvement in the conditions of life is possible within the framework of imperialist exploitation. For this reason you will be playing an important part in the struggle for national independence. Prepare yourselves for this historic part. The advanced proletariat of the 52 countries represented at this Congress are with you. Beware of the false friendship and the misleading advice of the workers' leaders who abet imperialism. With fraternal greetings, the Fourth World Congress of the Comintern. Extracts from the Agrarian Action Program adopted by the Fourth Comintern Congress. Directives on the application of the agrarian theses passed by the Second Congress. November 30, 1922. Protocol 4, p. 831. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The Second Congress theses, Vargas said, had been drafted with the idea of an immediate seizure of power in mind. That having been postponed, the job now was to win wider adherence in the countryside. Although bourgeois agrarian reforms might damp down revolutionary sentiments, communists had to support them, because a negative attitude would be incomprehensible to the peasantry. Such support must be accompanied by warnings that no bourgeois reform could give the land-hungry or landless peasantry what they really wanted. The idea would be for the peasants to receive their land from the proletarian dictatorship, but meanwhile the communist parties had to compete for the peasants' allegiance with the peasant parties, and they must always go one better than them. In reporting back from the commission to which the theses were referred, Vargas said they had been guided in their work by a letter from Lenin in which he urged them to avoid giving the slightest impression that there was any real or apparent discrepancy between the Agrarian Action Program and the Second Congress theses, which would give their enemies the opportunity of saying that they changed their minds every 2 years. The commission had compared the program with the theses and had made the necessary changes whenever it seemed that misunderstanding might arise. A Romanian delegate said that he had asked Varga whether he thought that large-scale industrialized agriculture was more productive than small-scale peasant farming, and Varga had replied that he did not know. This suggested that the International had not devoted sufficient study to the agrarian question. It was in replying to this discussion that Varga, who complained that the speakers had kept to generalities instead of analyzing their experience, referred to the speech of a British delegate about England's dependence on imports and its bearing on the revolution. A German professor, Varga said, had proved that England could manage without imports if it cultivated its uncultivated lands and caught more fish. Radek interjected that Britain could not survive without imports, and Varga replied, "Of course, hunger would be very severe, but the people of England would not die of hunger if the dictatorship were left to its own resources for a while." The theses were adopted unanimously. End of exposition. The basis of our attitude to the rural working masses were laid down in the agrarian theses passed by the Second Congress. At the present stage of the capitalist offensive, the agrarian question becomes more important. The Fourth Congress exhorts all parties to work hard to win the working masses of the countryside, and issues the following directives for this work. 1. The great mass of the rural proletariat and poor peasants, who do not have enough land of their own and must work partly for wages, or who are exploited in other ways by large landowners or capital, can only be finally liberated from their present bondage and from the wars won inevitable under capitalism by a proletarian revolution, a revolution which confiscates the land of the large landowners together with all the means of production, without compensation, and places them at the disposal of the laboring people, which, in place of the state of large landowners and capitalists, establishes the social state of proletarians and working peasants, and thus builds the road to communism. 2. In the fight against the landlords and capitalists state, the poor working peasants and small tenants are the natural allies of the agricultural and industrial proletariat. The adherence of their revolutionary movement to the struggle of the proletariat in town and country helps substantially to overthrow the bourgeois state. While the urban proletariat seizes political power and dispossesses the bourgeoisie of the means of production, the rural proletariat and the poor peasants seize the land, drive out the large landowners, and put an end to the rule of the agrarians and bourgeoisie in the country. 3. In order to win not only the agricultural laborers, but also the poor peasants, those with dwarf or small holdings, small tenants, and part of the poorer peasants, for the cause of the revolution, and to ensure the benevolent neutrality of the middle peasants, these sections must be rescued from the influence and leadership of the large peasants who are bound to the large landowners. They must be brought to realize that, since their interests coincide not with those of the large peasants, but with those of the proletariat, Only the Revolutionary Party of the Proletariat, the Communist Party, can be their leader in the fight. In order to accelerate the separation of the poor peasants from the leadership of the landowners and large peasants, it is not enough to put forward a program or carry on propaganda. The Communist Party must prove by constant action in the interests of these strata that it really is the party of all working and oppressed people. 1. Other texts give want instead of wars. 4. Therefore the Communist Party places itself at the head of every struggle waged by the rural working masses against the ruling classes. Using their day-to-day demands as a rallying point, the Communist Party unites the scattered forces of the land workers, stimulates their will to fight and supports the fight by bringing to bear the forces of the industrial proletariat, always putting forward new objectives which lead in the direction of the revolution. The struggle waged in common with the industrial workers, the fact that, under the leadership of the Communist Party, the industrial workers fight for the interests of the rural workers and poor peasants, will convince them that, 1. It is only the Communist Party which really takes their cause seriously, while all other parties, agrarian as well as social democratic, only want to dupe them with demagogic phrases and are really at the service of the large landlords and capitalists. 2. No permanent improvement in their position is possible within capitalism. 5. Our concrete fighting demands must be adapted to the various forms of dependence and oppression to which the agricultural workers, the poor and middle peasants, are subjected by the landlords and capitalists, as well as to the interests of the different strata. In the colonial countries with an oppressed native peasant population, the national liberation movement is composed either of the entire population, as for example in Turkey, in which case the struggle of the oppressed peasantry against the landlords inevitably begins after the victory of the liberation struggle, or the feudal landlords are allied with the imperialist robbers, and in these countries, for example India, the social struggle of the oppressed peasants takes place at the same time as the struggle for national liberation. In those areas where strong survivals of feudalism remain on the land, where the bourgeois revolution has not been completed, where land ownership is still bound up with feudal privileges, these privileges must be cleared away in the course of the struggle for the land, which is in this case of decisive importance. 6. In all countries where there is a real agricultural proletariat, this stratum is destined to be the most important factor in the revolutionary movement on the land. To accelerate the process by which the rural proletariat becomes revolutionary, and to train them for the struggle for the dictatorship of the proletariat, which alone can finally liberate them from exploitation, the CP supports the agricultural proletariat in their fight for higher real wages, for improvement in working, housing, and cultural conditions, complete freedom of association, of meetings, of trade unions, of strikes, of the press, etc., for at least the same rights as the industrial workers possess. 7. Until the peasants are finally freed from their bondage by the social revolution, the Communist Party fights against all forms of exploitation of the poor and middle peasantry by capital, against exploitation by loan and usury capital, which forces the poor peasants into debt bondage, against exploitation by commercial and speculative capital, which buys up the small production surplus of the poor peasants cheaply and sells it to the urban proletariat at high prices. The CP advocates the elimination of this parasitic speculative capital, and the establishment of direct connections between cooperatives of small peasants and the consumers' cooperatives of the urban proletariat. It opposes exploitation by industrial capital, which uses its monopoly position to keep the prices of industrial goods artificially high. We therefore fight for cheap supplies of the means of production, artificial manures, machinery, etc., to poor peasants. The factory councils should collaborate in this through price control. We fight against exploitation by the private transport monopoly, such as occurs above all in the Anglo-Saxon countries, against exploitation by the capitalist state which through its fiscal system imposes one-sided taxes on the poor peasants for the benefit of the large landlords. We demand complete exemption from taxation for poor peasants. 8. But the most severe exploitation of the land-hungry population in all non-colonial countries arises from the large landlords' private property in land. If they are to use all their labor power, and in general be able to live at all, the land-hungry peasants are forced to work for the large landlords at starvation wages, or to rent or buy land at a high price. Thus part of the wages of the working peasantry is filched by the large landlords. Insufficient land forces the poor peasants into modern forms of medieval serfdom. The CP therefore fights for the confiscation of the land with all its installations and equipment, and for placing the land at the disposal of those who really work it. Until this has been accomplished by the proletarian revolution, the CP supports the fight of the land-hungry peasants for a. an improvement in the living conditions of sharecroppers by reducing the landowner's share, b. a reduction in the rent of leased small holdings, full compensation at the end of his tenancy for improvements made by the tenant, etc. c. allocation of land, cattle, and means of production to all land-hungry peasants on terms which ensure progress, not scraps of land which keep their owners tied to the soil, while forcing them to seek work at starvation wages from neighboring landowners or large peasants, but enough land for complete subsistence. In this connection special attention should be paid to the interests of agricultural laborers. 9. By bourgeois agrarian reforms, by distributing land to the leading elements of the peasantry, the ruling classes are trying to damp down the revolutionary character of the land movement. They are succeeding in bringing about a temporary ebb in the revolutionary movement. But every bourgeois agrarian reform comes up against the barriers of capitalism. Land can only be handed over with compensation, and only to those people who already own the means of production to work it. Bourgeois agrarian reform has absolutely nothing to offer the purely proletarian and semi-proletarian elements. The onerous terms inevitably imposed on those who receive land under a bourgeois land distribution and which therefore lead to no improvement in their situation, but only to debt bondage, provide the basis for carrying the revolutionary movement further and for sharpening the contradictions between the rich and poor peasants, as well as the agricultural laborers who receive no land and lose the chance of work when the large estates are divided up. 10. The complete emancipation of all workers on the land can only be brought about by a proletarian revolution. The workers on the land will themselves decide the way in which the land confiscated from the landlords is to be worked. In organizational matters all communists who work in agriculture and in the industrial concerns connected with agriculture, must join the land workers' organizations, and rally and lead the revolutionary elements with the object of changing these organizations into revolutionary instruments. Where there are no unions, the communists must see that they are organized. In the yellow, fascist, and Christian counter-revolutionary organizations they must carry on persistent educational work with the object of disintegrating these counter-revolutionary unions. On the large agricultural undertakings they must establish estate councils to prevent the introduction of extensive agriculture. They must summon the industrial proletariat to support the struggles of the land workers and conversely draw the latter into the industrial factory council movement. Because of the tremendous importance of the poor peasants for the revolutionary movement, it is absolutely essential for communists to join their organizations, producers, consumers, and credit cooperatives, to revolutionize them, to eliminate the apparent opposition of interests between wage workers and land-hungry peasants, which is artificially magnified by the landlords and large peasants and placed in the forefront, and to bring the movements and actions of these organizations into close association with those of the rural and urban proletariat. Theses of the Fourth Comintern Congress on the Negro Question. 30th of November 1922 Thesmt Resolution in 4 p. 53. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. In the debate on the theses on the national and colonial question at the Second Congress, John Reed, United States, spoke on the position of the Negroes and emphasized the importance of getting them into joint organizations with white workers. At the final session of the Third Congress on July 12, 1921, the South African delegation proposed that the executive should consider the Negro question, and the suggestion was adopted. The theses were introduced by Billings, United States. The problem, he said, was primarily economic, and was aggravated by friction between black and white workers. The racial question, although it derives from the class prejudices of certain social groups, still plays an important part. American Negroes were a source of cheap labor power, and would provide forces for the counter-revolution in the event of insurrection, And that was why organizations like the Rockefeller Foundation gave large sums to Negro schools and associations whose members could then be used as strikebreakers. One reason why they could be used for this purpose was that white unions would not admit them. Mackay, United States, said he had encountered race prejudice among many white comrades, who did not really want to grapple with the Negro problem. The theses were passed unanimously. End of exposition. During and after the war, a movement of revolt against the power of world capital developed among the colonial and semi-colonial peoples, which is still making headway. The penetration and intensive colonization of the areas inhabited by the black races is the last great problem, on the solution of which the further development of capitalism itself depends. French capitalism has clearly recognized that the power of French post-war imperialism can be maintained only by the creation of a French African empire connected with the motherland by a railway across the Sahara. America's finance magnates, who already exploit 12 million Negroes in the United States, have now begun on a peaceful penetration of Africa. England's fear of the threat to its position in Africa is shown clearly in the extreme methods used to suppress the Rand strike. Just as the danger of a new world war has become acute in the Pacific, as a result of the competition between the imperialist powers there, so there are menacing signs that Africa is becoming the object of their rival aspirations. Moreover, the war, the Russian Revolution, and the powerful movements of revolt among the Asiatic and Muslim peoples against imperialism, have awakened the race consciousness of millions of Negroes, who have for centuries been oppressed and humiliated by capitalism not only in Africa, but also, and perhaps to a greater degree, in America. The history of the Negroes in America qualifies them to play an important part in the liberation struggle of the entire African race. 300 years ago the American Negro was dragged from his homeland, brought in indescribably horrible conditions on board ship, and sold into slavery. For 250 years he worked as a slave under the lash of American overseers. His labor cleared the forests, built the roads, planted the cotton, laid the railways, and kept the aristocracy of the South. His wages were poverty, ignorance, humiliation, and wretchedness. The Negro was not a docile slave. His history is rich in revolts, disturbances, and subterranean methods of gaining freedom. But all his struggles were savagely suppressed. He was forced into subjection by torture, and the bourgeois press and religion justified his enslavement. Slavery then became an obstacle to American development on a capitalist basis. Personal slavery came into conflict with wage slavery, and personal slavery was bound to go under. The Civil War, which was not a war to free the Negroes, but a war to maintain the industrial predominance of capital in the northern states, confronted the Negro with the choice between slavery in the South and wage slavery in the North. The longings, the blood, and the tears of the emancipated Negroes were a part of the fabric of American capitalism. As America, which had meanwhile risen to the position of a world power, was inevitably dragged into the maelstrom of the World War, the Negro was declared to be equal in rank to the whites. He had to kill and be killed for democracy. 400,000 colored workers were enrolled in the army and organized in Negro regiments. Immediately after the terrible sacrifices of the World War, the returning Negro was met with racial persecution, lynching, murder, deprivation of franchise, inequalities between him and the whites. He defended himself and had to pay dearly for it. Negro persecution became more intense and widespread than before the war, until he learned to forget his presumption. The post-war industrialization of the Negro in the North, and the spirit of rebellion provoked by persecution and brutality after the war, which, although suppressed, still flared up in protest against such atrocities as the events in Tulsa, give the American Negro, particularly in the North, a place in the vanguard of the fight against oppression in Africa. The Communist International notes with satisfaction the resistance of the exploited Negro to the exploiter's attack, for the enemy of his race and the enemy of the white workers are one and the same, capitalism and imperialism. The world struggle of the Negro race is a struggle against capitalism and imperialism. The Negro movement throughout the world must be organized on this basis. In America, the center of Negro culture around which the Negro protest crystallizes, in Africa, the reservoir of human labor power for the further development of capitalism, in Central America, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Colombia, Nicaragua, and the other independent republics, where American imperialism rules. In Puerto Rico, Haiti, San Domingo, and the other islands of the Caribbean, where the brutal treatment of our black fellow beings by the American occupation troops has aroused a protest from the conscious Negro and the revolutionary white workers throughout the world. In South Africa and the Congo, where increasing industrialization of the Negro population has led to various outbreaks. In East Africa, where the penetration of world capital is driving the native population to active resistance against imperialism. It is the task of the Communist International to bring home to the Negroes that they are not the only people suffering from the oppression of imperialism and capitalism, that the workers and peasants of Europe, Asia, and America are also victims of the imperialist exploiter, that in India and China, in Persia and Turkey, in Egypt and Morocco the oppressed colored workers are defending themselves heroically against the imperialist exploiters, that these peoples are revolting against the same intolerable conditions which drive the Negroes themselves to desperation: racial oppression, social and economic inequality, intense industrial exploitation, that these peoples are fighting for the same objects as the Negroes: political, economic, and social emancipation and equality. The Communist International, which embodies the world-embracing struggle of the revolutionary workers and peasants against the power of imperialism, which is not only the organization of the enslaved white workers of Europe and America, but also the organization of the oppressed colored peoples of the world, regards it as its duty to support and promote the international organization of Negroes in their struggle against the common enemy. The Negro problem has become a vital question of the world revolution. The Communist International, which has already realized what valuable help the Asiatic colored peoples in the semi-colonial countries can give to the proletarian world revolution, considers the collaboration of our oppressed black fellow beings absolutely essential for the proletarian revolution and the destruction of capitalist power. For these reasons the Fourth Congress declares it the special duty of communists to apply the theses on the colonial question to the Negro problem also. 1. The Fourth Congress recognizes the necessity of supporting every form of the Negro movement which undermines or weakens capitalism, or hampers its further penetration. 2. The Communist International will fight for the equality of the white and black races, for equal wages and equal political and social rights. 3. The Communist International will use every means at its disposal to force the trade unions to admit black workers, or, where this right already exists on paper, to conduct special propaganda for the entry of Negroes into the unions. If this should prove impossible, the Communist International will organize the Negroes in trade unions of their own and use united front tactics to compel their admission. 4. The Communist International will take steps immediately to convene a World Negro Congress or Conference. Extracts from the resolution of the Fourth Comintern Congress on the French question. December 2, 1922. Resolution in 4. p. 75. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. 24 delegates of the CPF attended the Fourth Comintern Congress. The French Commission included Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Bukharin. Lenin, appointed a member of the commission, was unable to attend. The commission proposed that the Central Committee be composed according to the voting at the Paris Congress, to which the French delegation agreed. Reporting for the French Commission, Trotsky said that the crisis in the CPF was marked by loss of membership, declining circulation of the party press, and the existence of fractions in bitter conflict with each other. There was in fact no party apart from these fractions. In a country where only a dwindling minority of the working class is organized, where the trade unions are split, the working class can only regain self-confidence if its struggles are taken up under the slogan of the United Front. The French party had not yet carried out the decisions of the Third Congress. Its right-wing leaders said they were torn between loyalty to the Comintern and the interests of the French party, as though there could be any conflict between the two. There had been a prolonged correspondence between the ISI and the CPF. Frossard and Kashin had been invited to Moscow more than once, but had not come. The agreement on a center-left bloc reached by a large majority at the June session of the ISI had been broken, at the Paris Congress, by the center fraction, on the ground that it violated party sovereignty. The left had also made mistakes, but of a less serious kind. It was the only tendency within the CPF which had the right attitude towards Comintern decisions. The resolution of the French Commission of the Fourth Congress, passed against 2 votes, with 1 abstention, settled. As an exception, the composition of the French Central Committee and Politburo as between left, right, and center, taking the voting at the Paris Congress as a guide. The lists were approved by the Congress as the only way out of the crisis, and were to be submitted in January to a specially convened National Council of the French Party with the powers of a Congress. The leading representatives of the left and center wings were to remain in Moscow as delegates to the EC for at least 3 months, until the crisis in the French party was surmounted. Some of the French delegates, including Cachin, speaking for the center, expressed their misgivings, but all agreed to observe discipline and to prevent fractional struggles. The Commission's proposals were approved. Against the vote of the Brazilian delegate, the Central Committee of the French Party, meeting in December 1922, before all the delegates had returned from Moscow, passed a resolution, with 3 abstentions, affirming their loyalty to the International and their intention to observe discipline. There was no debate on Trotsky's report, since all the points at issue had been thoroughly discussed in the Commission. The leaders of the various groups, including Cachin for the center and Souverain for the left, endorsed the resolution. Renaud Jean, leader of a small group, thought the selection of the Central Committee by the Fourth Congress set a dangerous precedent and might create new December 1922 403 difficulties. Trotsky replied that the list had not been forced on the French party, but had been proposed by the French delegates themselves. It was to be submitted to, not imposed on, the French party. The Brazilian delegate voted against the resolution because he had had no chance to speak to it. The organizational proposals were passed against 2 votes, 1 French, 1 Brazilian, and 1 abstention. In the course of the Congress, Degras attacked those who regarded the International as though it stood as something apart from the parties. The International is often forced to have its fractions in the parties, whereas the parties should be at its service. Grazade, an Italian delegate, had in 1920 wished to include no Freemasonry among the conditions of admission, but this had been rejected as too obvious. Writing at the time of the Fourth Congress, Trotsky described Freemasonry as basically a petty bourgeois imitation of Catholicism, feudal in its roots, with bankers, lawyers, deputies, and journalists in place of cardinals and abbots. Externally non-political, as was the Church, its function was to attract working-class leaders, to soften their minds and weaken their wills. Freemasonry, said Trotsky, was a bridge leading to the bourgeois camp, and it had to be blown up. It embodied the spirit of careerism, pelf, and place. Some of the leaders of the French Communist Party, notably Francfort, were automatically excluded by the resolution on Freemasonry. A program of action for the CPF approved by the Fourth Congress on 5 December included among its objectives the United Front, trade union unity, adherence of the CGTU to the RILU, the struggle against the Versailles Treaty, communist penetration of the army, and support for the demand of the French colonies for independence. End of exposition. The Fourth Congress of the Communist International notes that the evolution of the French party from parliamentary socialism to revolutionary communism is proceeding with extraordinary slowness. This cannot be explained only by objective conditions, traditions, the workers' national psychology, etc., but primarily by the outright and at times extremely stubborn resistance of the non-communist elements which are still very strong at the top of the party, and particularly in the center fraction, into whose hands the party leadership largely passed after the Tourist Congress. The chief reason for the present acute crisis in the party is the indecisive, wavering, waiting policy of the leading centrist elements who, confronted with urgent demands concerning party organization, are trying to gain time, thus putting up a cover for their policy of outright sabotage on the question of the trade unions, the United Front, party organization, etc. The time thus gained has been time lost to the revolutionary development of the French proletariat. The Congress instructs the EC to follow with the closest attention the internal life of the French Communist Party so that, relying on its unquestionable revolutionary proletarian majority, it can free the party from the influence of those elements responsible for the crisis and who continually make it more acute. The Congress dismisses the very thought of a split, which is not in the least called for by the state of affairs in the party. The overwhelming majority of its members are sincerely and deeply devoted to the cause of communism. It is only the still inadequate clarity of consciousness in the party which has allowed its conservative centrist and semi-centrist elements to sow such deep confusion and to breed fractional groups. The party must be cleansed of those elements who, while in the party, are bound by their entire way of thought and life to the customs and habits of bourgeois society, and are incapable either of understanding a genuine revolutionary policy or submitting to revolutionary discipline. This is a prerequisite for preserving the party's health, cohesion, and capacity for action. The Congress notes that the effort of the EC to mitigate the organizational aspects of the crisis by creating equal membership of the two chief fractions, the center and the left, in the leading party bodies, was frustrated by the center, under the influence of its most conservative elements, who always gain the upper hand in the center whenever the center comes out in opposition to the left. The Congress thinks it necessary to explain to all members of the French Communist Party that the efforts of the EC to bring about a preliminary agreement between the two leading fractions were designed to facilitate the work of the Paris Congress, and were not in any way an infringement of its indisputable rights as the supreme body of the French Communist Party. The Congress thinks it necessary to state that, whatever mistakes the left may have made, it has at bottom tried to carry out the policy of the Communist International, both up to and during the Paris Congress, and on important questions of the revolutionary movement, such as the United Front and the trade unions, has taken up a correct position. The incompatibility of Freemasonry and socialism was generally recognized in most parties of the Second International. The Italian Socialist Party excluded Freemasons in 1914, and this was undoubtedly one of the reasons why the party was able during the war to conduct an anti-war policy, while the Freemasons, acting as instruments of the Entente, urged intervention. The Second Congress of the Communist International did not include a special point on the incompatibility of communism and Freemasonry among the conditions of admission only because the principle had already been embodied in a special resolution passed unanimously by the Congress. The fact which has come to light at the Fourth Congress, that a considerable number of French communists belong to Freemasons' lodges, is in the view of the Communist International most striking and most lamentable proof that our French party has not only retained the psychological heritage of the epoch of reformism, parliamentarianism, and patriotism, but keeps up quite material connections, highly compromising to the leadership, with the secret political and careerist institutions of the radical bourgeoisie. While the communist vanguard is mustering the forces of the proletariat for unrelenting struggle against all the groups and parties of bourgeois society in the name of the proletarian dictatorship, a number of responsible party workers, deputies, journalists, and even members of the Central Committee, retain close connections with the secret organizations of our enemy. The International thinks it essential to put an end once and for all to these compromising and demoralizing connections between leading members of the Communist Party and political organizations of the bourgeoisie. It is a point of honor for the French revolutionary proletariat to cleanse all its class organizations of elements which are anxious to belong at one and the same time to the two mutually hostile camps. The Congress instructs the Central Committee of the French Communist Party to sever, not later than January 1, 1923, all connections of the party, in the person of individuals or groups, with Freemasonry. Any communist who is also a Freemason, and who has not by 1st of January openly announced to his organization and published in the party press, his complete break with Freemasonry, is thereby automatically expelled from the Communist Party and is forever barred from membership. In order to give the party a genuinely proletarian character, and to eliminate from its ranks those elements who see in it merely a corridor to Parliament, to the local councils, etc., it must be laid down as an inviolable rule that the list of party candidates at elections must consist of at least 90% of worker communists, members actually working in factory or farm. Members of the liberal professions may be included only in strictly limited numbers. And it is essential to exercise the utmost care in selecting candidates from the liberal professions, thorough investigation by special commissions composed of proletarians of their political record, their social connections, reliability, fidelity and devotion to the cause of the working class, etc. The Fourth Congress again directs attention to the extreme importance of correct and systematic work by the party in the colonies. Only a reconcilable struggle by the Communist Party of the metropolitan country against colonial slavery, coupled with systematic revolutionary work in the colonies themselves, can weaken the influence of the extreme nationalist elements of the oppressed colonial peoples on the laboring classes, attract the laboring classes to the cause of the French proletariat, and thus deprive French capital, at the time of revolutionary proletarian insurrection, of the possibility of using the colonial natives as the last reserves of counter-revolution. Extracts from an open letter to the Second International and the Vienna Labor Union, to the trade unions of all countries and to the Hague International Trade Union and Cooperative Congress. December 4, 1922. Protocol 4, p. 1029. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The F2 conference in Rome had passed a resolution calling for a general strike in the event of war, and had instructed its management committee to promote a campaign for peace and disarmament. The conference to discuss how the resolution could be put into effect was held at The Hague from 10 to December 15, 1922. It was attended by 600 delegates, and advocated public control of the armaments industry, revision of the Versailles Treaty and the carrying through of its disarmament provisions, the settlement of disputes by arbitration, etc. In a note dated December 4, 1922 with suggestions for the Russian delegation to the Hague Congress, Lenin outlined the strategy they should follow and the chief points they should make in their speeches. On such a question not only a mistake, but even incompleteness on any essential matter, will be intolerable. End of exposition. The slogan of the Fourth Congress, United Front. The Fourth Congress of the Communist International, representing 62 parties in Europe, America, Asia, and Australia, most decisively confirmed what the enlarged AC had twice decided, that it is the duty of all communist parties to do their utmost to resist the world capitalist offensive against all working-class positions by a firm united front. In doing so, the supreme organ of the communist parties approved the content and aim of our work in the past year, and issued as the slogan for future work, "Fight for the united front of the world proletariat. Fight for the unity of all proletarians in common defense regardless of their political affiliation and attitude." In the spring, the Communist International appealed to the Second International and the Vienna Labor Union to organize through a World Workers' Congress this joint struggle for the maintenance of the 8-hour day, against wage reductions, against the attack on the achievements of the trade unions, against new armaments, against the danger of a new war. At the Berlin conference of the delegates of the three executives, the Comintern representatives put forward a reasoned statement of these proposals. They were rejected by the parties of the Second International. 6 months of capitalist offensive. 6 months have passed since the failure of our proposal to establish the Proletarian United Front and organize the defensive struggle. During that time the bourgeois attack has gone forward uninterruptedly in all countries. In Germany, the coalition government of social democracy and bourgeoisie has publicly proclaimed that the only way to stabilize the mark is to squeeze more surplus labor out of the underfed proletarian masses. It has openly proclaimed the abolition of the last vestiges of economic control. It has given the most ruthless speculators a free hand. The new government of Kuno is a government of the captains of industry, the precursor of the open dictatorship of the coal and steel barons. Its character is so frankly large capitalist, so frankly directed against the most elementary interests of the working class, that the Social Democrats had to refuse to enter it. From Bavaria, extreme counter-revolution is preparing an armed onslaught on the last vestiges of the November Revolution, on the Republic. It has been encouraged in its designs by the victory of Italian fascism which, without the least resistance from the democratic bourgeoisie, proclaimed the dictatorship of the sword, turned parliament into a cipher, and whose object is to strengthen the rule of the bourgeoisie by forcing the working class into complete subjection to capital. Towards new wars. But the capitalist offensive is directed not only at increasing the exploitation of the proletariat. The danger of a new imperialist world war has again come clearly into the picture. Until now, not a single capitalist state has started to carry out the agreement on the reduction of naval armaments reached by the Washington Conference. Not a single warship has been scrapped. The building of new warships has not been stopped. The Russian-Soviet government's proposal at Genoa for disarmament, or at least the reduction of land armaments, was rejected by all the capitalist powers. The League of Nations is powerless to do the least thing in this field, even if it wanted to. Its decisions must be unanimous, and require ratification by the governments which are opposed to disarmament. Europe is bristling with weapons, even more than before the war. In September, during the Eastern Crisis, the world saw what that meant. Only the renunciation by the Turkish government of its right to occupy its capital and to cross the Dardanelles, which give access to it, only this renunciation by the Turkish government of its right to self-determination saved Europe from a new war. The Fourth Congress of the Communist International asks the workers of the Second and the Vienna Internationals, the millions of workers throughout the world organized in trade unions, their leaders, and the Hague Conference, do you want to stand idly by and watch the 8-hour day, the prime condition for the advance of the working class, being abolished? The workers' standard of living in the oldest industrial countries depressed to the level of the Chinese coolies' living standards? The most elementary rights of the workers, through which after all you hoped to find by peaceful means emancipation from the capitalist yoke, annulled? The dictatorship of capitalism established? Will you stand idly by and watch how triumphant capitalism, freed from all restraints, brings about a new war, in which you will once again shed your blood for the interests of capital? The Fourth Comintern Congress calls on all its member parties, and all the trade unions in all countries which sympathize with it, to put these questions to all labor parties and to challenge them to a common struggle against the legal or factual abolition of the 8-hour day, against the reduction of wages, against the abrogation of the working class's freedom of movement, against new armaments, against the war danger, for the 8-hour day, for the workers' minimum wage, for complete freedom of organization for the working class, for disarmament, and for peace among the peoples. The challenge of the Fourth Comintern Congress. The Fourth Comintern Congress puts a plain question to the Second and the Vienna Internationals: are they willing, now that their policy has still further worsened the position of the working class, to offer their hand to establish the common front of the international proletariat for the struggle for the basic rights and interests of the working class? It asks the Amsterdam International whether it is willing to stop splitting the trade unions, stop excluding communists from the unions, willing to help in a united front to lead the proletariat in struggle. The Fourth Comintern Congress asks the Hague Conference of Trade Unions and Cooperators, meeting at a time when in Lausanne the Entente capitalists, after the bankruptcy of Versailles, are forcing a new Versailles on the Turkish people and so preparing the ground for new wars, whether it is willing to act together with us in showing the bourgeoisie by the mobilization of the working class that the international proletariat is no longer willing to be dragged unresisting to new battlefields. As we said at the Berlin Conference, the Communist International does not expect the parties of the Second International, the Vienna Labor Union, and the Amsterdam trade union leaders to fight for the dictatorship of the proletariat, which was and is our goal. But we ask them whether they want to fight against the dictatorship of capital, whether at least they want to use what remains of democracy to organize resistance to the triumph of that same capital which turned the world into a mass grave and is now digging new mass graves for our proletarian youth. The Communist International has spoken. It has given its parties their fighting slogans. It is now the turn of the Second International, the Vienna Labor Union, the Amsterdam Trade Union International and its Hague Congress to speak. Extracts from the directives for communist action in the trade unions adopted by the Fourth Comintern Congress. December 1922 Thesmt Resolution N. 4, p. 28. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. In the German party, Zinoviev said in his report for the executive, there had been serious discussion of the question whether it had been premature to found the RILU, and whether it should not be dissolved. The executive had intervened in the discussion in favor of the RILU, and liquidationism had been eradicated. It was the IF2 who were the splitters. We need the unity of the working class movement. The Amsterdamers need a split. The more influence we win, the stronger will be their desire to split the unions, and the harder we must fight them. But if they force us to organize independently, as they have done in France and Czechoslovakia, and as they are trying to do in Germany and other countries, We must in our propaganda demonstrate that those of our unions which were born as a result of this split were born with the cry for unity on their lips. The reformists, he added later, acted as though they had received direct orders from the bourgeoisie to smash the unions to smithereens rather than let them be won by the communists. This was greater treachery even than August 1914. In introducing the theses, Lazovsky said the trade union question had been discussed at the Second and Third Congresses as well as at the enlarged SE meeting in June 1922. The suggestion that the RELU should be dissolved made it necessary to bring the question up again. Those who believed in liquidating the RELU would, he said, soon come to believe in the liquidation of the Comintern itself. The communists were for unity, but they could not sacrifice communism to that unity. It was not merely a question of the communist cells within the unions. The RELU was not required for that work, which was in the hands of the Comintern. The RELU was required to provide a center for the non-communist revolutionary members of the trade unions, and to keep them united with the Comintern. Otherwise the basis of international communist action would be narrowed, and this would lead logically to the dissolution of the Communist International. The split in the trade unions was not caused by us communists. We tried to fight within the unions, to direct them along a new path, to revolutionize them. But our watchword was winning the unions, not destroying them. The unity of the trade union movement, he asserted, was the most important question for all communist parties. The disorganizing and demoralizing activities of the reformists were driving millions of workers out of the unions. Amsterdam's splitting policy had been supported by the anarchists, including the IWW in the United States, the anarchists in France, the syndicalists in Italy, and the anarcho-syndicalists in Spain. In the discussion Tasca, Italy, said that the RELU was no more than a propaganda bureau. If it wanted to be more than that, it would have to acknowledge that it aimed at splitting the world trade union movement. At the time of the 12th Russian Communist Party Congress in April 1923, Bukharin noted that important concessions had been made to conciliate the French syndicalists. Instead of the Comintern being a body superior to the Profintern, the two had been made formally equal. His figures of a membership of 20 million for the IF2 and of 6 to 7 million for the RELU were challenged by Lazovsky, who said that, given communist trade union policy, support counted for more than formal membership. The IF2 had 1,415 million supporters, the RELU 13 million. End of exposition. The state of the trade union movement. 1. In the course of the last 2 years, characterized by the general capitalist offensive, the trade union movement in all countries has grown markedly weaker. With a few exceptions, Germany, Austria, the trade unions have lost a large proportion of their members. This decline is explained both by the powerful bourgeois offensive and by the powerlessness of the reformist unions to put up serious opposition to the capitalist attack and to defend the most elementary interests of the workers. 2. Disillusioned both by the capitalist offensive and the continuation of class cooperation, some of the working masses are attempting to establish new organizations, while a great number of less class-conscious workers are leaving their organizations. For many, the trade union has ceased to be a center of attraction because it did not resist, and in many cases did not want to resist the capitalist offensive and to defend the positions already won. The barrenness of reformism has been made clear in practice. 3. In all countries the trade union movement gives evidence of an inner instability. Fairly numerous groups of workers are constantly breaking away, while the reformists zealously carry on with their policy of class collaboration on the pretext of using capital for labor's benefit. In reality, however, capital has always made the reformist organizations serve its interests by using them to reduce the standard of living of the masses. 2. Amsterdam's attack on the revolutionary unions. 4. While yielding to bourgeois pressure all along the line, the reformist leaders began their attack on the revolutionary workers. Since they saw that their lack of will to organize resistance to capital had aroused intense bitterness in the working masses, and were determined to cleanse the organizations of revolutionary elements, they started a systematic attack on the revolutionary trade union movement with the object of disintegrating and demoralizing the revolutionary minorities by all the means in their power, and of helping to consolidate the shaken rule of the bourgeoisie. 5. To maintain their authority, the Amsterdam leaders did not hesitate to exclude not only individuals or groups, but entire organizations. At any price they do not want to be in a minority, and if faced by a threat of the revolutionary elements, adherents of the RILU and the Communist International, they are determined to provoke a split, provided that they can keep in their hands the administrative machinery and the funds. 6. Simultaneously with the reformist attack in the different countries, the attack on a world scale also opened. The international secretariats which adhere to Amsterdam systematically excluded the corresponding national revolutionary unions or refused to admit them. Thus the international congresses of the textile workers, clerical employees, skin and leather workers, woodworkers, building workers, and post and telegraph employees refused to admit the Russian unions and the other revolutionary unions because they belonged to the RILU. 7. This campaign of the Amsterdamers against the revolutionary unions is one facet of the campaign of international capital against the working class. It pursues the same aims, to reinforce the capitalist system with the bones of the working masses. Reformism is hastening towards its end. By expulsions and by cutting off the most militant elements, it seeks to weaken the working class, in order to make them incapable of conquering power and the means of production. 3. Anarchists and communism. 8. At the same time an offensive, somewhat similar to that of the Amsterdamers, was launched by the anarchist wing of the workers' movement against the Communist International, the Communist parties, and the communist cells in the unions. A certain number of anarcho-syndicalist organizations openly proclaimed themselves enemies of the Communist International and the Russian Revolution, despite their solemn adherence to the Communist International in 1920 and their declaration of sympathy for the Russian proletariat and the October Revolution. 9. In the name of trade union autonomy certain syndicalist organizations, the National Secretariat of Dutch Workers, the IWW, the Italian Syndicalist Union, etc., excluded the adherents of the RILU in general and the Communists in particular. Thus the slogan of independence, once super-revolutionary, has become anti-communist, that is, counter-revolutionary, and this suits Amsterdam, which pursues the same policy under the banner of independence, although it is no longer a secret to anybody that it is wholly and entirely dependent on the national and international bourgeoisie. 10. The action of the anarchists against the CNRILU and the Russian Revolution has brought division and confusion into their own ranks. The best elements of the working class have protested against this ideology. Anarchism and anarcho-syndicalism have split into a number of groups and tendencies, which are waging a bitter struggle for or against the RILU, for or against the proletarian dictatorship, for or against the Russian Revolution. 4. Neutrality and autonomy. 11. Bourgeois influence on the proletariat is expressed in the theory of neutrality. The trade unions are to stick to purely craft, narrowly economic aims, and not general class aims. Neutrality has always been a purely bourgeois theory, energetically combated by revolutionary Marxism. Trade unions which have no class aims, i.e. which are not bent on the overthrow of the capitalist system, are, despite their proletarian composition, the best defenders of the bourgeois order of society. 12. This theory of neutrality has always been based on the argument that the trade unions should interest themselves only in economic questions, and not mix in politics. The bourgeoisie always tend to separate politics from economics, for they realize very well that if they manage to confine the working class within the frame of craft interests, their rule is not seriously endangered. 13. The same frontier between economics and politics is drawn by the anarchist elements in the trade union movement, in order to divert the workers' movement from the political path on the pretext that all politics are directed against the workers. This theory, in essence purely bourgeois, is presented to the workers as the theory of trade union autonomy, which is then interpreted as hostility of the trade unions to the communist parties and as a declaration of war on the communist workers' movement, still on the notorious pretext of independence and autonomy. 14. Autonomy in all its forms, whether anarchist or anarcho-syndicalist, is an anti-communist theory, and must be most decisively resisted, for, at the best, it results in independence from communism and antagonism between trade union and communist party. If it does not lead to a bitter struggle of the unions against the communist parties, communism, and the social revolution. 15. The theory of autonomy, as it is set forth by the French, Italian, and Spanish anarcho-syndicalists, is by its very nature the battle cry of anarchism against communism. Communists must conduct from within the trade unions an energetic struggle against this attempt to smuggle in anarchist refuse under the flag of autonomy, and to split the workers' movement into sections at war with each other in order to hamper and delay the triumph of the working class. V. Syndicalism and communism. 16. The anarcho-syndicalists confuse trade unions and syndicalism by representing their anarcho-syndicalist party as the only genuinely revolutionary organization capable of conducting proletarian action to the end. Syndicalism, while a tremendous advance on trade unionism, one nevertheless embodies many errors and bad aspects, which must be most resolutely combated. 17. Communists may not and should not, in the name of abstract anarcho-syndicalist principles, give up their right to organize cells inside the trade unions of whatever color. Nobody can deprive them of this right. Naturally, communists who struggle within the unions must link their action with those syndicalists who have learned from the experiences of the war and the revolution. 18. Communists must seize the initiative in forming within the unions a bloc with revolutionary workers of other tendencies. Those who are closest to communism are the syndicalist communists, who acknowledge the necessity of the proletarian dictatorship, and, as opposed to the anarcho-syndicalists, defend the principle of the workers' state. But joint action presupposes an organization of communists. Communists acting individually would not be in a position to collaborate with anyone, since they would represent no serious force. 19. While putting their principles into practice in the most energetic and consistent manner, and combating the anti-communist theories of autonomy and the separation of politics and economics, which is a conception very injurious to the revolutionary advance of the working class, communists must make every effort within the unions, of whatever tendency, to coordinate their activities in the practical struggle against reformism and the sham militancy of the anarcho-syndicalists, with all the revolutionary elements who are in favor of the overthrow of capitalism and the dictatorship of the proletariat. Vi. The struggle for trade union unity. 21. The slogan of the Communist International against the splitting of the unions must still be applied with undiminished energy, despite the furious persecution of communists by the reformists everywhere. The reformists resort to expulsions in order to provoke splits. By systematically driving the best elements out of the unions, they hope that the communists will lose their heads, leave the unions, and so give up the deeply considered plan to win the trade unions from within. 22. The splitting of the trade union movement, particularly in present conditions, is the greatest danger to the entire workers' movement. It would throw the working class back for several years, for the bourgeoisie could then easily recapture what the workers have won. Communists must prevent the splitting of the unions with all the means at their disposal, with trade unionism in the original to imply a narrow, purely industrial, non-political outlook. All the strength of their organization. They must check the criminal frivolity with which the reformists are breaking up trade union unity. 23. In countries where there are two trade union federations, Spain, France, Czechoslovakia, etc., communists must fight for the fusion of the dual organizations. Given this goal of merging the unions which are already split, it is not reasonable to detach individual communists and revolutionary workers from the reformist unions in order to bring them into the revolutionary unions. No single reformist union should be robbed of the communist yeast. Energetic work by the communists in both organizations is indispensable to the re-establishment of unity. 24. Every communist must bear in mind that the splitting of the unions not only endangers the immediate gains of the working class, but also threatens the social revolution. The attempts of the reformists to split the unions must be killed in the bud, but this can only be done by vigorous organizational and political work among the working masses. 7. The fight against the expulsion of communists. 25. The expulsion of communists is intended to confuse the revolutionary movement by separating the leaders from the working masses. That is why communists can no longer restrict themselves to the forms and methods of struggle which they have used up to now. The World Trade Union movement has reached a critical point. The reformists have become more eager to split the unions. Our desire for unity has been attested by numerous facts, and in the future communists must demonstrate practically the value they place on the unity of the trade union movement. 26. The more obvious the splitting tendencies of our enemies become, the more vigorously must we raise the question of trade union unity. No single factory, workshop, or workers' meeting should be overlooked. Protests against the tactics of Amsterdam must be made everywhere. The question of splitting the trade unions must be put before every trade unionist, not merely at the moment when a split is imminent, but when it is being prepared. The question of the exclusion of communists from the trade union movement must be placed before the entire trade union movement of all countries. The communists are strong enough not to allow themselves to be choked off without a word. The working class must know who is for splitting and who is for unity. 27. The exclusion of communists after their election by local organizations is more than a matter for protest against interference with the will of the electors. It should be met by firm and well-organized resistance. Those excluded should not be dispersed. It is most important for the communist parties not to allow the excluded elements to be scattered. They must organize themselves in trade unions of the excluded and make their readmission into the unions the central point of their political work. 28. The fight against expulsions is in fact a fight for the unity of the trade union movement. In this connection all steps are good which are aimed at the re-establishment of unity. Those excluded should not remain isolated and cut off from the opposition as a whole, or from the existing revolutionary independent organizations. The expelled groups should at once attach themselves closely to the opposition in the unions and to the revolutionary organizations in the country concerned in order to wage a joint struggle against expulsions and ensure a community of action in the struggle against capital. 29. Practical measures of struggle can and should be worked out and changed in accordance with local conditions and peculiarities. It is important for communist parties to make their hostility to splitting clear, and to do everything in their power to stop the wave of expulsions which has become noticeably stronger in connection with the early stages of the fusion of the Second and Vienna Internationals. There are no universal and definitive ways and means in the fight against expulsions. All communist parties have the opportunity of fighting with the weapons which seem best to them to reach their object, to win the trade unions and to restore trade union unity. 30. Communists must develop an energetic struggle against the exclusion of revolutionary unions from the international trade federations. Communist parties cannot and will not stand idly by while the revolutionary unions are systematically expelled merely because they are revolutionary. The international committees for factory propaganda established by the RILU must be vigorously supported by the communist parties so that all the available revolutionary forces are put into operation to fight for the creation of international and unified trade federations. This entire struggle must be waged under the slogan of admitting all unions, of whatever tendency, and regardless of their political complexion, into a single organization for the industry. Conclusion. In following its path of winning the trade unions and of fighting the splitting policy of the reformists, the Fourth Comintern Congress most solemnly declares that, whenever the Amsterdammers do not resort to expulsions, whenever they give the communists the opportunity of fighting with ideological weapons for their principles within the trade unions, communists will fight as disciplined members within the ranks of the one organization, and in all conflicts and clashes with the bourgeoisie will stand in the front ranks. The Fourth Congress of the Communist International makes it the duty of every communist party to do everything in its power to prevent the splitting of the trade unions, to restore the unity of the trade union movement where it has been destroyed, and to strive for the adherence of the trade union movement of the country in question to the Red International of Labor Unions. Extracts from the Theses on Tactics adopted by the Fourth Comintern Congress. 5th of December 1922 Thousand Resolution N. 4, p. 6. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The Theses, drafted and presented by Zinoviev, were an elaboration of the December 1921 Theses of the ISI. They attempted to reconcile the views of those, such as Radek and the German right wing, who wanted a united front from above, and of those, such as Zinoviev and the German left, who advocated the united front from below. The theses were adopted unanimously. The discussion of Zinoviev's ISI report, and of Radek's report on the capitalist offensive, was concerned primarily with problems of the United Front and the slogan of a workers' government. The United Front, Zinoviev said, did not mean an electoral alliance, or amalgamation with the reformists. It was the common struggle for the daily demands of the working class. This had universal validity, but the slogan of a workers' government was more restricted in scope. It was applicable only in those countries where the problem of government was in the forefront, both inside and outside Parliament. It had little relevance in the American situation, but might at any time be relevant for Germany or Italy. If it arose from the parliamentary situation alone, it was worthless. It could not replace the class struggle, and in countries where parliamentary traditions were strong there were dangers in its use that would have to be anticipated. Radek, answering the German left who criticized the negotiations between the KPD and the SPD, asserted that the German communists were not strong enough on their own to take action against the monarchists. This referred to the Right Now action. After the assassination of the German foreign minister, a workers' government, he said, was not the dictatorship of the proletariat, but a transition stage towards it, and the transition was necessary because in the West, unlike Russia, the workers were not politically amorphous. A workers' government was not a historical necessity, but a historical possibility. Meyer, KPD, suggested that a workers' government was not a government but a slogan which might win wide adherents and so inaugurate a period of severe class struggle and civil war. Drit, France, argued that the tactics of the United Front could be used by strong but not by weak parties. If the workers' government relied not on parliament but on the masses, it was tantamount to Soviets. In France there was only a parliamentary context for the slogan, and that was why the French party had rejected the United Front tactics. Bordiga, Italy, said that if workers' government were merely a verbal substitute for proletarian dictatorship he would not oppose it, although this desire to conceal the real program smacked of opportunism. If, however, it meant that relations between the working class and the state could be settled otherwise than by armed struggle for power he would oppose it. He had, he said, been given dozens of explanations of what a workers' government was not, but not one explanation of what it was. Domsky, Poland, said the slogan of a workers' government was unnecessary. A workers' government would come, if at all, as the result of a number of forces and conflicts, and the Communist Party should stick to its own slogan of proletarian dictatorship. If the workers' government were merely another name for proletarian dictatorship, he would point out that battles were not won by pseudonyms. No communist should proclaim a watchword in which he did not believe and for which he would not fight. The ambiguities of the slogan for a workers' government particularly perplexed the French party. One of its delegates to the Congress complained that he still could not understand it, although Radek and Fellheimer had sent long explanatory letters. There had been a severe crisis in the KPD over the United Front tactics, particularly in regard to the possibility of a workers' government in Saxony. Bukharin informed the Russian Party Congress that shortly before the Fourth Comintern Congress the SE had sent out a questionnaire. 69% of the replies from France expressed opposition to United Front tactics, 40% of those from Germany, 26% from Italy, and 24% from England. For us, he said, the United Front tactics are primarily a great strategic maneuver designed to destroy the influence of social democracy. The fusion of the Second and Two and a Half Internationals, Zinoviev said in his essay report to the Fourth Congress, was a defeat for the Vienna Union. The Second International was an enemy of the working class, and the amalgamation of the two would accelerate the split in the working class movement. The proletariat could only gain. The most urgent task of the day, perhaps of the epoch, was to defeat social democracy, which was the strongest factor of international counter-revolution. This fight was not a fractional struggle within socialism, but the last and decisive fight of the international working class against the last advocate and agent of international capitalism. In its letter to the French Communist Party of September 13, 1922, the SE explained that the merging of the two internationals, while they appeared to strengthen the opposition to the Comintern, would in fact work to its advantage, for the members of the old Two and a Half International would restrain the Social Democrats from fulfilling their bourgeois mission, while the members of the Second International would restrain the independents from playing their part as an opposition to reformism. The disappearance of the sham opposition would reveal the Communist Party as the sole genuine opponent of the bourgeoisie. Trotsky had made the same point in a speech in Moscow on October 20, 1922. At first, this unification means an accession of strength for the Social Democrats. But if we look at it from a longer view, it is a colossal political gain for us, because the Two-and-a-Half International, which served as a buffer between communists and Social Democrats, obscured the real relations and confused the minds of a certain number of the workers. When we have on one side the Social Democrats linked with the bourgeois state, and on the other side only the communists as the real opposition, then the power of the Communist Party to attract the workers is bound to grow. Answering Meyer, KPD, who interpreted the fusion of the SPD and the USPD as a victory for the KPD, Domsky, Poland, suggested that many such victories would bring the KPD to the grave. End of exposition. Endorsement of the resolutions of the Third Congress. The Fourth World Congress first of all notes that the resolutions of the Third World Congress 1. On the economic crisis and the tasks of the Comintern, and 2. On the tactics of the Comintern, have been completely borne out by the course of events and the development of the labor movement in the period between the Third and Fourth Congresses. 2. The period of capitalist decline. After an appraisal of the world economic situation, the Third Congress could declare with complete certainty that capitalism, having fulfilled its mission of promoting the development of production, had reached a stage of irreconcilable conflict with the needs not only of historical development, but also of the most elementary conditions of human existence. The general picture of the decay of capitalist economy is not mitigated by those unavoidable fluctuations of the business cycle which are characteristic of the capitalist system both in its ascendancy and in its decline. The attempts of bourgeois and social democratic economists to explain the improvement which began in the second half of 1921 in the United States, to a much less extent in Japan and England, and to some extent also in France and other countries, as a sign that capitalist equilibrium has been restored, rest partly on the desire to falsify the facts, partly on the lack of insights of these lackeys of capital. The next cyclical crisis, which will operate in the same direction as the general trend of capitalist decay, will intensify all its manifestations and thus make the revolutionary situation far more acute. Capitalism will be subject to cyclical fluctuations till the hour of its death. Only the seizure of power by the proletariat and the socialist world revolution can save mankind from the catastrophe provoked by the existence of present-day capitalism. What capitalism is passing through today is nothing but its death throes. The collapse of capitalism is inevitable. 3. The international political situation. The international political situation also reflects the continuing breakdown of capitalism. The reparations question is still unsettled. While one conference of the Entente states after another is held, Germany's economic collapse is proceeding unchecked and threatens the existence of capitalism throughout Central Europe. The catastrophic deterioration in Germany's economic situation will either force the Entente to renounce reparations, which will aggravate the economic and political crisis in France, or it will lead to the creation of a Franco-German industrial bloc on the continent, and this will make England's economic situation and its position on the world market worse. It will place England and the continent in political opposition to each other. In the Near East, Entente policy has suffered complete bankruptcy. The Treaty of Sèvres was torn up by Turkish bayonets. The war between Turkey and Greece, and the events associated with it, have made palpably clear how unstable the present political equilibrium is. The specter of a new imperialist world war became plainly visible. Having, because of competition with England, helped to overthrow the joint work of the Entente in the Near East, imperialist France has now been driven back by its capitalist interests into the common capitalist front against the Eastern peoples. Thus capitalist France has demonstrated once again to the peoples of the Near East that they can wage their struggle against oppression only at the side of Soviet Russia and with the support of the revolutionary proletariat of the whole world. In the Far East, the victorious Entente states tried at Washington to revise the Versailles Treaty, but they were only able to give themselves a breathing space, cutting down one form of armaments only, the number of big battleships to be built in the next few years. They did not reach any solution to their problem. The struggle between America and Japan continues and is stoking up the civil war in China. The shores of the Pacific remain as before the burning focus of great conflicts. The example of the national liberation movements in India, Egypt, Ireland, and Turkey shows that the colonial and semi-colonial countries are hotbeds of a growing revolutionary movement against the imperialist powers and represent inexhaustible reservoirs of revolutionary strength which in the given situation work objectively against the entire existence of the bourgeois world order. The Versailles Treaty is being liquidated by events. It is not, however, being replaced by a general understanding among the capitalist states, by the abandonment of imperialism, but by new contradictions, new imperialist alignments, and new armaments. In the given situation the reconstruction of Europe is not possible. Capitalist America is unwilling to make sacrifices to restore capitalist European economy. Capitalist America watches like a vulture the breakdown of capitalism in Europe, to which it will be heir. America will enslave capitalist Europe if the European working class does not seize political power and set about clearing away the ruins of the World War and beginning the construction of a federal Soviet Republic of Europe. At the same time the international political position of Soviet Russia, the only country where the proletariat has defeated the bourgeoisie, and which has for 5 years maintained power against the onslaughts of the enemy, has grown immeasurably stronger. At Genoa and at The Hague the Entente capitalists tried to force the Russian Soviet Republic to abandon the nationalization of industry and to impose on it a burden of debt which would have made Soviet Russia in fact a colony of the Entente. The proletarian state was however strong enough to resist these arrogant intentions. Amidst the chaos of the crumbling capitalist state system, Soviet Russia, from the Berezina to Vladivostok, from Murmansk to the Armenian mountains, is a factor of growing power in Europe and the Near and Far East. Despite the attempt of the capitalist world to strangle Soviet Russia by a financial blockade, it is in a position to go on with its economic reconstruction. For this purpose it will make use not only of its own economic resources, but also of the competition of the capitalist states among themselves, which will force them to conduct negotiations separately with Soviet Russia. 1/6 of the earth is in the hands of the Soviets. The mere existence of the Russian Soviet Republic represents a permanent element of weakness in bourgeois society. It is the most important factor in the world revolution. The greater the improvement in Soviet Russia's economic strength, the more powerful will be the influence of this most preeminent revolutionary factor in world politics. 4. The capitalist offensive. Since the proletariat of all countries, with the exception of Russia, failed to exploit the weakness of capitalism created by the war for decisive battles, the bourgeoisie were able, with the help of the Social Democrats, to defeat the militant revolutionary workers, to re-establish their own political and economic power, and to open a new offensive against the proletariat. All the efforts of the bourgeoisie to set international production and distribution of commodities going again after the storms of the World War were made solely at the cost of the working class. The capitalist offensive, which in these last years has assumed gigantic proportions, forces the working class in all countries to fight in defense. Thousands and thousands in the most important industries have taken up the fight. New groups of workers are constantly joining in: railwaymen, miners, engineers, public and municipal employees. So far the majority of these strikes have had no direct success, but the struggle itself is creating among multitudes of formerly backward workers undying hatred of the capitalists and the state power which protects them. These battles, forced on the proletariat, are destroying the policy of collaboration with the employers pursued by the social reformists and trade union bureaucrats. These struggles show even the most backward sections of the proletariat the obvious connection between economics and politics. Today every big strike becomes a big political event. They show that the parties of the Second International and the leaders of the Amsterdam trade unions not only gave no help to the working masses engaged in severe defensive struggles, but left them in the lurch and betrayed them to the employers and to the bourgeois governments. It is one of the duties of the communist parties to expose publicly this shameful and continued treachery and to bring it home to the workers in their daily struggles. It is the duty of the communist parties of all countries to extend and to deepen the numerous industrial strikes which are breaking out, and if possible to let them develop into political strikes and struggles. It is obviously the duty of the communist parties so to strengthen the defensive struggles and the revolutionary understanding and militancy of the proletarian masses that, when they are strong enough, they will pass from defense to attack. The steady intensification of the contradictions between proletariat and bourgeoisie is inevitable as these struggles extend. The situation remains objectively revolutionary, and even the slightest occasion can today become the starting point of great revolutionary struggles. 5. International fascism. Closely connected with the capitalist offensive in the economic sphere is the political offensive of the bourgeoisie against the working class, expressed most grossly in international fascism, as growing impoverishment revolutionizes the masses, reaches the middle strata, including public employees, and shakes the confidence of the bourgeoisie in the absolute docility and adequacy of the bureaucracy as their instrument. The legal methods at their command no longer satisfy the bourgeoisie. They are therefore resorting everywhere to the creation of special white guards for use particularly against all the revolutionary efforts of the proletariat and to a growing degree for the defeat by brutal means of every attempt by the workers to improve their lot. The characteristic feature of Italian fascism, classic fascism, which has for the present triumphed throughout the country, consists in this, that the fascists not only form strictly counter-revolutionary fighting organizations, armed to the teeth, but also try by social demagogy to gain a footing among the masses, among the peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie, and even among some sections of the working class, cleverly using the inevitable disappointment in so-called democracy for their own reactionary purposes. There is a danger of fascism now in many countries, in Czechoslovakia, Hungary, practically all the Balkan countries, Poland, Germany, Bavaria, in Austria and America, and even in countries like Norway. Nor is fascism impossible, in one form or another, in countries like France or England. It is one of the most important tasks of the communist parties to organize resistance to international fascism, to lead the entire working class in the struggle against the fascist gangs, and to make vigorous use in this field also of the United Front tactics. In this struggle methods of illegal organization are absolutely essential. But the frenzied fascist organization is the last card in the bourgeoisie's hand. The unconcealed rule of the White Guards is directed against the very foundations of bourgeois democracy. The broadest masses of the working people will be convinced by this fact that the rule of the bourgeoisie is possible only in the form of an undisguised dictatorship over the proletariat. 6. The possibility of new pacifist illusions. The characteristics of the present international political situation are fascism, the state of emergency, and the rising wave of white terror against the working class. But that does not exclude the possibility that in the near future in some very important countries open bourgeois reaction will be succeeded by an era of democratic pacifism. In England, where the Labour Party increased its vote at the last elections, in France, where the so-called left bloc is sure to come in, such a democratic pacifist period of transition is probable and can in its turn give rise to a revival of pacifist hopes in bourgeois and social democratic Germany. Between the present period of the rule of open bourgeois reaction and the complete victory of the revolutionary proletariat over the bourgeoisie, various stages and various temporary episodes are possible. The Communist International and its sections must keep these possibilities in mind. They must know how to defend their revolutionary positions in any situation. 7. The situation within the labor movement. While the working class is being driven to the defensive by the capitalist offensive, the parties of the center, the independents, are drawing nearer to and finally fusing with the open social traders, the Social Democrats. When the revolutionary wave was rising, even the centrists, under the pressure of mass sentiment, declared themselves in favor of the proletarian dictatorship and approached the Communist International. With the ebbing of the revolutionary wave, which is however only temporary, these centrists are again falling back into the social democratic camp, from which they had never genuinely broken away. During the revolutionary mass struggles they always took up a delaying and vacillating position. Now they renounced the defensive struggle and returned to the camp of the Second International, which was always consciously anti-revolutionary. The centrist parties and the entire centrist 2.5 International are breaking down. The best revolutionary workers now in the centrist camp will come in time to the Communist International. Here and there, as in Italy, this movement has already begun. The overwhelming majority of the centrist leaders, who are now allied with Tusk, Mussolini, etc., will on the other hand become hardened counter-revolutionaries. Objectively, the fusion of the parties of the Second and the 2.5 Internationals can only be of advantage to the revolutionary labor movement. The fiction of a second revolutionary party outside the communist camp is at an end. Within the working class there will now be only two groups contending for the majority of the workers: the Second International, which represents the influence of the bourgeoisie within the working class, and the Communist International, which has raised the banner of the socialist revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat. 8. The trade union split and the preparations for white terror against communists. The amalgamation of the parties of the Second and 2.5 Internationals is undoubtedly designed to create a favorable atmosphere for a systematic anti-communist campaign. One part of this campaign is the deliberate splitting of the trade unions by the leaders of the Amsterdam International. They recoil from any struggle against the capitalist offensive and are more concerned to continue their policy of collaboration with the employers. In order not to be disturbed by the communists in this alliance with the employers, they are trying to eliminate communist influence in the trade unions. Since however in many countries the communists have already won a majority in the trade unions, or are about to do so, the Amsterdammers do not shrink from expulsions, or even from officially splitting the unions. Nothing weakens the forces of proletarian resistance to the capitalist offensive so much as splitting the unions. The reformist trade union leaders are well aware of this, but since they are also aware that they are losing ground, and that their bankruptcy is both unavoidable and near, they are anxious to split the unions, which are the irreplaceable instrument of the proletarian class struggle, so that the communists will inherit only the fragments and splinters of the old trade union organizations. The working class has witnessed no greater treachery since August 1914. 9. The task of winning the majority. In these circumstances the basic directive of the Third World Congress, of winning communist influence among the majority of the working class and leading the decisive section of this class in struggle, retains full validity. Even more than at the time of the Third Congress, it is true today that, with the present precarious equilibrium of bourgeois society, the most severe crisis may quite suddenly break out as the result of a large-scale strike, a colonial revolt, a new war, or even a parliamentary crisis. That is precisely why the subjective factor is of such tremendous importance, that is, the degree of consciousness, of militancy, the level of organization in the working class and in its vanguard. To win the majority of the American and European working class, that is, now as before, the Comintern's cardinal task. In the colonial and semi-colonial countries the Comintern has a dual task: 1. To create a core of communist parties which represent the interests of the proletariat as a whole, and, 2. To support to the utmost the national revolutionary movement which is directed against imperialism, to become the vanguard of this movement, and to emphasize and expand the social movement within the national movement. 10. United Front Tactics. The necessity of the United Front tactic follows from all this. The slogan of the Third Congress to the masses is now more than ever appropriate. Only now is the struggle for the formation of the proletarian United Front beginning in a great number of countries. Only now are the difficulties of the United Front tactic beginning to be overcome. The best example is France, where the course of events has convinced even those who a short time ago were on principle hostile to this tactic of the necessity of its employment. The Comintern requires all communist parties and groups to carry out the United Front tactic strictly, because in the present period that alone can give communists a sure road to winning the majority of the workers. The reformists need a split. The communists are interested in rallying all the forces of the working class against capitalism. The United Front tactic means that the communist vanguard must take the lead in the day-to-day struggles of the broad working masses for their most vital interests. In these struggles the communists are even ready to negotiate with the treacherous Social Democratic and Amsterdam leaders. The attempts of the Second International to represent the United Front as the organizational fusion of all workers' parties must of course be decisively rebutted. The attempts of the Second International, under the cloak of the United Front, to absorb workers' organizations further to the left, for example the unification of the socialists and independent socialists in Germany, mean in practice nothing but the opportunity for the social democratic leaders to surrender further sections of the working masses to the bourgeoisie. The existence of independent communist parties and their complete freedom of action in regard to the bourgeoisie and the counter-revolutionary social democracy is the most significant historical achievement of the proletariat, which communists will in no circumstances whatever renounce. Only the communist parties fight for the interests of the proletariat in its entirety. Nor does the United Front tactic mean so-called upper-level electoral alliances which pursue some parliamentary purpose or other. The United Front tactic is the offer of a joint struggle of communists with all workers who belong to other parties or groups, and with all non-party workers, in defense of the basic interests of the working class against the bourgeoisie. In executing the United Front policy it is especially important to achieve not only agitational, but also organizational results. No single opportunity should be missed of creating organizational footholds among the working masses themselves, factory councils, supervisory commissions of workers of all parties, and of non-party workers, committees of action, etc. The most important thing in the United Front tactic is and remains the agitational and organizational rallying of the working masses. Its true realization can come only from below, from the depths of the working masses themselves. Communists however must not refuse in certain circumstances to negotiate with the leaders of the hostile workers' parties, but the masses must be kept fully and constantly informed of the course of these negotiations. Nor must the Communist Party's freedom to agitate be circumscribed in any way during these negotiations with the leaders. It is obvious that the United Front tactic is to be applied in different ways in different countries, according to the actual conditions prevailing there. Where, in the most important capitalist countries, objective conditions are ripe for the socialist revolution and where the social democratic parties, with their counter-revolutionary leaders, are deliberately working to split the working class, the United Front tactic will be decisive for a new epoch. 11. The workers' government. The slogan of a workers' government, or a workers' and peasants' government, can be used practically everywhere as a general propaganda slogan. But as a topical political slogan it is of the greatest importance in those countries where bourgeois society is particularly unstable, where the relation of forces between the workers' parties and the bourgeoisie is such that the decision of the question, who shall form the government, becomes one of immediate practical necessity. In these countries the slogan of a workers' government follows inevitably from the entire United Front tactic. The parties of the Second International are trying to save the situation in these countries by advocating and forming a coalition government of bourgeois and social democratic parties. To this open or concealed bourgeois social democratic coalition the communists oppose the United Front of all workers and a coalition of all workers' parties in the economic and the political field for the fight against the bourgeois power and its 420. Eventual overthrow. In the united struggle of all workers against the bourgeoisie the entire state apparatus must be taken over by the workers' government, and thus the working class's positions of power strengthened. The overriding tasks of the workers' government must be to arm the proletariat, to disarm bourgeois, counter-revolutionary organizations, to introduce the control of production, to transfer the main burden of taxation to the rich, and to break the resistance of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie. Such a workers' government is only possible if it is born out of the struggle of the masses, is supported by workers' bodies which are capable of fighting, bodies created by the most oppressed sections of the working masses. Even a workers' government which is created by the turn of events in Parliament, which is therefore purely parliamentary in origin, may provide the occasion for invigorating the revolutionary labor movement. It is obvious that the formation of a real workers' government, and the continued existence of a government which pursues a revolutionary policy, must lead to a bitter struggle, and eventually to a civil war with the bourgeoisie. The mere attempt by the proletariat to form such a workers' government will from the outset encounter the sharpest opposition of the bourgeoisie. The slogan of a workers' government is therefore suitable for concentrating the proletariat and unleashing revolutionary struggles. In certain circumstances, communists must declare themselves ready to form a workers' government with non-communist workers' parties and workers' organizations. But they can do so only if there are guarantees that the workers' government will really conduct the struggle against the bourgeoisie in the sense mentioned above. The conditions on which communists participate in such a government are: 1. Communists may take part in a workers' government only with the consent of the Comintern. 2. The communist members of such a government are under the strictest control of their party. 3. The communists chosen to take part in the workers' government must be those who have the closest contact with the revolutionary organizations of the masses. 4. The Communist Party retains without any restrictions its own identity and complete independence of agitation. With all its great advantages, the slogan of a workers' government also has its dangers, just as the United Front tactic as a whole conceals dangers. In order to avoid these dangers, the communist parties must bear in mind that while every bourgeois government is a capitalist government, not every workers' government is a really proletarian government, that is, a revolutionary instrument of power. The Communist International must consider the following possibilities: 1. Liberal workers' governments, such as there was in Australia. This is also possible in England in the near future. 2. Social democratic workers' governments, Germany. 3. A government of workers and the poorer peasants. This is possible in the Balkans, Czechoslovakia, Poland, etc. 4. Workers' governments in which communists participate. 5. Genuine proletarian workers' governments, which in their pure form can be created only by the Communist Party. The first two types are not revolutionary workers' governments, but in fact coalition governments of the bourgeoisie and anti-revolutionary labor leaders. Such governments are tolerated by the enfeebled bourgeoisie in critical times as a means of deceiving the proletariat about the real class character of the state, or to ward off, with the help of the corrupt workers' leaders, the revolutionary offensive of the proletariat and to gain time. Communists cannot take part in such governments. On the contrary, they must vigorously expose to the masses the real character of these pseudo-workers' governments. But in the present period of capitalist decline, when the most important task is to win the majority of the proletariat for the revolution, even such governments may objectively help to accelerate the process of disintegration of bourgeois power. Communists are however prepared to act together with those workers who have not yet recognized the necessity of the proletarian dictatorship, social democrats, members of Christian parties, non-party syndicalists, etc. They are thus ready, in certain conditions and with certain guarantees, to support a workers' government that is not communist. The two types numbered 3 and 4, in which communists may take part, do not represent the dictatorship of the proletariat. They are not even a historically inevitable transition stage towards the dictatorship. But where they are formed they may become an important starting point for the fight for the dictatorship. The complete dictatorship of the proletariat is represented only by the real workers' government, the fifth on the above list, which consists of communists. Footnote: there is no paragraph 12. 13. The Factory Council movement. No communist party can be considered a seriously and solidly organized communist mass party unless it has strong communist cells in the factories, workshops, mines, railways, etc. In present conditions a movement cannot be regarded as a systematically organized proletarian mass movement if the working class and their organizations do not succeed in creating factory councils as the backbone of that movement. In particular, the struggle against the capitalist offensive and for the control of production is hopeless if the communists have not at their disposal firm footholds in all factories and if the working class have not created their own proletarian combat groups in the factories. factory councils, workers' committees. The Congress therefore considers it one of the chief tasks of all communist parties to get a firmer anchorage in the factories and to support the factory council movement or to take the initiative in establishing that movement. 14. The Comintern as a world party. While proceeding to develop its organization as a world communist party, the Communist International as such must also engage to an increasing extent in political affairs. In particular, it must aim at gaining the leadership in important actions undertaken in entire groups of countries. 15. International discipline. In order to carry out the United Front tactic internationally and in each individual country, the strictest international discipline is more than ever necessary in the Comintern and in each of its sections. The Fourth Congress categorically demands of all sections and all members the strictest discipline in carrying out the tactical line, which can only bear fruit if it is done unanimously and systematically in all countries, not only in words, but also in deeds. Adherence to the 21 conditions involves the carrying out of all tactical decisions of the World Congresses and of the Executive as the organ of the Comintern between World Congresses. Only the sharply defined revolutionary tactics of the Comintern ensure the earliest possible victory of the international proletarian revolution. The Congress decides to attach the text of the December 1921 theses of the Executive on the United Front as an appendix to this resolution. As the present theses explain the United Front tactic correctly and in detail. Resolution of the Fourth Comintern Congress on the Versailles Peace Treaty. December 5, 1922. Protocol 4, p. 1002. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. Although the Treaty of Rapallo was not mentioned at the Congress, its impact can be seen in the emphasis on the Versailles Treaty. The Third Congress tactical theses had talked of the struggle against the German government, but this objective is omitted from the Fourth Congress decisions. In introducing the resolution, Cauchon, France, said it was the duty of the French Communist Party to demand the abrogation of the treaty, and its actions must be brought into harmony with those of the German Communist Party. Smrl, Czechoslovakia, said that a great many of his compatriots, including proletarians, thought the Versailles Treaty historically progressive because it was to that treaty that their country owed its birth. The resolution was passed unanimously. The program of action of the French Communist Party approved at the Fourth Comintern Congress stated that the struggle against the Versailles Treaty and its consequences must remain in the forefront of the party's entire activity. The French party was to inform the French workers and soldiers of the tragic plight of their German brothers. The French workers themselves would be seriously affected by the competition of cheap German labor and the stimulus to German exports provided by currency depreciation. The party press must constantly describe the sufferings of the German proletariat, the real victims of the Versailles Treaty, and demonstrate the impossibility of executing the treaty. End of exposition. The World War ended with the downfall of three imperialist powers, Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Russia. Four great robber states remained victorious on the battlefield: the United States, England, France, and Japan. The peace treaties, whose kernel is formed by the Versailles Treaty, are an attempt to stabilize the world domination of these four victorious powers, politically and economically, by coercing all the rest of the world into their sphere of colonial exploitation, and socially, by ensuring the rule of the bourgeoisie both over the proletariat in their own countries and over the victorious revolutionary proletariat of Russia by an alliance between the bourgeoisie of all countries. For that purpose a wall of small vassal states around Russia has been erected and armed, to strangle Soviet Russia when a suitable opportunity occurs. The defeated states are moreover to pay full compensation for the material losses suffered in the war by the victor states. Today it is clear to everybody that all the assumptions on which the peace treaties were based were false. The attempt to establish a new equilibrium on a capitalist foundation has failed. The history of the last 4 years shows continuous fluctuation, constant insecurity, economic crises, unemployment and surplus labor, cabinet crises, party crises, crises in foreign policy. At innumerable conferences the imperialist powers have tried to stay the breakdown of the world system established by the peace treaties and to conceal the bankruptcy of Versailles. The attempts to overthrow the dictatorship of the proletariat in Russia miscarried. The proletariat of all capitalist countries are coming out more and more emphatically for Soviet Russia. Even the leaders of the Amsterdam International had to declare publicly that the downfall of proletarian rule in Russia would mean the victory of world reaction over the entire proletariat. Turkey, as vanguard of the revolutionary East, successfully resisted by force of arms the execution of the peace treaty. At the Lausanne Conference the solemn burial of an important part of the peace treaty system is taking place. The continuing economic crisis has shown that the economic conception of the Versailles Peace Treaty is untenable. The leading European imperialist power, England, who is in the highest degree dependent on world trade, cannot consolidate its economic basis unless Germany and Russia are re-established. The United States, the strongest imperialist power, has turned completely away from the peace and is trying to build its world imperialism by itself. In this endeavor it has gained the support of important parts of the English world empire, Canada and Australia. The oppressed colonies of England, the foundation of its world power, are in rebellion. The entire Muslim world is in open or latent insurrection. All the presuppositions of the peace have become untenable, except one. The proletariat of all bourgeois countries are still to carry the burdens of the war and of Versailles. France. On the surface France got the greatest increase in power of all the victor states. Apart from gaining Alsace-Lorraine, the occupation of the left bank of the Rhine, the claim to untold milliards in German war indemnities, it has in fact become the strongest military power on the European continent. With its vassal states, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Romania, whose armies are trained and led by French generals, with its own large army, with its submarines and its air force, it dominates the continent, playing the part of guardian of the Versailles Peace Treaty. But France's economic basis, its small and declining population, its tremendous internal and external indebtedness, and its consequent economic dependence on England and America, are not an adequate foundation for a boundless imperialist appetite for expansion. As a power it is narrowly restricted by England's dominion over all important naval bases, and by the English and American oil monopoly. Economically, the acquisition of iron ore under the Versailles Treaty was lessened in value because the raw coal necessary for its working remained in Germany. The hope of bringing order into shattered French finances by German reparation payments has proved deceptive. All financial experts of the world are agreed that Germany cannot pay the sums which France needs to clear up its finances. The only road remaining open to the French bourgeoisie is to lower the standards of the French proletariat to the level of the German. The hunger of the German workers today prefigures the French workers' poverty of tomorrow. The depreciation of the franc, which is being deliberately encouraged by certain sections of French heavy industry, will be used to shunt the burdens of war, now that Versailles has proved useless, onto the shoulders of the French proletariat. England. The World War gave England the opportunity to unite its colonial world empire from the Cape of Good Hope, across Egypt and Arabia, to India. It has kept all the important ocean approaches in its possession. By concessions to its settlement colonies it is trying to build up an Anglo-Saxon world imperium. But despite the flexibility of the English bourgeoisie, despite stubborn efforts to regain the world market, it transpires that in the world situation created by the Versailles Peace Treaty England cannot make progress. The English industrial state cannot exist if Germany and Russia are not economically re-established. This sharpens the antagonism between England and France. England wants to sell goods to Germany, which the Versailles Treaty makes impossible. France wants to exact enormous sums from Germany as war costs, which destroys Germany's purchasing power. Hence England is in favor of reducing reparation obligations, while France is carrying on a concealed war against England in the Near East in order to force it to yield on the reparations question. While the English proletariat is carrying the burdens of the war in the form of millions of unemployed, the bourgeoisie of England and France are coming together again at Germany's expense. Central Europe and Germany. Central Europe, the new colonial sphere of the imperialist robbers, is the most important part of the Versailles peace handiwork. Riven into innumerable small states, divided into a number of areas incapable of supporting themselves economically. These regions cannot pursue an independent policy. They have sunk to being colonies of English and French capital. They are incited against each other according to the changing interests of these great powers. Czechoslovakia, carved out of an economic area of 60 million population, is in a state of permanent economic crisis. Austria has shrunk to a lifeless creature, which continues to lead an ostensibly independent political existence only because of the mutual jealousies of the neighboring countries. Poland, which was given large territories with a non-Polish population, is France's furthest outpost, a caricature of French imperialism. In all these countries the proletariat has had to pay the costs of the war by a reduction in the standard of life or by heavy unemployment. But it is Germany which is the most important object of the Versailles Peace Treaty. Disarmed, deprived of every possibility of defense, it is at the mercy of the imperialist powers. The German bourgeoisie try to ingratiate themselves now with the English, now with the French bourgeoisie. They hope by the severe exploitation of the German proletariat to satisfy a part of French claims and at the same time secure with foreign help their own domination over the German proletariat. But even the most intense exploitation of the German proletariat, the reduction of German workers to Europe's coolies, the incredible poverty into which the German proletariat have sunk as a result of the Versailles Treaty, still do not make it possible to pay reparations. Germany is therefore being converted into a plaything in the hands of England and France. The French bourgeoisie want to settle the question by force by occupying the Ruhr. England is still opposed to this. Only the intervention of the strongest economic power, the United States, would have made it possible to compose in some degree the conflicting interests of England, France, and Germany. The United States of America. The United States, however, has long withdrawn from the Versailles system by refusing to ratify the treaty. The United States, which emerged from the World War as the strongest power, economically and politically, and to which the European imperialist powers are heavily indebted, showed no desire to enable France to overcome its financial crisis by granting further large credits to Germany. United States capital is turning away more and more from the chaos in Europe, and is trying most successfully to build a large colonial empire in Central and South America and the Far East, while protecting the exploitation of the home market for its own ruling class by protective tariffs. While thus leaving continental Europe to its fate, it encounters on the other hand the conflicting interests of England and Japan. By using its economic superiority in regard to naval construction it compelled the other imperialist powers to sign the Washington Agreement. But in doing so it destroyed one of the most important pillars of Versailles, England's superiority at sea, and thus destroyed any reason for England to adhere to the alignment of powers contemplated at Washington. Japan and the colonies. The youngest imperialist world power, Japan, keeps itself aloof from the chaos in Europe created by the Versailles Treaty. But its interests have been strongly affected by the growth of the United States into a world power. It was forced at Washington to dissolve the alliance with England, thus destroying another most important pillar of the division of the world established at Versailles. At the same time not only are the oppressed peoples rebelling against the rule of England and Japan, but England's settlement colonies are trying to secure their interests in the approaching struggle between the United States and Japan by closer ties with the United States. The structure of British world imperialism is thereby still more shaken towards a new world war. The attempt of the imperialist great powers to create a firm foundation for their world rule has failed lamentably because of their conflicting interests. The great edifice of peace lies in ruins. The great powers and their vassal states are arming for a new war. Militarism is stronger than ever. And although the bourgeoisie are terribly afraid of a new proletarian revolution as the outcome of a world war, the inherent laws of the bourgeois order of society are driving inexorably towards a new world conflict. The tasks of the communist parties. The Second and Two and a Half Internationals are trying to support the radical wing of the bourgeoisie, who represent primarily the interests of commercial and banking capital, in their ineffective struggle to reduce reparations. In this, as in every question, they act together with the bourgeoisie. The task of the communist parties, above all those of the victor countries, is to explain to the masses that Versailles shunts all the burdens, in the victorious as in the defeated countries, onto the proletariat. that the proletarians of all countries are the real victims of the bourgeoisie's peace. On this basis the communist parties, particularly those of France and Germany, must wage a common fight against the Versailles Peace Treaty. The German Communist Party must emphasize the willingness of the German proletariat to help the proletarians and peasants in the devastated areas of northern France to rebuild their homes, and must at the same time wage a sharp struggle against the German bourgeoisie, who are ready to adopt, in agreement with the French bourgeoisie, a policy of reparations fulfillment, Stenay agreement, at the cost of the German proletariat, and yield Germany as a colony to the French bourgeoisie. If only their class interests are safeguarded, the French Communist Party must fight with all its strength against the imperialist aspirations of the French bourgeoisie, against the attempt to enrich the French bourgeoisie by the more intense exploitation of the German proletariat. It must fight for the immediate annulment of the occupation of the left bank of the Rhine, against the occupation of the Ruhr, against the dismemberment of Germany, against French imperialism. Today it is not enough to fight in France against the defense of the fatherland. Today it is necessary to fight the Versailles peace at every step. The communist parties in Poland, Czechoslovakia, and the other vassal states of France have the duty of combining the fight against their own bourgeoisie with the fight against French imperialism. By jointly conducted mass actions it must be made clear to the proletariat that the attempt to execute the Versailles Treaty is bound to plunge the entire European proletariat into the deepest poverty, and that the fight against it is the common interest of the proletariat of all countries. Extracts from the resolution of the Fourth Comintern Congress on the Italian question, December 1922. Resolution in 4 p. 87. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The majority of the Italian party, Zinoviev said in his report to the Congress for the Italian Commission, were opposed to the immediate fusion of the Italian Communist and Socialist parties, although in the end they agreed to accept and carry out the decision. Unity was essential to encourage the psychology of resistance to fascism, and willingness to enter the Communist Party in the conditions prevailing in Italy was a sign of courage and honesty. The program for the United Party was to establish a united front politically and industrially, to unite all those who opposed fascism, to agitate for a workers' government, and to join the fascist trade unions because there were many workers inside these bodies and the genuine working class unions might be dissolved. Bordiga for the Communist Party majority, Grazade for the minority, and Serrati for the Italian Socialist Party endorsed the resolution. The Socialist Party delegates were not empowered to accept the resolution, and some had therefore returned to Italy to get the endorsement of their Central Committee for the proposed organizational arrangements, so that no difficulties might be encountered on the delegation's return. The resolution was passed unanimously. End of exposition. At the close of the imperialist World War the situation in Italy was objectively revolutionary. The reins had fallen from the hands of the bourgeoisie. The machinery of the bourgeois state was broken. The ruling classes felt uncertain. The working masses were filled with indignation against the war and were in open insurrection in various parts of the country. Large sections of the peasantry were beginning to rise against the landlords and the state and were ready to support the working class in revolutionary struggle. The soldiers were against the war and ready to fraternize with the workers. The objective prerequisites for a victorious revolution were at hand. The only thing missing was the most important subjective factor, a resolute, militant, conscious, revolutionary workers' party, that is, a genuine communist party, to assume resolute leadership of the masses. At the end of the war the situation in practically all the belligerent countries was in broad outline the same. If the working class in the decisive countries did not triumph in the years 1919 and 1920, that can be ascribed to the absence of a revolutionary workers' party. This was particularly obvious in Italy, where revolution was closest, and which has now fallen into the deepest abyss of counter-revolution. The occupation of the factories by the Italian workers in the autumn of 1920 was a decisive moment in the development of the class struggle in Italy. The Italian workers moved instinctively towards a revolutionary solution of the crisis, but the absence of a revolutionary workers' party decided the fate of the working class, sealed their defeat, and prepared the present victory of fascism. Without an adequate revolutionary leadership, the working class, though at the height of its strength, showed that it was not resolute enough to seize power. Thus it happened that after the lapse of a certain time the deadly enemy of the working class, the bourgeoisie, in the person of their most energetic wing, the fascists, laid the working class low and established their dictatorship. The Italian example is of the greatest significance. Nowhere has it been more palpably demonstrated than in Italy how great is the historical role of a communist party for the world revolution. It has shown how the absence of such a party can turn the course of history in favor of the bourgeoisie. It is not that in these decisive years there was no workers' party in Italy. The old Socialist Party had a large membership and seen from the outside a great influence, but it carried within it reformist elements who crippled its action at every step. Despite the first split which occurred in 1912 and which expelled the extreme right and the second split in 1914, there were in 1919 and 1920 a great number of reformists and centrists in the SPI. In all decisive situations the reformists and centrists acted as a leaden weight on the party. Nowhere was it so clear as in Italy that the reformists are the most dangerous tools of the bourgeoisie and the working class camp. They left nothing untried to betray the working class to the bourgeoisie. Such treachery as that of the reformists during the occupation of the factories in 1920 is not to be found often in the history of reformism, although it is an unbroken chain of treachery. The real precursors and pioneers of fascism are undoubtedly the reformists. The treachery of the reformists is primarily responsible for the dreadful sufferings of the Italian working class. If the Italian working class is now once more only at the beginning of its revolutionary advance and still has a long and difficult road ahead, that is because the reformists were tolerated too long in the Italian party. In view of the decision taken by the SPI in October 1922 to exclude the reformists and to adhere unconditionally to the Communist International, the Fourth World Congress of the Communist International resolves. 1. The general situation in Italy, particularly after the victory of fascist reaction, imperatively demands the widest possible unification of all proletarian revolutionary forces. The Italian workers will breathe again if, after their defeats and splits, a new mustering of all revolutionary forces begins. 2. The Communist International is completely convinced of the sincerely revolutionary frame of mind of the SPI, freed from the reformists, and resolves to admit the SPI to the Communist International. 4. The Fourth World Congress instructs the Central Committee of the SPI to expel from the party all those who make any reservations to the 21 conditions of admission. 5. Since under the statutes of the Communist International there can be only one section in each country, the Fourth World Congress resolves that the Communist Party of Italy and the Socialist Party of Italy shall immediately amalgamate. The United Party shall be called the United Communist Party of Italy, section of the Communist International. 6. To effect this amalgamation the Fourth Congress shall appoint a special organization committee consisting of 3 members of each party under the chairmanship of a member of the executive. Disputed questions shall be decided by the ISI. 9. At the same time a joint trade union committee shall be immediately set up whose task shall be to convince the Trade Union Federation of the treachery of the Amsterdammers and to win a majority for the Comintern. This committee will be composed of 2 members of each party under the chairmanship of a comrade to be appointed by the ISI or the Organization Committee. The Trade Union Committee shall work under the instruction and supervision of the Organization Committee. 10. In towns where there are a communist and a socialist newspaper these shall be amalgamated by January 1, 1923. The editorial board of the central organ for the forthcoming year shall be appointed by the ISI. 11. The United Congress shall be held not later than the first fortnight of March 1923. 12. In present-day Italy a legal work has become absolutely essential. The SPI comrades must make up for what they have so far failed to do in this respect. 13. The Congress shall publish a manifesto on the amalgamation of the 2 parties. Decisions of the Fourth Comintern Congress on the reorganization of the ISI and on its future activities. December 1922 Protocol, 4, p. 994. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. Writing on the opening of the Congress, Zinoviev said that the executive in its work had felt the need for some serious reforms. It is probable that the executive will have to set up a number of sections. On the lines of the Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party. The executive was not to be regarded as a conciliation commission. It is obvious that the executive must interfere in the affairs of practically every party. It took an active part in the preparations for every congress and conference of its principal parties. Representatives of the executive attended practically every important congress and gave them ideological direction. The object of the reorganization, said Eberlein, reporting for the EC, was to eliminate the remaining traces of federalism, to make the EC the leadership of a centralized world party in which no individual or section could sabotage decisions. The sections had been very casual in this respect, and the executive had not been strict enough in enforcing discipline. It was intolerable that sections should fail to publish EC documents because they disagreed with them. Greater centralization, and again closer approximation to the model of the Russian Communist Party, despite Lenin's criticism, would also be achieved by the practice of direct election of the executive at the Congress, not as delegates of sections, although the sections were free to make nominations, but as individuals. The decision that National Party Congresses should be held after the World Congress had been opposed by some parties. Its advantages were, first, that it would eliminate the practice of delegates turning up with binding mandates, which on some questions might make it difficult for the World Congress to reach agreement. Second, difficulties would be created if the World Congress reached decisions that differed from the decisions of national congresses. Parties would then be faced with the alternative of observing discipline and annulling the decisions, or coming into conflict with the Comintern. As to the membership of the EC, it was obvious that the executive could not do its job properly unless it consisted of the best and most responsible people, not those who were at the beck and call of the sections. Although the enemies of the International alleged that it did just what the Russians wanted it to do, it was obvious that in the future as in the past the Russian comrades on the Presidium and the EC must be accorded the greatest weight, for they have the greatest experience in the field of international class struggle. They are the only ones who have really carried out a revolution, and they are therefore far superior in experience to all delegates from other sections. But it is essential for the other parties to collaborate more and more in running the EC, and to send their most able representatives. The Presidium, Eberlein continued, would act as a kind of Politburo. The Organization Bureau would undertake tasks not previously carried out, such as dealing with organizational questions in the affiliated sections, and keeping track of and assisting their illegal work, which had so far made little progress. An Eastern department was necessary because the parties in Eastern countries were still only in the initial stage, and the work would at first have to be carried out mainly by members of stronger and more stable parties. Correspondence and the sending of delegates to Moscow by the sections had proved inadequate for their purpose, and were to be reinforced by the dispatch of delegates from the EC to the sections. These would have explicit instructions, and would supervise the execution of the 21 conditions of admission and other Comintern decisions. The Eastern Department had a bureau in Vladivostok. The theses were accepted against the vote of the delegate from Brazil. The Fourth World Congress, Trotsky said shortly after its conclusion, in electing the Executive Committee created for the first time a central organ not on federal principles, not composed of representatives delegated by the various parties, but a body elected by the Congress itself. The obstacles to centralization which they were trying to overcome, Bukharin said later, were in part due to outside causes, but many of them could be eliminated by the apparatus itself. He listed in particular defective contact between the EC and its sections, the inadequacy of the representatives sent to Moscow, the overloading of the national sections with directives, instructions, letters, and appeals, and the failure to exchange opinions before decisions were taken, giving rise to conflicts which might have been avoided. End of exposition. World Congress. The World Congress shall be held, as before, every year. The date shall be decided by the enlarged executive. All affiliated sections are obliged to send delegates. Their number will be determined by the executive. The costs shall be borne by the parties. The number of votes for each section shall be determined by the Congress in accordance with the membership and the political circumstances of the country. Binding mandates are not allowed and will be annulled in advance, for such mandates are incompatible with the spirit of an international, centralized, Proletarian Party. Executive. The executive is elected by the Congress. It consists of the president, 24 members, and 10 candidates. Of the executive, at least 15 members must be constantly in Moscow. Enlarged Executive. As a rule, meetings of the enlarged executive shall be held once every 4 months. It shall be composed as follows. 1. The 25 members of the executive. 2. 3 representatives of each of the following parties: Germany, France, Russia, Czechoslovakia, and Italy, as well as the Youth International and the Comintern. 3. 2 representatives each for England, Poland, America, Bulgaria, and Norway. 4. 1 representative from each other section entitled to vote. The Presidium is obliged to submit all important questions of principle which permit of delay to a meeting of the enlarged executive. The first meeting of the enlarged executive shall take place immediately after the World Congress. Presidium. At its first meeting the enlarged executive elects the Presidium, which shall include 1 representative of the SI and of the Comintern, each with consultative voice. It shall establish the following departments. 1. An Eastern Department, whose work for the coming year shall receive the special attention of the executive. The head of the Eastern Department must be a member of the Presidium. In political work this department is subject to the Presidium. Its relation to the Orgburo is arranged by the Presidium. 2. An Organization Department, Orgburo, to which at least 2 members of the Presidium must belong. The Orgburo is subordinate to the Presidium. 3. An Agitation Propaganda Department, which shall be under the direction of a member of the executive. This department is also directly subject to the Presidium. 4. A Statistical and Information Department, which is under the Orgburo. The executive has the right to set up further departments. Division of labor among the members of the executive. A precise division of labor is to be introduced among the members of the executive and of the Presidium. The Presidium shall appoint a responsible rapporteur for each of the most important countries to prepare the work of the individual sections. As a rule he shall be a member of the executive, or, if possible, of the Presidium. Rapporteurs who are not members of the executive or the Presidium work under the supervision of a member of the Presidium. The Presidium shall organize a general secretariat, to work under the direction of a general secretary. He shall be given 2 deputies by the executive. The secretariat does not have the function of an independent political organization. It is only an executive organ of the Presidium. The executive is instructed to see that a similar division of labor, taking into account the conditions and the situation in each country, is introduced in all parties. Delegates. In special cases the executive shall send a delegate to the individual countries, who shall be drawn from the most highly qualified comrades of the sections. These representatives shall be endowed by the executive with the most comprehensive powers. In special cases the functions of these envoys, their rights and duties, and their relation to the party in question, shall be precisely set down in writing. The executive is empowered to supervise with special emphasis the effective application of the 21 conditions and the execution of decisions of the World Congress. Its envoys are to be explicitly entrusted with this supervision. The envoys must report on the results of their work at least once a month. International Control Commission. The International Control Commission shall remain in being. Its functions are the same as those formulated by the Third World Congress. Each year the World Congress shall choose 2 neighboring sections, whose central committees shall each choose 3 members of a Control Commission from among their own number. Their names must be approved by the executive. For the coming year the World Congress allots this function to the German and French sections. Technical Information Bureau. The Technical Information Bureaus remain in being. Their job is to provide technical information and their work is under the control of the executive. The Communist International. The Communist International is the organ of the executive. The editorial board is chosen by and subject to the executive. Publications of the executive. The Congress confirms that all communist organs are obliged as before to publish immediately all executive documents, appeals, letters, resolutions, etc., if the executive so requests. Minutes of the national parties. The central committees of all sections are obliged to forward the minutes of all their sessions regularly to the executive. Reciprocal representation. It is desirable that the most important sections, where the countries are neighbors, shall maintain reciprocal representation for the purpose of keeping each other informed and coordinating their work. The reports of these representatives shall be sent also to the executive. It is further desirable that such representatives shall be appointed in agreement with the executive. Congresses of the sections, as a rule party conferences, or enlarged national committees, shall meet before the World Congress of the Sea, and shall deal with preparations for the World Congress and the selection of delegates. Party congresses shall be held after the World Congress. Exceptions can be made only with the consent of the executive. Such procedure will ensure that the interests of the individual sections are best safeguarded and at the same time provide the opportunity for the entire experience of the international movement to be appraised from below to above. At the same time, this procedure gives the Communist International the opportunity, as a centralized world party, of transmitting to the individual parties from above to below, by means of democratic centralism, directives based on international experience as a whole. Resignations. The Congress decisively condemns the instances of resignation which have occurred in the case of individual comrades of various party centers and of entire groups of such members. The Congress regards these resignations as the greatest disorganization of the communist movement. Every leading office in a communist party belongs not to those holding the office, but to the Communist International as a whole. The Congress decides, elected members of central bodies of a section can lay down their mandates only with the consent of the executive. Resignations accepted by a party center without the agreement of the executive are invalid. Illegal work. In accordance with the decision of the Congress, in which it was noted that a number of the most important parties are to all appearances approaching a period of illegality, the Presidium is instructed to devote greater attention to the preparation of the parties in question for illegal work. Immediately after the Congress, the Presidium shall begin discussions on this subject with all the parties concerned. International Women's Secretariat. The International Women's Secretariat remains as before in being. The executive appoints the secretary and in agreement with her takes all further organizational measures. Representation on the Youth Executive. The Congress instructs the executive to establish regular representation of the Comintern in the Youth International. The Congress considers it one of the most important tasks of the executive to promote the work of the youth movement. Representation on the Profintern. The Congress instructs the executive to work out jointly with the Profintern Central Committee the forms which the connection between the two bodies shall take. It points out that, particularly in the present period, the industrial struggle is most closely bound up with the political, and therefore requires specially close coordination of the forces of all the revolutionary organizations of the working class. Revision of statutes. The Congress confirms the statutes adopted by the Second Congress and instructs the executive to redraft and supplement these statutes on the basis of the decisions taken. This work must be carried out promptly, submitted to all parties for preliminary discussion, and finally confirmed by the Fifth World Congress. Resolution of the Fourth Comintern Congress on Proletarian Help for Soviet Russia. December 5, 1922. Protocol 4, p. 935. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The resolution was moved by Munzenberg and passed unanimously without discussion. End of exposition. 1. The workers of all countries, without distinction of political or trade union attitude, are interested in the survival and consolidation of Soviet Russia. Apart from the deeply rooted feeling of proletarian solidarity, this more than anything else has made all workers' parties ready to support action for the relief of the famine in Soviet Russia, and inspired millions of workers in all countries to make the greatest sacrifices with enthusiasm. With the help of this proletarian relief action, which grew into the biggest and most prolonged international solidarity action in the history of the workers' movement, Soviet Russia survived the most difficult days of famine and triumphed over hunger. But even during this famine relief action, large sections of the workers' organizations which took part in it realized that more was needed to help Soviet Russia than the provision of food. The economic war of the imperialist states on Soviet Russia continues. The trade blockade continues in the form of a refusal of credit, and whenever capitalist groups do start to do business with Soviet Russia, This is done with the object of exploiting and profiting from the Soviet Russia. As in all other conflicts between Soviet Russia and its imperialist enemies, it is the duty of the workers of all countries to intervene in favor of Soviet Russia in the economic war also, against its imperialist enemies, and to support Soviet Russia actively and practically with every means, including economic assistance. 2. The best support for Soviet Russia in the economic war is the political revolutionary struggle of the workers and their pressure on the government of every country to recognize the Soviet government and establish favorable trade relations with Soviet Russia. With the importance that Soviet Russia has for all workers, the maximum economic, as well as the political, power of the world proletariat must be mobilized in its support. Every factory and workshop which Soviet Russia gets going with the support of the workers without capitalist credits, is effective help for Soviet Russia in the struggle against the imperialist robber policy, and every strengthening of Soviet Russia, the first worker state in the world, strengthens the international proletariat in the struggle against their class enemy, the bourgeoisie. The Fourth Congress of the Communist International therefore declares that it is the duty of all workers' parties and organizations, above all of communists, to give immediate and practical support to Soviet Russia in the reconstruction of its economy, not only through their political revolutionary struggle, but also by a campaign for economic aid among the broadest masses. 3. The most important task of proletarian economic assistance outside Soviet Russia consists in collecting funds for the purchase of machinery, raw materials, tools, etc., for Soviet Russia. In addition to the methods already used, collections, special exhibitions, etc., attention should be paid to participation by party groups, trade unions, cooperatives, and other workers' circles, in workers' loans for Soviet Russia. Propaganda for proletarian economic help at the same time offers the opportunity of carrying on the best agitation for Soviet Russia. It should therefore be carried out in closest connection with the sections in the individual countries. Since the question of economic support for Soviet Russia is of general importance for the entire working class, it is necessary to create special committees or societies to organize and carry out this campaign, composed of delegates from all kinds of workers' organizations, similar to the workers' famine relief committees. These committees or societies should interest and win the support of the broadest workers' circles for this economic aid. They shall be subject to the control of the Communist International. 4. The use of the funds collected by these committees and societies is to be decided in closest consultation with the appropriate Russian economic bodies, either of the state or of workers' organizations. 5. In the present state of Russian economic life, the mass immigration of foreign workers would not help but rather hamper reconstruction, and should in no circumstances be encouraged. The immigration of foreign workers into Russia should be restricted to individual specialist workers, who are urgently required in certain industries. But even in these cases the agreement and consent of the Russian trade unions must first be obtained. 6. Proletarian economic aid must aim at bringing into harmony two ideals: the concentration of international workers' solidarity on help for the first proletarian state in the world, and the attainment of tangible economic results. 7. In accordance with the principles of socialist cooperation and economic management, any surplus funds collected may be used only to expand the scope of the activities in question. Extracts from the resolution of the Fourth Comintern Congress on 5 years of the Russian Revolution. 5th of December 1922. 2000 Resolution in 4, p. 35. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The resolution was moved by Klarzetkin and passed unanimously. End of exposition. The Fourth World Congress of the Communist International observes that Soviet Russia, the proletarian state, now that it is no longer forced to defend its bare existence by force of arms, has turned with unexampled vigor to the construction and development of its economy, keeping steadily in sight the transformation to communism. The separate stages and measures leading to this goal, the transitional steps of the so-called new policy, are the outcome, on the one hand, of the particular given objective and subjective historical conditions in Russia, and, on the other, of the slow rate of development of the world revolution and of the isolation of the Soviet Republic in the midst of capitalist states. The Fourth World Congress reminds the proletarians of all countries that the proletarian revolution can never triumph completely within a single country, rather must it triumph internationally, as world revolution. The labor of Soviet Russia, its struggle for existence, for the achievements of the revolution, is the fight for the liberation of the proletarians, the oppressed and exploited of the whole world, from the chains of slavery. The Russian proletarians have more than done their duty as the revolutionary protagonists of the world proletariat. The world proletariat must at last do theirs. In all countries the workers, the disinherited, and the enslaved, must proclaim their most active solidarity, moral, economic, and political, with Soviet Russia. Not merely international solidarity, but their own most fundamental interests demand that for this purpose they must take up the sharpest fight against the bourgeoisie and the capitalist state. In every country their battle cry must be, hands off Soviet Russia. De jure recognition of Soviet Russia. Active support of every kind for the economic construction of Soviet Russia. Every strengthening of Soviet Russia means a weakening of the world bourgeoisie. The 5 years of Soviet Russia's existence is the most severe blow that world capitalism has ever received, and one from which it will not recover. Resolution of the Fourth Comintern Congress on the Program of the Communist International. December 1922. Protocol 4, p. 542. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. A program had been drafted by Bukharin, who stated at the outset that it had not yet been considered even by the Russian party. The Bulgarians and Germans had also submitted drafts, on which Kobachev and Fellheimer spoke. It was in the course of his speech analyzing the draft program that Bukharin said, "When we were a revolutionary opposition party, we could not of course consider for a single moment taking money from any bourgeois state for our revolutionary activities. That would have been too stupid. The moment we took any money from a hostile power, our cause would have been completely discredited." That was why the bourgeoisie were from their point of view acting quite rightly when they tried to prove that we were the agents of German imperialism. But now that a proletarian state exists and can raise a loan in a bourgeois state, it would again be stupid if we were to reject this on principle. When the bourgeoisie speak of defending the country, they mean defense of the bourgeois state apparatus. When we speak of it, we mean defense of the proletarian state. We must therefore make it quite clear in the program that the proletarian state should and must be defended not only by the proletariat of that state, but by the proletarians of all countries. Secondly, should proletarian states, proceeding from considerations of the strategic aims of the entire proletariat, form military blocs with bourgeois states, there is no difference of principle between a loan and a military alliance. And I maintain that we have now grown so strong that we can conclude a military alliance with the bourgeoisie of another country in order to use it to smash another bourgeoisie. This is nothing but a question of pure strategic and tactical expediency. Where such an alliance exists, he went on, it was the duty of the comrades in the partner country to help it forward to victory. This is the only reference, it is true, to the Rapallo Treaty in the published proceedings of the Congress. After the three speakers had finished, there was a discussion whether the debate should continue, and one of the drafts be selected, or postponed to the Fifth Congress. The Russian delegation asked for time to consider this. At a later session, Zinoviev introduced the resolution, saying that this was preferable to a hurried and crippled discussion. The Italian delegation wanted the program discussed and adopted then, even if it meant that final revision and editing were postponed. The resolution, put forward by the Congress Presidium, was carried unanimously, the Italian delegates adding a statement, for the record, that while voting for the resolution they would have preferred an outline program to be debated and adopted at the Congress. The program of the Communist International was not adopted until its sixth and penultimate Congress in 1928. End of exposition. 1. All draft programs shall be submitted to the executive of the Communist International, or to a commission appointed by it, for study and detailed elaboration. The executive is obliged to publish all draft programs which it receives as quickly as possible. 2. The Congress confirms that those national sections of the Communist International which do not yet have national programs, are obliged to begin at once on the drafting of their programs, which shall be submitted to the executive at least 3 months before the Fifth Congress for ratification by the next Congress. 3. The programs of the national sections must clearly and decisively establish the necessity of the struggle for transitional demands, making the necessary reservations about the dependence of these demands on the concrete circumstances of time and place. 4. The theoretical basis for all transitional and partial demands must be clearly stated in the general program, and the Fourth Congress likewise decisively condemns the attempt to depict the inclusion of transitional demands in the program as opportunism, as well as all attempts to gloss over or replace the fundamental revolutionary tasks by partial demands. 5. The general program must clearly explain the basic historical types of the transitional demands of the national section, in accordance with the basic differences in the economic and political structure of the different countries, for example England on the one hand, and India on the other. Extracts from a manifesto of the Communist International to the Italian Proletariat, December 1922 in Precaur, 2, 241, p. 1820. December 21, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. Speaking on the report of the Assisino VF said, Inter alia, I come now to Italy, and think I can say that it is on the verge of revolution. Viewed historically, what has just happened in Italy is a comedy. The fascist rise to power had been made possible by the Italian Socialist Party. Radek took a gloomier view. TC in the triumph of fascism, the greatest defeat which socialism and communism have suffered since the beginning of the era of world revolution. How was the victory of fascism possible? What was it based on? He traced its rise to the support of the petty bourgeoisie who since the war had been unable to maintain their place in Italian society. They were hostile to the socialists not merely because of their natural anti-socialism, but also because the Socialist Party had been opposed to the war and paid no attention to the ex-servicemen and the disabled. But although the bourgeoisie had failed, through inner disintegration, to retain the support and confidence of officials and of the petty bourgeoisie, Mussolini would have to carry out a capitalist program. Fascism had no program of its own. In another speech he said that the fascist victory was a greater defeat than the fall of the Hungarian Soviet government, because it was a sign of the temporary spiritual and political bankruptcy of Italian socialism and of the entire Italian labor movement. Bordiga described fascism as the instrument of the shrewdest and most class-conscious section of the bourgeoisie, which would subordinate sectional interests to the general interests of the capitalist class. Trotsky attributed the fascist victory to the fiasco of the Italian Revolution, for which everything had been present except a revolutionary party. The manifesto was signed by the Presidium of the Fourth Congress and the delegates from the Italian Communist and Socialist parties. End of exposition. Workers, comrades. In 1920 the Italian working class was on the point of seizing power. The workers were in occupation of the factories. Even the more backward sections of the peasantry were caught up in the movement and took forcible possession of the landowners' estates. The first germs of a proletarian Red Guard came spontaneously to life. Revolution was bursting into flame throughout the land. The working class, which felt that to it belonged the leading part in history, was ready for the greatest and most heroic sacrifices. But precisely at that moment the most dangerous enemies of the proletariat rose up within the ranks of our party itself. The entire pack of reformists and centrists tore victory from your hands and saved the bourgeoisie. You did not succeed in seizing power in 1920, and therefore in 1922 the fascists were able to march on Rome and set up their dictatorship. The reformists tried to justify their sabotage of the revolution by serving up at every opportunity the long tale of unheard-of sacrifices which the revolution would have demanded. But have the reformists managed to spare the working class the bloodiest sacrifices? Hundreds and thousands of victims have already fallen. Tens and tens of thousands of proletarians and peasants are condemned to misery and despair. The fascist hordes terrorize the country. The capitalist offensive against the economic and political institutions of the working population is being mercilessly continued. The working class, weakened and disunited, watches all this desolation, virtually powerless. The reorganization of proletarian forces is a necessity that cannot be postponed or delayed. The true features of the Italian reformists have now been revealed to all the workers with the greatest clarity. The reformists are nothing but tools of the bourgeoisie. As could be easily foreseen, their tactics of a government coalition with the left wing of the bourgeoisie in order to bring about the gradual realization of socialist reforms has failed lamentably. Democracy has allied itself openly and unreservedly with reaction. All constitutional guarantees and achievements are being stamped out by the fascist dictatorship and the terror. The reformists did not want red violence, and consequently what they did was to help unleash reactionary violence. In vain they implored the bourgeoisie to allow them to cooperate in the reconstruction of Italy. In vain they threw themselves devoutly at the feet of the monarchy, and tried to persuade the working class to do the same. In order to put their own class on its feet again, the bourgeoisie destroyed the workers' organizations. Despite Signor Trotti's sage advice, the monarchy threw itself into Mussolini's arms, gave him full powers to work on public opinion by means of the censorship and the confiscation of newspapers, and to reorganize the national economy by the taxation of wages, the abolition of the 8-hour day, the protection of parasitic capitalism, and to impose by force majority proportional franchise instead of universal franchise. It was in this way that the bourgeoisie accepted the services humbly offered by Messrs. Trotti and Company. The reformists have been turned out like unwanted servants. Comrades, the lessons of the past still have their use. The Rome Congress of the Italian Communists take the following exposition with a grain of salt. Socialist end of exposition. Party expelled the reformists and resolved to join the Communist International by accepting the 21 points without reservation, a decision which involved fusion with the Communist Party. The Rome Congress showed that the Italian socialists genuinely want to take the road of communism. They have admitted the dangerous mistakes they made and have stated their readiness to correct them. The Fourth Congress of the Communist International dealt in full and careful detail with the new situation which has thus been created in the Italian workers' movement. It agreed unanimously on the immediate fusion of the Italian Socialist Party and the Communist Party of Italy, under the name of United Communist Party of Italy, section of the Communist International. The statutes of the International provide that there can be only one Communist Party in any country, only one section of the Communist International. The Fourth Congress appointed a special commission consisting of 3 representatives of the Communist Party and 3 of the Socialist Party under the chairmanship of a member of the ISI. We call on all of you to support this commission confidently and enthusiastically, to establish the most favorable conditions for its work, to exert all your efforts so that the fusion can be accomplished quickly and smoothly. The period of splits is over. A new historical period is opening for the Italian proletariat. The period of the reorganization of the forces of the proletariat. All truly revolutionary workers, all elements of the Italian laboring population determined to fight, will enter the ranks of the United Communist Party of Italy. The United Communist Party must become the organizational center of all class-conscious Italian proletarians. They must unite all their efforts to defeat the reformists, to liberate the trade unions from the Amsterdam traitors, to fight energetically against the latest attempts of the reformists to kill any spirit of struggle in the trade union organizations through a so-called party of labor and to turn them into an instrument of cooperation with the fascist bourgeoisie. The firm unity of the trade union organizations must be maintained, but they must also be enlivened by a revolutionary spirit and brought over to the ranks of the Red International of labor unions. Workers, peasants. The United Communist Party of Italy will be the vanguard in the fight of all workers against cursed fascism. Around its banner the best and most conscious elements of the working class and peasantry must rally. Make systematic and energetic use of the United Front tactics in the trade unions as well as the political field. If there is one country where these tactics are necessary to strengthen the position of the working class, it is in the Italy ruled by fascism. The treachery of the reformists has been paid for in the best blood of the Italian working class. New fighters must spring up from this blood. The fascist yoke will not last forever. The more frightful the reaction, the more savage the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, the more numerous will be those who remain true to the red flag and fight for the goal of the proletarian dictatorship. To the masses, in spite of all the difficulties you will find in your way because of fascist violence and the cunning intrigues of the reformists, go to the masses. Communists must work among every group of workers. They must educate their class brothers, Move them to struggle. Communists must penetrate everywhere where the bourgeoisie and their servants are trying to coerce our class brothers into associations which they will use as tools in the interests of capital. We must be present wherever there are workers, to educate them and win them for the common cause. We want a workers' government. That is the slogan which must capture the consciousness of the Italian workers. Only a government of workers and peasants can rescue Italy from its present wretchedness. Only a government of workers and peasants can put Italy on its feet again. All workers, even those who fight in no party, or even in hostile parties, must be summoned to create the proletarian united front. Do not lose courage. Resist. Defend the cause of communism among the working masses, by legal methods if possible, by illegal if necessary. Go to the masses and tell them that the time of splits is past, and that the Fourth World Congress of the Communist International has begun on the work of concentrating all the workers' forces of Italy. Long live true revolutionary socialism! Long live communism! Long live the United Communist Party of Italy! Long live the Italian working class! Long live the Communist International. Extracts from an Cirillo Manifesto on the Hague Peace Congress, December 19, 1922 in Precaur, 2, 244, p. 1842, December 28, 1922. Take the following exposition with a grain of salt. The Russian cooperatives and trade unions were invited to the conference, but, said Zinoviev at the Fourth Congress, the reformists had been afraid to invite the International. The Russian delegates were Radek, Lazovsky, and Rothstein. They put forward a 14-point program, which was rejected, proposing the establishment, nationally and internationally, of committees of action against war. Lazovsky, the first Russian speaker, protested against the exclusion of the Comintern and Drilu, the absence of delegates from the colonial and Far Eastern countries, and the presence of delegates from bourgeois pacifist societies. Radek, speaking in a conciliatory tone about the need to prepare beforehand for anti-war action, was applauded, although his speech concluded with the threat, "We offer you, frankly and fearlessly, the hand of friendship and cooperation. Reject that offer, and the outstretched hand of friendship will be turned against you." The Russian delegates voted against all the resolutions of the Congress, which included one protesting against sanctions and coercive measures in the reparations question, one on the revision of the peace treaties, the control of armaments, the admission of Germany to the League of Nations, and the abolition of secret diplomacy, and a final resolution on the tasks of the labor movement in the war against war. End of exposition. Peace on Earth. Men and women workers. Between the 10th and 15th December the Congress of the Amsterdam Trade Union International and of the Second and 2.5 Internationals was held in The Hague. It was called to discuss how the international working class can avert the danger of a new imperialist war. Never was such a Congress more timely. While the situation of the workers is growing steadily worse, while there is no money to give the unemployed even a piece of bread, while expenditure on cultural needs is being steadily reduced, the capitalist states are spending more on armaments than they did before the war. Among the masses of workers the feeling is growing that things cannot go on any longer in this way, and all bourgeois politicians are speaking openly of the danger of a new world war. The Hague Congress had a great task before it, to rally all the forces of the working class so that the proletariat should not again become the cannon fodder of capitalism. Unfortunately, however, the representatives of the Amsterdam and the Second and 2.5 Internationals renounced in advance the mobilization of all the forces of the working class for this struggle. Although there can be no struggle for peace while the popular masses of the Near and Far East do not take part in it, and capitalist and militarist cliques have a free hand in their countries, the leaders of the Amsterdam trade unions, of the Second and 2.5 Internationals, did not for a moment dream of inviting the representatives of the working class organizations of these countries. There are trade unions in Constantinople, in Japan, China, and India, which have already led great strikes and which are imbued with the will to struggle for the interests of the working class, but the supercilious representatives of the West European labor aristocracy did not lift a finger to attract them to the Congress. Moreover, they deliberately kept out of the Congress 3 million members of the communist parties, Although these parties were formed of precisely those elements which during the war fought most boldly for peace, they deliberately excluded from the Congress the millions of workers who support the Red International of labor unions. Only the Russian trade unions were invited. The representatives of the Russian trade unions immediately proposed the admission of representatives of all communist parties and red trade unions, and they said to the Amsterdamers and the Social Democrats, "We are divided from you by great differences, but if you want to fight against war we shall be there. We are ready to conclude an alliance for the fight against the war danger, despite all your sins, for in the face of this danger all other differences retreat into the background." The Amsterdamers answered with insults against the communists who allegedly split the trade unions. The Russian trade union representatives thereupon replied, "Every child knows that we are opponents of splitting the trade unions, and it is not we but you who throw the minorities who have different opinions out of the unions, but whoever may be guilty of splitting the unions we offer our help in overcoming this split, for in the struggle against war strong and united unions are necessary. We propose the formation of a committee of action which shall eliminate the split in each country and make further splits impossible. If only you give us the opportunity of agitating for our ideas in the unions we shall submit to trade union discipline in the struggle against capitalism." The Amsterdamers rejected this proposal with scorn. At the same moment as they were preventing the formation of the Proletarian United Front against imperialism, they concluded an alliance with the bourgeois pacifists. For the first time in the history of the modern workers' movement there was a joint congress of trade unions and political workers' organizations with the representatives of a part of the bourgeoisie, who were thus given the opportunity of helping to decide the most important question of the workers' movement. This was justified on the ground that all forces hostile to war must be rallied for the fight against war. But this argument is a sheer swindle. The Amsterdamers have rejected an alliance with the revolutionary workers who are the only real opponents of imperialist war. They ally themselves only with the bourgeois pacifists who during the war went over just like the Amsterdamers into the capitalist camp and helped imperialism to mangle the body of the proletariat. In rejecting the Proletarian United Front and concluding an alliance with the bourgeois groups, the three internationals passed sentence on the Hague Conference. People who reject joint action with the revolutionary proletariat and prefer a bourgeois alliance have no real desire to fight against war. Imperialist war serves the interests of the bourgeoisie, and whoever allies himself with the bourgeoisie unnerves and debilitates the working class and makes it impossible for them to fight against the war danger. Instead of organizing the fight against the war danger now, the Amsterdamers threaten the bourgeoisie with an international strike in the event of war. The Russian trade union delegates replied that an international strike against war involves a trial of strength which requires thorough preparation. When war breaks out, nationalist passions are unleashed, emergency legislation is introduced, and the proletariat will be able to defend itself only if it has been equipped and trained by years of unbroken class struggle. How can they be armed for revolutionary struggle against war if they have for years been hitched to the wagon of the bourgeoisie by a coalition policy? If they have no illegal organizations, if all the weapons are left in the hands of the bourgeoisie? The Hague Congress has shown that the leaders of the Amsterdam and Second and 2.5 Internationals have no desire to fight against the growing war danger, but on the contrary are doing everything to make this fight impossible. If you do not want to be dragged helpless onto the battlefield once more and be annihilated in your millions, you must come together into a common fighting front, in opposition to the will of your leaders, in factory and mine, in town and in country. You must reject the crippling influence of the reformist leaders who are splitting your ranks in order to join the bourgeoisie. The working masses of the victorious capitalist countries must understand that they are no less defeated than the masses of the defeated capitalist countries. They must understand that if they do not oppose the robber campaigns of their governments, it is not the bourgeoisie of the defeated countries but the masses who will pay tribute, that their situation will become that of Chinese coolies, and that they will be driven by poverty to work in conditions of slavery which will permit the bourgeoisie of the victorious countries to force their workers to accept starvation wages. The workers of the defeated capitalist countries must understand that the chains of Versailles, Trianon and Neuilly can be broken if they act not with their own bourgeoisie but with the proletariat of the victorious countries. The entire international proletariat must rally round Soviet Russia. The only proletarian state which opposes to the robber policy of international imperialism the organized strength of 150 million people. End of audiobook.